Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of I Control the Awakening of Spiritual Energy. Hey, I hold the awakening of spiritual energy right here on GMT Recap. This young man, following the message of someone who claimed to be his future self 10 years later, went in search of something called the Primordial Yang, climbing the mountain for several hours, nearly out of breath. After a while of gasping for air, Chen thought to himself that he had been completely duped, but coincidentally, the moon tonight was especially beautiful. Being the minister of the Tribal Affairs Department, he decided to take a moment to enjoy the moon. However, before he could appreciate it for long, Chen heard the sound of police sirens. About 3 or 4 police cars had stopped here, all armed officers, with a white-haired woman leading them. She split the personnel into 2 teams, one to block off the area, preventing anyone from entering Tianling Mountain, and the other to follow her up the mountain for investigation. Seeing such a well-prepared police force, Chen started to feel scared. Did their appearance here mean that something like the Primordial Yang had truly been released? Thinking that, he immediately turned and ran. Chen headed north and actually found the lake, but it looked more like a puddle than a lake. From the center of the water, a strange fragrance truly emanated. Chen then pulled out his phone and sent a message to Zhu Zu. What exactly is the expansion of Primordial Yang? Also, if you really are me, then are you still alive, or have you already died? The other person replied with an explanation. Primordial Yang is something very important for human cultivation after the world underwent the 18 days of transformation. It is equivalent to the spiritual energy in ancient legends. As for the matter of life or death, that person passed away long ago. During the ascension process, he was betrayed, and his soul was trapped in the void, which is why he could send messages to his past self from 10 years ago. Upon reading this, the person seemed to be in a rush. My energy is running out. Remember what I say. This time, the release of Primordial Yang is the first sign of the 18 days of world changes. Once you've absorbed the Primordial Yang tonight, I'll contact you again. Make sure to seize this opportunity. The more Chen read the message, the more confused he became, still doubtful about whether he was being deceived. However, after putting his phone away and looking up, he noticed that the tiny puddle he saw earlier had now transformed into a massive lake. Such terrifying occurrences couldn't be explained by science. Chen decided to leave it to fate, sat down, and began absorbing the Primordial Yang. During the absorption process, his body activated several innate abilities, including the B-level devour talent, the S-level space talent, and the S-level hidden future connection talent. But not long into his practice, Chen was startled by a voice. Who are you? Why are you here? It turned out that a few armed police officers had discovered Chen. He was so startled that he immediately fell off the rocky outcrop. The police officers, upon seeing this, were also alarmed and jumped into the lake to try and rescue Chen. However, at that moment, his devour talent was activated. The calm surface of the lake suddenly turned into a whirlpool, quickly swallowing the few police officers. As a result, Chen's talent value increased by 1,000 points. After the water was drained, he lay in the middle of the desolate field, unconscious. In his delirium, Chen found himself standing in a bizarre space, surrounded by a blinding whiteness, with the only thing that existed being a lake identical to the one he had just seen on Tianling Mountain. Chen sat down and, almost instinctively, took a sip of water. As a result, a virtual window appeared before him, displaying a message, innate talent value plus 10. Chen murmured in surprise, did I just get the black in? Could it be that I am the male protagonist chosen by heaven in the legend? At this point, Chen couldn't think much more and began splashing handfuls of water onto his face. His innate talent value kept rising rapidly, and Chen happily relished this newfound feeling. Having been bullied for 20 years, he had finally obtained the heavenly secret, becoming the male protagonist. However, the simulated window constantly reminded him to add points to his innate talent value, though he had no idea what that even meant. Chen tried touching the virtual window, which activated another window showing all his current information, including the 3 innate talents he had just unlocked. Moreover, he had 15,000 points of innate talent value available for use. What truly caught Chen An's attention was the hidden talent that connected to the future. He wondered if this talent could help him connect with the person who claimed to be himself 10 years from now. But the problem was that Chen An didn't know how to use it. So, he decided to set it aside for now and first figure out how to use his innate talent. However, as soon as he touched the innate talent section, the space around him started to tremble violently. Chen An felt his head throb painfully, and then gradually regained his awareness in the real world. Standing in front of him now was the short-haired female police officer who led the police team. As soon as she saw Chen An wake up, she immediately began to question him loudly. "Who are you? What are you doing here? We've already sealed off Tianling Mountain, how did you manage to get in?" As she asked, the female officer angrily grabbed Chen An by the neck. In a panic, he pointed to his backpack lying in the distance. "Officer, wait, let me explain. I just came here for a camping trip." The girl shot him a look, as if she had seen through his false pretenses. "This person knows you're lying, Chen An. Be honest with your explanation, or I won't let you go. I really came here to camp. I accidentally fell into the lake earlier. I can't swim. It was your team who saved me." As Chen An spoke, he gestured frantically with his hands, looking rather flustered. The girl furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "You just mentioned a lake? Is that true? A big lake like that over there? If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself." Chen An pointed north, but by this time, he realized that the lake had vanished, leaving no trace behind. Afraid that the other party would think he was lying, Chen An frantically explained that there had been a lake here earlier, one that emitted a fragrance. "The lake is gone now, I'm not lying," Chen An hurriedly explained. The girl just shrugged and said, "Nonsense." Then she immediately ordered her people to take Chen An back. He was escorted into a vehicle, with the female officer sitting beside him. She began to interrogate him, making Chen An feel extremely tense. "So who are you? Why are you here?" she asked. He didn't dare hide anything and promptly gave the details about his school, also mentioning that he had just been expelled. "So what was the reason?" she continued. Chen An only replied that he was too poor to pay the tuition fees and did not mention that he had been kicked out for hitting the principal's grandson. "You couldn't pay the tuition but still have money to come out here for a trip?" she asked suspiciously. "I just needed to clear my mind. After all, I'm not going to school anymore," Chen An replied. At this point, the girl began to rummage through his backpack. Inside, there were only items for camping. Chen An let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had already anticipated that things wouldn't go smoothly, so he hadn't brought anything to prove his identity. But the other party had ears sharper than a dog's. Even the sigh Chen An let out didn't escape her attention. The woman immediately pulled out a gun and aimed it at Chen An's head, forcing him to reveal the true purpose of his visit. Under the gunpoint, Chen An was so scared that he nearly wet himself. "Beautiful sister, please don't do anything rash. I'll tell you everything. I advise you not to waste any more time. People like me don't necessarily follow rules." As she spoke, she pointed to the badge on her hat. Chen An, now regaining his composure, saw that the badge bore the two characters L. "Wait a minute, the emblem on this hat isn't from the armed police, so who exactly is this woman?" With that thought, Chen An somehow found the courage to ask her in return, "If you want me to tell the truth, you should also reveal who you are." The woman laughed. "Your courage isn't too small, daring to question me. But I suggest you take a good look. The one with a gun pointed at them right now is you, not me." What she said was indeed not wrong. After going through countless close calls, Chen An finally managed to return home. In his hand was the business card the woman had left, which contained no other information, only the 3 characters By Weii. Thinking back to the earlier moment when By Weii had pressured him, her demeanor had truly been terrifying. Just recalling it sent a chill down his spine. He decided to go out for some fresh air, hoping it would help him stop thinking about it. Chen arrived at the Qingyun Internet CAF, initially intending to play a few rounds of games, but he was distracted by the breaking news of the day. It seemed like many strange things were happening today. First, the Dayuan volcano erupted, a magnificent scene, with images of the eruption included. Next, there was an odd incident in the northern city, where a person fell from a great height without leaving any trace behind. It seemed that the strange occurrences weren't confined to just Mount Tianling, just as the account of Zhu Zu had mentioned. Chen remembered those messages, where the person claiming to be him 10 years in the future had said that the Earth would experience bizarre changes within 18 days. During these 18 days, many unusual events would unfold. Today was only the first day, and already, there had been quite a few. If what that person said was true, it would be even more concerning. Because although he had successfully absorbed the Primordial Yang the first time, no one could guarantee that he would be able to handle it in the future. Moreover, Chen still wasn't sure what changes the Primordial Yang could bring to him. Thinking about it made his head hurt, so he decided to push these thoughts aside and find a place to stay for the next few days. Chen picked up his phone and saw a message from Sunming. He had sent a few messages earlier, mostly updating Chen on the latest news, including informing him that there had been an earthquake near him as well. In the most recent message, Sunming asked if he was okay, perhaps worried that Chen might have gotten caught up in the strange events happening recently. "I'm still fine, Sunming, but I might have to stay at your place for a few days in the coming days." The reason Chen said that was because earlier, when By Weii pressured him to talk, he accidentally revealed his address. Now that his information was exposed, it was no longer safe for him to stay at his old place. At this point, Chen started searching the internet again, but he couldn't find any useful information. By Weii looked like an armed police officer at first glance, but in reality, she wasn't. There was no useful information on her business card either. Could she be a member of some special department? Furthermore, when Chen was forced to cooperate with them earlier, he had been in a great deal of distress, and they had pressured him into revealing all of his personal information. However, what he didn't expect was that even now, By Weii and her group had hacked into the internet cafe's cameras and were still closely monitoring him. Even the fact that Chen was searching for information at the internet cafe and came up with nothing was under their watch. By Weii had originally planned to cut off Chen's internet access to prevent him from continuing his search into the recent special events. However, she didn't want to alert him. She simply wanted to continue observing in silence to find out who was behind the person guiding Chen. A while later, Sunming arrived at the internet cafe to pick him up. On the way back, he kept complaining that he had never even had his girlfriend over to the new place yet, and now he had to make space for Chen. Chen, on the other hand, just used the excuse that his house was no longer safe due to aftershocks from the earthquake, and he had to rely on Sunming for a while. After stepping into Sunming's apartment, the young man couldn't stop marveling in astonishment. The room was spacious and luxurious to a degree beyond Chen's imagination. He had known for a long time that this friend of his was wealthy, but he never expected Sunming to be a second-generation rich. "Don't make a mess in my house. And also, you should find a job quickly," Sunming said as he tossed a bottle of Coca-Cola to Chen. "Got it, thank you, young master." After returning to his room, Chen turned on the computer and opened the system. Previously, he had absorbed countless innate abilities, but he still didn't know how to use them. Now, it seemed like it was time to study them carefully. Looking at the list of abilities in front of him, Chen clicked on the first one, Devour, to see what it was about. Immediately, a green sphere appeared in the space, continuously spinning, and within moments, the large bed was completely consumed by the sphere. At that moment, Sunming opened the door to enter. He had originally planned to give Chen a new set of bed sheets, but instead, he found his bed had disappeared. Sunming was so furious that he rushed over and grabbed Chen by the collar. He had just warned him not to make a mess, and now, after leaving for just a moment, his $32,000 bed had vanished. "Hey, think about it for a second. Since you bought this place, how many times have you stayed here? Did you forget this room doesn't have a bed? Shannon said earnestly. Such an absurd statement, yet Sunming believed it. It was also because this was the first time he had stayed in this room, so he assumed he had confused the bed with one from another room. Anyway, it's really illogical to ask Shannon to disperse such a big bed in an instant. Shannon escaped one fate, but that night he had to sleep on the ground. The next morning, at 8 a.m. sharp, he woke up to the sound of a phone notification. Still grumbling about being disturbed so early, he discovered that Shannon from the future had sent him a message. He immediately snapped out of his grogginess. How is it? Do you believe me now? Have you absorbed the Primordial Yang? Have you awakened any abilities? Shannon quickly sat up and typed out a reply. I really believe you now, boss. I did absorb the Primordial Yang like you said, but I don't feel anything different in my body. Also, I have awakened my abilities, but I don't know how to use them. Then, Shannon went on to list the 3 abilities he had activated. But after half a day, he still hadn't received a response. Shannon began to get anxious. Could it be that these talents of his were useless? In his impatience, he sent a few more messages, and only after a long time did he get a reply. Bro, did you strike it rich? Wait, no. It's more like we struck it rich. So, does this ability really seem that powerful? Tell me about it. I don't understand it either, but my initial guess is that this ability is very special. Shannon was speechless. He then followed the other's advice and recounted everything that had happened the previous day. From there, Shannon learned that By Weii was also an early awakener. But based on the current situation, she hasn't activated any of her innate talents yet. Only 2 days left. At the northern outskirts villa, while investigating, By Weii will be attacked by an unknown force. After that, she will catch a bullet with her bare hands. Hearing this from his future self, Shannon was extremely excited. Wow, it's that thrilling? Is she that powerful? Tell me, will this goddess eventually become my wife? This time, Shannon from the future was left speechless. He never expected his past self to be this shameless. As for the future, Shannon, even 10 years later, wouldn't dare to predict it. Because from the moment he contacted his past self, the future trajectory had already changed. Only special events originating from the Primordial Yang outbreak would remain unchanged. In just over half a month, the world would undergo a major transformation. From now until then, spiritual energy would recover, and Shannon needed to prepare well to become stronger. If he strayed even a little, he might end up repeating the mistakes of Shannon 10 years later. By then, all their efforts would go up in smoke, their souls scattered, their bones shattered. Although the other person had said that, Shannon wasn't particularly scared, because he had the backing of his future self. As for Shannon 10 years later, even though his soul was currently trapped, he never stopped striving, with the main goal of ensuring that he wouldn't lose his life again. After chatting with his future self for a while, Shannon began to roll over and fall asleep. But this sleep was restless, as he was also anxious inside. If what he would say in the future was true, then he needed to seize the opportunity now, to be one step ahead of others. But exactly what to do, Shannon was not very clear about. He reread the message and then stopped at the information about By Weii. Based on that story, Shannon suspected that another wave of Primordial Yang expansion would happen at the suburban mansion in a few days. Otherwise, what was By Weii doing there? Thinking of this, Shannon decided to go there and lie in ambush first, but before that, he needed to fill his stomach. While eating, Shannon received a message that the Zhu Zu account was live streaming. The little celebrity had just started the livestream and offered the viewers a spring song. But what caught Shannon's attention was a comment that was spammed repeatedly: everyone, quickly go to 564,241. There's someone there performing a fire-blowing act that's incredibly realistic. This comment was repeated so many times that even Zhu Zu became curious about the user performing the fire-blowing act. Like most people, Shannon exited and clicked into the livestream of 564,241. Sure enough, the person was performing a fire-blowing act, but his appearance didn't seem like he was using alcohol for it. So, Chen began to suspect whether this person was someone awakened with supernatural abilities like himself. But before he could watch for long, the live stream was interrupted, and just near the restaurant, there was a fire in an apartment building. Chen felt that something was off because he had just sensed the presence of Primordial Yang. And just as the live stream of 564,241 was interrupted, the fire broke out. It was really a strange coincidence. Chen hurriedly dropped his chopsticks and ran towards the source of the noise. He guessed that the person he was looking for was likely in this area, so he followed the energy signature and ran up the stairs. The fire had only recently occurred, but the apartment had already turned into a pile of debris. As soon as Chen entered, he was unexpectedly attacked by a burst of flames. It was indeed someone with awakened abilities, though the person appeared very weak and seemed to be severely injured. "You're here to catch me, right? Let me tell you, Su Yuan will never go with you," the man said. Chen appeared tense. It wasn't until he got a clearer look at Su Yuan's face that he confirmed this was the same person who had performed the fire-breathing act earlier. But the time since the live stream hadn't been long, yet Su Yuan was already so badly hurt. What exactly had happened? "Bro, don't think like that. I'm not here to catch you, I'm just curious. You just live streamed the fire-breathing thing, right? Who's hunting you down? Are you not working with them?" Su Yuan looked at Chen suspiciously. "What about the earthquake last night?" Chen quickly grasped the key point. "I know about the earthquake last night, but I want to know where you went." Su Yuan held his stomach, his face growing paler by the minute. Before he could respond, two unfamiliar figures appeared. Both Chen and Su Yuan instinctively exclaimed in shock because the newcomers were armed with machine guns. For their own safety, they quickly ducked behind the wall. These two didn't look like armed police officers. In fact, they resembled more like terrorists. Chen couldn't understand why they were hunting Su Yuan, though. He tossed it aside, originally intending to ask that guy to clear things up, but then realized Su Yuan had already disappeared. This guy runs too fast, didn't even give him a heads up. If he had known it would be this troublesome, Chen wouldn't have recklessly run over here. Now that things had reached this point, Chen had initially wanted to negotiate with the two thugs to prevent them from shooting. However, as soon as he stuck his head out from behind the wall, he almost got a bullet in the head. Wanting to survive, Chen started running, curling up his body. The other side chased after him for half a day, constantly firing shots, but didn't see him retaliate. From then on, they assumed Chen was just an ordinary person without any special abilities, and killing an ordinary person for no reason would only cause them trouble. However, even though Chen ran, he couldn't escape. In the end, he was still captured by the two men and subdued with guns. But they only handcuffed him to the window frame, seemingly not intending to take his life. Instead, they began looking for Su Yuan. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he heard the sound of a message notification. He twisted his body in every possible way to finally manage to hold his phone. Sure enough, it was a message from his future self. He reminded him not to trust or engage with any organization except for the Special Handling Bureau. After reading it, Chen looked at the handcuffs on his wrists and could only sigh in helplessness. "Bro, you should have told me earlier. I just got hunted down, and now I've been caught. What should I do now?" Chen reassured him not to panic, then sent a set of cultivation techniques and a set of absorption techniques to Chen. These were things he had planned to wait to send after he had absorbed the second batch of Primordial Yang. But now that Chen has been caught, the plan has no choice but to accelerate. Chen followed the methods in the technique and, not long after, managed to free himself from the handcuffs. He could clearly feel the power transforming his body, filling him with immense strength. Chen could even punch through the wall in front of him with his bare hands. "How is it? Any changes?" The person on the other end anxiously texted. "It's incredible. I now feel full of energy all over my body." At that moment, the two terrorists returned. They had lost track of Su Yuan. Upon seeing Chenin on his phone, they became even more irritated. The blonde man, seeing this, pointed a gun at Chenin's head. He wanted to vent his anger by using Chenin as a punching bag, but the moment he pulled the trigger, Chenin seized the perfect opportunity and delivered a high-level kick straight to the man's throat. The blonde was sent flying, and the gun fell from his hand. "This is bad, he's an awakened one, this kid tricked us. Boss, kill him now," the other one screamed. And so, the remaining man began shooting. Chenin continuously jumped and dodged, but the blonde had already retrieved his gun. With two people attacking, the bullets were too frequent for Chenin to avoid in time. If this continued, he wouldn't last long. He had no choice but to use his devour talent, even though he didn't fully understand how to use it yet. The black hole appeared again, sucking in the bullets one by one. Even those two terrorists were almost sucked in. It was just that Chenin didn't have enough energy to maintain his talent. The devour black hole was getting smaller by the moment. The two terrorists didn't dare to continue their attack, hurriedly returning to report to their organization. After they left, Chenin, feeling utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground. It wasn't until more than an hour and a half later that he regained consciousness. The first thing Chenin did was take out his phone and text Chenin Sr., asking why he had passed out. It was because he had consumed too much mental energy during cultivation. Once he absorbed enough primordial yang, he would feel better. His current strength wasn't enough, he couldn't use too much power, or else, when it ran out, his mental strength would become a serious problem. Chenin also mentioned his plan to go to the suburbs the day after tomorrow to absorb primordial yang. Since it was for a good cause, Chenin Sr. didn't stop him. He just reminded him to be extremely cautious. Also, the two terrorists who had been chasing him would soon return. When they met again, it would be best to eliminate them for his own safety. Chenin, remember this, the world has changed. You must let go of fear and weakness to survive in this world. Chenin was lost in thought for a long while. Indeed, no one understood himself better than he did. The reason he had reduced the size of Devour wasn't merely because of lack of energy but because he had softened. However, after speaking with his future self, this thought disappeared. No matter how difficult the future world might be, Chenin was determined to keep moving forward. While filled with this resolve, he was unaware that he was being secretly watched by Su Yuan. He was still on the phone with someone named Miss Jing. Su Yuan originally intended to bring Chenin back for that person, but Miss Jing asked him to observe him for a while longer. If he truly proved to be capable, she might allow him to join her organization. Chenin had left the ruined building, but had barely taken a few steps when he was knocked unconscious with a blow. When he woke up, he found himself tightly bound with ropes. The person standing before him was none other than By Weii. "Explain yourself, where did you go this afternoon?" This woman was truly rude, always resorting to violence whenever they met. However, this time, Chenin was a bit tougher with his words. As soon as he heard By Wei's question, he immediately retorted. "Sister, why would my whereabouts concern you? Should I report to you even if I get diarrhea? Don't tell me you just think I'm handsome and keep making excuses to meet me." This provocation tactic was indeed effective. By Weii then untied Chenin. Nonsense. Kid, be careful, one day I'll catch you and launch you like a rocket." Chenin was freed from his restraints, twisted his body for a while, and then leaned toward By Weii. He had always been curious about the woman's intentions, so he decided to ask her directly today. But By Weii refused to answer, saying that knowing too much would only bring him harm. Before releasing Chenin, she even reminded him to report back if the person who had asked him to go up Tianling Mountain before called again. Chenin nodded on the surface, but in his heart, he thought to himself, "I'm not stupid, why would I report to her?" Returning home, Sunming, Chenin was so exhausted that he dozed off while sitting. In his dazed state, he felt as though he had entered the devour space, which contained all kinds of things. Chenin had a hypothesis. If he could pull things into this space, then he should also be able to bring them out. So, he started testing this ability, and sure enough, he succeeded. Once he mastered the ability, the first thing Chen did was bring Sunming's bed out. However, he didn't expect that at the exact moment he was doing this, Sunming would walk through the door.
Chen!
Sunming exclaimed, startled as he looked at him.
Chen was scared out of his wits.
Fortunately, Sunming didn't think too much of it and simply assumed that he had just bought a new bed. After that, his attention shifted to the Coca-Cola bottle on the table. This was also something Chen had pulled from the devour space, though the liquid inside was water from the devour space.
Oh, a new Coca?
Sunming said, immediately opening the bottle and drinking it all.
Chen didn't have time to stop him.
At first, Sunming only felt that the drink tasted odd, and about 2 seconds later, he suddenly grabbed his stomach and dashed straight to the bathroom.
Chen didn't know what to say.
He could only hope that the drink would just give him a stomachache, rather than anything more dangerous. While waiting for Sunming to finish his business in the bathroom, Chen took advantage of the time to practice his cultivation, following the method that his elder had sent him. During his cultivation, the aura he released caught the attention of someone who had been watching Chen. So that's it, the person thought to himself. I didn't expect it to be the fierce tiger breathing technique, a skill passed down by the eternal ancient sect. It seems this kid also has some kind of fate, it's just a pity that the breathing technique wasn't perfected. Chen, of course, had no idea that someone was watching him outside, but after a while, Sunming managed to catch up.
Bro, I'm exhausted. What the hell was in that bottle you gave me earlier?
Seeing Sunming out of breath, Chen suggested taking him to the hospital. But Sunming said he just wanted to rest for the night to recover. Not seeing any serious issues with him, Chen packed up his things and immediately headed towards the manor in the suburbs. However, when he arrived, he was stopped by security. While he was still figuring out what to do, a message from his future self popped up. Go straight into the forest outside, at the far end of the forest there's a connection to the other side of the manor. Following the instructions, sure enough, I walked through the forest and found the manor, but it was surrounded by a large metal fence. Chen took a deep breath, then used his bare hands to tear through the fence.
Just then, another message popped up on his phone. Are you inside yet? There's only 10 minutes left until the Primordial Yang transformation.
At that point, a metal tree will appear in the manor, that's when it'll have its strongest vitality, so don't miss it. Chen thought it would be like the last time, a pond, so he hadn't quite figured out what the metal tree was. But before he could find the tree, another problem emerged. A wolf had slipped through the hole in the metal fence and followed him inside. Chen's first thought was to run, but after giving it more thought, he realized that even if he did run, he wouldn't be able to outrun it, it would only fuel its bloodlust further. He had heard that there were many wild beasts in this estate, and now seeing it firsthand, he realized it was true. The hobbies of the wealthy were indeed depraved, keeping wild animals locked up for hunting purposes.
But that wasn't the point.
The real issue was how Chen was going to deal with the wolf. This creature was already difficult to handle in normal circumstances, and now it seemed to have mutated. Before he could even come up with a plan, the wolf lunged straight at him. In the end, he had no choice but to lift his legs and run, though the wolf's speed was too fast for him to escape. Luckily, Chen spotted a large tree ahead. As he got closer, he mustered all his strength and jumped.
The wolf couldn't stop in time and slammed into the tree, dying instantly. To avoid drawing attention, Chen dragged the wolf into his devour space. Only 5 minutes remained until the Primordial Yang eruption.
The ground started shaking again.
Chen hated this earthquake-like sensation the most.
He wasn't sure why, but in that moment, he instinctively climbed up a nearby tree. Before he could even catch his breath, Chen heard By Wei's voice. She was standing quite a distance away from him, but thanks to the megaphone she was using, her voice was clear and loud.
An earthquake has occurred. Everyone, don't panic. Stay where you are and wait for orders.
Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to military regulations. At this moment, Chen finally noticed that besides By Wei, there were many others, a significantly larger number than the last time on Mount Tianling. Although he didn't know why they had the information to come here, he truly didn't want to have any more encounters with the demoness By Weii. Already prepared, Chen took a mask out of his backpack and put it on. Then, he sent a message to his future self, "Bro, there's an earthquake again here. The last time it was the same, what's going on? Don't worry, this is a sign before the Primordial Yang erupts. The stronger the earthquake, the closer the time is to the Primordial Yang eruption. Just be ready to absorb it." Hearing Chen's explanation, the younger Chen felt somewhat reassured. Just as he put his phone away, the tree shook violently again. This time the earthquake was much stronger than before. Coupled with the timing, it seemed that the Primordial Yang was about to erupt. A bare tree suddenly grew out of the ground. Chen went to check, and surprisingly, the tree was made of iron. It seemed this was the landmark his older self had mentioned. Chen quickly sat down, activated both his devour talent and his space ability, and began absorbing the Primordial Yang within it. The value of his talent kept increasing rapidly. Chen was so happy that he hugged the iron tree tightly, continuously saying, "I'm getting rich, I'm getting rich." In fact, this time, he kept devouring the Primordial Yang, and it hadn't run out yet, even after more than 10 minutes. When he stopped for a moment, Chen realized that his devour space had grown much larger compared to before. It seems that absorbing the Primordial Yang will cause his space to level up, which means other innate talents could also be enhanced. Chen thought to himself and then took another look at his 3 innate talents. Among the 3, only Devour had the lowest level, B rank. He then requested the system to help him upgrade this talent. As expected, it was effective, and his talent was upgraded by 1 level to rank A. After that, Chen continued to devour the Primordial Yang. When this process finished, both he and the iron tree left the space created by his talent and returned to the manor. However, Chen was so focused on absorbing the Primordial Yang that he didn't notice he had already returned. His discovery was noticed by Weii and her group. She was about to go over there to check but was knocked into by a tree, causing a large wound on her right shoulder. "Captain, how about you bandage it first?" one of By Wei's subordinates urged. "Alright, you all go over there and drive that person away, don't let him cause trouble here." As soon as she finished speaking, By Wei took out a white cloth, but when she tried to wrap it around her arm, she realized that her wound had disappeared. By Wei was extremely surprised, her body had actually healed automatically. Before she could understand what was happening, several gunshots suddenly rang out. A few of By Wei's subordinates didn't react in time and were shot through the head. The loud bangs from the guns were so disruptive that Chen opened his eyes. The first thing that greeted him was the sight of By Wei catching a bullet with her bare hands as it flew toward her. Indeed, it was just as Chen had predicted. It seems that even the person in charge was in a state of panic when they realized that they couldn't stop the bullets and the mysterious force attacking them had finally shown its true face. Chen was caught in the middle, unable to do anything but hold his breath and wait for them to settle their personal grudges. By Wei and her subordinates quickly took care of the group, but some of them had committed suicide, and there were no clues to be found on their bodies. By Wei suspected they were all professional assassins, and a name started to form in her mind, though she wasn't sure if it was the work of that particular organization. Once the immediate danger had been resolved, they turned their attention to Chen. This young man always seemed to get caught whenever he went out to do something, and this was the second time By Wei had captured him. However, unlike last time, By Wei seemed less interested in him this time. She simply ordered her subordinates to release him. Her subordinate, By Liang, appeared dissatisfied, as Chen's identity hadn't been fully investigated yet. But since By Wei had spoken, he had no choice but to let him go. Unexpectedly, after kneeling for so long, Chen's legs went numb. As By Liang released him, he unconsciously fell forward, and his face immediately slammed into By Wei's chest. In this awkward situation, before she could react, By Liang bristled up. "Kid, are you looking for death? Get out of Captain's way." As he spoke, By Liang angrily took a step forward, only to be kicked away by Chen. Once everything was settled, he stood up straight and calmly brushed his hands as if nothing had happened.
Ah, young people these days are so hot-headed. He was just accidentally falling into the arms of a beautiful woman after all. This time, By Weii was astonished, as By Liang was her most trusted subordinate and also the strongest in the team, yet Chen managed to knock him away with a single strike. Sensing that this person was extremely unusual, By Wei's murderous intent surged. She ordered her subordinates not to open fire and decided to handle Chen herself. However, Chen was the first to awaken and had absorbed quite a bit of Primordial Yang. This battle was clearly uneven. By Weii launched a kick, but not only did she miss, but Chen also grabbed her ankle. Enraged, she tried to punch, but he blocked that as well. Chen assessed that the opponent's strength wasn't bad, but her speed and accuracy were lacking, and her temperament was far from ideal. By Weii became increasingly aggressive, trying to pin Chen down for easier control. However, she didn't anticipate that her actions would be read by him, and she was counterattacked. Chen easily caught her, then tossed By Weii aside with a force that made it feel like throwing a teddy bear. By Liang rushed to catch her, but Chen's throw was too powerful. Not only did he fail to catch the beauty, but he was also knocked down by Weii, gasping for air. Amid this chaos, Chen managed to escape successfully. By Weii lay flat on the ground, gritting her teeth and cursing after him, "Kid, sooner or later, I will deal with you myself." But after saying this, By Weii felt something was off with her body. It seemed as though she had become noticeably stronger, and it seemed like the person in the mask had just helped stabilize her abilities. As for Chen, during his escape, he encountered many mutated creatures, including a giant white snake and an equally massive wild boar. Adding the wolf, more and more strange phenomena had been happening recently. It seemed that the time until the Earth undergoes complete transformation was not far off. Chen, exhausted after a whole day of work, decided to stop by a restaurant near his house to grab a meal. However, to his surprise, he encountered the goddess Zhu Zu in person, live streaming. Such a great opportunity, how could Chen miss it? Without hesitation, he made his way to Zhu Zu's table, introducing himself as her devoted fan, and even managed to sit at the same table as her, appearing in her livestream. Thanks to his good looks, Zhu Zu's fans even eagerly played matchmaker, pushing for a relationship between the two. As for the goddess, after chatting for a while, she could sense Chen's presence and was about to take out her phone to add him as a friend. However, at that very moment, someone rushed over and snatched a piece of meat from Zhu Zu's plate. To call this person human would be an understatement. It was more like a human-shaped monster, seemingly mutated. It wasn't just one, there were at least 3 or 4 others like it in the restaurant. Zhu Zu, being a delicate girl, had no idea what to do in this situation, so she rushed into Chen's arms for protection. As for him, after absorbing the Primordial Yang, he was more than capable of dealing with these monsters. Once the situation was under control, he sat down to chat with the head chef and the staff in charge of the food. It turned out that all the mutated individuals shared one thing in common: they had ordered pork. The 2 staff members confessed that the day before, a man had brought in some meat to sell at a price much lower than the market rate. Wanting to save a little, they decided to buy it. The man also looked quite special, especially his eyebrows. Chen thought of Su Yuan from that day, but the truth still needed to be investigated. So, he asked the kitchen to wrap up all the remaining strange meat for him to take home. The first thing Chen did was to take a photo of the meat and send it to his future self, then he inquired about the situation. The other person quickly explained. "This is the meat of a mutated wild beast, and ordinary people cannot eat it. If they do, they will experience symptoms like what you just saw. Wild beasts are inherently violent, and when they mutate, they carry a virus that causes damage to the brain of normal people who consume it. The negative emotions in the brain will be infinitely amplified, eventually leading to mental chaos and uncontrollable behaviors like what you witnessed. However, this kind of meat is different for awakened ones like Chen. Your body has been transformed by Primordial Yang, so eating this kind of food will actually help you enhance your energy." The staff said the meat was delivered by a man. I guess it was the guy who can spit fire, Su Yuan. Chen responded, I do have some impression of this Su Yuan.
He's backed by a mysterious organization, heavily armed, and they are also after Primordial Yang.
So, I must be cautious.
While the two were still talking, Sunming called to inform him that he had some personal matters tonight and wouldn't be coming home. From Sunming's tone, Chen guessed that he was probably drunk somewhere. But little did he know, Sunming had already mutated at that time and had become an ability user. He didn't want to tell him because he was afraid Chen would be shocked, yet he didn't expect his best friend to awaken even before him. Sunming was still daydreaming about a future where he could become a world-saving hero, helping the bad guys, when suddenly the door to his house opened. The person who entered introduced himself as Hong Jiu from the Special Handling Bureau. He wasn't sure why they had managed to find this place so quickly, but Hong Jiu wanted Sunming to accompany him. When Chen returned home to Sunming's apartment, it was empty, not a soul in sight. He dejectedly sat down and finished the tray of mutated meat he had brought from the store, only to receive a message from Chen the Elder. He announced that 3 days later, the Primordial Yang would erupt again at Yuan Mountain, but there was no map to the mountain. For now, Chen had to go to Yuan village to gather information. Moreover, in 2 days, people from the organization would arrive, so he had to be extra careful. Chen still had no idea what the organization behind Su Yuan was, but since Chen the Elder had said so, and considering his current lack of strength, it was better to remain humble and keep a low profile. While he was focusing on finishing his meal, Chen received another call. This time it was from Zhu Yuan, his university friend. Having heard that Chen was looking for a job, Zhu Yuan recommended a temporary position as a security guard at a food event. He remembered that Chen was really good at fighting. The time was set for 8:00 a.m. the next day, and the location was Yuming Xian, a name that sounded vaguely familiar. Chen thought for a while and then remembered that it was the place Zhu Zu had mentioned during the last livestream. He quickly agreed. It was a chance to earn some money and meet a goddess who could turn that down? At that moment, Zhu Zu was also lying at home, reminiscing about the events earlier in the afternoon. She felt that Chen was both handsome and strong, so she really wanted to meet him again. Little did she know, the very next morning, they would meet again. However, this time, his job was mainly to protect the big star Suowushi. Before officially taking on the job, he had to go through another round of interviews. But Zhu Zu didn't expect the interview to be so sloppy. When it was Chen's turn, the person in charge deliberately made things difficult for him. Perhaps it was because his face was too handsome, which sparked jealousy and made them think he wasn't suited for this bodyguard job. The person in charge even insisted that Chen had to be approved by Han Feng, the person responsible for the bodyguard team, before being hired. Zhu Zu was furious that her friend was being discriminated against. Han Feng, however, was a martial artist with a 7th-degree black belt in the Western Kanando style, and not someone to be taken lightly. At that time, Zhu Zu was sitting there retouching her makeup and overheard the conversation. Her heart raced with anxiety, unsure if Chen would be able to pull it off. The staff members around her started whispering among themselves. They're saying Chen is too flashy, like a monkey, and you can tell right away that he won't make it. Some even think he'll be knocked out by Han Feng and pee his pants. Don't underestimate him, he's really skilled. Shu couldn't help but defend him a little, and her words just happened to be overheard by Chen, which gave him quite a bit of energy. Han Feng was truly worthy of being a black belt martial artist, with decisive punches and kicks, and his speed wasn't bad either. However, he was still just an ordinary person, and it was hard to compare with someone like Chen, who was an awakened one. In the end, Han Feng was pushed back by Chen, and he successfully received Han Feng's approval to become the bodyguard for Star Suowushi. Zhu Zu was thus able to hold her head high, even openly declaring among the crowd that she wanted to exchange WeChat with Chen, which made many people envious to the point of jealousy. Meanwhile, the man in charge, Lo, who had just caused trouble for Chen, was sneaking into the restroom to make a phone call to someone. First child, there's been a little problem. The person I arranged to take care of things has been replaced by a kid who suddenly appeared. He was introduced by a guy named Zhu from the organizing committee. Alright, continue as planned.
the voice on the other end replied. We'll take action once everything is over. Remember who you're working for? Understood. I will follow the organization's orders and will not deviate from them. While Chen and Zhu Zu were scanning each other's QR codes to add each other on WeChat, a supercar suddenly pulled up in front of Yuming Xian. The crowd quickly became a flurry of activity because the big star Su Wuxi had arrived. It was also the moment Chen had to begin his job. When he had to separate from Zhu Zu, she seemed somewhat reluctant. The older sister was, as expected of a famous star, creating such a stir the moment she appeared that the audience at the event had to scramble and push just to catch a glimpse of her. Although Zhu Zu knew Chen's task was to protect Su Wuxi, she still felt a bit unwilling when she saw him rush over toward her. In the chaos, she almost stumbled, but in the blink of an eye, Chen appeared and expertly caught her. This moment caught Su Wuxi's attention, though for some reason, it seemed to annoy her a bit. So, when she got into the car, she casually mentioned it, making a comment about him. Mr. Chen really is quite enthusiastic, being my temporary assistant but still caring about protecting other women. Just by the way, if it were someone else, they would do the same. Chen leaned back in his chair, responding casually, have you ever seen a bodyguard as undisciplined as me? Sorry, Miss Sua, I didn't sleep enough last night, but how I look doesn't matter. What matters is that I can protect you. Seeing Chen lose control of his words, and not even appearing to be charmed by her beauty, Su Wuxi grew even more frustrated. However, he couldn't be bothered to care and took out his phone to text himself. Brother, do you know Su Wuxi? I'm her personal bodyguard now, a living celebrity. Chen grew up very quickly, and as soon as he read the text Chen Jr. had sent, he immediately realized he was at Yuming Xian. This was because in his past life, Zhu Yuan had also sent an invitation, but Chen failed to defeat Han Feng and was rejected. Chen also revealed an important piece of information. Today, Su Wuxi was going to be kidnapped at an event because of some involvement with an organization, so Chen Jr. had to pay special attention to her. The event was extremely lively, and Su Wuxi's charisma was immense, enough to make people forget about their safety and continue pushing forward. As for Chen, after receiving the message about the kidnapping, he became highly alert, working very professionally, and made sure no one could get close to the celebrity headquarters. Seeing him working seriously, Su Wuxi decided not to dwell on what happened earlier and handed him a towel to wipe off his sweat. During a brief moment of relaxation, Chen used his sensory abilities to check if there were any dangers around, and he noticed a cardboard box in the hands of a staff member. It was said to be the prize for this competition, and inside was a rare fruit that grew on a mountain. Chen moved a little closer and realized that the crates of fruit were radiating Primordial Yang. He then guessed that the people trying to cause trouble today were after this. But if their goal was Primordial Yang, why did they still want to kidnap Su Wuxi? Chen couldn't figure it out, so he could only keep his eyes fixed on the target, doing his best to prevent her from being taken. When Su Wuxi stepped onto the stage, before she could say more than a few words, a crazed fan holding a sign rushed forward, incessantly professing his love for the star. Seeing him break through the barrier, Han Feng quickly stepped forward to stop him, but unexpectedly, the fan shoved him with a painful force. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Han Feng couldn't react in time, and the fan began to charge toward the stage. Chen rushed forward and kicked him, saying, "Who sent you here?" At that moment, Lao Dui appeared to intervene. "Enough, take him away." He and Han Feng each grabbed a limb of the fan, subduing him. It seemed the fan was part of a plan to kidnap Su Wuxi, but because Chen was too strong, he couldn't get past the blockade. Chen also had a vague sense that the fan was unusual. Not wanting this situation to escalate, he pulled Han Feng backstage. Su Wuxi might be in danger, but what did he mean by that? Of course, Chen couldn't tell him that he knew the future. It can only be said that the backstage team is unreliable, yet the event attracted too many viewers. If chaos were to occur, you wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Han Feng understood the reasoning and arranged for more bodyguards outside, while Chen stayed close to protect the female celebrity inside. Another tiring day passed by. Afterward, Chen returned to the hotel to take a shower. He silently sighed in relief,
glad that no new dangers had arisen, apart from that obsessive fan.
However, still feeling uneasy, before going to bed, he decided to use his sensitivity to check the surroundings. Su Yuan was in the next room, yet he could no longer sense her presence. His heart skipped a beat. Realizing that she hadn't been gone for long, Chen followed her trail. To his surprise, Su Yuan had voluntarily stepped outside, and she was still safe. But as he followed her, he discovered she had gone to meet By Weii. How did these two know each other? While lost in thought about this, Chen suddenly sensed a heavy murderous aura. A dagger came flying from somewhere. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he dodged it just in time, and it embedded itself in the wall, showing just how powerful the throw had been. Damn you, ruining my plans. Go meet your maker. Chen heard a scream right beside him. Turning around, he discovered that the person was the same guy he had beaten up earlier that day. He held two knives in his hands, one pinned to the wall, the other aimed directly at Chen and flying toward him. But you're not backing down either. Chen immediately pulled out the gun he had taken from the two terrorists earlier. The obsessed fan was terrified upon seeing this. He probably didn't expect an ordinary bodyguard like him to be carrying a firearm. Chen fired several shots, but none of them hit the target. The man quickly fled, disappearing in an instant. Chen felt a bit regretful for not hitting the bastard in a vital spot, but the gunshots were bound to attract the police. He guessed that the bad guys wouldn't dare act anymore today. He then stowed both the gun and the knives back into his space. After Su Yuan finished speaking with By Weii, he followed her back to her room. It wasn't until the movie star had fallen asleep that Chen dared to go to bed himself. At that moment, another woman was watching him, the same one who had been observing him when he was practicing martial arts at Sunming's house. She was the superior of the obsessed fan. You shouldn't have provoked him. The fan clutched his shoulder, where he had been shot, his face already pale from the pain. I just wanted to test his strength. The higher-ups want to assess him to help the organization decide its future direction. Remember this carefully, this person is very strong, you must not provoke him. The organization doesn't want any more powerful enemies like him. Yes, but I heard Su Yuan say the higher-ups are considering recruiting him into the organization. That's none of your concern. As for that girl Su Yuan, we don't need to worry too much, but you should keep a close eye on Chen. The matter of the aristocracy is not something we should get involved in, you should know what to do yourself. After saying this, the woman vanished. The fanatical man clicked his tongue, then forcibly removed the needle from his shoulder and limped away. A peaceful night passed. The next morning, the event had reached its final segment, the awards ceremony. Chen continued to keep a close watch on Su Yuan, which made the people from the organization under the stage squint their eyes in irritation. He was even harder to deal with than they had imagined, but they still whispered to each other, urging patience. After all, their mission wasn't just about Su Yuan, they needed to seize the award as well. However, approaching Su Yuan was difficult because Chen was not easy to deal with. Yet, among those responsible for the awards, someone from the organization had already infiltrated, so they were ready to act. On the other side, Chen had also sensed danger. Soon, the event organizers announced the first winner. I am me, I'm here. Chen immediately became alert, for although only one winner had been declared, two voices had spoken up. He then sensed the presence of death chi. Not good, could the real winner have been eliminated already? At that moment, a man with an excited face rushed forward. As soon as he grabbed the orange filled with Primordial Yang, he immediately flashed a sinister smile. It's in hand now, let's move. Immediately, many people from the stand surged forward, heading straight for Su Yuan and Chen. Surrounded by multiple attackers at once, Chen remained calm, even finding the time to remind Su Yuan to hide behind him. However, before he could even demonstrate his martial skills, those bastards had already collapsed. Chen observed carefully and realized they had been hit by tranquilizer needles, much like the sleepy detective Kagoro, and had all fallen unconscious. The security team quickly rushed in to clean up the mess,
but Chenin was also targeted by a tranquilizer dart.
He was quick enough to activate his spatial ability. The dart went straight into it and didn't touch Chenin at all. But then, he saw By Weii in the audience. She was indiscriminately attacking everyone, including him.
Therefore, Chenin pretended to fall as if he had been hit. Han Feng, worried below the stage, rushed up, but was stopped by several security guards. Only then did he realize they weren't part of his security team. However, as soon as these people showed their work ID badges, Han Feng dared not take another step. All the attackers were taken away, except for Chenin, who was brought to By Wei's private room.
Su Yuan followed along with them.
Seeing Chenin lying motionless on the sofa, she seemed quite concerned.
What's wrong? Is he okay? He's fine, just passed out. It seems like you're worried about him?
Not at all, but he's my bodyguard.
What? I don't even know why you used a tranquilizer on him. I also heard you've awakened your powers, haven't you?
Based on this conversation, Chenin initially guessed that they had known each other for a long time. However, the information that By Weii accidentally revealed later was truly shocking. The famous celebrity Su Yuan not only shared the common surname Sua, but she was actually the young lady of the Sua family, one of the top 4 influential families in Yinchang.
Chenin tried to control his expression since he was pretending to faint. The head of the Sua family was Sua Batian, a figure well known throughout Yinchang.
His business empire spanned the entire country, with vast capital resources, and he owned many entertainment companies. There had been rumors before that Su Yuan was an exclusive artist of the entertainment company under the Sua family, but now it became clear that her identity was far more complicated. She was actually a princess of Yinchang. The two women conversed for a long while before By Weii stood up and lazily stretched her arms.
Everyone I sent is an elite, nothing will happen.
The issues here have been resolved, so I should head back. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the door suddenly cracked open. The bodyguard guarding the door outside was also thrown into the room before By Wei's astonished gaze. What was even more surprising was that Su Yuan was the first to react. Her martial skills were clearly impressive, but she wasn't strong enough to overpower the one who had barged in, and thus was pushed back. It was a man with a rough, aggressive appearance. As soon as he stormed in, he immediately asked, "Where's the spirit fruit?"
Chenin remained motionless, but his suspicions had been confirmed.
These villains had indeed come because of the fruits radiating Primordial Yang.
"I don't know what you're talking about," By Weii replied.
No sooner had she spoken than the opponent lunged at her, delivering a punch. By Weii, however, was as quick as a flash, crossing her arms to block the blow. Her attacker, intrigued by her strength, followed up with a kick. By Weii was able to defend herself, but the force of the strike was overwhelming, nearly breaking her bones. Chenin kept lying still, not daring to open his eyes, but from the sounds, he could tell that By Weii was in a disadvantageous position. However, he felt no fluctuation of Primordial Yang. This meant that the man was not an awakened one, but how could an ordinary person possess such power? "I'm bored, let's finish this," the man suddenly said. Then, By Weii was struck in the abdomen, coughing up blood and falling backward. The man seemed ready to gather all his strength for a final kick, and Su Yuan rushed forward, trying to stop him. But at that moment, the metal beard sensed something sharp, like a knife, slicing past his face, narrowly missing and almost cutting him. When he regained his composure, By Weii had already been taken by Chenin. The object that had whizzed past his face was a room access card, now embedded in the wall. "You're awake." By Weii, startled, glanced at Chenin. "I'm not unconscious, I was just messing around with you guys." As soon as these words were spoken, both By Weii and Su Yuan felt uneasy. Chenin hadn't fainted, which meant that everything they had set up until now had been overheard by him. Chenin gently placed By Weii back onto the sofa. The pressure from his hand eased her pain a little. By Weii realized that Chenin was helping her tend to her injuries, and her cheeks couldn't help but flush. Perhaps out of gratitude, she reminded him that the man they were dealing with was very powerful, and even he might not be a match for him. You should leave now, this has nothing to do with you.
But running away was not Chen An's style.
The man with the iron beard, upon seeing a stronger opponent appear, became even more excited and wasn't about to let Chen An go so easily. I thought you were some kind of expert from somewhere, but it looks like you're just an ordinary person not worth mentioning. You don't need to guess my background, I'm just a regular handsome guy. Even if you take my life, no one will come to cause trouble for you. As soon as Chen An finished speaking, both By Weii and Su Yuan turned pale with fear. The way he had spoken meant that their opponent wouldn't hold back anymore, and wouldn't show any mercy. But Chen An remained calm. Even if the other person was really strong, he was confident that in order to defeat him, that person would need to return to the womb and train for several more decades. His defiant posture, especially the middle finger proudly raised, drove the man with the iron beard mad. At that moment, Chen An felt the aura of the Primordial Yang stirring. It turns out that he wasn't an ordinary person, it was just that he had completely suppressed the Primordial Yang power he had absorbed, which was why he hadn't emitted any aura earlier. Now, due to his anger reaching its peak, he revealed a little of it. It seems that the breathing technique he cultivated is far from simple. The opponent charged aggressively, but from the very first move, he missed, and instead, it gave Chen An a chance to counterattack. He took a punch from Chen An, but quickly retaliated with a knee strike. Chen An raised his hand to block, only to realize that when he made contact with the opponent, his strength was being drained away. It seemed that not only could he devour the attacks from this bearded man, but he could also store them.
After a while of fighting, the bearded man was left gasping for breath, while Chen An remained calm, with enough leisure to observe the surroundings. The sounds of the battle outside had grown so loud that they were inaudible to him, but he couldn't sense any death chi. It seemed that everyone was just putting on a show, and the event with spirit fruits as the prize was a trap set by the Su Yuan family, aimed at ensnaring those who were eyeing the spirit fruits. What he hadn't expected was that someone this strong would emerge from among them. It seems that the military, which originally intended to cooperate with the Su Yuan family, was now hesitant to offend the mysterious organization, so they had to wait and see who would win between the Su Yuan family and the bearded man.
Kid, who the hell are you?
Do you know that offending us means you should keep your mouth shut during battle? Chen An cut him off and then declared loudly, "You've lost." When he threw his punch, the bearded man with the iron beard also struck. The two punches collided directly, and the one who lost was, of course, not the protagonist. Just now, he had absorbed so much of his power. Chen An kept absorbing the hits, then returned everything to him with this blow. Looking at the man sprawled on the ground, Chen An could finally exhale. Lui Jing was the expert sent by the Chen family. It was said that he was an ancient martial artist. Su Yuan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, "Chen An, do you know? Lui Jing is an ancient martial artist." Chen An remained silent for a few seconds, not expecting that ancient martial artists still existed in this world. With the appearance of the Primordial Yang, it was very likely that those called ancient martial artists would start emerging from the shadows. They seemed to have a special method for absorbing the Primordial Yang, and moreover, the long inherited martial arts techniques were very helpful for cultivation. Otherwise, aside from Chen An, who had received guidance from his future self, no one could have reached this level right after awakening. Su Yuan added, "The master of this Lui Jing is Yen Master. It is said that his abilities are supernatural. The current awakened ones are no match for him." Chen An had taken the life of his disciple, so it was highly likely that Yen Master would seek revenge. Su Yuan was worried for Chen An because of this. She even volunteered to take responsibility, saying that the Su Yuan family was the cause of this issue. If Yen Master came looking for trouble, it would be with the Su Yuan family. "Chen An, I'm so sorry for involving you in this. I originally thought you were just an ordinary martial arts expert, I didn't expect." Su Yuan's voice was filled with regret. "No need, the person was brought down by me, you don't need to worry about me. If that Yen Master or whatever wants to settle scores with me, tell him I'll be waiting." Although Chen An took responsibility upon himself, Su Yuan couldn't just leave it like that. After all, the reason he acted against Lui Jing was because of them. Moreover, Yen Master wasn't the only threat, there was also the Chen family. Since they had suffered a loss and gained nothing, they would surely find a way to take revenge. And Chen was her vulnerable relative, someone without any backing, so he would definitely become a target. By Weii, who had been lying flat on the sofa, raised her head after hearing this. She wanted to invite Chen to join her military, at least then he would have some protection. However, it was also By Weii who had intended to shoot him earlier. Chen had already held a grudge, so sooner or later, he would have to get back at Elle to vent his anger. Thus, despite the invitations from the two beautiful women, he was hardly moved. "I'm tired after a whole day, I'm going home to sleep." It was only on his way home that Chen had time to check his phone. Zhu Yuan and a few other friends had sent messages to check on him, their tone full of concern. Chen responded with a few simple messages to let them know he was fine. Su Yuan was particularly cautious about Yen Master and the ancient martial artists, indicating that this person's strength was no trivial matter. Feeling uneasy, Chen decided to send a message to his future self to ask for advice. The reply he received was this message: "Don't worry about him. The things left by those stubborn old men aren't worth your time. Just focus on improving your own strength." Chen was very pleased with this arrogant attitude that didn't let anyone into his eyes. As expected, the man he was 10 years later hadn't changed much. Speaking of which, when he got to his front door, Chen suddenly realized that his pocket was empty. The keycard to open the door had vanished without a trace. Recalling his memory, CLC remembered that he had used the card as a throwing weapon earlier. At that moment, he thought it was pretty cool, but now, standing in front of his door, he couldn't even get in. With no other choice, Chen had to call Sunming. However, as soon as the call connected and before he could say anything, he heard the anxious voice of the young man on the other end. "Sorry, my friend, there's some family matter going on right now, I can't let you in. That apartment, please keep an eye on it for me." After hearing this, Chen felt that something was off, but when he asked, Sunming kept insisting that there was nothing wrong, only that his family had something going on, and they wouldn't be able to stay in touch frequently in the near future. Then, he hung up. Chen didn't have time to ask anything else. Little did he know, since Sunming was taken by the Special Task Force, he had been through hellish training. His ambition of becoming a savior had been extinguished. Now, Sunming only wanted to live like an ordinary person. Chen stared at the abruptly ended call, feeling restless and anxious. But at the moment, all he could do was hope his friend was safe, as there was nothing more he could do. The most urgent problem was still the room key. With Sunming not coming back, Chen had no choice but to grit his teeth and spend 200 coins to call a locksmith. "As soon as I entered the house, the phone rang with an unknown number. Hello, are you still doing well?" Chen had just picked up the phone when a sweet, almost diabetic voice came from the other end. "Is that Zhu Zu?" The voice on the other end giggled, sounding quite pleased that the other person still recognized their voice. "It seems you're a real die-hard fan after all." Chen, thrilled to receive a call from his idol, couldn't help but feel overjoyed. During the chaotic event, Zhu Zu had heard that Chen had been taken away, so she was deeply concerned and had asked Zhu Yuan for his phone number to personally call and check on him. Now, hearing his voice strong and clear, she could finally feel at ease about his health. "I just got home. I've taken a few days off to rest." Zhu Zu began to chat. "By the way, where do you live?" Chen had asked casually, not expecting Zhu Zu to immediately respond. But the catch was, she lived in Yuan village. What a coincidence! Just the other day, Chen had mentioned that the third outbreak of Primordial Yang would happen in that area. It seemed the world really was a small place. "My place is hard to find, but the scenery here is beautiful. If you have time, you can come here to enjoy the view." Zhu Zu noticed he hadn't replied for a while, so she continued. With the goddess herself extending an invitation, and since he had business to attend to in the Yuan village area anyway, Chen agreed. Zhu Zu didn't expect him to agree so quickly, and her cheeks involuntarily turned bright red. "Is this a date?" Zhu Zu, "No, don't be shy.
She silently thought to herself, perhaps by then, this girl had already started thinking about what to name her child. The two quickly agreed that Chen would soon go to Wan Yuan, and Zhu Zu would definitely pick him up. After hanging up, Chen, in a cheerful mood, began his training. Half an hour passed, but there was no significant progress. It seemed the amount of Primordial Yang he had collected was still too little. With this, facing powerful experts like Yen Master would indeed be like using a stone to strike against a tree. Just when he was still troubled and unsure how to resolve it, Chen, 10 years later, sent another message.
Chen, beaming with laughter, couldn't help but lose sight of his homeland.
It seemed that when something was truly difficult, one had to rely on themselves. The future version of him had just sent him a new book titled Star-Breaking Blade Technique. Chen quickly learned the star-breaking blade technique, but since the earth hadn't descended into chaos yet, finding a proper blade was nearly impossible. He could only practice with a badminton racket, so he still hadn't fully found the right feel. When things finally calmed down, Chen realized something. In order to master the star-breaking blade technique, even Sunming's house had been transformed by him into a pigsty.
It took him about an hour to finish cleaning up.
Once done, Chen dashed out to the bus station and caught the earliest bus to Wan Yuan village.
On the way, Chen kept dozing off.
In his drowsy state, he entered his space again. Inside, the iron tree from the estate that Chen had sucked into his space earlier was still there. Seeing that it was good material, Chen decided to use it to forge a blade.
Yet you really succeeded.
It seems that within this space, you can control everything according to your will.
Chen tested the water surface again. Spirit water, it can actually change according to my thoughts.
At that moment, he was able to walk on the water's surface as if it were solid ground, without sinking. Chen was so excited that he used the lingering wave traceless step to try running a few steps. After running for half a day, he returned to the iron tree, where he had forged many swords in one go. Watching the swords fall from the tree trunk like rain, Chen felt like he was the champion of the world. In his excitement, he ordered the iron tree to turn into a mountain for him. But this time, nothing happened at all.
Chen couldn't help but feel a bit dejected.
It seemed that within this space, he couldn't freely create things, he could only transform the shapes of existing objects. Stop sleeping, we're at the station. Chen woke up, feeling someone continuously shaking him. He opened his eyes and saw an auntie staring at him intently.
Sorry, I fell asleep. He quickly grabbed his belongings and got off the bus.
Although the place was remote, the scenery was truly beautiful.
Zhu Zu hadn't lied to him.
Chen looked around for a while, making sure no one was watching him. He then tiptoed and ran at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person. Soon, he reached Wan Yuan village. Not seeing a sign at the entrance of the village, Chen asked an older man to inquire about the situation.
Elder uncle, may I ask if this is Wan Yuan village? Are you from outside?
That's right, I came to meet a classmate. It was just an ordinary response, but no one expected that as soon as Chen finished speaking, the uncle's face visibly darkened. You little brat, don't lie to me.
You're one of those from the archaeology team, aren't you?
You people always like to deceive us simple folks. The person who came last time also said he was looking for someone, but last night, he quietly brought people to the back of the mountain to dig for antiques. Chen found himself being scolded for no reason, but he didn't feel upset. The information this elder uncle had just provided was far more important. It seemed that quite a few people had been here before him, but who exactly were they?
Was it By Wei's military team or the mysterious organization behind Su Yuan?
Lost in thought, Chen stood there passively, letting the uncle yell at him all he wanted. However, he suddenly heard Zhu Zu's voice.
Dad, I've bought everything.
Zhu Zu.
Chen stuck his head out.
The atmosphere quickly shifted to one of excitement. Zhu Zu hadn't expected that this young man would arrive so quickly, and the uncle Chen had just asked for directions from turned out to be her father. Only then did the uncle believe that Chen had come to meet a classmate, but he hadn't expected the person he was looking for was his own daughter. Zhu Zu's father immediately turned around, took out his phone, and called her mother. "Come home quickly, the fire's about to start. Your daughter's about to be stolen away by some brat." Chen and Zhu Zu ignored him, immersing themselves in the ambiguous atmosphere of love. At this moment, while the two were happily chatting, a girl with dark purple hair and yellow-orange eyes was hiding on the rooftop, observing and saying, "Ha, you really came." Chen smiled and said, "I cast a spell for you," spreading his hand out for Zhu Zu to see. Zhu Zu was surprised and asked him, "You know magic?" Chen happily replied, "Count to 3, and don't blink." Zhu Zu agreed, "All right. 1, 2. As soon as he reached 3, a bracelet appeared, which he took out from within his space. The bracelet had intricate patterns that were very beautiful, with a prominent chibi-style figure of the goddess of love. Zhu Zu was stunned, her face filled with joy. She looked at the beautiful bracelet and said loudly, "Wow, how did you do this? It's so pretty. But it's too valuable, Seeing her so happy, Chen replied, "I made it myself, it's not expensive, as long as you like it." Zhu Zu tightly held the bracelet in her hand, bringing it up to her chest. She smiled happily, her cheeks flushed, and said, "I really like it, but you can't give me such a precious thing again next time." Chen was a bit confused upon hearing this and asked, "Next time?" Zhu Zu, feeling her face turn red, became flustered, her eyes spinning in confusion, and quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant." Suddenly, Chen was startled, sensing something, then abruptly turned his head behind him, thinking to himself, "Killing intent." Zhu Zu stood there, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She asked him, "What's wrong with you?" Chen regained his composure upon hearing her question and replied, "It's fine." Just then, Zhu Zu's father returned, his presence radiating an aura of hostility, his face slightly angry as he glared at Chen with bloodshot eyes. His voice was cold as he spoke to him, causing Chen to shudder and break out in a cold sweat. He said, "Are you done talking? It's time to find your mother." Seeing her father arrive, Zhu Zu looked a little regretful and said to Chen, "Sorry, I was about to finish my sentence, but then you changed the topic to ask him." "Right, where is he? Not leaving that quickly, right?" Hearing Zhu Zu's question, he pointed his thumb toward the village and said, "I found a place nearby, in case you miss me." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt the killing intent and the angry expression of Zhu Zu's father directed at him, causing his face to turn pale. Then Zhu Zu and her father went back home. As they walked away, she turned her head slightly and spoke softly. Later, when they kept in touch, he also waved his hand to bid her goodbye. When the two of them left, the atmosphere seemed to settle, and he coldly suppressed his smile. Chen slipped his hands into his pockets and looked toward the fields. Who is she? Everything fell silent. Then, a woman suddenly appeared in the hazy air and asked, "How did you notice me?" He answered indifferently, "Instinct." "Is that why you followed me?" At this moment, the woman's figure became clearer, and she walked over to where Chen was standing, replying, "Following you wouldn't be quite right. After all, you're the one who came later. So it turns out you're Mu Lin Shua." She bypassed Chen and said, "I want to cooperate with you. Come with me." Mu Lin Shua led the way, and Chen silently followed her. As she walked, she said, "Perhaps you felt the disturbance, which is why you came, right? Our goals might be similar. I feel we could cooperate." Then they walked to a small house in the village. Mu Lin Shua continued, "After all, the two of us have cooperated at least once, right?" Chen, standing behind, didn't say a word, his face clearly showing disdain. At the same time, Su Yuan stepped out of the house and said, "We meet again." Upon seeing him, Chen's discomfort was evident. He gritted his teeth, his face full of contempt, and angrily spoke in a cold tone, Do you think you're a reliable partner?" Hearing this, Su Yuan became flustered, his hands and feet awkward as he tried to explain, "I was just too scared back then, but this time I won't be like that." Mu Lin Shua glanced at Su Yuan with an emotionless face and said, "Looks like there's a story here." Chen, still standing with his arms crossed,
glared at Su Yuan with an angry expression. He tilted his head and asked, "Why should I trust you?" Seeing Chen's attitude, Su Yuan anxiously tried to explain, "The flames inside me are getting out of control, and this time I just want to find a way to control the power within me." Su Yuan continued, "An awakened one's power needs to be used constantly, or else it backfires, but if I release the flames carelessly, it's easy to be detected." Mulin Shua added, "I'm the same, I have to use my abilities all the time." Su Yuan asked Chenin with some doubt, "Don't you feel this way?" Chenin, still showing disdain, didn't even look at Su Yuan as he replied, "My power isn't as obvious as that." At this moment, Mulin Shua turned to the main topic. "I received news that between 6 and 7 o'clock today, there will be fluctuations underground, and at that time, Primordial Yang may emerge. Do you have any news?" Chenin, upon hearing her, began to think. The people from that organization were not easy to deal with. Having an assistant wouldn't be a bad thing, especially since they had shown their sincerity. He then spoke, "Wan Yuan Mountain, southwest direction, whether you believe it or not, it's up to you." Mulin Shua and Su Yuan seemed to doubt this claim. "What?" Mulin Shua spoke up. "With our current technology, it's impossible to determine the exact location, but I trust you." Chenin responded, "When the time comes, I only need the Primordial Yang. I don't care about the rest." Su Yuan seemed unable to believe her ears and asked, "It's that simple?" Mulin Shua smiled and replied, "No problem. We only need the position where the change occurs, and then the deal is made." Before he could finish his sentence, Chenin was startled and turned his head, looking at them. The house you're seeing right now is burning fiercely." He slightly changed color, feeling worried, as that was the direction of Wan Yuan village. Zhu Zu, the fire was still raging, with thick smoke rising into the air. Mulin Shua looked at the fire and said, "How could a sealed warehouse like that explode with no air inside? Or could it be due to the release of qi? I wonder if this village will be destroyed." Hearing that, Su Yuan sneered and said, "If this backward place gets destroyed, who cares?" Upon hearing his words, Chenan's face darkened, his gaze turning icy. He then jumped down from above and ran towards the fire. Seeing this, Su Yuan remarked, "What's this kid's intention? Do you think that brat can survive?" Mulin Shua, standing with her arms crossed, said, "There's no other way. This time, so many forces are coming. To gain any advantage, we have to cooperate with him. I heard he defeated Louis Jing, and that kid has some connection with By Weii." She then left, but before going, she reminded Su Yuan, "I don't care what you do, but if you mess up the plan, you know the consequences." Hearing Mulin Shua's words, Su Yuan gritted his teeth in anger and said, "You'll regret it sooner or later." At that moment, the phone screen lit up with a message. Chenin anxiously texted He Zhu Zu, "Was the place near you just set on fire? Are you okay?" Zhu Zu replied, "I'm fine. It's just the room next door caught fire out of nowhere, so we're helping out." Chenin, still worried, texted back, "Be careful, alright?" He used his skills and saw Zhu Zu busy helping others. He thought to himself, "It seems she's still a little injured, but it's no big deal." His phone buzzed with a new message. He asked Chenin, "In the future, will Wan Yuan village be affected?" Chenin from the future immediately replied, "It seems that Wan Yuan village will suffer a large fire that will burn everything down, and after that, Zhu Zu will no longer be seen live streaming." Reading the message, Chenin was extremely worried and quickly made a call. On the other end, Zhu Zu answered the phone. "Hello, it's me." Before she could finish her sentence, Chenin interrupted and said, "Can you come back to Yinchang? Come back tonight, and bring your family too, go somewhere far." Chenin hurriedly urged Zhu Zu, but she was confused and asked, "Ha? What are you talking about?" Chenin didn't have time to explain, and only said loudly, "The world is changing, your village is about to be destroyed. Since the fire started, don't you think something's off?" Zhu Zu froze for a moment, then thought carefully and said, "Actually, there was a warehouse fire last night, and with everything that's happened recently, there hasn't been a fire in Wan Yuan village for years." Then she hesitated and asked him, "Do you know something?"
At this point, Chen regained his calm and said, I don't know how to explain it, but all I want is for you to trust me. Then, without saying anything else, he hung up the phone. From a distance, he saw Zhu Zu and her father arguing. Soon, her father left, leaving her standing alone. She stood still and took out her phone to type something. Chen's phone lit up with a message notification from Zhu Zu. She wrote, I need to talk to my parents for a bit, but I still want to thank you for caring about me. Chen read Zhu Zu's message and reflected on it. It made sense. After all, how could anyone simply leave just because of a single word from someone? At that moment, his concerns shifted to something else. He thought to himself, it must be almost time. Is this really the place my future self said has the most abundant vital energy? And there are supposed to be unimaginable changes here too? The sky at that moment grew cloudy as the clouds quickly moved in, blocking the bright moon, and everything seemed to darken. The ground began to shake, vibrating, and the entire village trembled along with it. The villagers started to panic, shouting loudly, "Earthquake! Run!" From beneath the ground, columns of light shot up in all directions, each glowing in different colors: green, red, purple, yellow. Then, a massive explosion occurred, and several people dressed in black shouted, "It's starting!" Everyone gathered together. They stood in the flames, which seemed to have energy lines swirling around them. Suddenly, a beam of light flew past one of the black-clad figures, and he cried out. By Weii, along with a group of armed individuals, was meticulously equipped. She ordered them, put out the fire first, then we'll handle the rest. From within the flames, a loud voice shouted. Do you want to die? Who told you to put out the fire? Su Yuan emerged, his body surrounded by flames, his eyes also burning with fire. His face darkened as he continued. You're interrupting my cultivation. Because he possessed fire abilities, he could absorb energy from the flames to enhance his strength, which was why he was so angry when others tried to put out the fire. He saw By Weii and immediately said, Iron attribute ability. By Weii did not expect to encounter a woman like her here. Upon hearing this, her face darkened, and she coldly stared at Su Yuan. Then, the group of fake awakeners gathered to put out Su Yuan's flames. At this moment, Su Yuan became even angrier. He stretched his hand forward, concentrating to form a small fireball, shouting loudly, Nosy woman. Suddenly, the fireball flew toward By Weii. She blocked the flames with one hand, exclaiming, What is this? He stood there, smugly saying, Your body can block my fire, but I wonder how your clothes will fare? If you keep meddling, I'll burn your clothes off. By Weii took off her outer coat and threw it on the ground. Her blood was boiling, her eyes widened, and yellow spiritual energy appeared around her. She said, The man wants to die. She leaped with force, flying straight toward Su Yuan, while he confidently shouted, Come on, I'm ready. Then, he clapped his hands together, sending bursts of fire toward By Weii. She cried, It's too hot. And quickly retreated, hiding behind a large rock to avoid Su Yuan's attack. He said to her, quite nimble, I wonder if you move like this in bed too. Come out here, let's keep playing. She refused to back down, replying, Your mouth is really filthy. Su Yuan chuckled mockingly and said, Ha, my mouth can do more. At that moment, By Weii threw something towards Su Yuan. He used his fire ability to block it, but before he understood what was happening, he screamed, Ah! Suddenly, By Weii rushed to Su Yuan's side. He shouted, What? Before he could react, a punch landed squarely on his face, making him grit his teeth and let out a cry. The old man Su Yuan was knocked back by Wei's punch, his body trembling slightly, half of his face swelling up, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. He wiped the blood away and said, You dare hit me? Just calmly wait for death. By Weii cracked his knuckles, his face full of killing intent. His sharp, cold eyes flashed with a blue lightning-like gleam, and he continued, Well, coincidentally, it's only just beginning. Mu Lin Shua, also hidden not far behind, said, That kid can't accomplish anything. If it weren't for hiding his true strength, then this time. Meanwhile, Chen stood on a high hill looking down. Everything around him was now engulfed in flames. He said, "The temperature around here is getting higher and higher." A surge of green spiritual power erupted around him, and suddenly, a small flame ignited at his feet, causing him to shout in panic, "Oh no, it's already burning my feet." Gradually, larger flames spread out. He stomped his feet to put out the fire, still shouting, "Hot, hot, hot! Get away from me!" Chen enveloped himself in a shield of green spiritual energy and thought, "The fire has spread here. When will the essence finally?" He seemed to sense something, turned his head, and thought to himself, "It's here." Chen began to activate his spatial skill, initiating the devouring technique. While absorbing the essence, his potential rapidly surged. After absorbing it, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, a satisfied, rosy face," he said, as if his strength had reached double what it was before. Then, suddenly, he sensed something, immediately leaping to another spot as a small wisp of smoke rose from the ground. Suddenly, Mu Lin Shua's voice rang out. "Chen, where's the cooperation you mentioned?" Hearing her ask, he immediately responded, "Didn't I already tell you the location? Why haven't you come?" Chen sharply retorted, "Your sincerity is lacking, and you still have the face to blame me?" He then asked again, "Where's your teammate?" Mu Lin Shua, still in her invisible form, fell silent when Chen asked, showing no reaction. Chen, surprised, said, "No. No way? Has he abandoned you again?" Mu Lin Shua glided past him, revealing herself, and said, "Forget about him. We'll cooperate, just the two of us. Right now, the area is surrounded by fire, and the concentration of original essence is getting higher and higher, sure to attract experts. I want to set up an invisibility formation nearby, and I need you to cooperate." Chen, with a blank expression, asked, "Form the array? What can I do to help you?" As he said this, he thought of the Bagua mirror of several sorcerers. Mu Lin Shua then responded, "I can use the invisibility formation to conceal the area around us, so when we absorb the original essence, we won't be detected by others." But then she turned to him and said, "However, I need." Her face turned slightly red, and she said, "Provide energy for me." Chen was stunned, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. He pointed at her face and asked, "Are you blushing? How should I provide you with energy? Could it be?" he exclaimed. In his mind, a scene appeared where Mu Lin Shua wrapped her arms around his neck, and the two were in an intimate position with their faces close to each other. Just thinking about it made his body tremble, his face flushed red, and his mouth opened in shock, unable to imagine what might happen next. Mu Lin Shua, seeing him like this, became visibly annoyed. A murderous aura surrounded her as she said, "All you need to do is sit cross-legged behind me and place your palm on my back." The two of them sat down on a flat surface. Chen tried to explain, "I was just joking, don't be angry." He then placed his hand on Mu Lin Shua's back, transferring his spiritual energy to her. As the energy flowed into her body, she let out a slight groan, "Humph. She began to focus, gathering her spiritual energy into one place, forming a purple sphere. After a while, a purple barrier appeared, enclosing a large area. This barrier likely required a lot of energy, as it drained a considerable amount of her spiritual power. Feeling a bit fatigued, she said, "All right, now we can't be seen from the outside. We can safely absorb the essence." She then noticed his angry expression and added, "Hey, you can take your hand off now." Chen, hearing this, immediately withdrew his hand, a bit flustered, and said, all right, I got it." She sat there, absorbing the essence, but in her mind, she wondered why the absorption rate was so slow. She opened her eyes and furrowed her brows. Then she looked over at Chen, who was also absorbing the essence. She was stunned and thought to herself, how is this possible? How can his absorption rate be so fast? Is he a level talent? The barrier was a thin purple membrane. 1 hour later, the barrier disappeared. On this side, the high heels scraped against the ground as if trying to stop. By Weii was sweating, with several wounds on her body and her clothes torn in places. Su Yuan looked even worse, his face bruised and blood dripping from his nose. He gasped for air and said, "Damn it, that damn woman is really hard to deal with." Then some of By Wei's team members looked to the side and shouted loudly, "There's someone over there." By Wei also noticed and looked over, exclaiming, Chenin. Mu-Lin Shua was walking ahead, casually glancing at them, while Chenin was walking behind, his hands in his pockets, glancing at one of the men in the team and saying loudly, "Mu-Lin Shua, she's from the underground organization." By Wei, standing behind, was startled and looked towards them. Mu-Lin Shua turned around, smiled at Chenin, and said, "Bao Zhong, does Chenin have his eyes on her?" He called out. Before he could say goodbye to her, several bullets suddenly flew towards them, but she had disappeared, leaving only a shadow behind. The bullets flew but missed, and Chenin was startled as well. A man rushed forward, swung a knife wildly in the air, and yelled, "Die!" Seeing him flailing the knife around in the air, Chenin laughed. The man, seeing this, adjusted his glasses, then angrily said, "You and she are in cahoots." By Wei realized what he was trying to do and screamed, "Don't!" Chenin looked at the man in front of him, deep in thought. This girl should not be underestimated. Her armor earlier was intentionally designed to make others think she and he were in the same group. At the same time, the man from earlier rushed at Chenin with the knife, shouting, "I'm going to kill you." But Chenin only used a slap, his expression indifferent, sending him flying and causing him to cry out, "K," while the knife in his hand spun through the air before falling to the ground. He glanced to the side, By Wei remained silent, saying nothing. When Chenin turned to leave, the man who had been struck seemed unwilling to give up. Pointing at him, he shouted loudly, "We can't let him go." By Wei, irritated by this, snapped, "Why didn't I see you helping with that fire-breathing guy earlier?" His face twisted with rage, as though he wished he could kill the person before him right then. He said, "He's in cahoots with Mu-Lin Shua. She's from an underground organization, and this guy is no good either. Catch him." Hearing this, Chenin let out a cold laugh. "Hoof." Then two men charged at him, attempting to capture him. By Wei, growing impatient and angry, yelled, "Chen Ziliang, I order you to return to the team immediately." Upon hearing this, Chen Ziliang turned back and said, "By Wei, he killed a master we invited from the Chen family. I haven't even caused trouble for you yet, so I advise you not to go against the Chen family. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing any mercy." The two underlings stood aside, sweating, unsure which side to take as they watched the two higher-ups argue. By Wei trembled with anger, unable to speak a word. She cried out, "You're thinking to yourself that all these people seem to be from the Chen family. No wonder no one told me the details of the mission from the start." The men stood still, feeling guilty and not daring to speak, while she continued to think about how she fought against the fire breather without any help, yet they seemed so eager to deal with Chenin. Chenin stood outside, listening to the conversation, sighed, then laughed and said, "What if I don't talk about loyalty and righteousness? Can your words kill me?" He then looked at By Wei and said, "If I kill them, you won't mind, right?" By Wei didn't care about their lives or deaths, she simply extended her hand and made a gesture inviting him. Chenin arrogantly waved his finger and said, "The Chen family, right? Come here." "Oh, that's right. If you have a last will, say it quickly," one of them responded. Hearing this, the others rushed forward to attack Chenin. Chen Ziliang, standing behind, said, "Looking for death." Then, he took out a black sword from his spatial storage, surrounded by a layer of green spiritual energy. Chenin, in a ready stance, brought the sword behind his head and shouted loudly, "Die." He swung the sword forward, creating a massive explosion. One of them teleported backward. Chenin, holding a dagger, said, "You go die." But before he could strike, a sword pierced through his chest, and before he could react, the voice said, "I'm not going," then coldly added, "You go." The person who was stabbed collapsed to the ground, causing Chen Ziliang to be terrified and step back, his face turning pale as he said, "Such strength." Before he could finish his sentence, a fierce fire suddenly erupted from behind Shenin, startling him. Shenin turned his face to look behind him and, with concern, said, "This is the direction of Wanyu village. Why does it look like?"
Ignoring his own situation, Chen Ziliang immediately fled.
When Shenin turned around to look at him, he had already run far away.
He muttered, "TCH, that guy."
He activated his reconnaissance skill in his mind, thinking, "I don't have time to care about him now, I need to see what's happening in Wanyuan village." He saw that the entire village was engulfed in flames. Zooming in further, he saw Su Yuan standing and laughing wildly, looking completely arrogant. He cursed under his breath, "This bastard," and then shot out from the forest, heading straight for Wanyuan village. Shenin shouted angrily, "Su Yuan, the cries for help are still echoing in my ears." He was about to go over and give that bastard Su Yuan a beating, but hearing the villagers' cries for help, he paused. Gritting his teeth, he thought, saving people is more important. He quickly went over to protect a mother and child who were trapped, then treated their injuries. Just as he was about to move them to safety, he suddenly heard the cry of a man for help. He glanced over and immediately recognized it as Zhu Zu's father. He said, "It's Zhu Zu's father." He handed the child over to the mother, instructed them to go somewhere safe, and then ran to help Zhu Zu's father, who was trapped by a pillar. He asked with concern, "Are you all right?" He managed to free himself, his face slightly pale, and said, "Cough, cough, thank you." After ensuring he was safe, Shenin quickly asked, "Where's Zhu Zu?" The man remembered and replied, "She couldn't sleep, said she was going out for a walk, and I lost sight of her." He pleaded desperately, "Please, save my daughter." Upon hearing this, Shenin immediately activated his skill to locate Zhu Zu. He thought to himself, "My sensory ability can't find Zhu Zu's whereabouts, where could she have gone?" Before he could find Zhu Zu, a cry for help suddenly rang in his ears. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, then Shenin ran toward the fire, thinking that it was better to save her while looking for her at the same time. Meanwhile, in a flat area outside the fire, most people had been rescued. By Weii ran up and said, "Shenin, you didn't let her finish speaking." Shenin shouted loudly, "Don't worry about me, take the injured to the hospital, hurry up." By Weii, hearing this, quickly answered the phone, "Got it." At that moment, a flash of insight crossed Shenan's mind. He suddenly felt a little joy and thought, there's a response. Then, he suddenly soared into the sky, leaving everyone there in awe. They couldn't believe their eyes and began to speak to each other, pretending, "Oh my God, is that a deity? He saved me, an angel descended from the heavens to save us." The sky began to brighten, and Shenin ran like the wind through the forest, seemingly unaware of fatigue. Suddenly, Shenin stopped at a spot and said, "I sense Zhu Zu's presence. In front of me is a dark cave." Shenin muttered in doubt, "But why did she come to this place?" He slowly stepped into the cave and looked around at the space inside. He thought to himself that the cave seemed quite spacious, enough for two people to walk side by side. Then, he suddenly noticed something, and silently thought to himself that something was wrong. In the pitch-black cave, two red eyes, glowing like rubies, shone through the darkness. Shenin froze in place. His eyes flashed as the bear with those fierce red eyes charged toward him like a missile. Shenin stepped aside. The cave, originally spacious, became cramped due to the appearance of the bear. It was a bit difficult for him to dodge, and he cursed the bear under his breath. "Damn it, you huge bear, you're just a brute." Unable to play with him, the bear became so enraged that its fur darkened. Seeing the bear turn back around, he quickly spoke up. "Wait, after dodging that last strike, I realize just how powerful you are." He thought to himself, the speed and strength of this bear are already exaggerated. Compared to the mutated beast earlier, it seemed that the mutated creature was nothing but small fry. Shenin suddenly realized that when he told it to wait, the bear actually stopped. Could it understand? He wasn't entirely sure if this was a coincidence or if it truly understood him. Regardless of those thoughts, to preserve his life, he waved his hand and hastily explained.
I mean no harm.
Upon hearing this, the large bear looked at him as though it either didn't believe him or simply didn't want to listen. Chen introduced himself, hoping to prove that he meant no harm to the bear.
I am.
Before he could finish his sentence, the bear attempted to slap him.
Caught off guard, he was sent flying back to the ground by the full force of the blow.
Furious at the bear's action, Chen shouted at it, adding a line like those arrogant CEOs in cheap romance novels. "Damn it, you dirty player, you've succeeded in catching my attention." Realizing he had been insulted, the bear charged at him. This time, he decided to face the bear head-on. With a face that looked no different from the villain in his own story, he smirked wickedly. "Good, let's see whose strength is superior." The two of them simultaneously threw their punches, the blue spiritual energy radiating around where they stood. Because he didn't expect Chen to be so strong, when the two clashed, the big bear, who had been silent the whole time, let out a shout. The big bear was knocked backward, enraged. It charged forward like a beast, mouth dripping with blood, and Chen charged back, meeting it head-on. The two grappled, locking hands and exchanging moves, facing an evenly matched opponent, both of their faces more tense than before.
Boom, boom, boom. The big bear was struck on the head, swelling two large lumps. It curled up in a corner, hugging its head, looking as pitiful as it had once appeared intimidating. Realizing it couldn't defeat Chen, the big bear rushed forward to hug Chen's leg, both seeking affection and feigning injury, trying to appear as if it was heartbroken. Chen, seeing this, stopped his actions and stared at the big bear in confusion. He asked, "You know how to act cute too?" As he was hesitating, a voice echoed from the entrance to the demon realm. Chen looked up in shock and asked, "Is that a version of me from the future you saw? Why are you speaking into my ear?" The future is answering back too, "I don't know either. It seems that my consciousness can now see what you see. Maybe this is some form of mental communication between us." He spoke suspiciously, continuing, "Could it be that my abilities have leveled up?" "Yes, that's right. I had some data before, but I didn't expect it to be this effective. It probably has something to do with energy. Now, everything we see is the same, and we can communicate anywhere without needing to connect every time. We know everything." Chen was stunned, unable to believe it was possible. His thoughts gradually took a turn for the worse, becoming more negative. "Oh my god, doesn't that mean you've seen everything about my hygiene habits? Knowing your thoughts in the future is also powerless and boring." He gave an extremely convincing answer. "Would I criticize myself?" "That's true," Chen agreed. "I guess so." To avoid further awkwardness, he quickly changed the subject. "What is this demon realm you're talking about?" The future recounted what he knew. "If I'm not mistaken, there wasn't a place like this on Yuan Mountain before. This appeared suddenly due to the changes in heaven and earth. More and more new places are showing up, and when that happens, humanity will enter an unprecedented phase in history. This bear is very likely from the demon realm." Seeing Chen looking at him, the big bear nervously shrank back into a corner, just like a shy young maiden. Chen, unfazed, asked about his own future. "What level is this bear? How does its strength compare to mine?" "It's just an ordinary little demon, related to the realm. Right now, you only have second-grade strength. Currently, the levels are divided from 1 to 9, with the 9th being the highest, equivalent to transcending and ascending. Your talent right now is at level 4, but I believe after this harvest, you'll advance to level 5. The big bear shrank itself down to follow Chen. Chen, curious, remarked, "It can shrink itself too. Demon beasts can grow larger as a basic ability when they cultivate. So, they can naturally expand and shrink as they wish. Of course, each demon beast has different abilities, and their attributes will vary." The two of them ventured deeper into the cave. At the end of the cave, there was a girl lying asleep. She was incredibly beautiful, with flowing pink hair, one side casually tied, wearing a light yellow dress. "Zhu Zu," he called out. As if understanding something, the big bear hurriedly covered its face, blushing deeply. Chen also turned around. This, he thought darkly. Could this bear be in love with Zhu Zu? Leaving the big bear behind, he ran up to shake Zhu Zu awake. Zhu Zu stirred and opened her eyes. Whom? She asked suspiciously. Chen? Then suddenly, she hugged his neck, fearfully screaming, "There's a bear!" The bear, which had looked gentle in her eyes, now seemed terrifying. Zhu Zu clung tightly to Chen's neck, calling out, "Chen." Seeing her reaction, he blushed slightly, stammering, "Zhu Zu, are you okay?" The bear, which had been knocked down by Chen earlier, stood up, glaring fiercely at the two. Upon seeing the bear, Zhu Zu screamed in panic. "Hey!" She grabbed hold of his collar, her face pale and trembling, saying in fear, "Chen, there's a bear." Seeing the bear explained to her, "It's fine, this guy has already been subdued by me." Hearing this, her face was still slightly frightened. Chen gave the bear a sharp look, then pointed at himself with his thumb, speaking clearly. "She's mine, got it?" Upon hearing this, the bear grew angry, baring its teeth. Chen coldly said to it, "Are you still dissatisfied? Be careful, I'll beat you so badly you'll soil yourself, then press you into a pile of manure and use your own waist to strike you." The bear, upon seeing Chen's serious demeanor, immediately calmed down, grumbling and then giving a thumbs up while tapping its chest with one hand. It then bent down toward Zhu Zu, making her jump in surprise and call out. The bear acted cute to win her over, which made her laugh. Suddenly, Chen spoke up, asking, "But why did you come here?" Hearing him, she lowered her head slightly and said, "Remembering what you said to me, I couldn't sleep and kept tossing and turning. I was about to go for a walk behind the mountain to get some fresh air when I ran into it." As she spoke, he glanced at the large bear, still scratching its head, looking innocent. Then, she suddenly thought of something and asked blankly, "You just said you've already conquered it. Are you an awakened one? Do you know flying sky, earth escape?" Chen avoided her gaze and question, changing the subject, "Let's go, your family is probably worried." In his mind, he thought, if I don't interrupt her, I wonder how many more questions she will have. He then picked her up and carried her out of the cave. The bear followed behind, making a regretful expression, wiping away the tears streaming down both sides of its face while whining, "Ho!" At this point, Zhu Zu, leaning against Chen, said, "After hearing you, I checked online. A lot of people are saying the world is changing. They're talking about cultivators and awakened ones, and many pieces of information have disappeared in an instant." She bit her lip, her face showing a trace of sorrow. Deep inside, she thought, he's an awakened one, he will be immortal. We are no longer from the same world. After a final stretch, the two of them finally returned to Yuan village. Chen spoke, "Zhu Zu, we're home now. Get down." At that moment, she clung tightly to Chen's neck, resting her head on his shoulder, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, "You're no longer an ordinary person now. I want to hold you a little longer." In her heart, she thought to herself, maybe we won't have any more contact after this. Just then, Zhu Zu's parents came running from a distance, calling out loudly, "Zhu Zu, where have you been? You scared us half to death." She let go of Chen and wiped away the few tears that had gathered on her lashes, saying, "Mom, Dad." She rushed toward them, and they both hurriedly asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" She replied, "I'm fine." Chen remained silent, standing still without saying a word. Zhu Zu turned her head to glance at him, and by then, his figure had already started to fade into the distance. Chen walked alone in the darkness, and suddenly, out of nowhere, By Weii appeared behind him and said, "Where are you going? The Chen family will stop at nothing to kill you. It's very dangerous for you." Chen's face remained expressionless. Hearing this, he simply responded nonchalantly, "It's fine. I don't care." By Weii stood behind him, reflecting on her past encounters with Chen, and thought to herself, sometimes he seemed shy and weak, other times, he was overwhelmingly dominant. What kind of person is he, really? She watched his retreating figure, surprised as she wondered, could this be him, the same person who saved me that day, the one with the monkey mask? She pondered deeply about his strength. Just then, he waved his hand and said, "Thanks for the reminder." Returning to his residence, Chen rested his head on his hand and looked at the report from the system. Devouring talent of the Heavenly Village, a level talent value 1/50,000, spatial talent, S level talent value 1/1 million, hidden talent connecting the future, SA level talent value 1/10 million, talent value available to use 80,000, business talent, Eye of Insight 100,000. He leaned back into the sofa, pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait, what is business talent? Can new talents still be purchased?" Before he could finish speaking, Chen Antoine spoke up again, "Boost the devouring ability first." As soon as he finished, the system's screen displayed, talent enhancement discount of 50,000 talent points, remaining talent points 30. Devouring talent upgraded to S level. Chen Antoine was slightly surprised and said, "The strength of the third grade talents has risen much faster than mine back then. Now, I can go to the space pond to accumulate more talent points." He then submerged himself in the pond, and his talent points kept increasing by 15 points continuously. At this moment, the system's report appeared on the screen again, hidden talent connecting the future, SA level talent value 1/10 million, available talent points 98,000, business talent, Eye of Insight 100,000, mentalism ability, Mind Master 500,000. He looked at the system's report, pleased, and said, "Eyes without pupils, wait for me to obtain you." In a towering headquarters building, a knock echoed through the room. A voice inside said, "Come in." It turned out that the person who had knocked earlier was none other than By Weii. She opened the door and walked in. She had just opened the door when she was stunned for a moment. Inside the room, there was a middle-aged man who said, "By Weii, tell me about what happened on Mount Fang Yuan, the incident involving Chen." With him was a young man sitting beside, smiling evenly. By Wei's expression darkened as she looked at him. She thought to herself, Chen Zilang, so this young man is Chen Zilang. He sat beside her, looking at her with a mocking smile. Her gaze flickered away, and she stammered. "That day at the fire scene, I saw him with a woman, and then a conflict broke out between us. That's basically what happened." Out of nowhere, a blonde girl with bright, shining glasses appeared, and it turned out to be Du Henyu. She crossed her arms as she spoke while walking. There was nothing wrong with what she said, it was all the truth. By Weii was left speechless after hearing this, stunned with her eyes wide and mouth agape, thinking to herself, "This woman has always been behind me, yet I didn't notice. What is going on?" Du Henyu turned around to look at her and waved her hand to greet her. "Hello, I'm a spirit master. I just used some tricks to blind you earlier, don't take it to heart." In response to her greeting, By Weii turned her face away in annoyance. "Poof." Du Henyu smiled awkwardly and withdrew her hand. In the room, the middle-aged man, with a stern expression, said, "Chen Zilang, for not obeying Captain By Wei's orders, and for inciting his subordinates to attack Chen without knowing Chen's stance, you are hereby expelled from the ranks." Chen Zilang slammed his hand down on the table and shouted, "I don't accept this." "Based on what?" The old man, even the face of the Chen family. Suddenly, from somewhere, a bodyguard charged in and viciously punched him in the face. The punch distorted his face, twisting it into a grotesque shape. The blow carried immense force, sending him flying several meters and slamming him into the wall. The middle-aged man, irritated, furrowed his brows and waved his hand, saying, "All right, this is exactly what I wanted. Take him down." He spoke with discomfort, as if a worm had spoiled the soup. By Weii stood there, witnessing everything from start to finish. She glanced at the black handbag the bodyguard brought outside, then turned to look at the middle-aged man and said, "The Chen family will definitely not let Chen off the hook." The middle-aged man immediately responded, "If the masked person you're talking about is Chen, then I think the Chen family has other heirs. That kid isn't worth their attention." The middle-aged man sneered and said, "The Chen family has done many things, and they should be paying the price now."
She spoke to Chenin, "We won't interfere in this matter, nor will we help the Chen family. We only hope he doesn't hold a grudge against us." In a different setting, the sky gradually darkened, and the lights of the buildings began to light up one by one. Chenin was walking down the street when he suddenly stopped for a moment. From a distance, on a white car, a girl called out to him, "Hey, why are you standing there like that?" It was Su Yuan. She took off her glasses and smiled at him, saying, "Hurry up and get in the car." With her invitation, he had no choice but to comply. The car started, speeding off quickly. Inside the car, the two of them chatted. Chenin asked her, "How did you know I was here? Where are you heading?" Before Chenin's suspicion, she quickly responded, "Oh? You think I'm spying on you? This hotel is mine. Do you think I have so much free time?" Upon hearing this, Chenin's face darkened, and he awkwardly forced a smile, his expression filled with embarrassment. Su Yuan continued, "The hotel is surrounded by experts. As soon as you step out, someone will kill you. The Chen family has said they don't want you leaving Yinchang." Their car suddenly stopped. It turned out to be waiting for the traffic light. The conversation hadn't ended yet. She spoke again, "If you follow me, they won't be able to act easily. Our family and the Chen family haven't fully torn each other apart yet." She took off her glasses and looked at him with a sincere gaze. "When they killed your previous life, it was like a slap to their face, a heavy loss for them. They won't easily provoke us again. Chenin, come to my house." Chenin beside her slightly frowned, closed his eyes, and said, "Forget it, this is my issue, I can handle it." "Thank you for your kindness, stop the car over there, I'll go home." The scene shifted to a brightly lit road, with a fresh breeze, and the sky looked like a beautiful oil painting. Su Yuan's car finally stopped as Chenin had instructed. Sitting in the car, she could only helplessly sigh, who would miss Chenin leaving? As soon as Chenin got out of the car, he heard loud arguing. "Are you blind? Does my boss ever have to pay for food?" It turned out that a tall, fierce-looking thug was arguing with a small, cute shopkeeper. He shouted, "Enough with the talk, I'll smash the door. The shop owner here is no pushover either. No, you can't leave without paying if you're eating." Hearing the loud argument, Su Yuan also got off the car to watch the drama unfold. She looked at Chenin and asked, "Do you know her?" He immediately replied, "This is Cheng's sister, the owner of the Sichuan hot pot restaurant. She divorced and is raising her daughter alone. She's a good person." Chenin hurried over to see what was happening. "I'll go check it out." Su Yuan, seeing this, followed behind. "I'll go with you." As for the shop owner, some people, relying on their physical strength, were bullying a weak woman. One of them spoke up. "Third party, what are you doing here? This girl doesn't know the rules, take her away and send her to Huangchang. The technician will give her to young Master Chen. Isn't he missing a woman at his place?" A guy with green hair from the group grabbed Cheng's sister, the owner of the Sichuan hot pot restaurant. He started mocking. "Heh, brother, who is right, this girl just delivered herself to our door. Don't blame us if Cheng's sister ends up screaming." Out of nowhere, a glass bottle hit the green-haired thug in the face, making him yell. "Damn it!" He angrily held his head and shouted, "What the hell? Who's the idiot who threw that?" It turned out that the one who threw it was Chenin. He swung his arm and threw another bottle at another thug in the group. Chenin and Su Yuan looked at them, seeing them as the scum of society. Chenin raised his voice and said, "What do you think you're doing?" Su Yuan next to him shook his wrist and slowly said, "I'm on my period." He frowned as he looked at Chenin and shouted, "You wanna die, don't you?" There were two tall men standing beside him. The two men gritted their teeth, their faces twisted in anger as they glared at Chenin. There was also one man lying sprawled on the ground. He seemed fine at first glance, but something was off. One of his hands was in his pocket, the other holding a lighter to light a cigarette.
He spoke, meddling in things that weren't his concern, as if he wanted to die. Just as he was about to put the cigarette in his mouth, the two men were immediately beaten to a pulp. He was stunned and froze, sitting back in shock.
Chen raised one fist, clenched tightly in anger, his eyes never leaving the man. Meanwhile, Su Yuan stood calmly by his side, looking indifferent.
The man was in disbelief, his eyes wide, mouth agape, and he yelled, "What?" But in no time, as if he hadn't seen the grave yet, he held the cigarette in his hand and looked at Chen and Su Yuan, saying, "Kid, you're a bit capable, but do you know who I am?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took a punch straight to the face. He was knocked to the ground, his face bruised and swollen, but he still wouldn't stop talking. "Damn it, I'm a friend of young Master Chen." "You're finished, kid. Let me tell you, you're done for." Chen looked towards Su Yuan and said, "The dog leg of the Chen family, after all, I've had a grudge with the Chen family for a long time, you go ahead." Seeing this, he shouted in a domineering manner, "Are you scared? Want to leave? Let me tell you, I've already memorized your face." "This damn woman," he muttered under his breath. Hearing this, Su Yuan smiled gently, looked at him, and said, "What should I do now? He has remembered my face, you help me kill him, I'll go ahead." Upon hearing this, his face darkened, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. As he spoke, his other hand was rolling up his sleeve. The man panicked and immediately began to frantically defend himself. "I said, you're the kind of beautiful woman who makes everyone fall in love with you, the kind that leaves a deep impression just with one glance." She turned around and walked away, waving her hand as she said, "If there's anything you can't handle, just call me anytime. My words are always valid." Chen watched her figure fade into the distance. The copper was worth 35 coins for a bowl, plus a few other losses. The mental loss was 500 coins. After the payment was made, the person left. He sat in a cross-legged position on the chair and said, "There's also Ching's sister next to you." The man's hands trembled, clutching the money tightly, and said, "Fine, I'll give it. There are two more subordinates with me, each with a twisted face." As he handed over the money, he thought to himself, "Let him be smug for now, once I get back and tell young Master Chen will definitely make that kid's life a living hell." After giving the money, all four of them walked away together. Ching's sister noticed this and immediately reminded Chen. "Shaoan, you should leave quickly, they will definitely come back. You've hit them like that, they won't let it go." Chen, hearing this, wiped the table with a towel using one hand while speaking. "Ching's sister, I'm fine, you should leave here instead." "Ah," Ching's sister sighed while holding a bowl. "At that moment, at some bar, young Master Chen, you have to take responsibility for me, kill that brat for me," he exclaimed. Chen Family Chen Zilin sat on the chair, holding a glass of wine. Chen Zilin spoke. "What happened?" Upon hearing this, he said, "At first, we were just having a meal, and when we left, that's how it turned out." He kneeled on the floor and recounted everything. As he listened, Chen Zilin shook the wine glass in his hand. "Young Master Chen, we've got the video camera." A tablet was brought in front of Chen Zilin. "Humph." A kid looked at the tablet, saw Chen, and then he exclaimed, raising his glass to his mouth, his eyes still glued to the tablet. He said, "By Liang, go follow him and see where that brat is, bring people over here." His mouth curled up as he continued, "Let me see if anyone in Yincheng dares to not give me face, even if who dares to hit." By Liang slightly bent over and said, "Yes, young Master Chen." Hearing this, he was overjoyed and prepared to stand up. "Who brother, I've gathered the information." A voice rang out from in front of a brightly lit house. One person pointed at the house and said, "That kid is on the upper floor of this building." Just then, Chen had just finished showering, still holding a towel to dry his hair when he suddenly heard noise. He was puzzled, why is it so noisy at this hour? He stepped out and saw a group of people in his house. One of them was even holding a banana and eating it. "Brother Bai, it's him." When he saw Chen, the person shouted. Chen sighed, "Oh, no." He threw the banana on the floor, his face twisted in anger as he yelled, "It's this brat who hit me, I'll kill him." By Liang's face darkened as well. "Oh, it's the awakened one." By Liang glanced at Chen and said, "Young Master Chen told me to bring you back, please follow me." Upon hearing this, Chen calmly turned around, put on his slippers, and said, "I was just about to go meet him." He wasn't scared at all. One hand on his hip, the other pointing toward the door, he said, "Lead the way." At the bar, the sound of a man and woman's voices could be heard. "Ah, you're so annoying, stop hiding, come here and give me a kiss." It turned out to be young Master Chen, who was playfully laughing and joking with a woman who had golden hair, elaborate makeup, and was wearing a seductive, tight-fitting dress. Young Master Chen had his arm around the woman's shoulder while holding his phone in the other hand, saying, "I got a message, let me check it first." She laughed playfully and responded, "Yes, yes, yes." At this moment, young Master Chen's phone received an urgent message from the Chen family clan. The message advised the disciples of the Chen family to refrain from making reckless moves and avoid provoking this person. It was accompanied by a photo of Chen, with a red annotation beneath the image stating that if one was confident of victory, they could kill this person. Young Master Chen looked at the photo and immediately recognized the person. He thought to himself, "It's him, isn't he the one who beat up a who?" He stared intently at the phone screen, thinking for a moment before leaning back in his chair and smirking, silently thinking, "Are these old fools seriously not going to show face this time?" As he thought, he sent a message to someone named By Liang, telling him, "Kill this person on the spot." Then he called his subordinates over and instructed Lei Bao and the other three to go assist By Liang and bring back the head of that brat. The subordinate bowed and replied, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, at Chen An's house, a man with white hair tied in a braid smiled as he looked at his phone screen. Suddenly, a knife fell out of his sleeve. He dashed towards Chen, shouting loudly, "Go die." This startled everyone present, leaving them confused as to what was happening. Chen gave a faint smile and gracefully dodged the blade, which narrowly missed his neck. One of his subordinates spoke with admiration, "Our brother Liang made his move." Sure enough, the knife in the white-haired man's hand seemed to have never touched anything. Then, Chen suddenly appeared behind him, catching him off guard. The man turned around and swung the knife at Chen, shouting, "Impossible! When did you?" But all he saw in front of him was a blurry figure that slowly faded away. Chen suddenly appeared behind him, startling him and causing his face to turn pale, drenched in sweat. He knelt down and said, "Boss, spare me." The henchmen nearby gaped, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Chen coldly responded, "I won't." Then, he pulled a sword out from his spatial ring. Suddenly, the blood of the white-haired man splattered, making the henchmen retreat in fear. They all knelt and begged him, "Boss, spare us." "Boss, I was wrong, I shouldn't have." He didn't listen to their explanations and simply swung his hand, slicing all the fruit on the table in half. The henchmen screamed in agony. Now, only the man in the yellow shirt remained. He trembled and frantically backed away, raising his hands in front of him to beg for mercy. "No! Don't kill me!" he shouted. "Don't kill me, don't kill me!" Chen smiled in response, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Before he could finish his sentence, the man suddenly dashed backward, catching Chen off guard. He stepped on a banana peel and slammed his head into the wall, creating a deep dent. As his head struck the wall, he cursed, "Damn it!" Chen watched in confusion, his face darkening, his eyes turning white as if he were about to faint. Struggling, he managed to finish his sentence, "I still want you to lead me to young Master Chen." He stepped closer and saw the man lying motionless, so he nudged him with his foot and said, "Hey, are you still alive?" When the man didn't wake up, Chen applied the right-hand rule, slapping his face repeatedly, calmly saying, "Wake up! Wake up!" Suddenly, a beam of green light flashed across, surprising him. Chen tilted his body to dodge the dart that was heading towards him, but suddenly, the dart flew upwards. Chen was startled and thought to himself, the technique of this hidden weapon. If you're not an awakened one, you must be a martial artist. From a distance, two more darts flew toward him.
Fortunately, he quickly evaded them, while the 2 darts were embedded in the wall. However, he did not anticipate that there was still one more dart coming from another direction. He was astonished and thought, they predicted my movement. Chen touched the ground with his hand, did a flip, and leaped to avoid the dart. He guessed there were at least 3 assassins, perhaps more, and the darts were poisoned. At that moment, Chen was sweating and thinking, I don't know where they are hiding, otherwise, I'll be at a huge disadvantage. Then, another dart appeared. Chen shielded his vision from his enemies, activated Devour, and pulled the dart into the space, thinking, it seems I have to drag them out first. He pretended to collapse onto the ground, and the assassins, seeing this, emerged and laughed, saying, Stinky kid, looks like you've been hit by the dart. At this moment, Chen lay motionless on the ground, clutching his chest, while the assassins stood around, laughing smugly. The old man with the white beard said, this kid's vitality is tough. Even after being hit by the poisoned dart, he hasn't died. Hearing this, the man in the red clothes sneered and added, he's just holding on by a thread. Finish him off, young Master Chen promised 500,000. With that, they all laughed heartily. Suddenly, Chen stood up and laughed along, leaving them all confused, not knowing what was happening. You. How are you? Chen ran his fingers through one side of his hair, looking cool as he flashed a smile that seemed to mock his opponent, asking, surprised? Happy? Then, he stomped hard on the foot of the man in the red shirt, causing him to cry out in pain. The others suffered the same fate. Afterward, he took the dart he had just slipped into his space, saying, you guys had a lot of fun shooting earlier, right? I want to try too. Shaking the dart in his hand, he continued, but my skills aren't that great, I only know how to do it like this. With that, he flicked the dart with the power of 2 fingers toward the group of assassins. The dart flew at an incredible speed, and the assassins, terrified, tried to dodge the attack, but it was too late. The dart struck the heads of 3 assassins with pinpoint accuracy, killing them instantly before they even had a chance to scream. At this point, only the fake white-haired man remained. Seeing this, he recoiled in fear and began to retreat. Chen walked toward him, causing him to stumble and fall in terror. Chen smiled a menacing grin at him, saying, for the lucky audience, and then asked, would you agree to take me to see young Master Chen? Meanwhile, at the bar, young Master Chen was on the phone with someone. Damn it, why aren't you answering? Just as he was about to dial again, the door suddenly slammed open. He cheerfully asked, oh, you're back? The door was kicked down, and cracks appeared in the wall. Chen entered, carrying the old assassin with one hand and kicking the door with the other. Upon seeing him, young Master Chen's eyes widened in shock, and he staggered back, pressing his back against the sofa, stammering, why you? Chen tossed the assassin to the ground and asked him, didn't you want to meet me? Then he sat on the table and asked, now that we've met, how is it? Am I handsome? Young Master Chen, at this moment, was terrified, sweating cold beads, gripping the golden ring tightly, pressing it against his chest, and said, handsome, very handsome, what do you want to do? Do you know who I am? After saying that, he regained his composure, but there was still a hint of worry in his heart. He then spoke to him, today, I admit defeat. What do you want for me to let me go? Just name the price. Chen sat on the table, his face as dark as the earth, silent. Meanwhile, young Master Chen continued to speak, I'm just a second-rate spoiled heir waiting for death, killing me won't mean anything. It's better if you let me go. I can guarantee that my family won't pursue this matter. In his mind, young Master Chen was thinking, let you enjoy yourself for a bit longer. Once Butler Zhu arrives, you're done for. He's a top-tier expert. After hearing him speak, Chen spoke up, looking towards the door. How about you stay quiet for a bit and stop making noise, trying to buy time for someone to come help, right? I'm waiting. I'm also curious to see who the Chen family will send. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, murderous voice echoed. You really have guts. Chen glanced at the one who had entered. The person was a man with white hair slicked back, his hands placed behind him, and his face was wrinkled, giving him an aged appearance. He continued, "But I'm afraid you won't be walking out of this door today."
At that moment, Chen's future self appeared beside him and said, "He's Zhu Fa, the second expert of Chen Ziliang's maternal family. He's not easy to deal with. You'd better avoid him."
Just as future Chen finished speaking, Butler Zhu suddenly charged forward, his fist clenched, aimed at him.
Chen reacted swiftly, managing to block the strike in time. The two forces, red and blue, collided against each other.
Seeing this, future Chen simply said, "Pretend I never said anything." Chen was knocked back, but he wasn't bothered, as he was analyzing the situation in his head. The old man's strength was far superior to the so-called awakened person he had encountered earlier. Old man Zhu's face grew cold as he spoke, "So you do have some skills. You managed to take a hit with a third of my strength. You deserve to die at my hands." With that, he charged again, launching another strike.
Chen, seeing this, effortlessly sidestepped.
Old man Zhu, still unable to comprehend what had just happened, was hit by a palm strike from Chen and fell flat on the ground, cracking the tiles beneath him.
Young Master Chen stood to the side, clearly annoyed and scoffing. Butler Zhu, now sitting up, said, "Interesting, very interesting." Then, without warning, he ripped off his shirt, laughing maniacally, "Ha ha ha." Chen looked at him with a disgusted expression, confused, shouting, "What are you doing? I'm not stealing anything."
Before he could finish his sentence, the butler suddenly tensed his muscles, his body transforming in an insane, monstrous way. A thick fog surrounded him, and a figure began to emerge, surrounded by crimson energy. At this moment, his body had grown twice its original size, and his eyes glowed red, sparking with electricity.
Chen stood there, wide-eyed, in shock, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is this his second form?"
Meanwhile, future Chen, protected by a deep purple barrier, spoke to him, "I told you, avoid his most powerful attacks first." Young Master Chen sat on the sofa, joyfully saying, "Come up and kill that kid."
"Over here," Butler Zhu, full of vigor, said, "Junior, do you dare to take another punch from me?"
Chen, with a dumbfounded expression, replied to him, "You throw the punch, I'll throw the bag." Immediately, he charged with immense force, making it hard for Chen to defend himself. He was pushed back, his hand turning red from the impact of the defense. He thought to himself, as expected, "This is a wild style, with double the strength compared to before." Before he could regain his balance, the man leapt into the air, using his leg for the next move, saying to Chen. Before he could finish, Chen's head was forcefully pushed back several meters in an instant. At that moment, the man laughed in delight, veins bulging on his forehead, saying, "Reincarnate well." Then, he kneeled Chen's stomach with great force, sending him crashing into the wall, causing it to shatter and dust to fill the air. At this point, young Master Chen stepped forward, pointing his finger and commanding Butler Zhu, "Old man, cut off his head and bring it back."
Chen, after being kicked into the wall, still stood up and said, "Old man, no martial ethics? Playing rock paper scissors and dodging like this?"
Young Master Chen was startled and took a step back, hiding behind Butler Zhu, his head still sticking out, asking, "What's going on? Why is he still alive?" As he looked at Chen rising from the pile of debris, he sneered coldly. Chen, seeing this, acted nonchalant as if nothing had happened to him, and waved his hand, saying, "Come on, let's continue.
This time, no playing around."
The man, feeling somewhat angered, clenched his fist with all his might, aiming at Chen and shouting, "I'll do you a favor." At this moment, Chen only sneered, using his left hand to lightly deflect the old man's attack. As their hands collided, a tremendous force was created, causing smoke to billow around them. With a smug expression, Chen silently thought to himself, the three powerful strikes he had just endured had already been absorbed, and now he was gradually returning them to their opponent. On the other side, upon seeing that Chen had blocked his previous attack, the old man was stunned, beads of sweat dripping from his face. With a hint of fear, he asked, "How? How is your strength exactly the same as mine?" Chen's hand remained firmly grasped around his, causing the old man's hand to tremble.
"Why can't I pull my fist back?"
The old man thought to himself.
Young Master Chen, who had been standing behind, continuously retreated, shouting in panic, "Damn old man, what are you doing? hurry up and defeat him.
Upon hearing this, the old man gritted his teeth and cast a glare at the useless fool, wondering if he didn't realize that he was the one at a disadvantage. Seeing that Butler Zhu had said nothing, young Master Chen ran to the table, opened a drawer, and pulled out a gun. Nervously, he aimed the gun at Chen and said, "Damn it, looks like I have to do it myself." Upon seeing this, Chen immediately pulled Butler Zhu toward him. The old man's large body shielded him from the bullets being fired.
He yelled, "Ah, stop shooting, damn it."
After the barrage of bullets ceased, Chen tossed the old man aside, his body riddled with bullet holes. At this point, young Master Chen was trembling in fear, his face pale, his hands still raised toward Chen, unable to speak. Chen glanced at Butler Zhu, who was shaking on the ground, then turned his gaze to young Master Chen. Now, the young man had collapsed to the floor, his eyes wide with fear as he begged, "No, please, don't.
Spare me."
Chen slipped his hand into his pocket, giving a cold laugh.
He lifted one foot and said, "No."
Then, he stamped his foot directly on young Master Chen, causing him excruciating pain, his face turning pale, his teeth gritting together.
A wretched scream came from their room, "A."
In another room, a man's hand gripped the table so tightly that it cracked, along with the scratches left by his nails. He stared at the large camera screen and said, "It seems Chen's strength has reached the peak of the second grade. Right now, even the highest level of the second grade is only a boundary, we cannot allow him to continue to grow.
Bring me a solution to deal with him."
Behind him, a group of men kneeled down to accept the order, "Yes, Master." Outside the bar, Chen walked casually while sipping his drink. Suddenly, he noticed something, stopped, glanced behind him, then threw his cup at the person behind him and shouted, "Have a drink from me." A shadowy figure in a purple dress and knee-high black boots cried out. The woman avoided it, causing the cup to fall to the ground. She was a beauty with golden eyes and deep purple hair, looking down at the cup on the ground with a slightly surprised expression before asking him, "What are you doing?" Chen looked at her with a disdainful expression and said, "So young, yet you have such a poor memory.
Did you forget how you tricked me?"
Seeing this, she crossed her arms, smiled faintly, and asked, "Still angry?" She then moved closer to him, slightly turning her back, saying, "If not." As she spoke, she turned her back to him, tilted her head slightly, showing off her alluring curves, gazing at him with a soft expression before continuing, "I'll let you hit me twice." Hearing that, he stepped back in fear, his mouth agape, his nostrils flaring wide like a pig's, his face flushed red.
He shouted, "Who? Who? Who exactly are you?"
She, trembling, looked at him as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. She was furious, her head steaming, gritting her teeth as she said, "Are you looking to die?" As she spoke, she thought to herself, "If it weren't for the organization valuing him and ordering me to do my best to bring him to our side, I wouldn't be doing such a shameful thing. It's driving me crazy." She regained her composure, but her face still had a faint blush, and said, "Do you know? Actually, from the moment those thugs came to ruin the spicy hot pot shop, it was already a trap. Chen Zilin just wanted to test you, but the scene of your fight with them reached the higher-ups of the Chen family. They are now discussing how to deal with you." Her expression grew serious as she warned him, "The head of the Chen family is terrifying, he can even sacrifice his own son. This time, they will use the full power of the family to deal with you. You are in great danger, but you can cooperate with us. The strength of the Chen family is not something one person can face. We can help you." Hearing this, Chen looked at her with concern, asking, "Have you done anything useful so far?" His question made her feel slightly guilty. She explained, "I know you're dissatisfied, but please trust our sincerity. The Chen family will definitely come up with a reasonable plan. One strike to kill you, and all the power of the Chen family will be withdrawn. They also have some unconventional methods, and now you have completely been exposed before them." Chen sighed and asked, "How do you want to cooperate?" At this moment, she let out a sigh of relief, walked a little further, and replied, "It's very simple. Force the Chen family to act against you first." In his mind, he was thinking that this organization must have wanted to deal with the Chen family for a long time, but there were some taboos that prevented them from taking action, so they wanted to use him as a pawn to strike. He then said to her with a serious expression, "All right, but I want something to prove your sincerity." She was pleased, her tense expression gradually easing, and asked, "What do you want?" His face turned slightly cold, his aura sharp and lethal, his eyes slightly gleaming as he said, "I want your people to decapitate the head of the Chen family." Her face immediately froze in shock. She thought to herself, the purpose of the entire organization wasn't to expose their intentions, but to use Chen An's power to eliminate the Chen family. His demand. Had he already seen through the organization's plan? As soon as this thought crossed her mind and saw him turning to leave, she hurriedly shouted, "No, the organization cannot meet your demand." At this, he waved his hand and said, "Then there's nothing more to discuss." The next day, in front of the bar from the night before, Chen was carrying a bag as if he had just bought something. Standing there for a moment, he pondered, "She has a point. A family as powerful as theirs targeting me, I'm indeed in danger. Perhaps it's better to provoke them into acting first." After this thought, he took out a can of red spray paint from the bag and drew a large line in front of the bar's main entrance. Seeing this, several security guards rushed over and shouted, "Who are you?" When the guard approached and saw the writing on the door, he immediately became angry and shouted, "What does the word death written here mean?" The man next to him whispered to remind the captain, "Captain, this word is a mistake." Hearing his subordinate, the captain grew even angrier, not caring whether it was death or mistake. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen interrupted him and calmly said, "This door is unpleasant, tear it down." The captain, boiling with rage, gritted his teeth and said, "You have some nerve. Wang Mang, chop him down for me." Hearing the captain's order, the subordinate, chewing on a half-eaten sausage, jumped up and swung the metal pipe toward Chen. With a lazy movement, Chen lifted a finger and stopped the blow. The subordinate, still confused, scratched his head and asked, "Where's my stick?" From a distance, another man rushed over, shouting loudly, "Captain, Captain!" He hurried to the captain and whispered to him. This was Chen, the master who had killed young Master Chen. At this point, the captain panicked and replied, "Ah, why didn't you say so earlier?" The two of them were talking without paying attention, and the subordinate, who had been eavesdropping, heard their conversation. His eyes lit up, and he happily turned to Chen and asked, "Huh? You're the master? You're the one who killed young Master Chen?" The two men turned pale when they saw what he was holding. They had no idea where he got the axe from, which made everyone around them step back in fear. He, on the other hand, said joyfully, "Do you want to keep this door?" "I'll take care of it, I'll take care of it." Hearing his subordinate babbling nonsense, the captain shouted, "Wang Mang, have you lost your mind?" Hearing that, the subordinate turned back and looked with eyes gleaming red, coldly staring at the captain, and replied, "Get out of the way." Seeing this, the captain was terrified and fell to the ground, trembling. Chen stood to the side, hands in his pockets, thinking to himself, "This is dominance, but it's still not fully awakened." He shattered the door into pieces, then turned to the other man with a naive smile and brightly asked, "Idol, is there anything else you want to do?" Chen pointed his thumb toward himself and asked the man, "Do you agree to follow me?" Wang Meng eagerly responded, I do. I'll follow you from now on." Chen waved his hand, "Follow me, next house." Wang Meng threw his security hat aside, no longer working as a security guard, with a giant hole now ripped in the door behind him. Wang Meng followed Chen. "Boss, do you know why I want to follow you?" "Yeah, why?" Chen asked. "Because I admire the strong. That second young Master Chen does so many evil things. I heard he even forced his sister to suicide in the shop. I've wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time, but I held back because they could trace it back to my family." Chen asked, "But following me will be dangerous. After all, I've already killed the young master of the Chen family." "Aren't you scared?" Wang Meng slapped his chest and answered, "Not scared. You, sir, are so strong, and you dare to provoke the Chen family. You must have some kind of backing." Chen splashed a cold bucket of water on Wang Meng's face. "Then you can still regret it while there's time.
I don't have any backing.
Wang Meng was even more in awe of his idol.
Boss, you don't have any backing, and you still dare to provoke the Chen family? That shows you're especially powerful, so following you is definitely the right choice. Chen smiled faintly before answering the phone. The voice on the other end said, "Is this Chen? I'm Hao, the class president. We have a class reunion today, and everyone is hoping you can come. You're not busy, are you? I heard you're free now." Chen replied disinterestedly, "I'm not going," and hung up.
He turned on his phone and saw a message from Zhu Yuan and a group of his university classmates from the Sea Village.
He wondered about Zhu Yuan. Chen opened the voice recording. The voice of his friend said, "This reunion is organized by Jiang Wei.
That guy must have a lot of connections now, looking all rich and powerful. I can't afford to offend him. Also, I heard Lu Jing is with him.
Wasn't that kid not getting along with you before?
He came to me saying he wants to make up with you, and I didn't dare to upset him.
We're in the VIP room at the Devour Hotel, can you come?" Chen clenched his fist. Lu Jing was with Jiang Wei.
He remembered the day when Jiang Wei had pressed Lu Jing against the wall, teasing her, and just kissed her, saying, "Why are you crying?
If you keep crying, I'll touch you."
Chen had stepped in, saying, "Apologize to her, or you'll embarrass yourself."
Jiang Wei, enraged, replied, "What? Who the hell are you?" Jiang Wei's grandfather came over and asked, "Chen, what do you want to do? Are you going to hit a classmate?" Chen retorted, "He's teasing Lu Jing." Jiang Wei quickly called out, "Grandpa, save me." Jiang Wei's grandfather asked him, "You're teasing her?" Lu Jing stammered, this. It's not like that." Chen was furious. Who was the one who had him expelled back then? Lu Jing didn't know? And yet, she went back to Jiang Wei. Now the two of them were throwing a party, clearly trying to humiliate him. Let's see how this plays out. Wang Meng asked the boss, "Do you want to attend the class reunion?" Devour Hotel was also a property of the Chen family. Chen replied, "Then the next one is at Devour Hotel." Chen commanded, "You wait for me outside." Wang Meng raised his hand, "Okay, boss." He entered the hotel and saw a group of people gathered. Zhu Yuan was about to greet them. Chen patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder, "Don't call him yet."
The staff blocked the way, apologizing, "This is the VIP floor, only available to senior members."
Jiang Wei joked, "Looks like Chen can't get in. Should I go help?"
The staff member suddenly bowed 90 degrees, "Mr. Chen, please come in."
Jiang Wei was stunned, "What?" A man with brown hair ran over and asked, "Manager Zhu, isn't this area reserved for members? Can't non-members enter?" Manager Zhu hesitated, "This is because."
Chen shot him a glare, and Manager Zhu quickly covered his mouth. The man with brown hair sneered, "Oh, so now Chen is a VIP of Devour Hotel? Where did you find that membership card?"
"It must have been picked up off the ground." Chen retorted, "Who are you?"
The man with brown hair felt offended, "You." Lu Jing stepped forward, "Chen, long time no see, you're still as temperamental as ever."
Chen sneered. "Right, so now you and Jiang Wei are getting along well?" "Not bad, seems like you two are a perfect match." Jiang Wei grunted in displeasure, and Lu Jing frowned.
The female staff member asked,
"Manager Zhu, this person isn't a member."
Manager Zhu quickly responded,
"Didn't you see the company announcement?
He's the killer who smashed the technician from Huangchang." In the banquet room, Jiang Wei spoke. "I'm treating today, feel free to order whatever you like."
Everyone looked at the menu and could only exclaim,
"Wow, dishes over 1,000 coins."
Chen snatched the menu. "Aren't you going to order?" "You're looking at the menu, so I'll order."
"One lobster, some sturgeon caviar, abalone's, order a little of these too."
"Everything you're ordering is the most expensive." Jiang Wei gritted his teeth.
Good, very good, looks like Chen An's everyday life is also quite comfortable, knows how to order good food.
Chen An replied. Not as good as young Master Zhang, I usually can't afford things like this.
It's just that since you're treating today, it would be a waste not to order something good. He sarcastically glanced at Jiang Wei's expression.
Not that you can't afford it, right? If that's the case, I should leave.
At a street food stall, Jiang Wei quickly regained his composure.
How could that be? It's just a little money, the important thing is that you all enjoy yourselves.
But then he rested his chin on his hand and said, I remember when we were in school, your fighting skills were pretty good.
Recently, I've also started practicing boxing. How about we spar a bit?
You're not scared, are you? Lu Jing pulled Jiang Wei's arm. Don't, we're all classmates. Zhu Yang added, that's right, you rarely gather together, and fighting like this will only damage your relationships. The brown-haired guy said, young Master Wei didn't actually beat Chen An, so why are you all so scared?
Chen An responded, young Master Wei isn't that ruthless, right? If it's just over a few dishes, it's fine if he wants to hit me. Otherwise, you and your dog can just come at me together. By the way, what's your name again?
The brown-haired guy was furious.
Chen An, you're really asking for it now.
Jiang Wei stopped him, clearly Chen An was very confident.
Well, let's see.
He took off his vest, showing off his bulging muscles, and everyone started to gossip.
Jiang Wei had indeed become stronger thanks to his training.
Chen An was approaching, and Jiang Wei charged, take this punch of mine. Chen An tilted his head to dodge the blow, then gave Jiang Wei a solid punch right to the face. Jiang Wei held his face, groaning in pain.
Chen An pretended to be innocent, young Master Wei, what are you doing? Using your face to hit my fist? Jiang Wei charged again. Chen An easily dodged and gave him another punch.
Jiang Wei had a nosebleed, and Chen An maintained his innocent expression.
Hey, why are you lying there playing dead? I don't even have money for medicine to compensate you. People started to whisper, what is Jiang Wei doing? Is he trying a suicide attack? Iron destruction technique?
Jiang Wei wiped his nosebleed, thinking to himself, this brat is way stronger than me, what a humiliation today.
Chen An shrugged, looks like I won't be able to eat this meal.
Well, I'll leave now to avoid young Master Wei going to get his grandfather later.
Wang Meng suddenly called, informing him, boss, hurry and run. Chen Ziliang arrived. Chen An activated his power, looking outside, Wang Meng was being beaten badly. You're relying on the car?
Wang Meng, with a bruised face, tried to call and inform him. A red energy blocked Chen An's power from some direction.
Chen Ziliang appeared, and Jiang Wei asked, who the hell are you?
He thought to himself, this is just the right moment to regain my dignity.
Chen Ziliang clicked his tongue. Get lost.
Jiang Wei, angry, cursed, damn it.
Chen Ziliang kicked Jiang Wei without hesitation. Jiang Wei was sent flying and slammed into the wall, unconscious.
Everyone was worried about offending young Master Wei.
Chen An thought, how has Chen Ziliang's strength increased so much? He noticed Chen Ziliang's red eyes, his pupils.
Chen Ziliang said, Chen An, you ruined my family's reputation and killed my younger brother, so you can go with him. He reached out to grab Chen An.
Quickly, dodge. Chen An swung his hand in retaliation, and Chen Ziliang disappeared, leaving him stunned. What? Chen Ziliang appeared behind Chen An, and he raised his hand to block the blow.
Chen An was pushed back, with speed and power increased several times.
What is going on? It looks like he's using some kind of drug. Chen Ziliang smiled, clearly, these two preliminaries were all there was.
He unleashed his power, go die. Chen An thought to himself, these people from the Chen family must have watched Dragon Ball for 180 minutes, because the slightest movement from them results in some transformation.
The future spoke, what are you afraid of? Just go all in. Chen Ziliang rushed forward, heading straight to death. He took the full punch from Chen Ziliang, and in turn, Chen Ziliang also got hit. Chen touched his face. What, are you selling your house, huh? That hurt. The future crossed his arms and said, you don't see there's not a single bruise on me? Look at that kid over there, he's in worse shape than you. Did you see that? Chen Ziliang spat blood, and the future continued. Although his speed and strength had been enhanced, his body's defense wasn't very stable.
Head-on confrontation, the two rushed at each other. Chen kicked directly into the side of Chen Ziliang, then kicked him flying. Before Chen Ziliang could recover, Chen charged forward. Chen Ziliang played a dirty trick, quickly grabbing Lu Jing. He threatened, Chen, I admit you're impressive, but these are your friends. If you cause trouble, I'll kill her. Lu Jing, frightened, cried out, Chen, save me. Chen remained indifferent, we don't know each other. Kill her if you want, or should I do it? Lu Jing was furious, you. Chen Ziliang was stunned. Chen threw a dagger, hitting Chen Ziliang's hand. He screamed, ah! Lu Jing quickly broke free and ran toward Chen, trying to embrace him. Chen pushed her away, dodging. Xu Yuan, take the others and go. Xu Yuan helped Jiang Wei up, let's go. Lu Jing's face was filled with confusion. Chen Ziliang sat in a corner, recalling what his father had told him, Ziliang, your brother is dead. Chen is the one who killed him, and our family business has been disturbed by that bastard. We have too few masters in the family. I want you to deal with Chen. Chen Ziliang was surprised. You are no match for him. His father gave him a box of medicine. This is a newly developed drug that can significantly boost his strength. You only need to injure him, and I have a way to kill Chen. At the same time, I've arranged for someone to assist you. Although this medicine has certain side effects, after it succeeds, I can give you the majority of the Chen family's business. Chen Ziliang took the box of medicine. Yes, I will go and deal with him. Back in the present, Chen Ziliang looked at the box of medicine in his hand, emptied it into his mouth, and then writhed in pain. Chen gasped. He seemed to be changing. Chen Ziliang stood up, his eyes turning red. Kill. Chen Ziliang moved swiftly and disappeared in an instant. Chen was stunned. What he had sensed but could not avoid was that Chen Ziliang had already landed a punch on him. Chen clenched his fist and fought back. Damn it! Chen took another punch in the back. Chen Ziliang quickly moved forward, kicking Chen into the air. Chen emitted a sonic wave. His speed was too fast. Not only could his actions not be predicted, but even his ability to sense him was unable to lock him down. He quickly called out, Future, hurry and think of a way, I'm going to be beaten to death. Where's the person? Chen summoned his sword. TCH, looks like I have to rely on myself again. He raised his sword and continued fighting. Chen was in a fighting stance, holding a sword, and a brilliant golden light radiated around his body. The light formed graceful curves, surrounding him, and the scene around was incredibly mysterious. He, with bloodshot eyes, furrowed his brow, his mouth open as he yelled, Kill! He looked furious and insane. He launched a powerful attack, and he was immediately thrown backward by the blow. He smiled, a slight smile, but one that hinted at something unpredictable. He thought to himself, his eyes glinting with a mix of confidence and calculation. Instantly, he was taken by surprise, his eyes wide, his whole body halting for a moment. Suddenly, he screamed in agony, the cry reverberating, tearing apart the stillness of the space. Streaks of yellow light, like fiery sparks of rage, violently assaulted his body, burrowing deep into his flesh. Each streak left a bleeding wound, causing his whole body to feel as if it were being burned from the inside out. His eyes began to turn bloodshot, veins standing out, his eyes wide with hatred and madness, glaring intensely at him without faltering. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, the movement swift and powerful, then pushed them straight to his chest. His entire body exuded a strange aura, causing the air around to become tense and suffocating. His gaze was sharp, his focus intense, as if preparing for a mysterious and mighty action. He uttered, "Kill!" His hands thrust forward with terrifying strength, shattering the invisible barrier before him as if it were nothing more than a thin mist. He was momentarily stunned, standing frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Before he could react, a tremendous force from the blow struck him, sending his body flying into the beams. Chen was knocked to the floor, pain spreading throughout his body. The sword he was holding shattered from the sheer power of the hit. Yen, watching him, thought to himself, "I'm only at the peak of level 2, yet this guy has already reached level 3, how am I supposed to fight him now? Damn, after all that fighting, it ended up like this." Future Chen opened his mouth in disbelief. "Are you still standing there? I'm about to be beaten to death, what should I do now?" Just as he was about to meet his fate, Future Chen calmly said, "Think of a way to knock him out, make sure he can't fight back." Upon hearing this, he angrily shouted, "Shut up, or I'll sing you to sleep." Future Chen pointed to his face with a slight smile and said, "Heh, but this method's not foolproof, my singing's terrible. First, go destroy the cameras, I suspect the Chen family is watching you." Hearing this, he quickly ran, using small stones and throwing them at the cameras with all his strength. Each stone flew like a missile. He suddenly felt someone approach from behind. The silence was shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps, his eyes blazing with fury, as he grabbed his shirt. Realizing the danger, he thought, "This is bad." The man threw him with such force into the wall, his body shot forward like an arrow, the impact so powerful that the air around him seemed to tear apart. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Longhai was sitting in front of thousands of small screens, the flickering light filling the room. He sighed and muttered, "Chen is seriously injured, the effect of the medicine won't last long. Bring Chen Ziliang back, or else he will really lose his mind." Chen Longhai continued, "Huan Yu, this matter is your responsibility. You must eliminate this kid, but try your best not to use that thing." "Yes, Master," Huan Yu replied. He stood up, his hands clasped behind his back, and looked down at the group of people below. He said, "Follow me, kill." At that moment, at Chenan's location, he froze, staring at the dust in front of him, his mouth murmuring, "Okay, it's done. All the cameras have been taken care of." Chenan smiled, blood dripping from his mouth down to his chin. Though he was about to die, he remained proud. His gaze shifted elsewhere as he said, "They're almost here. Get ready." Suddenly, a voice spoke, "I've been ready for a long time. You just need to quietly stop this person." It was Poisonous Snake's turn. His eyes turned red as he looked around, unsure where the voice had come from. Unexpectedly, Poisonous Snake moved behind him, holding a knife, staring at him as if he were about to devour him alive. Seeing this, Chen angrily shouted, "Damn it, weren't you the one who tried to use a hidden dagger to assassinate me last time?" He then turned his head, looking into the distance and said, "Damn it, this person is one of yours. When will this woman leave? If I'd known earlier, I would have snapped your neck." His body trembled, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like an old woman. He began to charge toward Poisonous Snake, but Poisonous Snake reacted in time and quickly jumped high. Chen saw this and wondered, Chen Ziliang's speed is getting faster. He began to ponder, his gaze decisive, regretting calling him a poisonous snake, since he had been using poison techniques. Future Chen, upon hearing this, gave him an exasperated look and said, "Do you really need to be like this? You weren't necessarily exposed when you reached the 3rd rank just now, the coughing up blood was clearly intentional." He looked at Future Chen and smiled brightly, asking, "Haha, how was my acting?" Future Chen crossed his arms, a slight smirk on his face, "What? It's no different from how I was back then." On the rooftop of a building, a voice was heard. He had an assistant, who was holding binoculars, looking through them while saying, "We need to take the young master away immediately, but first, we must notify the family head." Suddenly, something with great force flew straight toward his face, making MC's face flush immediately, and his head instinctively tilted to the side. He quickly reacted, turning toward the direction from which the object had come, staring intently but seeing no one.
he exclaimed in confusion. Huh, people from Zhu, are you trying to oppose the Chen family? He frowned, still looking in that direction, when a voice spoke up. I'm not from Zhu. Another object, thrown with great force, flew straight toward the other cheek. The person then added, and what the hell is the Chen family?
Wang Meng raised one hand to her cheek, holding a knife in the other hand, continuously twisting it, thinking to herself.
Not good, young Master Chen is done for. Why did Zhu suddenly act like this?
Out of nowhere, her gaze drifted downwards, her face showing a hint of joy, her hand instinctively touching her own red cheek.
It's here, she thought. Below, there was a group of strange people, all wearing black uniforms, their faces completely covered, leaving only two eyes that glowed with mystery. A group of black-clad martial artists with masks had gathered in the grand hall, and even from a glance, one could see the luxurious decor, the golden hue symbolizing wealth. An assassination was happening right on the rooftop of the building. The gray-haired leader with a black beard on his chin heard the shouting. Not good, and Zhu has made a move. Quickly, go rescue Zilin. Poisonous Snake held the knife with a fierce look in his eyes, ready to strike immediately. The group of black-clad martial artists stood in line, waiting for their assignments. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was Han Feng. He arrogantly gave orders with a single phrase. Who told you to go? A red light flashed, blinding them, and one of them asked. Who is it? Han Feng, likely worried that their full body coverings would still feel cold, conjured up flames to increase the warmth. He haughtily replied. It's your grandfather. To prove his abilities, Han Feng made his move, sending a fierce flame toward them, leaving everything to the evil. The two beautiful girls managed to block Han Feng's strength for a moment, causing him to feel slightly bewildered. What? Ice element? Both of the girls were not only skilled but also possessed extraordinary beauty, with curves that could captivate anyone. The blonde girl said, the cat claw technique dares to stop us. The two girls joined forces to counterattack, standing closely together, holding hands, as if they were dancing. Refusing to give up, Han Feng continued to fight back, his expression no longer natural but instead contorted in a frown. Neither side was willing to back down, trading blows back and forth, each landing on their faces. Chen entered from somewhere, standing still to watch the show. This crazy guy still thought of himself as invincible, only to meet his nemesis, a practitioner of the ice element. He ran to a corner, turning back to look at Poisonous Snake, who was holding a knife. The man opposite him was shirtless, shouting wildly. Shannon reminded himself that this TNC guy was a little unusual, and he would have to be more cautious in the future. A group of martial artists in black robes rushed out from the hall, receiving orders from their master. Shannon was not afraid, standing ready to face them with bright eyes and a confident expression, challenging them. My turn to play with you guys. The gray-haired leader and his subordinates, waiting in a nearby building, observed the situation. This young man's relationship with Zhu had reached this point, just as Chen Longhai had predicted, with intent. He was eager to see Chen An's strength, but facing 10 second-rate masters alone seemed somewhat forced, testing his true abilities. By Weii, standing beside him, felt a little worried and wondered inwardly, though she didn't dare to show it. Shannon, what exactly is your relationship with Zhu? The scene shifts to another location, where a blond man is being beaten, his face battered. In a panic, he sits on the ground, barely able to utter a single word. You. The voice of his opponent rings out, you're distracted while fighting, if you don't die, who will? Barely standing, he stumbles and falls to the ground. The image reveals a girl with long purple hair, gazing at her own hand. It was none other than Mu Lin Shua. Shannon grasped the sword, ready to fight them to the death. Come at me. These people don't reason. When someone refuses to admit, they stubbornly ask over and over. The gray-haired man with the beard, Shannon, you really are connected to Zhu. In the end, you even gave a piece of advice, Zhu is no good, you should turn back. Suspicious of life, he retaliated fiercely. Not good? You listed a series of their vile deeds. Chen Zilin uses illegal drugs, and when he loses control and goes on a killing spree, how do you people of the Chen family explain yourselves? Seeing that he couldn't bend Chenan's resolve, the gray-haired man with the beard threatened boldly. Since that's the case, then you can be eradicated as well. The sword was already in hand, just waiting for them to strike first so he could fight to the end. They had many people, so they planned to attack in waves. First, the man with the blonde hair, who was channeling his inner energy to summon his strength. The wind rose, swirling around into a tornado, charging toward him like a raging storm. He fought back fiercely, but it was still somewhat difficult. His face tightened, gritting his teeth as he pushed the wind back. Another man was releasing an even greater power than before. The determination to win was evident in his eyes, as the force he wielded grew 5 times stronger. Chenin unleashed his ultimate fist technique. 2 sources of power, one red and one yellow, collided with each other, sending shockwaves flying to both sides. The second-rank expert was completely stunned, unsure whether to be happy or sad. What? His strength has increased again. The more he fought, the stronger he became, enveloped in a golden light. But the red-eyed female expert seemed to have noticed something. She said, "Trapped land." Immediately, the ground beneath his feet cracked open. Luckily, he reacted quickly and jumped high, avoiding her attack. How foolish. He forgot about gravity, and despite his flustered state, he couldn't avoid it in time. Danger loomed. Just as he had managed to regain his cool for a moment, he fell straight to the ground. Ah, my image. Rubble piled on his head. How embarrassing it was to forget. By Weii panicked, calling out his name. Shannon. The more frantic she became, the calmer the man beside her was. He spoke calmly, "Wait, let's watch a bit longer." In a state of confusion and doubt, she could only remain silent and continue watching the fight. Far away, due to the devastation caused by the battle, a man dressed in black assessed the situation and guessed, "Looks like he's dead." Beside him, a girl dressed in a full black outfit echoed, "This guy is really strong. Too bad he's fighting against us." Once everything seemed to be settled, the middle-aged man turned and left, his resolute gaze signaling to the other 2, "Let's go, we need to help the young master." Hearing this, the 2 followed him. Suddenly, a man in a gray robe, holding a sword emanating a purple glow, rushed forward, grimacing as he thought, "This is bad." Looking at the shattered debris, he muttered, "Where is it? There's no more aura fluctuation." The red-haired man was irritated, and around him were lines of fiery flames, glowing as brightly as his hair. That kid wasn't even worth considering. Just like that, he had already gone off to explore the underworld. He released a mighty wave of fire. Those around him screamed and quickly retreated. Beneath the rocks, deep within Shannan's consciousness, he was thinking, guarding the spirit, the mind is unaffected by external things. Shannan himself was a sharp weapon. His body floated freely. He seriously thought, electric radiance, lone dragon. His body emitted a blue light as if clearing something, channeling power, and drawing his weapon like a flash of lightning. The sword in his hand emitted a beam of light, like. The man in the black, fully covered outfit was walking when he heard a clattering sound from beneath the ground and turned around. Humph. His face turned pale as he saw the light from beneath the earth, and his mouth unconsciously uttered, "Huh?" As if he couldn't believe his eyes. From beneath the ground, a cluster of swirling winds rose up, sending the man flying. He didn't have time to react, only managing a startled "A." His companions were just as surprised, all turning in unison to see what was happening. Our male lead jumped up from the ground, then smiled brightly as if no watering was needed. His eyes flickered with 2 sparks of lightning as he landed with cool grace, saying to everyone, "I have returned from hell." By Weii stared in shock, her mouth agape. The man next to her was also startled, but his reaction wasn't as obvious, simply letting out a soft "oh." The girl with purple hair and the others who were running also turned around with surprised expressions. The man in the gray outfit cautiously asked, "Should we help him anymore?" The girl with purple hair, hearing this, showed a hint of disdain and no longer wanted to pay attention to the matter, turning her head and walking away. "Forget it, let him deal with it himself."
A mocking voice continued. Let him suppress the experts of the Chen family, while we go deal with Chen Long Hai.
Wind.
With that shout, a whirlwind suddenly whipped up violently. Chen still wore his initial smile and confidently asked,
Do you think you know how to summon the wind?
As soon as the words left his mouth, Shenan's sword sliced through the whirlwind and stabbed straight toward the throat of the man in black. He stood frozen in shock, as if he had been trapped in glue. The whirlwind now sparkled with sharp purple lightning. The man was sent flying, barely managing to cry out in awe, just like his previous comrade. Before he could even fall to the ground, another one charged forward, roaring fiercely, increasing his strength fivefold, but it was all just for show. Before he could land a blow, he was sent flying back, deformed from the impact.
The people around were stunned and exclaimed, What?
The man with a small beard under his chin saw what was happening and immediately shouted without thinking.
Everyone, charge! We have orders from above.
The remaining men in black rushed forward without hesitation.
Each one unleashed their attack simultaneously, trapped land, ice bind, binding spells. Our protagonist, unfazed and even more excited, laughed loudly. Ah, bring it on!
At the Chen family villa, the scene appeared peaceful, but the screams coming from there revealed that it was not as calm as it seemed.
Kill them all!
Please don't. In the middle of the main hall of the house, the girl with purple hair, the red-haired man, and the guy in the gray outfit stood right in the center, interrogating the survivors. The rest had been killed and piled up around them. The captured ones trembled and begged. Please don't kill me, I'll leave. Some, in order to save their own lives, betrayed the Chen family, pleading for mercy. Please don't kill me, I'll reveal all of Chen family's crimes to you. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl waved her hand, signaling them to go. As soon as they had the chance, the traitors ran as fast as they could, thinking they had survived, only to be cleaved down by the elderly man with silver hair at the door. Wiping the blood off his sword, he spoke in a tone of disdain. A bunch of meat, not worthy of living. The mysterious man's hands lightly grazed the hilt of his sword. I've carried Old Bonehead for a long time, but never had the chance to use it. Since the world began to change, I've been hiding. He then raised his blade solemnly, his face tightening with seriousness. I've been waiting for someone to dare face the Chen family. I thought that person was Chenin. He slowly took a few steps forward, his killing intent rising, transforming into waves of purple energy, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. How unfortunate, it seems that you and Zhu have arrived at this moment. In that case, should I kill you first, or him? The beautiful woman with purple hair began to grow increasingly fearful, her face turning pale as she shrank back, her eyes wide with terror. No, he's third rank. The middle-aged man swung his sharp sword forward, his green eyes flashing with an unusually fierce glint. A row of towering buildings appeared before them, and Shannon rested his massive black sword on his shoulder. The assassins he had been beating were now struggling on the ground, kneeling, sweat pouring from their bodies, looking utterly helpless. They cried out in horror.
Monster, he's a monster.
The chaotic scene was so overwhelming that no one noticed a mysterious figure, quietly loading a gun with strange green gas emanating from it. Speaking slowly, she assessed the situation, recalling how, previously, a spear made from a monstrous tree had been discovered at the Jiao Ty Manor. It seemed the Chen family had already approached and researched it. The middle-aged man stroked his chin, finding it hard to read. If that were the case, he was eager to see what other cards the Chen family had up their sleeves. Nearby, one man secretly aimed his gun at Chenin, but all he saw was Chenin effortlessly raising his sword, easily cleaving the small golden bullet in mid-air. A victorious smile spread across his lips. The assassin had started to feel afraid, his sweat pouring down in streams, but there was no turning back now. He could only keep firing at him. The bullets flew like mosquitoes, but all he had to do was swipe his sword a few times to dodge them. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly terrified. He shrank back, covering his face with his hands. Please, don't. Without hesitation, he slashed at the gun. His sword cut through the air smoothly, leaving a long, clean streak.
He said triumphantly, "Don't blame me.
My swordsmanship has improved." On the other side, feeling cornered, the assassin pulled out a small paper packet from his jacket pocket.
"Chenin, you forced my hand."
He swung his arm, scattering a cloud of white powder toward him and yelled, "Die." Chenin quickly created a shimmering green protective shield around himself. The assassin's sudden move left him stunned.
"What is this?"
The powder accidentally hit the bodies of the other assassins.
The powder emitted a strange purple hue. "Ah, this is bad."
As soon as the powder made contact with their skin, it seemed to trigger something in them. Their faces turned pale, their flesh stretched out uncontrollably. Some were killed instantly when the powder touched their wounds, only to revive immediately, but their bodies were twisted and slack like zombies. What unfolded before Chenan's eyes left him in a state of panic and confusion.
"Virus, it's a virus, that Chen Hailong is really something."
The mysterious voice echoed in his ears.
Chenin fought to hold them off.
When they are infected by the virus, it will permeate, causing their blood to become contagious. Once infected, it will pass through the flesh, and the blood will spread the infection. They keep coming closer every day. As you take a breath, mysterious energies surrounding you, it seems like you're preparing to strike. A voice shouted, "At that point, the entire Yin Chang will turn into hell."
"How much longer do you want to watch?"
The middle-aged man standing beside spoke up, "These people carry the virus. If not stopped, the entire Yin Chang will be in danger." The fiery girl with green hair jumped down from the tall building. "They're mobilizing a large force for the safety of the world. You're right, if we don't stop them, this is no longer just a personal grudge between him and the Chen family.
By using the virus, the Chen family and humanity become enemies."
They surrounded the man, with the sky overhead turning pitch black, the air ominous, and hidden in the darkness. A horde of zombies staggered towards the humans. By Weii quickly rushed to stand in front of the group, raising her voice to warn, "Be careful not to get injured, the virus spreads quickly." Suddenly, a zombie charged towards her uncontrollably, attacking By Weii, but she quickly blocked it. With a single palm strike, By Weii sent the unlucky zombie flying.
She darted to the zombie, grabbing its neck.
Instantly, By Weii slammed it down onto the ground. Her strength was so immense that the earth cracked beneath her. Witnessing her power, several despicable men began to comment. Some mocked her for being too violent, while others lewdly remarked that they liked her for that. Humans and zombies gradually entered a tense battle, the scene chaotic, with people fighting zombies. Suddenly, it was unclear who had the misfortune of being loved by bad luck, but someone was lightly bitten by a zombie, causing them to scream loudly. Due to the bite, the person was infected with the virus, their body convulsing, purple veins slowly spreading up their face, and their eyes rolling back. Despite this, they didn't forget to curse at the zombie. People watching saw the person gradually fall, and a blonde girl standing nearby screamed in panic.
"This is bad, he's probably been infected."
Just then, Chenin dashed forward like an arrow, leaving behind a trail of green light flashing from his sword, swiftly sending the unfortunate soul to meet their ancestors for the second time. He called out loudly, "Everyone, focus on defense, his blood will enter the body through the wound, and when that happens, he'll turn into a walking piece of meat." Listening to Chenin, those with spirit power immediately became more vigilant. On By Wei's side, she was fiercely sweeping through the zombies with just a few lightning-fast kicks. The zombies she kicked down were piled up in a heap, their faces twisted in strange angles. While everyone was fighting, a pair of well-polished leather shoes appeared.
Su Dongwan unexpectedly entered the scene, seriously analyzing, attacks alone won't kill them, and it's likely that more experts will get infected.
Then, he came to a conclusion.
The situation is not good. Upon hearing Su Dongwang's words, Chenin suddenly had an epiphany. "Right, I almost forgot, don't I have it?"
A small orange light gathered at the tip of Chenan's index and middle fingers, and the name of the technique appeared in his mind, Wan Yuan Mountain Fire of Qi. With the Wan Yuan Mountain Fire of Qi, the zombies were burned to ashes by the large flames, and Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as he watched the scene. A group of zombies was set ablaze by a single spark, and all that could be seen at that moment was a massive inferno. The people around them were stunned, witnessing this mesmerizing sight, and whispered in amazement. One person spoke up, "This kid can control fire? Is he even more powerful than the people from Anzu?" Others wondered aloud, what other abilities is he hiding? By Weii had her clothes singed by Chen's fire and quickly retreated toward him, her voice tinged with reproach, "Are you trying to burn me alive?" Despite being scolded, Chen didn't feel guilty at all. On the contrary, with an obstinate and challenging expression, he said to By Weii, "Who told you to stand there watching? You didn't help for a long time, and I'm not even angry at you. Burning your clothes is actually a bit of a gain for me." In all her life, By Weii had never encountered anyone with a thicker skin than Chen. At that moment, she was at a loss for words, and could only angrily shout, "Chen, you!" Half an hour later, Chen and By Weii were still standing, watching the flames. Suddenly, Chen walked away, prompting By Weii to ask, "Where are you going?" Without looking back, Chen walked toward a building that was lit up and explained to By Weii, "I'm going to check if the old man from the Chen family is dead yet. I want to step on his 2 feet." Then, he gave her a final instruction, "This place is up to you." Suddenly tasked with this responsibility, By Weii felt a little shy. Her face flushed slightly, and with an embarrassed expression, she folded her arms and thought, "You're still worried about that Anzu guy, aren't you?" A group of people saw Chen leaving and immediately followed him, calling out to each other, "Let's go, hurry up, this guy is definitely heading to the Chen family." At the Chen family's estate, the once beautiful mansion with lush trees and vibrant flower gardens now appeared bleak, the atmosphere thick with death. On the broken stairs, a man wearing a baseball cap and a young man with pink hair were lying collapsed, struggling to breathe, looking seriously injured. A beautiful girl with purple hair was also gasping for air, seeming to be in even worse condition than the other two. A white-haired man in a suit stood in front of her, his expression clearly smug, his right hand raised high holding a sword, ready to strike. Before that, he mocked her with a few words, "And Zhu's strength is nothing but a hollow reputation. You better practice properly in your next life." A beam of purple light shot toward the purple-haired girl as if to take her life. The girl had already let go, accepting that she would die here, but still couldn't help wondering, is this the end? A single tear, like a precious pearl, slid down her cheek as she shut her eyes, her heart filled with indignation, and she thought, "I'm unwilling to accept this, waiting for death but it never comes." Purple-haired girl wondered in her mind, "Why don't I feel any pain?" She blurted out, "Am I dead?" She cracked her eyes open and asked, "Or is this just a dream?" She knelt, awaiting death, but what she got was Chen's back, standing in front of her. Even in such a tense situation, he still couldn't resist teasing her, "Pinch your cheek and see if you're dreaming." At this moment, Chen stood in front of Mu Lin Shua. Seeing this, the other man spoke, "To be able to face my sword energy head-on, you really haven't disappointed me." He sneered and continued, "It wasn't a waste of my time waiting for you for so long." Chen, hearing this, pretended to be surprised and replied, "Huh, you know me?" Then, in a teasing tone, he continued, "Is it like how my mother understands me?" He laughed heartily, feeling smug, "Ha, I have plenty of information about you, from when you were little until now, everything is clear. From being a kid to a top-tier third-rank strongman." Everyone was stunned, and a man wearing a hat behind them spoke in astonishment, "You really reached third rank?" Beside them, Mu Lin Shuasi was also speechless in surprise. The people who had been fighting outside also poked their heads in to eavesdrop, shouting, "Did I hear that correctly?" Chen Longhai said in a deep voice, "It's third rank. No wonder you're so powerful." They started discussing excitedly among themselves. Seeing this, Chen only smiled and said, "You really know a lot, don't you?" Suddenly, the man drew his sword and said, "Chen, I really admire you." He twirled his sword and continued, "Your growth makes me uneasy." Then, he jumped up, charging straight at Chen, shouting his final words, which were simply like this. At that moment, Chen, with a cold expression, smiled menacingly and said, "But in this world, the more you know, the faster you die."
With that, he also drew his sword to block the man's attack. He looked at him with disdain and said, "You rely on strength, but in my eyes, you're just a weakling." The man's sword trembled incessantly. After speaking, Chen pushed him back, jumped into the air, and with lightning speed, delivered 2 slashes. At the same time, he said, "You're just scum who forces his son to use forbidden drugs, you deserve to die." Before the first slash even landed, the man was caught off guard, unable to react in time, and could only block with his bare hands. The moment the sword struck the flesh, a layer of metal covering the skin was revealed. Chen looked slightly surprised and asked, "Huh?" Blocked, seeing that it had no effect, he immediately unleashed a series of slashes toward his opponent, shouting, "Hey!" Before the man could react, a barrage of slashes came toward him, causing him to panic and exclaim, "What?" As Chen's strikes landed, the man was sent flying toward the wall, his eyes rolling back, leaving only the whites visible, his mouth agape in shock as he was unable to defend himself. He looked toward the wall he was about to crash into, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn, the attack is too strong." The moment he finished speaking, he slammed into the thick wall. Seeing that he was fine and getting up to escape, he said, "You still want to run?" With that, Chen threw his sword toward him. The sword flew through the air and planted itself firmly in the ground right in front of him. Seeing this, the man was both surprised and scared, saying, "Chen, you mean?" Suddenly, he realized something. Grinning, he grabbed Chen's sword, smug as if he had turned the tables, and said, "You no longer have a weapon." Ha ha! Suddenly, his wrist was seized. Chen appeared from behind, smiling as he said, "Didn't anyone tell you? My sword can't be held by just anyone?" With that, the arm the man had extended was broken, causing him to scream in pain. Ah! His body slumped down, his knees struggling to hold up his upper body. He trembled and said, "Chen." Then, gritting his teeth in agony, he shakily took a red pill and placed it in his mouth. The pill was swallowed. Chen Longhai's body was enhanced with power, and around him, red spiritual energy radiated. Chen watched this in surprise, wondering to himself. His arm had already healed. At that moment, he seemed to be revived. His eyes, once white, had turned black, while his black pupils had become red, flashing with electric sparks. His entire body was smoking, looking like a demon. He said, "I wasn't planning to use it, but you forced me." With that, he shot toward Chen at the speed of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The people standing outside the door eavesdropping said, "This is bad, Mr. Chen has taken the drug. If he goes wild, we're no match for him." Chen stopped them. Meanwhile, Chen Longhai charged toward Chen, his hand outstretched with murderous intent. Chen sneered derisively as if the scene unfolding before him was nothing significant. He said, "Your power is nothing special." With that, he grabbed the man's neck, causing him to flinch. Before he could react, Chen slammed him hard into the ground, leaving him gasping, still not understanding what had just happened. The floor beneath them cracked. Chen coldly looked down at him, as if inspecting a dog, and said, "You turned yourself into a sick man because of the drug, what a waste of being human. Die." As he spoke, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the man's body. A loud sound echoed through the scene as the dust and smoke began to disperse. At this moment, Chen slipped his hands into his pockets and looked down at the floor. Chen Longhai, on the other hand, was being completely dominated by Chen, not a single move escaping his control. A large hole had been punched into the floor, and inside it lay Chen Longhai. Everyone around them was both horrified and in awe. He's too powerful now, is he even human anymore? Then, from outside the door, a man wearing glasses, a gray shirt, and an extremely eye-catching blue tie entered. He walked in with a friendly demeanor and said, "Chen, I'm Sutian Ming from Jichang Pharmaceuticals, nice to meet you." Upon hearing this, the people around seemed to suddenly realize something, their mouths falling open as they quickly began calculating in their minds. "That's right, we need to pull him in. If we can build a relationship with him, who would dare touch us in the future?" Chen turned to face him, looked him over, and said, "Oh, is it that enjoyable?" Hearing this, the man stuttered. I
haven't explained yet, but just then, a figure appeared from behind and spoke up.
Mr. Chen.
A red-haired man entered, greeting warmly, I am the father of Suawushi, Su Dongwang.
At this moment, Chen relaxed his facial expression and smiled at Su Dongwang. Hello, Uncle Su, I'm acquainted with Suawushi.
He then moved closer to him and continued, I'll visit you when I have time.
Su Dongwang nodded in satisfaction.
Good, good. He thought to himself, this kind of performance could help the Suwa family become the ruler of Yinchang.
After finishing the conversation, Chen left, not even bothering to glance at the people around him.
Seeing this, the others began to speculate and gossip among themselves.
This Chen seems to not care about us at all. He's only nice to old Suwa, or does he want to rely on the Suwa family? Su Dongwang also watched Chen's retreating figure and said, Chen, with such abilities, does he really want to compete with us? Does he even have the qualifications to become the ruler of a region?
As Chen was walking, Mu Lin Shuai and two members of the mysterious organization followed behind him and ran up to where he was. She called out to him.
Chen. Hearing her voice, Chen turned his head and glanced at her, saying, Here to thank me? Or are you trying to set me up? I thought you rejected my offer before, so that in the future, you could take action and make me owe you a favor.
She blushed a little, her cheeks reddening, and said, I still want to thank you.
If something happens to you in the future.
Before she could finish her sentence, he slightly tilted his head and interrupted, You just want to come to me. In his mind, the future Chen spoke up, That's right, you should build your own power.
Hearing him, Poisonous Snake, with a somewhat worried expression, responded, As long as you ensure I won't be hunted by Zhu, I'll follow you.
He replied calmly, No problem. Meanwhile, Su Yuan seemed to be worried about something, forcing a smile as he said, Mr. Chen, I think I'll pass. Upon hearing this, Chen calmly responded, All right, I respect your choice, but don't regret it later. After both of them had spoken, only she remained silent.
He then asked, What about you?
But she still said nothing. Suddenly, she looked up, as if she had made her decision. Then she boldly raised her hand to her chest and said to him,
All right, I can do it for you, but Zhu won't let me off easily when the time comes. Chen, will you be able to protect me? Chen smiled, confidently replying to her, Of course, I'll need your help in the future too. 3 days later, at a high-end hotel.
Mu Lin Shua, with a serious and gleaming expression, opened a folder and said, This is the detailed list of the Chen family's assets.
Almost all of it has been transferred to your name. Please take a look.
Chen, upon hearing this, simply replied, You take care of this, and if anything is missing, call Wang Meng for help.
I'm going to the Chen family estate and will meet you later.
At that moment, Wang Meng was blushing as he stared at her intently.
He leisurely walked out of the door, whistling. Seeing this, she angrily shouted from behind, You're still my secretary, you know? It's so frustrating. Wang Meng just stood by, silently chuckling to himself. Meanwhile, at the Chen family estate, Chen looked at the wall in front of him with suspicion and asked, Is there a secret room here?
He then descended into a tunnel, which was pitch dark, with only a little light from the outside illuminating where Chen stood. Chen of the future then answered, Yes, I accidentally discovered this passage years ago, so I have some memories of it. Hearing this, he walked over to a control panel, pulled a lever down, and said, Before he died, it seemed like he wanted to come back here, but I don't know what for. When the lights around them flickered on, a large pillar in the center of the basement began to glow with shimmering jade green light. The body of the pillar was intricately carved with a dragon coiled around it.
Chen, seeing this, asked, What is this?
Chen of the future seemed a bit surprised and answered, This is the stone pillar seal.
I didn't expect it to be here at the Chen family estate.
He then explained that the stone pillar was like the great river crossing mountain of this world. When the seal is broken, places that weren't supposed to appear show up, and it seems this is the first time anyone has seen it. The earthquake that destroyed the seal caused Silver Lake to appear on its own.
After hearing the explanation, Chen asked, Then why is it Silver Lake and not something else? Is there something beneath it?
Future Chen replied, the earthquake only revealed a small seal, but beneath it, there are much larger seals that have been broken.
There must be something extremely significant beneath. The Chen family estate truly looks deceiving.
Hearing this, he stood, deep in thought, and then paused, asking blankly, so, what about this seal in the future?
Should we open it or not? Future Chen continued to explain calmly, not now.
Your abilities are insufficient, and besides, opening it requires preparation. Go find it first, but first, you need to be a good boss. Chen listened for a moment as though not quite understanding, his eyes spinning as if dizzy, saying, my head hurts so much. After stepping out of the estate, Chen saw his secretary waiting outside for him and asked, is something wrong? She gestured to the person beside her and replied, this person has urgent business and wants to negotiate. I brought him here, it's the same person who wanted to make a deal with you last time. He spoke first, Boss Chen, Xingwu, I am Sutian Ming from Jichang Pharmaceuticals. Seeing him, Chen walked over to shake his hand and asked, young Master H.A., I wonder what brings you here today? He smiled and replied, it's like this, our company has a partnership with the Chen family, and we really want to continue it. Right now, our products are in all the pharmaceutical stores of hospitals, and if it were to stop, it would be a bit inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Chen's face darkened as he asked, are you threatening me? At this moment, Sutian Ming, seemingly afraid of being misunderstood by Chen, quickly explained earnestly, Boss Chen, please don't misunderstand, I would never have such intentions. I just want to show you the strength of our company. Hearing him speak, Chen coldly waved his hand to dismiss the guest, saying, if that's the case, you can go through Miss Mu, there's no need for me to see you off. Seeing Chen's attitude, he still didn't give up, holding onto the business card with one hand, smiling confidently as he said, Mr. Chen, I believe we'll meet again soon. Chen emotionlessly took the business card from Su Tianming's hand and replied, Miss Mu, please see the guest out. 10 minutes later, Mu Lin Shuo had seen Su Tianming off and returned to Chen's side. As soon as she saw him, he immediately asked, what do you think of him? Mu Lin Shuo calmly expressed her thoughts, he's probably an awakened one, but I can't tell his strength. She then asked him in return, Mr. Chen, do you think there's something wrong with him? Chen crossed his arms and made his conclusion, peak second rank, this person is not simple. Mu Lin Shuo, surprised and full of doubt, asked him, is he really that strong? Chen did not answer but assigned her a task, go check the cooperation details between Jichang Pharmaceuticals and the Chen family, as he mentioned. Mu Lin Shuo immediately responded, understood. As evening gradually descended, the last rays of sunlight from the day shone directly into the houses to the west. Inside the house, Chen, holding a glass of water, called Mu Lin Shuo and asked, any findings? On the other end of the line, she responded, Mr. Chen, you were right. The cooperation between the Chen family and Jichang Pharmaceuticals involves the manufacturing of banned drugs. Meanwhile, Mu Lin Shuo was leaning her hip against a railing, standing against the setting sun, making the curves of her body stand out alluringly. She continued, seriously reporting her investigation results to Chen. They were in charge of the technical side, with the Chen family providing support, a comprehensive relationship, and even setting up a workshop in By Weii village. She went on with her report. Besides that, I had poisonous snake investigate, you don't blame me, do you? She spoke somewhat hesitantly. Upon hearing this, he smiled in satisfaction and said, you did very well. Now, come pick me up, let's go take a look. At the workshop in By Weii village, smoke billowed thickly. Poisonous Snake observed, gritting his teeth and muttering, shit, they really act fast. Poisonous Snake scanned the area, noticing that every corner of the workshop was ablaze. Some people were lying unconscious amidst the chaos, and eventually, they identified the culprit behind the fire. He shouted, over here. At that moment, the culprit was trying to escape through a window. Poisonous Snake dashed over like lightning and shouted, stop. The man in black, hearing Poisonous Snake's shout, immediately halted. Poisonous Snake stopped as well, sweat dripping down his face, sensing an ominous premonition. The man in black turned around, his eyes glowing red with a fierce, murderous aura. His right hand curled into a fist, looking extremely menacing. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Poisonous Snake's hand, causing him to recoil in shock, but it was too late. The man shouted, "It's over for you." A purple mist appeared around the man's hand as he gripped Poisonous Snake's wrist. Poisonous Snake's face turned pale with fear, his hand trembling in the man's grasp. He thought to himself, "This is bad." The man's grip on Poisonous Snake's wrist seemed to be poisoned. He looked slightly surprised before exclaiming, "Ah!" Immediately, he kicked Poisonous Snake away, sending him flying, and Poisonous Snake screamed, "Ah!" His face was scratched, but he still managed to get up and pull a knife out from behind. This guy's abilities are probably not weaker than Mu Lin Shua's. I'll have to delay and wait for the Chen bosses to arrive. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he saw the man in black running away. Poisonous Snake immediately gave chase, running like the wind, holding 2 knives in his hands. He shouted, "Don't run!" Hearing this, the man in black turned his head, glanced at Poisonous Snake with his cold, blood-red eyes, his voice dripping with killing intent, as if daring him to seek death. Outside the workshop, Chenin and Mu Lin Shua had just arrived. Looking at the scene before him, Chenin said to Mu Lin Shua, "Wait for me outside. No one is allowed in without my order." He then walked into the workshop, where fire was raging everywhere. He used his devour skill, absorbing all the flames inside. In an instant, the fire that had been burning fiercely was extinguished by Chen An's devour skill. Even Mu Lin Shua was astonished, blinking in disbelief. The flames had vanished in the blink of an eye. What had happened? Chenin then stepped out of the workshop. He showed her a light blue powder wrapped in a piece of paper and said, "Take a look at this." When she saw it, she asked, "What is this?" He replied, "This is powder I found among the machinery." He examined it, sniffed it, and said, "I can't tell the exact composition, but we should take it back for testing. It's highly likely to be an illegal drug." Upon hearing this, she looked around and said, "Poisonous Snake is very knowledgeable about this kind of thing. We should show it to him first, but where did he go?" He activated his skill to track Poisonous Snake's whereabouts and said, "There's energy from a second-rank expert here. We need to go meet Poisonous Snake, he's in danger." She immediately turned around and hurriedly went to search for the person. She ran towards the cluster of trees, as if noticing something, and said loudly, "He's here." Poisonous Snake lay in the bushes, bruised and battered by the man in black, his eyes rolled back in his head. Hearing this, Chenin also rushed over to check on Poisonous Snake. The injuries were serious, but not life-threatening. At that moment, Poisonous Snake slowly began to regain consciousness. He struggled to open his mouth and said, "Boss, I couldn't stop him, he managed to escape. I did my best, please don't punish me." Chenin, hearing what Poisonous Snake said, calmly replied, "It's fine, focus on healing first. Can you make out what he looks like?" Upon hearing this question, Poisonous Snake answered, "I couldn't see clearly, he was wearing black, his face was covered, his strength was overwhelming, I couldn't stop him." Suddenly, Chenin reached out towards Poisonous Snake, his shadow enveloping his body. Seeing this, Poisonous Snake was frightened and shouted, "Boss, Mu Lin Shua couldn't do anything either, I could only grit my teeth and turn away, letting out a shout. Mm. But just a few seconds after turning away, Poisonous Snake loudly said, "Thank you, boss." Mu Lin Shua was also startled and looked over, not understanding what had just happened. At this moment, Chenin was using his healing technique, tending to the wounds while saying, "Don't mention it for now, the internal injuries are quite serious, let's treat the external ones first. We can talk later." Seeing Chenan's actions, Poisonous Snake was moved to tears. He happily thought to himself, "Back in Zhu, if I failed, I would be severely punished, but Boss Chen doesn't blame me and even helps me heal." Mu Lin Shua, seeing this, smiled lightly in relief, then Chenin assigned the next task to her. "You can defeat yourself, so you certainly are not an unknown person, his strength can definitely be traced. Miss Mu, help me observe the situation in Qingji, especially Sutian Ming.
She stood upright, slightly bowing in acknowledgement. Understood.
At the same time, in a small house at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by trees, the man in black entered. He took off his mask, revealing a large scar on the left side of his face, stretching from the bridge of his nose across his cheek to his chin, with a hint of red-tinted hair peeking out. He spoke, "Leader." He looked at the person in front of him and said, "Mission completed." The person referred to as the leader had light platinum-colored hair and wore a half-gold mask over his face, giving him an aura of mystery. He also wore a black cloak that draped across his neck, which looked quite cool. Upon hearing the man in black, the leader replied, "It took a bit longer this time."
"Did you run into some trouble?"
The man in black, slightly worried, responded, "Leader, I encountered a reader, but I didn't use much force, so he won't recognize me." Hearing this, the leader's face darkened, and he said, somewhat surprised, "A reader, I didn't expect it to be them."
"Alright, go back quickly, and make sure you don't reveal yourself to them."
The man in black bowed his head in acknowledgement. Understood. The man in black left, and the leader stood alone, raising his phone to check it. He pressed a few buttons, sending a message to someone, then destroyed the phone.
It exploded with a loud bang.
After the task was completed, he left, leaving behind the flames still burning in the corner from the phone's explosion. When he left, a loud explosion rang out behind him, and the house was engulfed in flames. On this side, half of someone's face was visible, looking at their phone with a smirk. It turned out to be Sutian Ming. He stood in the backlight, looking at his phone, smiling in a way that made him look no different from a villain. 3 days later, at the hotel, By Weii and Chen sat across from each other, talking. By Weii spoke up, "This place will soon become a gathering spot for the awakened ones." She sat with one leg crossed over the other, and said, "So, you want to recruit some talents, huh?" Chen crossed his arms and smiled, replying, "I just want to find some information, and besides, it's mutually beneficial. I hope you have a copy of the data so I can avoid being investigated too much."
By Weii raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "What? Do you think it's that simple? You want to share information with the authorities? No one from the 3 major clans has ever done that." Chen, hearing this, rummaged through his bag and said, "Don't refuse just yet. I still need you to investigate something. I have something here for you to analyze." He then took a paper packet from his bag, placed it on the table, and slid it toward By Weii, saying, "I suspect this might be some kind of forbidden drug." Upon hearing Chen's words, By Weii suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Forbidden drug? Where did you get this from?" Chen responded seriously, "It came from a factory owned by the Chen family that I recently took over. It caught fire recently, and quite a few people died, but I've taken care of everything. The government agency that helped me look into this is asking you to investigate, but keep it low profile." By Weii hesitated for a moment before responding, "Alright, let me take this for inspection, but I will report back once it's returned. Actually, I don't have the authority to make decisions." As soon as she finished speaking, a commotion from downstairs caught their attention. Was she really saying no? The two of them walked toward the balcony and looked down.
The argument continued to echo upwards.
"What are you registering for? Do you even know who my father is?" Downstairs, the receptionist was arguing with a pair of old classmates of Chen.
She was trying to explain the situation to them. "I'm sorry, young master, the second floor is reserved for the boss to meet the awakened ones for registration, and it's temporarily closed." Upon hearing this, the man pointed at the receptionist and shouted loudly, "I'm a VIP member. What do you mean by registration?" Upstairs, Chen immediately recognized his old classmates, sneering as he walked downstairs, leaving By Weii still confused, unable to understand what was happening. As he walked, he said, "This guy dares to come here. Ha ha." Then, a blond man appeared from nowhere, shoved the receptionist aside, causing her to cry out.
"Ah!" With one hand in his pocket, he arrogantly said, "What are you all doing? Just let me go up, and let me see who dares stop me." By Weii looked down at the scene, crossed her arms, slightly furrowed her brow, and smiled. I'll go too. Or maybe I should deal with this little trouble for you. How would you like me to handle it? Chen, upon hearing this, half closed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, No need, I wouldn't dare trouble Mr. Bai. Besides, I have some personal grievances with that guy from when I was in college. Hearing this, By Weii stroked her chin and replied, I see. Well, you handle it then. Maybe it's because of some youthful love story, right? Upon hearing her words, Chen stiffened and retorted, Nonsense, I'm far from it. Before he could finish his sentence, By Weii turned and walked away, cutting him off with, Just don't kill anyone. Bye. At that moment, the young Master Zhao was still deliberately heading upstairs. The receptionist was nudged aside but still tried to persuade him, Young Master, please don't go. Ah! The blonde guy shouted irritably, Go away. A hand caught the receptionist, and she asked, Are you okay? Wang Meng, standing behind, with a confident look on his face, said to the receptionist, You go ahead, I'll handle it. Young Master, please, don't make a scene, the receptionist pleaded. Zhao Young Master became furious, clenching his fists and shouting, You want to die? Wang Meng gritted his teeth and blocked his strike with his hand. He looked at the arm that Zhao had just hit, which had frozen, and suddenly thought to himself that something was wrong. Before his hand could fully recover, he was kicked in the back, causing him to cry out in pain, Ah! Zhao Young Master stuffed his hands into his pockets, smiling smugly as he said, You dared to stop me? Let's see if you can stand up. Jiang Wei, from behind, added, When Zhao Young Master makes a move, it's certain death. Chen suddenly walked over to Wang Meng and said, This place forbids fighting. Wang Meng looked up, and when he saw Chen, he was immediately delighted, calling out, Chen. Chen, along with Jiang Wei, was astonished and asked, What are you doing here? The receptionist standing beside them quickly explained, This is our boss. Jiang Wei, still in shock, exclaimed, What? Lu Jing, standing nearby, was also taken aback, as if not believing his eyes, and said, He actually took over the Emperor Hotel? At this moment, Zhao Young Master arrogantly said, Boss Chen, how do we get to the upper floors? Seeing his attitude toward Chen, Wang Meng shouted, How dare you speak to the boss like that? Let me teach you a lesson. Zhao Young Master slightly leaned forward, his face full of contempt, and said to Wang Meng, You? Show me if your arm, still frozen with my ice ceiling, can even move. Suddenly, Chen placed his hand on Wang Meng's shoulder, closed his eyes to steady his mind, and whispered in Wang Meng's ear. His hand, resting on Wang Meng's shoulder, began to glow. He said, Imagine yourself as a commander, as a king. They are nothing but lowly beings. His eyes gleamed slightly, and he continued, What would you do to these lowly creatures, these insects? After hearing Chen's words, Wang Meng closed his eyes and muttered to himself, I am the king, they are the lowly ones. Meanwhile, Zhao Young Master continued to mock Wang Meng. Laughing, he said, Ha, is that the so-called mental victory? Is this classmate a mage? At that moment, Wang Meng seemed to transform into a different person. A murderous aura radiated from his face as he said, How dare such lowly creatures buzz in front of me? Zhao Young Master was terrified, his face stiffened, and he couldn't speak properly. You dare to hit me. A golden aura radiated from Wang Meng, making him look like a monster. He asked, Are you still unconvinced? Zhao Young Master trembled under Wang Meng's pressure, stammering, Damn you, I surrender. Wang Meng suddenly slapped Zhao Young Master in the face, making him scream. Aw, damn it. He kept slapping him until Zhao Young Master begged for mercy. Stop. Ah, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Jiang Wei saw Zhao Young Master's face bruised from the beatings, and he stepped back, saying, Mr. Chen, please let us go. Chen looked satisfied, saying, That's enough, let them go. Wang Meng, hearing this, turned around and said naively, Okay, boss. Then, he turned back to them with a fierce look, saying, Leave quickly, which startled them. Jiang Wei had to help Zhao Young Master leave, and Lu Jing, before leaving, glanced back at Chen.
At this moment, Chen spoke to him. You activated his energy.
Aren't you afraid of retaliation?
Then he sighed softly and added, luckily, we're only dealing with a low-level awakened one. What if we had encountered a master?
Chen closed his eyes confidently, thinking, could it be that I can't recognize Meng Zi's personality? Suddenly, a voice came from behind, activating potential. That's quite a skill. Chen turned around, not knowing who was speaking. Then a tall, middle-aged man appeared, accompanied by Weii and Du Henyu. He appeared friendly and said, "Hello, Chen bro, I've heard of you for a long time, and it's great to finally meet." Ha ha ha. Du Henyu, standing beside him, crossed her arms, showing annoyance, and said, "What? You still had us come in person, or is this for your kid?" Upon hearing them, Chen turned to By Weii and asked, "This is By Weii." By Weii gestured towards the two of them and replied, "This is Cunning Elder, Brain of the Waste." Cunning Elder showed up just in time. "You should tell him the plan we discussed, so I don't have to explain it myself." Cunning Elder, hearing this, laughed and said, "Ah, friend, do you have something to discuss?" Shannon smiled and answered, "Hello, Cunning Elder. I have to admit, as soon as I opened the door, I was already looking at a mountain. I hope we can cooperate with the government." Du Henyu's eyes lit up. The moment Shannon spoke the word about, her eyes suddenly shone. Someone stiff. By Weii, noticing this, turned and shouted, "What are you doing?" Du Henyu coldly replied, "Lower his imposing manner a bit." She ordered Chenin around, now he should dance. As she finished speaking, Chenin's body began to uncontrollably sway. Seeing that By Weii couldn't stop the spirit master, she turned to Cunning Elder for help. "What is this, Cunning Elder?" When Du Henyu saw Chenin approach her, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Then, Chenin suddenly lifted her up, causing her to panic a little and blush. She screamed, "Ah, what are you doing? Put me down." Hearing her speak, Chenin let go of his hands, causing her to fall to the ground with a cry. Du Henyu, with one hand on her back, shouted at him, "What do you want to do?" Chenin whistled, his face showing an air of indifference, and said, "Didn't you want to dance? But I don't have a partner to dance with. It's a pity your technique is too poor." Then, he raised an eyebrow and mocked, "Don't try to use that mind control trick on me." At that moment, Chenin shouted at him in the future tense, "If I hadn't reminded you, you would have turned into a fool." The mental system setup of Du Henyu is indeed powerful. Du Henyu gritted his teeth in anger, unable to argue. At this point, the Cunning Elder spoke up, "No mistakes allowed, friend. My subordinate is still young and inexperienced, don't mind him. Earlier, you mentioned something about wanting to cooperate with us, right?" Hearing him, Chenin thought to himself, this cunning old fox clearly didn't stop the little girl from using her skills earlier, but now he's putting on a show with me. He then said, "The number of awakened ones hiding should definitely be more than we know. I hope to share intelligence with the government. I've already gathered some information." Du Henyu stood up and asked, "What kind of intelligence do you have to share with the government?" Chenin replied, "Well, I used to be a psychologist. After the first world shift, I discovered that I had hypnotic abilities, and then my mental power grew stronger every day. Now, I can put people into an illusion, making them lose their 5 senses." Then he teased her, but her dance moves were a bit lacking. She blushed, angry, and shouted, "That's enough, no need to say more." Cunning Elder looked at Chenin seriously and said, "Friend, you really have some skills. The government has agreed to cooperate with you, and the request to share intelligence is negotiable. But I also have something I want to ask of you. The 4 great families are now down to 3. The Chen family makes illegal drugs and creates viruses, but I don't know much about the other families." Hearing him, Chenin seemed to understand and responded, "You want me to investigate what's behind them, right?" Cunning elder, you're overestimating me.
He slightly furrowed his brows and sneered, saying, your insight isn't bad.
Your strength, I believe, is much greater than what you just showed. But I also don't want to ask you to do this for nothing. First, let me send you a little gift.
Then he handed him a scroll.
Chen, a bit curious, asked, is this a treasure map? What's inside?
The scroll indeed contains a map, he said with a sly grin. I trust it won't disappoint you. To show our sincerity, I'll also send someone to assist you. He continued, Weii, starting today, you will accompany Chen Bro here.
Upon hearing his command, By Weii was taken aback and said, what? Me? Cunning elder, hearing her response, looked at her with a sinister expression as he stroked his chin and said, any request can be fulfilled, right? By Weii was startled, then said loudly, Chen, I won't agree to any unreasonable demands. Cunning elder had a slightly nosy expression on his face, laughing as he spoke, if it makes sense, then it's fine. If it doesn't, we'll have to see what she thinks.
At that moment, Chen's face looked like he was plotting something, as if he were about to make By Weii his next target. He gave a thumbs up and said, deal. By Wei's eyes flashed with frustration, her gaze sharp as she shouted in desperation, damn it, is no one going to ask for my opinion? A day later, in a forest, Chen spoke up, according to Cunning Elder's map, this should be the right place.
Assistant Bai, take a look.
By Weii grabbed the map and, feeling irritated, said, if you dare to call me that again, don't blame me for being rude.
Chen, hearing this, responded arrogantly, I'm your boss now.
Your former boss confirmed it.
Are you going to be disrespectful to your superior?
By Weii, realizing she had to control her temper, switched topics and asked about Du Henyu. How do you know about her?
Even I don't know much about her.
Chen leaned closer to her, cautiously glancing around before whispering, this is a secret. Come here, I'll tell you. Feeling a little shy as he drew near, By Weii was also curious about the secret. Suddenly, Chen, with a guilty expression, shouted into her ear, I have many more secrets, but I won't tell you. You'll just be left wide-eyed and clueless.
You probably know that if you stay here, you'll be beaten. He ran off at full speed, laughing as he went, By
Weii snapped out of her daze and yelled, Chen, you
are dead.
By Weii hurriedly chased after Chen.
Chen, stop right there.
At this moment, Chen could only see the distant figure of By Weii fading away, and shouted back.
No, no.
Finally, By Weii grabbed Chen's shirt. With a furious, knife-like gaze, she grabbed his collar and yelled at his face.
Don't you know how to write the word death?
Chen looked aggrieved, speaking weakly. Someone is being disrespectful to a handsome, rich guy.
Suddenly, a tentacle shot toward them. Chen noticed and shouted. Be careful.
He quickly pushed By Weii aside, causing her to cry out in surprise.
Ah!
But he was then ensnared by the tentacle. He gritted his teeth and tried to break free, but couldn't. At this moment, a whole bunch of tentacles was charging toward them from afar. By Weii ran over, stretched out her hand, and shouted loudly.
Shannon!
Since her body was made of iron, she blocked it first.
Shannon anxiously asked. Are you okay?
Behind her, Chen had his sleeve torn by one of the tentacles.
He also worriedly asked By Weii in return. Are you all right? I can handle it.
You don't need to worry about me. She responded to him.
I have iron skin and steel bones. This type of attack can't harm me.
Suddenly, he sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hands, and with a satisfied grin, said,
Soft bodies are indeed easy to deal with. By Weii, hearing this, angrily shouted. Don't you dare stay there and do nothing.
After a while, they finally defeated the group of tentacles. By Weii wiped the sweat off her forehead and said,
Phew, let's just consider this a workout.
She turned to look at Chen and saw him looking as if he had ascended to heaven, his eyes wide open and his nosebleed flowing endlessly.
She immediately asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Is something happening?" she asked him.
At that moment, her clothes were torn to shreds by the tentacles, revealing her seductive figure.
Chen must have been wanting to rush in. Hearing her question, he snapped back to reality, awkwardly replying, "Ah. Over there." Following his gaze, she glanced down and her face turned bright red.
Then she screamed loudly, causing birds in the forest to scatter. At this point, Chen was wearing only a sweater, his face slapped by Weii with perfect precision. His hand, with 5 fingers on his cheek, sadly explained, "I really didn't mean to." By Weii, now wearing a white coat, while Chen had been wearing a red one earlier, gritted her teeth and said, "Why is your coat so short like this?" The coat was so short it exposed her fair thighs. Chen, looking like someone whose fate was being decided for him, said in a dazed tone, "Well, I guess I'll just have to suffer a little." Seeing Chen's actions, By Weii quickly covered her eyes, her face flushed, and yelled loudly, "Chen, you're a pervert." She pointed and said, "Go ahead, leave first. Your coat doesn't cover everything in the back." Hearing that, Chen scratched his neck and forced a smile, excuse me, hee hee." On the way, he eliminated the tentacles and devoured them. After a while, they reached a spot, and Chen spoke up, "We're here, it's this place. Look." Looking at the scene before her, she focused on a tree and said, "Isn't this the kind of rare fruit used for awakened ones?" Chen held a dark yellow fruit in his hand, pondering for a moment before speaking, "All right, the quantity of strange fruits here could form an army. Cunning Elder really knows how to plan for it." At this moment, By Weii felt a bit confused, thinking to herself, could it be that Cunning Elder wants Chen to build his own force? Then, will he deal with the 3 great families? But how could Chen compete after that? Is this a double-edged sword? Suddenly, there was a noise from behind the two of them. By Weii turned around, alert, and asked, "What's going on?" A pack of wolves with bloodshot eyes slowly approached them. Chen glanced up at the tree branches and noticed a red-eyed chimpanzee. They were gradually closing in. Chen assessed the situation and said, "This isn't good, we're surrounded. I can't protect you for now. Be careful." The two of them stood back to back. By Weii spoke up, "Don't worry, they can't hurt me." One wolf jumped at Chen, baring its sharp teeth. He swung his sword and cleaved it in half, shouting, "Leave the wolves to me." The wolves all rushed toward Chen. He used a single move to knock them away, not missing a single strike. The wolves lay scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, By Weii also defeated the chimpanzee with a well-placed strike. Chen looked around again and saw more approaching. He gritted his teeth, "Are they still not done?" He turned to By Weii, grabbed her hand, and shouted, "Run quickly, there are too many of them, we can't handle this." By Weii, with her hand in his, blushed a little and exclaimed. Suddenly, Chen's foot slipped, and he sensed something bad was about to happen. He tried to stop and shouted loudly, "Wait!" But it was too late, both of them fell into the pit. Their faces turned pale, truly unlucky. As By Weii fell freely, she screamed, "Chen." He replied, "Sorry." Below, at the base of the towering cliff, was a massive cave. Suddenly, someone fell from the cliffside. Perhaps due to the pain, they screamed loudly. Just as they landed somewhat roughly, By Weii fell straight onto them, letting out a cry. By Weii realized she was lying on top of Chen and anxiously asked, "Chen, are you okay?" Although she asked, it seemed she forgot she should get off him, which caused him to faint under her weight. His body trembled, his head spinning, and he couldn't help but blame By Weii, "Of course something's wrong. A heavy lump of iron weighing 100 pounds just landed on me. What do you think happened?" By Weii immediately caught on to the main point of Chen's words and angrily shouted, "Who are you calling a 100-pound lump? You're such a liar." Just as she scolded Chen fiercely, he pulled her into his arms. She was stunned, stammering, "Huh, what are you trying to do?" By Weii felt awkward being embraced, but Chen wore a cautious expression and ordered her, "Don't look back, just keep walking straight ahead."
Shenan's words made By Weii wary as well. She asked, "What do you mean?"
She turned her head in the direction Shannon was looking, and her heart raced in panic. In front of them was a huge herd, charging toward them. By Weii was so frightened that she jumped up, clinging tightly to Shannon and screaming.
"Ah, the giant is going to kill us."
This made him almost lose his balance, and he helplessly said, "I told you not to look back." By Weii was so pale with fear that she clung even tighter to Shannon. He had no choice but to let her do so while trying to find a way out. Looking around, he said to her, "Let's head up there first."
Shannon carried By Weii on his back, leaving the vast cave behind them.
Perhaps because she was still terrified by the scene of the giant centipedes earlier, By Wei's face remained pale.
Still, she didn't forget to mock Shannon. "Do you think I can fly like Superman? With my current performance, I wouldn't even pass the Olympic qualifiers."
Being criticized even while carrying someone, Shannon couldn't help but retort.
"Isn't it because you're too heavy?"
By Weii angrily bit the top of Shannon's head, but he didn't care, lost in his thoughts.
"Something's not right. The power here seems to be much higher than outside. Could there be some kind of barrier?" Perhaps feeling utterly helpless in their current situation, he sighed inwardly. "Is the future even here?"
Shannon thought for a moment, then seemed to doze off. For now, he could only rely on himself. With that thought, he gathered spirit power in his hand. From the spirit power, he formed a torch and used it to light the way. As he walked, he spoke to By Weii.
"Luckily, those giants haven't actively attacked us."
Upon hearing this, By Weii said, "We need to find a way back quickly." After a few steps, they encountered another giant centipede swarm. The two were completely terrified. Shannon suddenly remembered something and immediately said to By Weii, "I forgot to tell you earlier. It turns out there's more up ahead." Seeing the centipedes closing in, By Weii screamed in sheer terror.
"Get out of here, quickly!"
Seeing her so terrified, Shannon immediately reassured her, "Don't be scared, I have a way." Shannon swiped his hand through the air, and flames erupted, burning the centipedes alive. As he roasted the creatures, something dawned on him, and he exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing, those centipedes looked so terrifying earlier, but now they're golden and perfectly cooked, they actually look delicious." By Weii realized Shannon's intention and immediately warned him, "Shannon, if you dare eat them, I will never speak to you again for the rest of my life." Shannon made a helpless face, grinning mischievously, trying to tease By Weii, "If we really can't get out of here, we'll have no choice but to eat these." Just thinking about it made By Weii feel disgusted.
"Who are you scolding?" she asked. "Stop talking." Shannon stopped teasing her and focused, gathering his spirit power to sense the surroundings.
Realizing something, he said, "There's wind." From a perspective ordinary humans couldn't see, strong wind was blowing, swirling into a dark cave. Shannon, using his spirit power, sensed the direction and informed her that it was in the opposite direction. The two of them headed toward the cave pulling in the wind, unaware that a series of red eyes were watching them from above. Perhaps because of a woman's sixth sense, By Weii felt a chill run down her spine and said to Shannon, "Shannon, I feel like something is staring at us." Shannon was using her spirit power to scout the path and sensed something unusual. As she responded to her, the spirit power emanated, revealing the group of bats. On the ceiling of the cave, there were countless bats with bright red eyes, hanging upside down and staring intently at the two of them. Shannon was terrified upon seeing this and shouted, "It's those bats! Quickly, follow me and run." She then grabbed By Wei's hand and ran, making her panic and ask, "Again?" The two of them quickly ran out of the cave, heading toward the light. Shannon spotted the beam of light and excitedly called out, "There's light ahead, let's go." Finally, they managed to escape from the terrifying cave. The bright light shone on them, making them shield their eyes with their hands to lessen the blinding glare. They saw a lush forest, with towering trees that were strangely large. The unfamiliar scene before them made them wonder, where is this place? Shannon scanned her surroundings and suddenly froze when she saw an unusually large grasshopper. She gasped, "Look at that huge grasshopper!
Suddenly, a voice echoed in Shenan's mind, "How did you get to the gate of the beast world?" Shenan responded with her thoughts, "Future self, are you awake now? You're saying this is the beast world?" The voice from the future, coming from a space that resembled the cosmos, explained to Chenin, "This is the transition area between the demon realm and our world. We call it the entrance to the demon realm." Then, the voice warned Chenin that if this really was the demon realm, there would likely be many terrifying things here. Breaking away from his train of thought, Chenin asked By Weii, "This map was given by the cunning elder, so he must be aware of this place." By Weii shook her head and refuted, "That's impossible. This map was obtained by the cunning elder at the Emperor Hotel from a hunter. At that time, the hunter said he had eaten a fruit that awakened his abilities, and was looking for someone to compete in strength right in front of the hotel." Hearing this, Chenin was furious, his veins bulging, his hands clenching so tightly that they trembled, grinding his teeth as he said, "This guy is really something. How did the cunning elder manage to find something like that? Now I'm even more suspicious of the sincerity of the cooperation from your people." While the two were bickering, neither of them noticed something that resembled a dragon's eye watching them. Just as they were still confused, a butterfly flew by, capturing their attention. "This butterfly has really big wings." The two of them continued deeper into the testing forest. Suddenly, a brown squirrel jumped out, and Chenin exclaimed in amazement, "The squirrel is huge." The further they went, the more new and strange things they encountered. Chenin couldn't hide his excitement. "This place feels like something straight out of a dinosaur park, huh? Let me snap a picture and show everyone." Seeing this, she quickly stopped him. "Hey, hold on. Don't you think if people find out about this place, they'll come flooding in? If you post it, delete it quickly, you fool." He heard it and it sounded fine, so he took out his phone to delete the photo, only to realize that there was no signal at all. At this moment, the ground began to tremble. Chenin, frightened, said, "Oh my god, is it an earthquake or something? Why is it shaking so violently?" She screamed in panic, "Wah!" The ground started to rise, and a head poked out. It turned out that the place where he and she had been standing was the shell of a giant turtle. Chenin exclaimed, "Stay calm. What do these creatures here eat to grow so big and strong?" While they were still in a state of panic, the turtle suddenly retracted its head back into its shell. The squirrel that had been running earlier sped off quickly, as if it had just seen something terrifying. He wondered, what's going on? Then, a massive snake appeared right in front of them. It charged forward, knocking her aside, while he quickly managed to avoid it. She suddenly screamed, "Ouch!" Chenin, full of excitement, really wanted to test his muscle strength and see if his years of training had paid off. Seeing him act so recklessly, she reminded him, "Be careful." Future Chenin, seeing him like that, anxiously shouted, "Don't." Before she could finish her sentence, the snake whipped its tail and sent him flying several meters. It was only then that Future Chenin continued, "I couldn't stop you in time. With your current strength, you're no different from a piece of stainless steel." Meanwhile, By Weii ran over to help him up, asking, "Are you okay? Did you die?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm fine." The snake turned around and charged toward them. He noticed it and immediately grabbed her, leaping to another spot, "Watch out." The two of them started running for their lives, trying to escape the pursuit of the monster. He didn't know what to do at that moment, so he turned to ask Future Chenin, "What should I do now? Without me, you wouldn't exist." Future Chenin replied, "With your current abilities, you can't stay in the demon realm for half a day. Find a way to get out of here quickly." He thought about it and agreed. He said to Vi, "Being chased by it like this isn't a good solution. We should find a way out of here. Let's go." He turned toward the cave entrance. Inside there. Upon hearing that, she felt that this plan wasn't very promising. But if they entered the cave, wouldn't they be like turtles in a jar? The snake was already closing in. He saw that the situation was dire and shouted, "We have no choice, we can only take a gamble." He grabbed her wrist and ran toward the cave entrance. As they entered, he said to her, "You have to think of a way to stop it, or we're dead for sure." The two of them finally had a moment to rest, but she was still a bit worried and asked him, "Do you think this will work?" He hesitated before replying, "I'm not sure either. Let's just observe for now." 2 hours later, seeing that there was no movement outside, he spoke up. "It seems like we're safe for now. Let's go quickly." Noticing she didn't respond, he looked over and saw that she had dozed off at some point. He couldn't help but sigh, wondering how she could sleep in such a situation. Was her heart really bigger than her fears? He crouched down, gently picked her up, and continued into the cave. When she felt the movement, she opened her eyes slightly and saw that she was in his arms. Embarrassed, she looked at him. "Chen. You." Thinking he had woken her up, he quickly said, "Did I wake you up?" "Sorry, but I don't think we can leave here today. Let's find somewhere to rest for now." The surrounding space suddenly became engulfed by a green mist. She asked in confusion, "What? What is this?" He explained her question. "It's probably some kind of toxic gas. Let's wait until morning to talk about it, but for now, we need to find shelter." After finding a suitable spot, the two began to fumble around, trying to start a fire to keep warm. Seeing that she seemed tired, he gently said, "You can sleep some more. I'll keep watch first, and then you can take over later." Knowing that he cared, she didn't refuse and agreed. "All right, I'll take a quick nap." A while later, she woke up, unsure of how long she had slept. But where was Chen? Where was Shan? She turned to see him lying right beside her. She looked at him for a moment, then suddenly heard a noise from outside. She panicked and said, "This is bad, has the giant python found us?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the monster lunged toward them. The giant python suddenly charged at them aggressively, and Chen quickly stepped back, unable to hide his panic. "It's too huge." He threw a fire starter, aiming to burn the snake, but it wasn't just going to sit there and take it quickly darted to the side. "Seems like this little guy doesn't want to end up as snake soup. Too bad we can't have a nice full meal." But unexpectedly, from within the flames, the snake lunged again, causing him to retreat and exclaim, "Oh, wow." By Weii confirmed that fire had no effect on it, quickly regaining her composure. He swiftly handed her the gun, saying, "Take it, shoot it." Each of them held a gun, their focus intense as they aimed at the monster. Every shot fired was incredibly precise, but the attack seemed meaningless to the creature. Chen and Wei were sweating. He panted heavily, saying, "How is this possible? The bullets can't penetrate its scales. Looks like we're going to be buried here." The two had truly angered the giant python, which opened its mouth and lunged, intending to swallow them whole. At this moment, the future Chen quickly realized, ordinary weapons won't work, we need to use the gun the Chen family used on you last time. He angrily slapped his past self, saying, "How foolish, I don't know who I take after." At that moment, Chen finally came to his senses. That's right, those bullets seem to have been made for a special purpose at the site of the mutation. How could I not think of this sooner? Saying this, he tossed the gun toward Wei, who was in a panic. Wei asked, "Do you want me to use this?" Once again, Chen took the gun and fired rapid shots. Unlike before, this time the snake let out a painful roar, seeming to be affected by the bullets. Despite the creature's thrashing, Chen continued to fire, each shot hitting its mark with deadly accuracy. Holding the gun, he fired a decisive shot, the bullet speeding forward with great force. The destination was the eye of that cunning snake. He shouted, "Got it!" It was injured, quickly retreating into the cave to hide, leaving behind two people who were now standing, relieved after narrowly escaping. At this moment, they both finally let out a sigh of relief. Chen, exhausted, rolled his eyes, letting out a breath. "Phew, finally we won." Wei seemed drained of all energy, weakly saying, "We've been saved."
Chen bent down to pick up the fawn that the snake had left behind during the chaotic battle. Wei Wei, seeing this, walked over to him, leaned down, and asked, "What do you want with that snake fawn?" Without letting her wonder for long, a beautifully crafted purple sword appeared out of nowhere in midair, using the material from the black iron tree along with the snake fawn to forge a weapon. Wei Wei couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." He smiled and quickly moved the sword towards her. "It's for you, take it as protection." She hastily took it, unable to hide her awkwardness, quickly turning her face away to avoid his gaze. Seeing this, he spoke to ease the tension in the air. "Now that the mist is clearing, let's leave this place." With that, he used his strength to create a path leading directly to the cave's entrance above. An hour later, in a forest, the lush green canopy was bathed in warm sunlight, creating a picturesque scene. At this moment, a hand, covered in mud, appeared from the cave entrance and climbed up to the top. Chen was so exhausted that her senses were scattered, but she had finally reached the place. Wei followed behind, climbing up from Chen's back. This cave was over 1,000 meters high. Once they reached the top, both of them were so tired they collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, the cave was deep enough. If that monster had crawled up here, we would both be dead. Chen took out her phone out of habit, glanced at it, and couldn't help but mockingly say, "Boss Chen is truly a busy man. After disappearing for a whole night, you wouldn't believe how many little girls have been waiting with eager eyes." He remained calm, just looking at her. His inner thoughts were in turmoil. Why had he said something like that? He really was being foolish. At that moment, his phone buzzed with notifications, and the flood of calls came rushing in. "You have 12 missed calls from Mu Lin Shua, 6 missed calls from Wang Meng, and 3 missed calls from Yi Zhu Zhu." Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh? So many missed calls. What happened?" With that, he pressed the button to call Mu Lin Shua. A shrill scream came through the phone, making him instinctively hold the phone away from his ear. "Chen, where have you been? We've been looking for you all day." He broke into a cold sweat and hesitantly responded, "I was out with By Weii to find something. We ran into some trouble on the way. There's no signal here." Another scream came from the phone, "Something's happened." Chen's expression changed to one of concern. "What happened?" Mu Lin Shua was also panicked. "He Zhu Zhu, he has been kidnapped." Upon hearing the news, both Mu Lin Shua and Chen were stunned, unable to hide the confusion on their faces. The two parallel roads were long, the morning sun casting shadows across the pavement, and the yellow car sped quickly. Chen sat next to By Weii. He pressed the phone to his ear. "Boss, yesterday He Zhu Zhu's father suddenly came to the hotel looking for you. Even when asked, he refused to say anything. He told us because he couldn't get in touch with you." Mu Lin Shua placed a hand on the back of his neck. "Yesterday afternoon, Nizas he received a call. The person on the other end said that He Zhu Zhu was in their hands, but didn't mention any ransom. Wang Meng has already sent people to investigate. Please don't worry, boss." As soon as Chen heard this, he began to think over a few things. Given Meng Zi's authority over the second-rank experts, it was unlikely they would be involved in something as low-level as a kidnapping. Responding to Mu Lin Shua, he said over the phone, "I understand. I'll talk when I return." The shimmering building by the pool, Mu Lin Shua rushed out from inside to the yellow taxi to pick up the boss. As soon as Chen and By Weii stepped out of the car, he instructed, "You go change clothes with Lin Shua, I'll assess the situation for a bit." She responded obediently, "Got it." Mu Lin Shua made a formal gesture. Since when did she seduce the boss? That's a quick move. His gaze flicked to By Wei's smooth white thighs, his face showing disdain. "Captain Bai, come with me. What size do you wear?" Mu Lin Shua covered her mouth, teasing By Wei. The chibi figure with red cheeks made a sarcastic remark. "Ah, seems like you're a little younger than me, guess it works." By Wei clenched her fists, her expression one of irritation. "What?" Chen stepped into the lavish golden wooden room.
It was Zhu Zu's father, holding his face in despair. It's impossible, it'll definitely be fine. Definitely. He walked over and placed his hand on his shoulder, inquiring. Uncle, what exactly happened? Why are you here? Zhu Zu's father looked up, his eyes filled with tears. Chenin, you finally come. Zhu Zu just returned 2 days ago. I was planning to buy some things to cook her a good meal. Who would have thought, when I came back after shopping, she was gone. Her luggage and phone weren't taken with her. His father choked on his sobs, tears streaming down his face. His body trembled. Then, he received an anonymous phone call. The voice on the other end said the girl was in their hands, that he couldn't call the police, and to wait for their further instructions. His voice cracked with sadness as he looked at Chenin. I know you're capable and can save Zhu Zu, so I wanted to trouble you. I found your number in Zhu Zu's phone, but I couldn't reach you. I was so worried, I hurried into the city to find you. Hearing this, Chenin looked confused and asked. But I only started managing the Royal Hotel a few days ago. How did you know I was here, uncle? Zhu Zu's father wiped away some tears, his face slightly flushed. It might be fate. On the bus, I overheard someone talking about the Chen family from the 4 great families, saying that a young man named Chenin had brought them down. Now, the business is in Chenin's hands, and there is also the Emperor Hotel, which specializes in hosting those awakened ones, so his uncle rushed here straight away. Upon hearing those casual words, Chenin's thoughts were pierced by flashes of doubt. Could it be such a coincidence? He feared that this matter was far from simple. Interrupting the atmosphere, Mulin Shore rushed in, shouting, Boss, she's seriously reporting something important. Wang Meng has returned. Hearing the news, the uncle was overjoyed. He's back? So, can Zhu Zu be saved? Mulin Shore fell silent, casting a glance at the boss, and Chenin spoke, uncle, wait for me a moment, I'll go take a look first. Don't worry about Zhu Zu. As both of them closed the wooden door, Chenin's voice shifted. What happened? Mulin Shore clarified the situation, that Wang Meng had been carried back. Chenin was taken aback. What did you say? From the hotel lobby, Wang Meng lay on a stretcher, his body racked with pain as if he had been through extreme torture. 2 nameless figures were carrying him inside. Seeing this, Chenin stepped down and approached, his face full of worry as he asked one of the 2. His voice was tinged with anger. What exactly happened? Who injured him? Why wasn't he taken to the hospital first? The person who had been asked about it realized and responded, Mr. Chen, we don't know. At that time, Mengu told us to wait at the door, but after a long time, there was no movement. When we entered, we saw Mengu like this. It was Mengu who said to bring him back first and that he had something to say to you. Chenin's face grew serious, and the atmosphere around him turned cold and dark, his eyes lifeless and unwavering. The injuries seemed very severe, his hand is broken as well. Wang Meng's breathless face lay motionless on the bed, face down. Mulin Shore, beside him, closely monitored his condition, while Chenin used a bit of his life force. The pulse was stable, and it wasn't life-threatening. Wang Meng barely opened his eyes, his face weak, and it was hard for him to speak clearly. Boss, I'm sorry. I'm useless. I couldn't save young lady Chenin gave a knowing smile, speaking gently. It's all right. Just focus on recovering first. As for the one who harmed you. His eyes narrowed, the reflection of a red bullet gleaming. His gaze exuded extreme anger, and his voice turned cold. I will kill him for you. Mengu tried to push himself up, speaking with concern as though issuing a warning. Boss, this isn't simple. I've called back uncle's number, and I also had someone trace the signal. But the other party is very cunning. He only gave me an address and said nothing more. I think you're not looking too good. His handsome face was now marked with bruises, a remnant of the earlier encounter, a towering building with a sharp silhouette. He had opened his mouth then, indicating that they were here.
His serious eyes radiated confidence as he addressed the others.
Wait outside.
If anyone tries to run, catch them.
I'll go in. In response to Meng Ji's words, someone said. Got it, Meng Gu. Not even a mosquito will escape. He entered alone. Inside, the lights weren't bright, and he could only vaguely see figures passing by, catching him off guard. Before he could react, a blinding light flashed into Wang Meng's eyes. He squinted, raising his hand to shield them. Who is it?
Suddenly, a powerful blow struck his left cheek, leaving him no time to react. His head turned uncontrollably to the side in a staggered motion.
Ugh!
Wang Meng was pinned under the sole of an unidentified person's shoe, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes reflected the excruciating pain, and the voice of the person was laced with disdain.
Too weak. You're not Chenin, are you? Wang Meng, paralyzed, mustered all his strength to grab the person's ankle, gritting his teeth. Who are you? Why are you taking me?
His words were interrupted by the crushing force of the person above him.
You don't have the right to ask who I am, said a man in a doctor's outfit, wearing a white coat, flashing a provocative grin.
His eyes, behind his shining glasses, gleamed.
Bring Chen in here.
If he makes a mistake, don't blame me, 15, the man said. Upon hearing this, Mu Lin Shua was somewhat surprised.
He spoke up, is that person Mediterranean? You're not mistaken, are you? Wang Meng nodded firmly, definitely.
A middle-aged Mediterranean man, wearing a suit and glasses. Mu Lin Shua squinted, as if calculating something in his mind.
Chenin then asked, do you know that person? She hesitated, half in doubt, who is he?
Both suddenly heard a voice, and turned to look in the direction of By Weii behind them. She interrupted their conversation, he is the guardian expert of the Song family and the four great families.
That's Song Zhongji.
Her expression was serious, as if she knew he was a great danger. The image of a man with white hair, hands in his pockets, and a sinister smile appeared mysteriously in their minds. By Weii spoke with shining eyes, Song Zhongji is a very mysterious figure. We only know that he helped the Song family carry out the secret assassination missions, which have never failed.
His rank in the assassination list has stabilized in the top 3.
Mu Lin Shua glanced at By Weii when he saw this.
She quickly dismissed it, not being very mysterious, it's because your organization is incompetent.
The Dark Organization had investigated this person before as well. At least I know that he is skilled in the art of perfecting mechanisms. Chenin looked at Mu Lin Shua seriously and said, top 3 on the assassination list, so where do you, Lin Shua, rank? Maintaining a calm attitude, she replied, a virtuous woman like me doesn't like bloodshed.
Why would I aim for that list?
By Wei's expression hardened.
Mechanism skills are not supernatural abilities. So, has your Dark Organization investigated his awakened powers?
Mu Lin Shua shrugged.
The Dark Organization wants to recruit him, but doesn't want to treat him as an enemy. In the end, they've done thorough research.
Mu Lin Shua stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought, and said, but why does this person still engage in dirty acts like kidnapping? By Weii crossed her arms, showing clear irritation.
She was obviously aiming at Chenin. Didn't he notice? She said, Chenin, what have you done with the Song family?
Chenin, who was outside of the quarrel between the two women, broke out in a cold sweat.
Weakly, he responded, I don't know anyone from the Song family.
But no matter the reason, if this man kidnapped Zhu Zu and heard Meng Zi, he must die. Chenin of the future, now drenched in sweat, suddenly spoke up in fear, what has your kid done to these 2 girls?
I'm being drawn into this competition now too.
This Song Zhongji has value. If you take the risk and go there, you'll definitely suffer losses.
The Song family won't do anything harmful to Zhu Zu, so seize this opportunity and focus on improving yourself first.
He is not skilled in mechanical techniques, and his combat power is enough to see through the awakened strength of his opponents.
I've been played by him before. Upon hearing this, Chen couldn't hide his anxiety.
His eyes widened and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He suddenly froze, unable to say anything. By Weii opened her eyes in shock.
Mulin Sure remained silent, his face cold as stone. I need some time to adjust. You all go rest for now, I'll figure out what to do.
Indeed, he was thinking very seriously.
Chen sat on the sofa, his legs neatly crossed.
In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the garden, surrounded by lush trees, their branches bearing strange fruits. They emitted a soft glow, like a decoration adding to the scenery. Around him, green-colored boards kept appearing one after another.
Potential value plus 1,000. Potential value plus 1,000. Potential value plus 1,000.
Chen seriously observed the words before him. His innate value could be used, 95,000, innate gift, piercing eyes of the 1,000 realms, 100,000, mental strength 500,000, and the primal chaos body refining technique, 10 million. Seeing this, he furrowed his brow with concern. The growth rate wasn't fast enough. Only 5,000 more would get him to 100,000 to exchange for the piercing eyes, but he had no more time. At this moment, Chen turned his head to look at the trees, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. That's right, just absorbing spiritual energy here could double the potential value. If he ate a spirit fruit, there would be no waiting. He quickly picked one from the tree and took a large bite. Soon, the system notified him. Potential value increased by 15,000. He was stunned, his pupils dilating, still holding the half-eaten fruit in his hand.
15,000.
This spirit fruit really has that kind of effect.
The potential value is finally enough.
The system displayed a notification screen, eyes of penetration.
Would you like to exchange 100,000? Yes or no? Eyes of penetration?
His eyes suddenly lit up like stars, and a smug expression appeared on his face. Chen clenched his fist, a strange confidence radiating from him. He must have stabilized at the third-grade middle realm by now, so he decided to try the eyes of penetration. With that, he quickly tested out this newfound power. His eyes glowed again, and everything in the room was now visible to him through his penetrating vision.
So this is what eyes of penetration is.
What this ability allowed him to perceive was the shape and aura of things up close.
It was like a three-dimensional image of perception.
As he looked around, for some reason, Chen ended up glancing directly at the bathroom of Mulin Sure.
OMG!
He exclaimed, hurriedly reaching up to block the flow of blood gushing from his nose like a waterfall.
Mulin Sure gracefully covered her mouth. Achoo!
At this moment, she was only wrapped in a thin bath towel, covering just the essential parts. It seemed like the weather had changed. Stealing a glance at her back, he didn't know when it was that the white towel Chen had been using to wipe his nose had slowly turned red.
He slapped himself to wake up. So shameless, what are you doing?
Zhu Zu's whereabouts are still unknown, and you're here wasting time on this. At the very least, you should wait until Zhu Zu is rescued, only with strength can you find her.
He looked around, taking in the full layout of the house, and then it dawned on him. So that's it, the eyes of penetration can reveal the arrangement of the mechanisms.
After recklessly using his power for a while, Chen quickly became exhausted, wobbling as he raised a hand to support his dizzy head.
He anxiously glanced down at the ground, his head spinning.
This eyes of penetration consumes too much spiritual power. At this rate, I won't be able to last long in my current cultivation state. A voice deep inside him spoke, Zhu Zu, wait for me.
10 minutes later, Chen finally walked out of the room, exhaustion written all over his face.
Suddenly, By Weii appeared behind him, arms crossed, saying, I'm going with you. He looked at her in surprise, calling her name, By Weii. Then, Chen smiled and shook his head. No need, you're part of the government, and you don't have any agreement with the Song family.
You can't interfere in this matter. I appreciate your goodwill though.
By Weii looked at him, her face full of worry.
But, are you sure you'll be okay going alone?
A familiar voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the conversation between the two people.
Who said our boss is going alone?
That voice belonged to none other than Mu Lin Shua. She approached with a large group, her expression full of smugness as she said, "Our company handles its own affairs." Standing before a beautiful woman with an alluring figure, wearing tight-fitting clothes that showcased every curve of her body, Chen at this moment wasn't just unable to control himself, he couldn't control himself.
He stood frozen, his eyes seemingly glued to Mu Lin Shua's perfect body.
To make matters worse, his nosebleed was about to spiral out of control.
Seeing the scene of her boss in such a state, Shua Lin panicked and quickly grabbed a tissue, rushing over to ask, "Boss, are you hurt?"
Chen hurriedly came up with a flimsy excuse to deny the nosebleed in front of her. "It must be the hot weather, it's not because of your scorching figure."
"It's okay, you must be overheating," he quickly added with a rather lame excuse. Looking at the tall, muscular, and strong men standing behind Mu Lin Shua, Chen asked, "Are these guys all from Shua Lin?"
With a delighted expression. Shua Lin turned and said, "Since the second floor started accepting registrations for the awakened ones, we've recruited quite a few people." Knowing the boss had something to attend to, everyone was willing to lend a hand. Shua Lin suddenly noticed a young man in an orange shirt, wearing a black-brimmed cap, and carrying a large bag on his back. He was the one who had sold the map to Kalau before.
"Hey, aren't you the guy who sold me the map before?"
The young man chuckled heartily and introduced himself. My name's Wang Bao. I'm starving right now, my stomach's growling, and I heard the food here is really good, so I came over." Indeed, he is my son, a person who loves food and drink. It doesn't matter where it is or what the place is, as long as he hears there's delicious food and drink, he won't hesitate to go and try it. He smiled innocently, his eyes filled with an innocent look. Whether it was truly innocent or not, I couldn't say, and with his hand scratching the back of his neck, he happily said, "I'm really strong. I can wrestle that bear, my strength is definitely worthy of a city-level wrestling competition. But I also have this bad habit of loving food."
After saying that, I sprayed some glue on him. Truly, it was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like father. This gluttonous nature would probably last 3 lifetimes and still not be cured.
Seeing Wang Bao like this, Chen thought to himself, "It seems like he has eaten the spirit fruit and awakened some abilities. This person is somewhat interesting." On the outside, he smiled, looking quite challenging.
"Wang Bao, you say you have great strength, so do you dare to challenge me?" At this, even Wang Bao's father froze for 5 seconds. His previously cheerful face was no longer so. He was so nervous that sweat was dripping down his face, but in this situation, he still managed to say one long sentence. "Boss, if I win against you, you won't be angry and still let me eat, right?" It seems that this kid still had some skill, still thinking about beating Chen. But the problem is, when he's always thinking about food like this, there's really no saving him. Understanding Wang Bao's gluttonous heart, Chen said, "If you can beat me, then this hotel will belong to you. All the chefs will obey your orders." Upon hearing this, the young man who loved breakfast lit up, his eyes shining like car headlights in the dark, rumbling night. "All right then." He immediately dropped the suitcase from his back, swiftly rolled up his sleeves to show off his muscular arms, and responded cheerfully. "All right then, this is indeed a big bet, but how could the person he calls boss possibly lose to a rookie just starting out in the world?" Shannan's face broke into a confident smile. And so the battle for Wang Bao's life to rise through the ranks began. He charged forward like a hungry little tiger, aiming to knock Chen An's arm down. His face turned bright red with determination, veins bulging on his arms and legs, his teeth clenched so tightly that all he could manage was a growl. He poured all his strength into it, but to no avail. At this point, Chen was still standing firm, smiling at him as he said, "Is that all you've got? Truly worthy of being my boss. A little strength like this is nothing, it's like scratching an itch." Seeing his boss's challenging expression and the potential reward if he won, Wang Bao became even more determined. His face was filled with resolve, sweat dripping down, and the veins in his hands seemed ready to burst. At this time, Chen still showed no signs of struggle, still smiling. "Not bad, huh?" he said, using just a light push to throw Wang Bao down. Wang Bao rolled onto the floor, his face pale, drenched in sweat, his nostrils struggling to breathe. He had to open his mouth to gasp for air. "Boss, your strength is incredible. I'm impressed. I'll be going now." It was truly pitiful. He had been so confident at the beginning, but now he was utterly defeated. Just as he was about to withdraw, Chen asked him, "Apart from your strength, how are you at tracking and finding traces?" Wang Bao's face immediately brightened, as if he had just discovered a rare delicacy. His eyes were filled with pride. "Well, that's an easy one. If you give me a stick to knock them unconscious, that's the ultimate skill we hunters have." Chen gently approached, patted Wang Bao on the shoulder, and smiled warmly, as kind as a deity in a folktale. He said softly, "Come with me on this trip. You'll stay at the Di Huang Hotel for just one day, and we'll make sure you're well fed every day. That's all there is to it." At this moment, the boy, who was greedy for food, looked at the boss with sparkling eyes, his mouth almost watering. "Are you serious? Then it's a deal." After hearing this, Mu Lin Shua walked over to Chen with a worried expression and asked softly, "Boss, are you sure it's a good idea to take him along? The opponent is the Song family." He replied calmly, and also subtly reminded her, "Precisely because it's the Song family that we need to be extra cautious. You know what they say, the tiger leaves the mountain." Lin Shua told everyone to stay vigilant and protect the area. "Poisonous snake will be called here too." Chen then turned to By Weii, reminding her, "If anything happens to me, I hope the government will step in and save Zhu Zu for me." He added with firm conviction, "I'm sure they're after me. They probably won't make things difficult for a girl." By Wei's face was full of complicated thoughts. She could only speak softly. "You're planning to trade one for one? Is that really worth it?" Seeing the concern on the two girls' faces, Chen turned around, walked away, and confidently laughed as he spoke to them. "Ha, but if this mischievous little thing wants to keep me here, I'm afraid it won't be that easy." He also knew that the chances of returning safely were slim, but because of the lives at stake and the fact that he was the boss here, the burden on his shoulders was heavy. Even though he was worried, he couldn't let anyone know about it. Watching Chen's retreating figure, Vi and Lin Shua could only silently pray for him. Though they cared, there wasn't much they could do to help him. "You must be really careful, Boss Chen." The night covered everything, the clouds drifting lightly, the yellow streetlights casting a dim glow, and the quiet atmosphere surrounding them. Chen used the Eyes of Insight technique and took Wang Bao with him to infiltrate the Song family. He passed through the carefully arranged fences, quite well set up. He silently praised, the Song Zhongji guy really did have some skills. No matter how carefully it was set up, it was nothing difficult for Chen. All the arrangements were interconnected, and if he hadn't prepared beforehand, he really would have fallen into their trap. Chen was truly a person who calculated every move. "Where's Zhu Zu?" As he was moving, he suddenly stopped, his face turning pale and feeling dizzy. Seeing this, Wang Bao became very worried. "Boss, what's wrong with you? Did you overdo it? This kid really spent a lot of effort feeding that brat well. And at a time like this, he could still say something like that." Chen angrily said, "Get lost." Chen took out paper and pen, his expression serious. "I'll write down the positions where people are lying in wait and hand them to you. You go take care of them, I'll rest for a while." Witnessing this scene, Wang Bao was completely shocked. Even the fact that the boss knew where the ambushes were set up was surprising. Truly, he is our boss, a godlike figure. "Boss, how could you do this? You're just a kid with snot still on your nose. For me, this is child's play. Remember to wear the earpiece so we can communicate. It's not like I'm wasting food on you, kid." Wang Bao. Normally, he was obsessed with clowning around, but when it came to business, he was also very professional. He slipped on his familiar furry slippers, grabbed his staff, bent down, and moved silently, without making a sound. Truly a master of his craft, no one does it better. A guard was sitting on watch, wondering when Wang Bao would show up. Song, from the Song family, you've hired guards like this? It's all over. You can't be so impatient while guarding against the enemy. Just as the guard wished, here comes Wang Bao. 1, 2, 3, bang, ouch, gasp. Looks like Wang Bao hit hard, one blow and the guard was down for the count. After taking care of one, Wang Bao immediately took the paper his boss gave him and slid it into the guard's pocket. Good person, lots of ambushes here. Then, he placed the guard, who had just been knocked out, back into his original position to avoid causing any suspicion. A little slip up and the whole thing would be blown. Get back to your post and sit properly. As he was in the middle of his actions, suddenly he heard a loud shout. Who's there? This is getting tense. You just took out one of my men and you're already exposed? Wang Bao's eyes were sharp. He remained calm and composed, very professional indeed. A person holding a flashlight walked over, shining the light on the person sitting in the chair and asked, "Number 3?" This made Wang Bao quickly hide under the row of chairs, trying to maintain the normal posture of the person he had just knocked out, feeling anxious. Then, he secretly grabbed the left arm of the person he had knocked out, planning to lure the flashlight holder away from the area. Wang Bao shook the victim's wrist and pretended to yawn, signaling, "I'm sleepy, you should go out of here." Seeing this, the accomplice didn't suspect anything and just reminded him, "Be careful. If you dare to doze off, be careful, old Song will beat you." Wang Bao sighed in relief, thinking he had successfully escaped, but in a moment of carelessness, he let the person he knocked out fall onto the armrest, causing the other person to startle and shout loudly, "Who's there?" At that moment, Wang Bao could only think, "Damn it, I'm done for. Damn it, I'm about to ruin the boss's plan, my own good meal." Before the flashlight holder could finish asking, "Who are you?" he was sneakily struck in the neck from behind. The man immediately collapsed. It turned out the one who struck was Chen, who, with an indifferent expression as if nothing had happened, asked Wang Bao, "How's it going?" Wang Bao, hearing that, was overjoyed, clutching his little heart that was wildly jumping, and cried out in response, "Oh my God, boss, you scared me to death." He then unfolded the map and showed it to Chen. He pointed to a spot on it and said, 2 people in the control room and 4 people in the audience seats. A total of 6 hidden stakes have been removed. Afterward, he pointed to another location and asked, "Boss, what is this mechanism?" Chen spoke in a low voice, explaining, "The lights on the roof have been modified with laser beams that can instantly blind anyone. The controller in the stands controls a network hidden beneath the stadium. One person operates heavy objects on the ceiling, another controls them from the dark corners, and the last one is the trigger." Upon hearing this, Wang Bao couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, if anyone goes through this, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. The person who set up this trap must be an expert hunter." Chen, standing beside him, coldly remarked, "Maybe they're a talented person, but if they kidnapped Zhu Zu and severely injured Meng Zi, this person definitely deserves to die." He continued, "My energy consumption is too high, I still haven't found Jinzhou's location. You go look for him secretly. I'll draw his attention, but be very careful." Wang Bao, full of determination and ready for action, said, "Leave it to me." Chen landed in a grassy area, looking around to find it appeared to be a large stadium. After landing, he directly addressed the person in front of him, "Aren't you looking for me?" He spread his arms in a posture of defiance and said, "I'm here now." Song Zhongji stepped out from the shadows, his voice filled with mockery, "Oh, so it's the real deal this time? No more nameless pawns waiting to die?" Chen furrowed his brows in discomfort and began to demand the release of his people. "I don't know where I offended the Song family, but now that I'm here, can you release Zhu Zu?" The glasses of Song Zhongji and his father gleamed in the darkness as he dangerously smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, you're acting very well. You alone could wipe out the Chen family. I can't underestimate you. Young lady, he is in my hands, and only then do I feel secure. But if you also agree to be tied up, I'd feel even more at ease." Chen coldly said, "Are you brain dead because you have no hair on your head, so you can't protect your brain? Do I look like an idiot to you? If you let Zhu Zu go now,
I'll only kill you, but if not, your entire Song family will be wiped out by me." Upon hearing this, Song Jong-ji laughed even harder, full of contempt, and said loudly, "Chenin, you've got quite the mouth on you, huh? Do you think that's why I'm here waiting for you? Because I'm in my territory?" He waved his hand and pointed directly at Chenin, arrogantly saying, "I am the king, but nothing is happening here." A moment of silence followed, so quiet that you could even hear the sound of insects munching on grass. Song Jong-ji froze, his face showing panic as he looked around. What the hell are they doing? Hurry up and make a move. Chenin stood still, looking at him with a face that seemed to say, "I don't know if this guy has any shame, but I'm embarrassed for him." Chenin casually smiled and said, "Sorry for wasting so many of your traps like this. Tit for tat, now it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately shot forward toward Jong-ji with incredible speed, but Jong-ji easily dodged him. He looked at Chenin as he landed and smirked, "Ha, I've never underestimated my opponents. I guess that these traps might not be enough to trap you, but let's see how you're going to escape this time." Ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, a large object resembling a cup fell down, trapping Chenin inside. Before he could react, a strange purple smoke poured out, forcing him to cover his mouth and exclaim, "I'm dead." Song Jong-ji, having just achieved his goal, slowly walked toward him and explained, "This is a specially designed cage meant to resist physical cultivation masters. Stop resisting." Chenin struggled to cover his mouth, desperately wondering if the smoke was toxic gas or some kind of sedative. If he couldn't figure out how to break the cage, he might be forced to sell salt here. The special bullets from the Chen family had been exhausted ever since the battle with the giant python. Suddenly, from the giant python, he had an idea to break the cage, using its scales. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he opened the space and retrieved a large blue scale. While Song Jong-ji continued to ramble on about the cage, which he believed even a high-level cultivator couldn't penetrate, Chenin tightly gripped the giant python scale and forcefully drove it into the cage, creating a hole in the very spot. Song Jong-ji was shaken so hard that the glass cracked. He shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Chenin punched the hole he had made, and immediately, the cage shattered into pieces, leaving Song Jong-ji trembling. Slowly, Chenin raised his head, glanced at him, and coldly said, "Your coffin is coming soon, shed some tears." In a flash, Chenin lunged toward him. His body moved at an unimaginable speed, leaving behind only a blur in the air. Every step seemed to push the air around him into gusts of wind, making it impossible for Song Jong-ji to react in time. Seeing this, he exclaimed, "You really are no ordinary person." In his hand, he held a strange remote control, and a sinister smile spread across his face. "Still not finished?" Chenin suddenly blurted out, his eyes widening as he realized what was happening. From above, a large trap fell, descending as fast as lightning. Chenin reacted instantly the moment the trap was about to touch him. His hand shot up, and in the blink of an eye, a gleaming sword materialized from the void. The light from the blade reflected sharp rays into the surrounding space. In just a moment, with a powerful swing, he cleaved through the trap. The sound of metal clashing rang out sharply. "Is there any other trick?" He pointed the sharp tip of his sword to his opponent's throat. The man stood still, his eyes filled with anger but unable to conceal his shock. The sword's blade gleamed under the dim light, making the atmosphere around them feel heavy. While the tip of the sword was only millimeters from him, he stared at Chenin with a defiant expression and said, "If you kill me, Zhu Zu will be buried with me." "Are you really willing to do that? It's a little rude if you don't put down your weapon." "I won't kill you, but I have 1,000 ways to torment you." Chenin replied just as an odd sound interrupted. "Boss, did you hear that?" He then calmed himself, glancing at his earpiece, confused. "We found the person." The response from the other side confirmed they found him. "2 guards at the VIP section of the stands have been neutralized by me." Hearing this, he looked back at the man and said, "Now you can rest assured and go die." Even in such a situation, the man showed no sign of panic. "Don't rush to listen," he spoke up. "Ah, boss. The other side just spoke up. There's a bomb on Miss Zhu Zu, the voice continued. Zhu Zu has her eyes tightly shut, her lashes trembling, tears falling down her cheeks, each drop filled with pain and despair, dripping into the cold space around her.
Chen panicked and spoke up, "Don't panic, what's the bomb like?" At that moment, he pointed at his own face and said, "Why don't you just ask me directly?" With a sinister expression and a slightly calm tone, he continued, "At first, it was just a bomb unlocked by a common password, but I've added a few layers of bomb protection. But don't worry, the power of this bomb isn't that strong. At worst, it will explode and kill someone, but it won't blow into pieces." It seemed like he wouldn't be moved until he saw the coffin. A crooked smile appeared on his face, and a strange grin spread across his lips. Immediately, Chen rushed over and grabbed his throat, his eyes gleaming as he stared at him, shouting, "Say that again." The sudden move caught him off guard, making him slightly anxious. The countdown had only 3 minutes left. He spoke, "Take me there." Meanwhile, at another location, Wang Bao was pacing back and forth, muttering, "What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" As soon as he saw him, he exclaimed, "Boss." Chen was dragging him by the collar, and he immediately spoke up, Hey, slow down a bit." Inside, Wang Bao spoke while glancing into the room. "What's the password?" he asked. Hearing this, he slowly replied, "I have low blood sugar. If I don't get some sugar, I'll feel dizzy and can't remember that my ID number is the password. But when is my birthday?" In a fit of anger, Chen shouted, "I don't know where I offended the Song family, but if you have an issue, why take it out on me like this, targeting a girl?" He looked at him with a gaze full of disdain and said, "The Song family's punishment must be paid. The password is, next time, there will be no exceptions." Wang Bao kept a close watch on him, and as soon as he heard the password, he rushed towards the room. Zhu Zu suddenly noticed someone running in and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" She looked at him with a worried expression and asked, "Chen, why are you here? You should leave quickly." Hearing this, he looked up at her with a determined expression and replied, "It's fine, I'm here to save you, don't worry, nothing will happen to you." He began entering the numbers for the password. After he finished, a red light flashed, and there were only 1 minute and 10 seconds left. He shouted. Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut. Seeing this, he rushed forward, banging on the door and shouting, "Boss," he immediately said, "This door is made of special steel, so don't waste your strength." He had grasped the situation and said into the earpiece, "Catch him, make him reveal the password." Upon hearing this, he turned around, looked at him, and shouted, "Don't run." His face remained calm. He turned his head to look at the man, who smiled sinisterly, holding a remote control in his hand. He pressed the red button and said, "Good luck, everyone." Immediately, a secret passage appeared, and he stepped inside. Behind him, the man kept chasing, shouting, "Damn it, the secret door." At that moment, in the room, he frowned as he stared at the bomb, thinking to himself, "Time is running out, I need to come up with a solution quickly." In another room, Chen was kneeling before a girl with pink hair, but what was striking was that this girl was tied to the bomb. She said, "Chen, thank you for saving me. Please hurry and run away. I know that with your strength, you won't be trapped in this room." Chen looked at her with concern and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" It turned out that the one bound to the bomb was Zhu Zu. She spoke through her tears, "Of course I'm afraid. I'm afraid I won't ever see my parents again, or see you again." She continued, "Chen, please go, I beg you. Take care of my parents, will you? Just tell them I've gone abroad." Upon hearing this, Chen panicked, his worry so intense that he broke into a cold sweat. He then tried to reassure her, "Stop talking nonsense. Trust me." In his mind, he thought, "Hey, future me, is there any way to crack the code quickly? I'm about to be blown to pieces here." Meanwhile, on the other side, the sky gradually darkened, resting in preparation for the next morning. The scene slowly shifted to reveal a large house. At the gate of the house, someone was walking out. It was none other than Song Zhongji. He was talking to some mysterious figure. The figure asked, has Chen died yet?
The old man, sucking on a candy, happily replied, not yet, but he will soon.
There will be fireworks in a bit.
Then, with a more serious tone, he said, but Chen is truly strong, and very cunning. Not only did he see through my trap, but he even managed to escape from the prison. It's really a pity if he dies.
Thankfully, the gentleman knows Chen's weakness and caught that internet-famous girl.
He was sucking on a candy while finishing his story.
This person is no easy match.
On his own, he managed to overthrow the entire Chen family. Old man Chen really underestimated his opponent.
Then he asked the mysterious figure, do you have any plans for the future? Or perhaps you should join the Song family. With your abilities, you'd be an asset to the Song family.
Hearing this, the mysterious figure coldly replied, we are merely people united by a common enemy. Once the enemy is gone, there's no need for us to cooperate any longer. Then, the person jumped away, leaving the old man stunned. The mysterious figure's coldness intrigued him, and he smiled, waving his hand, all right, you've got style, I like it. Chen, worried, wiped sweat from his brow, furrowed his brow, looked around, and pursed his lips as he thought, I don't know what my future holds. The important thing is, at this point, I can't find anyone either.
Maybe after I die, they'll regret it.
Only then will they understand what it means to vanish. Then he stopped, a thought suddenly striking him.
Wait, vanish? Why didn't I think of that?
Zhu Zu, beside him, looked at Chen, crying and shouting, it's about to explode, you have to run.
Don't you think it's not worth dying with me?
Chen, on the other hand, calmly looked at her and smiled, don't worry, keep your eyes closed.
I'll show you a magic trick.
He then touched the bomb, and suddenly a magical circle appeared, displaying the word devour.
It was activated, and a blue light enveloped the bomb. Zhu Zu, astonished, stared in disbelief, her mouth agape.
The bomb that had been strapped to her body had disappeared without anyone knowing when.
Ah, where is it? Why is there nothing here?
She was still stunned by the magnificent scene.
Chen, standing to one side, chuckled and said, what's wrong? Do you want it to reappear? Should I make it reappear for you?
Zhu Zu, in anger, punched Chen in the chest, then trembled as she leaned against his arm, sobbing, brother, I won't let you take risks for me. Then, she wrapped her arms around Chen tightly.
Thank you.
Chen closed his eyes and smiled, patting her gently.
It's all right now. Let's go.
Meanwhile, Chen was holding an extremely sharp object, stabbing it into the rolling door. His face was cold, dark, and expressionless.
Bang! The loud sound echoed.
With his enormous strength, one punch from him created a massive hole in the door. He stepped inside and saw a man trembling, holding his head while making a phone call.
Boss, I'm sorry.
I'll try my best to avenge you.
Please watch over me from the underworld.
Hearing this, Chen, enraged, kicked the man's head to snap him out of it and said, watch over my ass. The old man isn't dead yet.
Are you trying to curse me so you can inherit my wealth?
This frightened the man, who began crying without shedding any tears. It turned out the man was Wang Bao. He clung to Chen's leg, his eyes shining as he looked up at him and said, ah, boss, you're alive again. That means my seafood delicacies are still safe, right?
This remark only made Chen more furious.
Zhu Zu, standing beside him, was speechless, staring at him. Chen just opened his phone, and the first thing that caught his eye was a large number of missed calls. Mulin Shua, By Weii, and Chen, seeing so many missed calls, anxiously decided to call back one of the two numbers.
Mulin Shua, what's going on?
The person on the other end of the line picked up and answered.
Boss, are you still alive?
He was momentarily stunned, confused.
Is everyone like this? Who told you that I was dead?
Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the phone.
The hotel is surrounded.
There are a lot of people gathered in front of the hotel, including many top-tier experts.
Multiple conflicts have already broken out with our people.
There have been casualties on our side. Furthermore, to his shock, he remained stunned, still not understanding what was going on. Mu Lin Shuo appeared, speaking. The leader of theirs thought that the boss had been executed, which really dampened our morale. The voice on the phone continued. But if the boss is fine, then we can rest easy. Can we still save young lady He? Shu Zhu, who was beside him, also responded to the inquiry. I'm fine, thank you all very much. Chen spoke seriously. You all hang in there a bit longer. I'll be back immediately. The voice on the other end of the phone replied. Boss, you don't have to worry. Then, the voice on the phone shouted again. Luckily, you predicted they might launch an attack, so we were prepared. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. The shout stunned both Chen and Wang Bao. Shu Zhu, on the side, covered her mouth and laughed, then he softly asked. Hey, is Lin Shuo still there? At night, the city looks dazzling and beautiful. High above, someone is using binoculars to observe the scenery below. What seemed like a stranger turned out to be someone unexpectedly familiar. It was Song Zhongji. He lowered the binoculars, standing in a daze, frozen, unable to understand what was happening. Why hasn't it exploded? Could it be that I connected the wrong wires? Not even 3 seconds later, he, pleased with his perfect plan, smirked and said. I told you, cold weapons are far better than hot ones. But it will be more interesting to keep an opponent like this. As for Chen, he and Zhu Zu were sitting in a taxi when the driver suddenly spoke up. What's going on here? This road was never blocked before. After hearing this, Chen and Zhu Zu got out of the car to catch a bit of the drama to spice up their boring lives. These people are blocking me. What is the hotel trying to do? From a distance, they could see many cars and people gathering in front of the lobby. As they got closer, they saw a man who seemed to have lost his mind. He was holding a flame bottle and arrogantly said, Friends from the Future Corporation, let me bring something warm for you. Fortunately, Chen arrived just in time and used his power. He shot an arrow that struck the man's hand holding the flame bottle, making the man cry out. Aya! The situation took an unexpected turn when the flame bottle fell to the ground, igniting and setting the man on fire. He screamed in agony. Seeing this, Zhu Zu was terrified, closed her eyes, and grabbed Wang Bao's shirt tightly. Yeah, Wang Bao, I admire you so much. From somewhere, a surge of power controlled the water, rushing towards the man who had been burned. The water dragon rose up. The water extinguished the flames on the man's body, but he stood motionless in place. Chen quietly worried to himself, indeed, there are experts here. Someone moved their power through their hand and said, now let's see who can withstand my attack. It turned out to be Wang Bao, who gathered all his strength and lifted the car. As soon as he lifted it, he frowned, gritted his teeth and shouted, ah! Then threw the car towards the group of people ahead. But no, one of them used their power to make the car hover in the air. Chen stood on the side, worried to himself, there seem to be quite a few experts here, this power is certainly no less than second grade. The three of them Chen, Zhu Zu, and Wang Bao were being surrounded and pressured by the others. Many thoughts raced through Chen's mind. So, the Song family has such strength? Chen looked anxiously at Wang Bao and said, Wang Bao, wait for me to open a path, and you take Zhu Zu and follow me. Wang Bao, upon hearing this, immediately obeyed, understood, boss. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out. It turned out that By Weii had just arrived in time to save them. She was majestic, holding a gun in one hand and a police identification document in the other. She shouted, law enforcement at work, no one is allowed to gather here, disperse immediately. Then the police who were with her began to handle the crowd, standing still with their hands raised. One person in the crowd, speaking in a gloomy tone, said, the actions today are over. You all come back here tomorrow. The chaos was dispersed, and the cars parked in front of the lobby quickly zoomed away. By Weii, feeling worried, hurriedly turned to Chen and asked, are you still all right? By Weii continued her story, recalling the time when the news of his death had spread. I was saying, she suddenly paused, as it turned out Zhu Zu had popped her head out from behind Chenin, looking puzzled, and asked, "Is that the policewoman?" By Weii continued, "It's good that you're fine." Chenin spoke up, "Let's go inside first, and we can talk later." Inside, the bodies were scattered across the floor. Chenin called out to Lin Shua, "Are you okay?" The call suddenly cut off, and I was a bit surprised when I heard your voice come back. Lin Shua smiled at Chenin and replied, "Yes, I'm fine. There was just a bit of a scare when someone threw a Molotov cocktail earlier." Then Lin Shua turned to look at Zhu Zu and said, "It's good that young lady he is alright." Amidst her awkwardness, a man ran hurriedly from a distance, as if being chased by a ghost, shouting, "Boss, Mr. Mu, another large group of people is heading this way." Chenin was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Outside is Suo Wuxi. She's standing proudly in front of the lobby with her 500 men from all over the place gathered. Chenin stepped outside and asked Suo Wuxi, "Suo great celebrity, what brings you here?" As soon as Suo Wuxi saw him, she rushed over, panic-stricken, and said, "Are you alright? I heard that you." When she saw Chenin, she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're fine. There are quite a few spies in the Suo family as well. We received news that the Di Huang Hotel was surrounded, so we quickly sent people here." Chenin suddenly asked, "You sent people here? Does the head of the Suo family know about this?" Suo Wuxi was startled when she heard him ask that. "My father knows about this too, but since he has a long-standing relationship with the elder of the Song family, it's not convenient for him to make an appearance." Suo Wuxi said seriously, "But my father will definitely stand by your side, which is why he asked me to bring the best experts from the Suo family here." Chenin smiled, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said, "I'm really grateful that you came here. I've received the goodwill of the Suo family. Please pass on my thanks to the head of the Suo family." Suo Wuxi awkwardly turned her face away. "I didn't come here just to show the Suo family's goodwill. This stubborn fool." Suddenly, someone called out her name. "Wuxi?" It turned out to be By Weii calling. She asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" Suo Wuxi turned around and asked, "Sis, why are you here too?" She was also worried. By Weii was taken aback and warned, "Ahem." The two of them looked at each other, embarrassed and awkward. Suo Wuxi quickly explained, "I'm also here to help the future group, you know?" Chenin stood frozen, only able to smile awkwardly. Suo Wuxi was definitely here because she cared about him, which is why she personally brought people here. Su Dongwang wouldn't cut ties with the Song family for his sake. As for By Weii, she was worried that she was using her position in the government to help the future group put an end to the chaos. How could I not understand what they were thinking? I don't know when exactly, but the future Chenin appeared and pouted, saying, "Kid, you're quite the heartthrob, aren't you? Both of these girls will become powerful figures in the future. Why do they both look at you and me like that?" Hearing this, Chenin turned around and chuckled. "I really don't want to boast, but it feels like boasting would just make things easier for you," he said, much to the future Chenin's frustration. After the argument, the real Chenin invited Suo Wuxi and By Weii inside. "Thank you both, beautiful ladies. I will always keep your kind gestures in mind." Once inside, By Weii, Suo Wuxi, and Lin Shua exchanged awkward glances, unable to say a word. Chenin broke the uncomfortable silence. "Lin Shua, Song Zhongji mentioned that we stole goods from the Song family. What's this about?" Lin Shua, hearing this, turned around in shock. "What? We stole from them? How could that be? I've already checked the business of the Chen family that we took over. There's no overlap with the Song family. There's not even any competition, let alone stealing their goods. Boss, why are you asking about this?" Chenin rubbed his chin and continued, "When I faced Song Zhongji before, I asked him where we had offended the Song family. He said that the future corporation had stolen from them. By the way, where's Poisonous Snake?" Noticing the seriousness in Chen An's tone, Lin Shua, sweating nervously, replied, I sent him to investigate Jicheng Pharmaceutical Company. He glanced away, stroked his chin, and continued, I don't think this matter will be as simple as that. The scene shifted to a small house, bathed in moonlight. Inside, someone was holding 3 incense sticks, when suddenly, their actions were interrupted by a voice. Master, it seems that the mysterious figure already knew everything before my subordinates even reported to him. Has Chen died? The future group must have already been swallowed up by the Song family, right? The subordinate, hearing this, answered fearfully, Not yet, not yet. Upon hearing this, the mysterious figure's expression turned icy, his eyes flashing red as he asked, What did you say? The subordinate's face darkened, sweat pouring down his face as he replied clearly, Originally, the Di Huang Hotel had been surrounded. After just a few rounds of attacks, it was almost in our hands. But at the most critical moment, Chen showed up. Not only him, but even Tai Penyang from the government brought people to maintain order. The Song family's forces had no choice but to retreat, and later, even Suo Wuxi from the Suo family showed up. He angrily smashed an object beside him. Chen, I truly underestimated you. Not only does the government support you, but even the Suo family is on your side. One of his other subordinates snapped his fingers, knelt down, and said, Master, please do not be angry. Fortunately, you instructed us to disguise ourselves as people from the future group, to steal goods from the Song family, and then kidnap Chen An's close associate, handing them over to the Song family to provoke a war between them. This way, we can ensure our invincibility in this land. The more powerful Chen becomes, the more the future group and the Song family will mutually weaken each other. If that happens, we just need to sit back and reap the benefits. He refused to surrender and said, I don't care what the Song family is like, but that man, Chen, must die. He glared angrily and said in a loud voice, He definitely has to die. He is none other than the ancient martial artist from the Chen family, the Yen Master. 3 incense sticks are burning on the altar. His voice was filled with a harsh tone, his eyes shining brightly as he said, The methods of smuggling and kidnapping are not only decisive but also part of Song Zhongji's intricate plan. Chen is no simple figure either. If Chen doesn't die this time, if both sides think this through carefully, everything will be exposed. We need to do something more to stir up trouble between them. The 2 subordinates of his just stood there, taking it all in. The man with white hair seemed displeased, muttering, This person is awake again, damn it. The ancient martial artist from the Chen family standing nearby said, Increase the dosage, just make sure he doesn't die. I want to use this kindling to fuel the fire between the 2 Chen and Song families. The white-haired subordinate, upon hearing this, opened the door of the room, which made a creaking sound. Inside, a man was tied up, struggling to break free. The white-haired man held up a purple bottle of unclear contents and sneered, That dog, which poison should I give him? He roughly pulled the cloth bag off the man's face. The man, fearful and anxious, looked helplessly at the white-haired man, unable to do anything. Chen was in a panic, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, the future. How should I deal with something like this? Future Chen stood beside and said, Why do I feel like you're bragging? In front of you are 4 beautiful women Zhu Zu, Suo Wuxi, By Weii, and Lin Shua. In his mind, he thought, bragging about your ass, huh? Just tell me, you've at least been eating more than me for the past 10 years. Future Chen sarcastically said, I'm just a completely ordinary rookie. How could any girl possibly fall for me? Why don't you tell them to play a few rounds of sliding and see what happens? Chen, hearing this, became annoyed and gestured with his hands, thinking, You actually dare? You really are useless. He then looked at Zhu Zu and said with concern, Zhu Zu, you've been quite scared today, so hurry up and go rest. He uncle is also very worried about you. Zhu Zu, hearing this, gently smiled and replied, Yes, thank you so much for everything today. Chen then turned to By Weii and Suo Wuxi, asking, What about you too? Are you planning to reminisce about old times? Seeing their confused expressions, Lin Shua, standing beside them, couldn't help but laugh. I've never seen the boss like this before. Chenin, hearing this, was so mad that he trembled and shouted, "Stop making noise."
This isn't over yet, so go rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Chenin then turned and ran for his life.
"I'll go ahead," he said, rushing into a room, panting.
Oh my god. Girls are way too scary.
He glanced around, thinking to himself, today's situation was really passive.
It seems my strength is still lacking. I almost got the person I wanted to protect killed.
If spiritual energy could support the use of the eyes of insight for a longer time, then I wouldn't have to worry about that guy Song Zhongji's traps and mechanisms anymore. Chenin suddenly had an idea. That's right, there's also the spirit fruit. For some reason, green glowing spots appeared in the dark night.
Chenin was taken to another place.
As he jumped down, he said, "Quick, use the spirit fruit to level up first." Upon seeing the surrounding scenery, he froze, his face turned pale, and his pupils seemed like they were about to pop out. He shouted, "What the hell is this?"
Only a pile of ruins left.
He stood there, his fists clenched in anger, wanting to curse, "Great, that bastard Song Zhongji didn't blow up my people but came to burn my trees?"
I'm not done with you yet.
Chen wandered aimlessly along the beach, muttering to himself, "I guess I'll have to use the primitive cultivation method. After this is over, I'll need to make another trip to Shinshan to bring back some new spirit fruit." The system's voice rang out repeatedly, "Potential points plus 500, potential points plus 500, potential points plus 500, potential points plus 500. An hour later, Chenin sat on the bed and said, "Although I can't use the spirit fruit to boost my potential by 10 times, my energy is at least fully replenished. I'll try pushing the time for using Eyes of Insight to its limit, so I won't be overwhelmed on the battlefield later." His eyes suddenly gleamed. It was the Eyes of Insight. He could see and hear Zhu Zu's conversation with a man.
The man said, "I bet you're really scared this time, aren't you?"
When he looked away, he saw 2 arms grabbing something.
The man said, "Is this what friendship between girls is like?" It turned out that Su Yuan she was massaging By Weii.
Hearing this, Weii, embarrassed, said, "This isn't something you can just pay for and see."
The future Chenin appeared, awkwardly shouting towards him, "Kid, what can you see? Hurry up and speak. What can your piercing eyes see? I can't keep up." Terrible rating, 1 star.
At this moment, Chenin was flustered, dizzy, and blushing, his nose bleeding. Suddenly, he slapped his face so hard it turned red.
Vulgar, shameless, the future version of me? This slap is definitely from you, right?
The green light appeared again, clearer this time. The image shifted to a container truck, much to his surprise. Someone was there, a worker dressed modestly, carrying box after box. Seeing this, he was somewhat confused.
It's just a shipment, why is it so sneaky? This guy is suspicious.
Looking at the boxes, a red stamp on one of them immediately caught his eye.
He froze, shouting, "Is that the Song family's seal?"
The worker continued to diligently work, unaware of being secretly watched.
Chenin watched the worker's every move, muttering, "Looks like this is the shipment that the Song family lost. Someone is trying to set us up."
He picked up his phone and called, "Lin Shua, come to my office." Upon hearing this, Lin Shua quickly ran over and asked, "Boss, what's the matter?" But the scene in front of Chenin was her naked, causing him to bleed from his nose once more, covering his face and shouting, "Oh my, seriously, look at your clothes."
Lin Shua, hearing this, asked in confusion, "What about my clothes?"
He awkwardly wiped his nose with his hand and quickly turned his face, speaking like someone trying to cover up a lie, "Ahem, they're a perfect fit." He silently cursed himself, realizing he had forgotten that he was using his X-ray vision in his rush. Lin Shua looked at him, her eyes sparkling, her cat ears twitching, and said, "Humph, boss, are you having a problem?" Chenin turned his face away, blushing, and said, "Ahem, actually, I need you to follow someone."
Lin Shua asked seriously, "Who?"
Chenin looked at her seriously and said, "I saw someone secretly smuggling Song family goods into our warehouse.
Follow him and see who is behind him." As night fell, the truck rolled past brightly lit buildings.
Inside the vehicle, the phone's screen vibrated, displaying the message, "Master is calling." The delivery man, dressed in a discreet outfit, answered the call with a serious tone, "Master, it's done.
I'm on my way back." Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Okay, I understand." The route changed, the headlights flashed, and the truck quickly made a U-turn.
The gentle night embraced the beach, and dim lights illuminated the stacks of goods in the vast warehouse. The Xin Hailu warehouse center saw the truck slowly roll through the main gate. Mu Lin Shua, using her invisibility technique, hid behind the truck, thinking to herself, "Looks like this is the destination.
I need to see who you all are." Her eyes briefly showed surprise as she noticed the location name, Xin Hailu. Isn't this part of the Song family's assets?
Mu Lin Shua followed the employee into the warehouse, witnessing him conversing with another person, deep in thought. Indeed, it seemed like throwing a stone and hiding the hand.
Mu Lin Shua silently and swiftly retreated, intending to report back to the boss.
Having safely exited the warehouse, Mu Lin Shua abandoned the invisibility technique and emerged under the cover of night. The employee turned around, a sinister smile flickering beneath his hat. The beach was calm, and the warehouse was still lit, its warm golden glow reflecting off the water. The employee was on the phone, excitedly reporting, "Master, your calculations are truly divine. You timely informed me to change the route into the Song family's warehouse. I didn't even notice the person using the invisibility technique." The voice on the other end replied, "The second-tier invisibility technique is nothing special.
It's useless here." Master Rin, holding the phone, smiled.
He had originally planned to transport the Song family's stored goods to the Weili Corporation and then have the Song family capture the thief. This way, the Weili Corporation would have no way to deny their involvement.
However, he didn't expect Chen to discover everything.
"Yes, this is even better," he muttered, his hand tightening on the armrest. But the master, in a fit of anger, said, "It's all because of that useless Song Zhongji. I had originally hoped to resolve Chen in one go, which would have saved a lot of trouble. In the future, neither of those two will be easy to deal with. Chen's identity as the thief of the Song family's goods is far more troublesome than your threat to the Song family. There are too many issues we'll have to address once this plan fails." The employee anxiously asked, "Master, what should we do next?"
"What?
Wait for Chen to come to the Song family and demand an explanation?
What if they manage to reconcile and clear up the misunderstanding? Then wouldn't we?"
The master smirked wickedly, "Impossible, because I still have another trick up my sleeve." The sky gradually brightened, the sunlight streaming through and casting its glow on the towering skyscraper. Mu Lin Shua, with a tense expression, said, "This is the situation. The cargo truck stopped at the Song family's warehouse center. The driver seems to be very familiar with the staff at the Song family."
Chen's face darkened as he frowned, "So it's not someone trying to sow discord, but the Song family themselves making up excuses to deal with us? Is that really all there is to it? Have we checked what kind of goods they have?"
Inside the cramped warehouse, Mu Lin Shua bent down to inspect and was surprised. "Boss, how did you spot this?"
"It's hidden so well." Chen, standing beside her, replied, "Electric current?" Mu Lin Shua awkwardly hugged herself. "Then didn't you see through everything about me?"
As soon as she finished speaking, Chen broke into a cold sweat. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mu Lin Shua wouldn't let it go. "Boss, you're really suspicious." Hearing this, Chen flustered and quickly diverted her attention. "Focus, we're dealing with business here."
Inside the crate, Chen was taken aback and spoke, "Again, and the price is quite high, isn't it?" Mu Lin Shua curiously leaned in and asked, "What are these things? Could the crate be filled with glowing stones and wooden branches?" She pondered, "The dense spiritual energy. Is this something from a mutated area?
If it's used to create weapons or armor, it would be of the highest quality."
Chen suggested, "This is getting more and more mysterious.
If it's just a pawn to harm us, then these things are a bit too valuable."
Mu Lin Shua asked, "So what should we do now?"
Chen replied,
we should disrupt and adapt to every change, and see what the Song family ultimately decides to do.
As night fell, the small apartment was bathed in the soft yellow light from the garage. Song Jong-ji lay on the couch, next to a half-burned bundle of incense. He was speaking seriously on the phone. "Yen Master, it seems we still have to cooperate.
That Chen is not someone easy to deal with."
Suddenly, there was a noise from outside.
He jumped up and anxiously asked, "What's happening?"
A staff member rushed in, flustered, and reported, "It seems there has been an attack, the police have been notified."
Song Jong-ji sneered. "What's there to panic about? Do you think my agency is for decoration?"
The old man followed the staff member outside, where a large purple energy stone appeared in front of them. The device in Song Jong-ji's hand flickered, and the stone quickly cracked open, revealing an unmoving body on the ground. Song Jong-ji commanded, "Turn him over."
The staff member responded, "Yes, sir."
The old man glanced down, his face cold.
It's Zhu, the reader.
He's lying on the ground, looking haggard, his eyes completely white, devoid of consciousness. Song Jong-ji confidently said, "Perhaps it's time to start calling it the Readers Group now." Inside a warehouse, a person appeared surrounded by purple light.
It was none other than the future Chen. He was talking to someone. "What do you think about this in the future? Our thoughts align, there's someone obstructing us from within.
Logically speaking, you've just risen to power, and it would be too pragmatic to use your hand to eliminate the Song family, so there's only one possibility."
The listener on the other side was none other than Chen.
After hearing this, he fell into a line of thought, wanting to use the Song family's hands to eliminate me.
Chen replied after a while, "Do you think you've offended anyone?"
Chen stroked his chin, thinking about how casually he had eliminated the Chen family and then made a big move. Mu Lin Shua and the others on the other side, including Zhu, had spoken. Suddenly, he turned to look at Mu Lin Shua, who was focused on several boxes of goods. He asked her abruptly, which startled her, "Lin Shua, has Zhu been causing any trouble for you recently?" Mu Lin Shua, with a serious expression, replied, "No."
To clarify, Zhu hadn't taken any action at all.
Chen, upon hearing this, was quite puzzled. He told Mu Lin Shua that it was strange. "From what you've said, Zhu's working style is very aggressive.
I told you and Poisonous Snake to leave. How could they just let you and the others off so easily? Forget about Poisonous Snake's mission for now, call him back. I have a feeling something big is about to happen."
Suddenly, Mu Lin Shua picked up her phone, then panicked, "Strange, Poisonous Snake turned off his phone.
He's never done that before." Chen immediately responded, "Let me try. Set aside your matter for now and focus your energy on finding the reader." In a high-rise building, each floor was lit with a luxurious glow.
In one of the rooms of that building, Master Ren put down his phone and spoke, "Once you pour Poisonous Snake's gasoline onto the fire, the flames between Chen and the Song family won't be easily extinguished.
Song Jong-ji will definitely exchange Poisonous Snake for Chen's goods."
And now, Chen has confirmed that he already has the goods in hand. His face gradually turned sinister, full of scheming, as he spoke to the people in the room. If Chen refuses, it will not only cost us a valuable ally, but it will also make Zhu suffer, forcing him to seek refuge elsewhere. But if he trades the goods for people, it will prove that the actions of the Weili Corporation in seizing the warehouse were genuine. By then, not only will the major families turn against him, but the government will also no longer protect him. Yen Master, with his arms crossed, leaned back against the edge of the table and said,
"Mr. Su's schemes are indeed extraordinary." The other person in the room was Sutian Ming.
He sat in a swivel chair, smiling as he spoke. "Although Yen Master is no longer with us, Chen could single-handedly wipe out the Chen family. His strength is somewhat terrifying, and if we don't pull the Song family into the conflict, we won't be able to secure a victory."
"How are the preparations for the Grandmaster progressing?"
Yen Master raised his hand as proof, smiling as he spoke.
"My swordsmanship has broken through.
If the Song family can block the other experts from the Weili Corporation and, in a short time, weaken Chen An's power, I will have a solid chance to kill him. Then a box of medicine was pushed in front of him.
Sutian Ming said.
I hope this will help the Grandmaster break through his realm.
Inside the box was a vial of purple medicine, neatly placed.
Seeing this, Yen Master asked,
Is this an improved medicine? Sutian Ming smiled and replied,
There are no side effects, and it's not a banned substance. In a short time, it can enhance strength. Although it won't increase power as drastically as banned drugs, it will stabilize and enhance cultivation.
In addition, it will also benefit the Grandmaster.
A fruit was brought out by him, glowing on the table, causing Yen Master to be astonished and ask, Is this a level 1 spirit fruit? Sutian Ming loosened his tie and leaned back in his chair, smiling with self-satisfaction as he said, Yes, a level 1 spirit fruit can awaken someone who hasn't yet awakened, or instantly upgrade the strength of someone who has already awakened to semi-elite level. I originally planned to keep it for myself, but with my current strength, even with the help of the spirit fruit, I'm no match for Chen.
So, it's better to rely on the master.
The fruit had clouded Yen Master's vision. He took it and bowed respectfully, saying, Thank you. Then, Yen Master left, holding the precious fruit. Suddenly, a voice came from the room as a shadow appeared.
The person said, Do you think you're overestimating Chen?
Sutian Ming immediately turned serious, then replied to the person, I witnessed with my own eyes how Chen crushed Chen Longhai, who had taken forbidden drugs.
Moreover, it's very clear that if he doesn't use his full strength, I still have no idea how powerful he truly is. I won't do anything without being certain.
The shadow of the person materialized, revealing Song Changxian. He wore a half-golden mask and spoke to Sutian Ming, You're supporting the remnants of the Chen family, then you proposed a plan to provoke the Song family into joining this, and now you're coming to us, Zhu.
3 forces going against a single Chen, and do you think the price to pay is worth it? Sutian Ming maintained his posture and replied, The remaining forces of the Chen family have a deep hatred for Chen. And Zhu lost their talents to him, don't you want to deal with him, eliminate Chen? The Chen family's assets in his hands are also yours.
Song Changxian, upon hearing this, added, I'm not interested in money, I just want a bit of revenge.
But I am very curious, what kind of grudge do you and Chen have that you would go to such lengths to deal with him? Sutian Ming replied, Do you know how Chen Longhai made his fortune?
Meanwhile, in another room, in another place, the lights were still on.
By Weii was in that room with Chen.
She handed him a stack of papers and said, Here are the materials I promised.
There should be something in here that interests you. However, after reviewing them, Chen asked By Weii, How did Chen Longhai get rich?
She responded, I heard that, back then, the Chen family discovered a method that could delay the complications of cancer. After that, the Chen family quickly rose to power.
Chen folded his arms and asked further, So, did Chen Longhai engage in the pharmaceutical business back then?
By Weii replied, Yes, Chen Longhai worked for Jichang Pharmaceuticals for many years before leaving the company. That was when they started developing cancer drugs, and the Chen family came into prominence.
Upon hearing this, Chen began to piece things together and muttered to himself, So, it was you all behind this? Jichang Pharmaceuticals?
Mu Lin Shua, panicked, quickly responded, I used all the secret communication channels from the Black Organization, but I didn't get any response from Poisonous Snake.
Poisonous Snake might have run into trouble.
Hearing this, Chen paused for a moment, his thoughts racing. Just now, they had mentioned that the Chen family's background was Jichang Pharmaceuticals, and now, Poisonous Snake, who had been secretly investigating the company, had lost contact. This was starting to tie back more and more to Jichang Pharmaceuticals. Then suddenly, he received a phone call with the following message.
Good evening, Mr. Chen. He gritted his teeth and asked, Is this Song Zhongji? Song Zhongji laughed loudly and replied,
I can't believe Mr. Chen still remembers someone as insignificant as me. It really touches my heart.
But, well, you can remember me all you want. Why send someone to assassinate me? This is getting interesting.
Hearing this, he hurriedly asked.
Assassinate you? Who did that? The old man quickly responded. Poisonous snake from Zhu before. Mr. Chen, don't tell me he isn't one of yours.
Chen was shocked and asked.
Poisonous snake is in your hands? What happened to him? Please, don't hurt him. Song Zhongji replied. I'm not interested in that. Mr. Chen knows what I want. Bring us the goods, and we'll exchange it for him. I'll send you the time and place. In response, Song Zhongji, he said. The person behind this hid the Song family's goods in our place and then sent poisonous snake to Song Zhongji. This move is indeed very insidious. By Weii, worried, said. If you exchange goods for the person, it would be a public acknowledgement that you were the one who stole the goods before. No one will help you then.
Seeing the situation, Mu Lin Shaw came to a conclusion. This really will push the whole corporation into an impossible situation, one from which there's no return.
But we can't just stand by and watch poisonous snake suffer. He quickly reassured her.
Don't worry, everyone in the future will be like family to the company.
I won't let anything happen to him. Mu Lin Shaw hesitated and replied, but what should we do now?
He answered seriously, I think I need to go for this appointment.
Finally, the day arrived, the day of the transaction.
At the warehouse by the port, Song Zhongji sat on a recliner, and a man quickly spoke up, saying, You did well. Once Song Zhongji activates the mechanism and Chen is controlled, take the opportunity to kill him. Sutian Ming observed from above and commented, If this yin guy can be taken down, we won't need to reveal ourselves. The vehicle's headlights were now on, preparing to depart. A fleet of trucks loaded with goods drove through the dark night.
At this moment, Chen appeared and said, Song Zhongji, your goods have arrived. Old Huang was stunned and said, Boss Chen, what kind of luxury car is this? It's quite unique. Without hesitation, he ordered Wang Bao, give the goods to them. Let poisonous snake go first. Wang Bao responded affirmatively, then began unloading the large crates. Song Zhongji reviewed the paperwork with a satisfied expression and said, The goods are fine. Let them go.
Chen and Wang Bao sighed with relief, and then Song Zhongji remarked, The strength of Boss Chen is so formidable that we can't afford to let our guard down. I also hope that Boss Chen could move a little more toward the center. He followed the request, stepping toward the center. Suddenly, something fell from the sky.
Chen was startled and shouted, What's going on?
No sooner had he finished speaking than a huge object crashed to the ground.
Dust and smoke billowed everywhere.
He had to shield his face with his hand, gasping for breath. A group of people appeared and spoke up, saying, This smoke is the sedative smoke made by Boss Long Hai.
Even a big elephant can't withstand it. Chen, you're finished now.
Song Zhongji, standing outside with a remote control, said, There's not much time left. Suddenly, something strange happened.
The man, astonished, shouted, How can this be you? Chen, wearing a support device, replied, Surprised? Shocked? If you're happy, wait for it. Then they all shouted in unison, What? Song Zhongji, standing above, holding a loudspeaker, looked at Chen, who was holding a gas mask. He shouted, Boss Chen, leave the rest to you. Fighting isn't my strong suit.
Master Yen, locked in a glass cage with a group of people, slammed his hand against the glass, his face full of anger, yelling, Song Zhongji, what are you doing?
Are you betraying us? Master Yen, hearing this, replied calmly, You villains dare to plot against my Song dynasty, using my Song family as pawns? Wait for Boss Chen to deal with you.
Chen turned his head and smiled, It's just a small matter. The scene shifted to the previous day, outside Song Zhongji's villa. It was a luxurious mansion with a swimming pool, and nearby, a car was parked in the garage. Inside the living room, Song Zhongji sat with his legs crossed on a chair, one arm resting on the armrest. He asked Chen, who was sitting across from him, Boss Chen, what is it you want to discuss with me? Chen sat cross-legged, leisurely answering, I want Mr. Song to agree to this meeting.
I'm sure you've already figured out what the issue is. The goods are indeed in my possession, but they weren't stolen by me. Someone secretly transferred them to the Di Huan Hotel. The old man responded with a counter question. Why do you think I would believe just a few words from a young man like you? Chen replied, because there's no person or force in this world that can make me lie out of fear. The Song family is not yet qualified to do that. Song Zhongji laughed loudly. So you think it's our Song family who set this trap for you, to catch a thief by accusing another thief? Chen chuckled alone. That's what I thought. Until I saw the goods, then I gave up that idea.
If it were only bait, exploiting the strange transformations in the world to collect something brimming with spiritual energy would be too expensive. Song Zhongji suddenly changed his attitude, leaning back as he asked, exactly, because I am such a miser.
Now, can you guess why I think this issue isn't simple? Chen responded, is it because of poisonous snake?
Song Zhongji straightforwardly said, that's right. I've studied the styles of all the opponents and other forces carefully. All the assassinations that poisonous snake has carried out in the past were done with poison. But this person, who isn't skilled in combat, chose a direct attack instead.
If something happened, there must be something strange behind it. Chen placed his hand on his chin and praised, wow, not many people have a brain like that. You're one of them. So, can you tell me who is behind this?
Song Zhongji smiled, you'll know when the time comes, but for now, we have to work together. Back to the present, Master Yan's gaze was filled with malice. He gritted his teeth and said, do you think we're just sheep to be slaughtered? If you want to deal with us, you'd better know how much you weigh first. Chen gripped the sword, with streams of spiritual energy swirling around it. He held the sword and leaped into the air, swinging it forward, the bursts of power following his strike. But when the master saw the energy rushing toward him, his expression tightened, and he raised his sword in a defensive posture. The energy surged toward him, but just before it reached him, it suddenly stopped. Chen retracted his sword, the streams of spiritual force still enveloping it. He looked at the master and laughed, Master Yen, how do you like that? Is my strike good enough? Has Master Yen ever faced a situation like this before? The master trembled with anger.
You dare to insult me.
You killed my disciple first, then my brother.
I must kill you.
With that, he charged at Chen, his sword raised, shouting, ha! Chen also raised his sword, assuming a defensive stance, and snorted lightly. Master Yen lunged forward, the tip of his sword spinning rapidly, creating swirling yellow rings that shot quickly toward Chen. Seeing this, Chen's heart tightened, sweat beading on his forehead, but he did not retreat. He swung his sword to meet the incoming attack. Seeing him stand his ground like this, Master Yan's expression became serious. He hadn't expected Chen to be so difficult to deal with. Then, he swung his sword with all his strength, a brilliant yellow beam of light shooting straight toward Chen.
He laughed smugly. Ha, Chen, let's see if you can survive this time.
However, his hand suddenly froze. The shockwave from the celestial sword rebounded, causing his hand to tremble. He was surprised and let out a sound of disbelief, seeing that Chen had managed to block his attack using only 2 fingers. Enraged, he shouted, how could you?
Chen looked up at him calmly and asked, is this all you've got?
The man quickly suppressed his contempt for the opponent, his gaze now filled with determination. But the master spoke in a deep voice.
It's like this, then it's the end.
He pressed a button, slightly raised on the hilt of his sword, and suddenly, another hand of the Yen Master wielded a smaller sword and shot forward, mere inches from Chen's face.
Chen gasped in surprise, whispering to himself.
Trouble, this is the word pattern sword. Yen Master gripped the dagger tightly, and in the blink of an eye, thrust it toward Chen. Chen, panicked, quickly tilted his head to avoid it. The sharp wind from the sword narrowly missed his ear, almost taking his life. Seeing the situation wasn't favorable, he swiftly turned and retreated, his mind racing as he searched for another way to counterattack. The first priority was to maintain distance. Yen Master, seeing this, was furious and could no longer hold back, shouting toward the figure that repeatedly tried to dodge.
Chen, are you only good at running away?
He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, the word-pattern sword should have wounded him by now.
It seems the distance between us is growing wider. Boss, it's my fault for not avenging you.
He subconsciously gripped the knife tightly in his hand, his eyes gradually becoming more resolute. The jade and stone had shattered, who else was left but himself? Thinking of this, Yen Master stopped chasing after Chen. He slowly sat down, picked up the sword from the ground, and unwillingly thought, it seems this move can't be concealed any longer. He stood up straight, holding the sword and dagger in front of him in a defensive stance, his eyes filled with a resolve to destroy everything, staring directly at Chen.
Chen, prepare to die.
Chen calmly turned around, pointing the tip of his sword towards the ground.
Waves of violet spiritual power surged around his body. Was he really forced to use a killing move?
Ignoring Chen's words, Yen Master suddenly spun the sword in his hand, the speed rapidly increasing. Finally, only a blurry figure of him could be seen amidst the swirling vortex created by the blade. Seeing the familiar move, Chen let out a soft chuckle.
Want to learn my definitive glorious poison dragon technique? Dream on.
With that, he lunged forward, directly confronting the whirlwind. The spiritual power from his sword surged, merging with the vortex to reduce its destructive force. At the same time, he lightly crouched and jumped into the air, his eyes carefully watching the situation below. Seeing that the opportunity had come, he landed swiftly, extending his legs and delivering a powerful kick to Yen Master's chest, heavily injuring him. Seeing that Yen Master had become motionless, Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief.
Really, this is exhausting.
Before he could catch his breath, a sharp wind sounded from behind, swiftly approaching. Chen silently cursed under his breath someone was attacking from behind. But by the time he realized it, it was already too late. The sharp hook pierced straight into his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain.
Ugh!
The pain made Chen's face turn pale, causing him to slightly bend over as the hook dug deeper into his body. In addition to the agony of his flesh being torn, there was also a draining sensation as his spiritual energy was gradually sucked away by the hook. This is bad, this is a weapon made from a mutated product. From behind, a cloaked figure wearing a mask appeared out of nowhere, holding the other end of the hook's rope. Although his face was obscured, his triumphant tone was unmistakable.
Got it!
As soon as he finished speaking, he accidentally pulled the rope hard, causing a snapping sound as it broke in two. The man widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief.
How could this be? My hook and sickle are divine weapons that even chainsaws or guns can't break. How can you?
Chen covered his shoulder, furrowing his brows as he glanced at Yen Master, who had somehow regained consciousness and was attacking once again.
He cursed inwardly. Damn it, not again.
With a fierce movement, he used his hand to support himself, his anger rising.
If Yen Master didn't let him go.
In the blink of an eye, he charged at Yen Master, gathering all his strength into a punch and striking down hard on his chest.
The floor cracked under the sheer force. Yen Master was sent sinking deep into the ground. Chen coldly said, "Then let me finish you off first." Cough. After delivering the decisive blow, Chen's body swayed slightly. He tasted a sweet, metallic tang in his throat. Coughing once, the man in the black cloak, seeing this, rejoiced and shouted, "He's been poisoned. Take this chance and finish him off now." He finished speaking and gave the order, "Everyone, let's go and avenge the master, go die for him." From above, another group of people in black cloaks appeared, all attacking Chen at once. Chen struggled to get up, his hands striking the ground, creating a protective ring of light. Suddenly, a voice sounded right next to him. "Here?" With that, a black shadow shot toward him. Chen hurriedly turned his head to look. What? 3 people wearing black cloaks, exuding a different aura from the others, were rapidly approaching him at a speed that the naked eye couldn't follow. Chen furrowed his brows, his face turning serious. Are they top-tier experts?
These movements are impossible to catch. With a swish, the sharp metal tip of a needle sliced across Chen An's neck, breaking his chain of thought.
Chen was still in shock, never having felt death so close before. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have already gone to meet his ancestors. The man in the black cloak who had attacked Chen wasn't angry at the failure, but instead looked at Chen, who had narrowly escaped death, and spoke slowly. "You were poisoned by me, and yet your speed is still this fast? Well, it will only last for a moment."
He stood above, his cloak fluttering in the wind, his entire presence exuding a deadly aura. Chen staggered to his feet, raising his head to look at the group of top-tier experts who were ready to attack him at any moment.
"Who are you? Are you the former people of the Chen family? Or..."
One of them, impatient, cut him off, as he was stalling for time.
Another man raised his saber, sneering as he laughed, prolonging it.
"The longer I stay poisoned, the deeper it will spread. Even if we don't make a move, he'll die on his own." With that, he brought the blade close to his mouth, licking around the edge of the knife, looking like a venomous snake playing with its freshly caught prey. His eyes were filled with excitement as he stared directly at Chen.
"And Zhu wants your life." Chen struggled to stand, speaking with contempt. "So it's Zhu, huh? Now that I know it's you, I can finally breathe easy." Seeing him still so defiant, the man spoke again. "Do you think it's such a shame to die at Zhu's hands?"
Chen slowly retorted, "In the end, people like you, thieves, though abnormal, can't be so bold as you are." He continued with a mysterious tone, "But if you dare to make a move against me now, don't blame me for being ruthless." Seeing that despite being poisoned, he was still unharmed, the two men were stunned. How could this be? Wasn't he poisoned? The dagger was now severed by Chen saber. The man couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. A dagger made from a divine mutated material, and yet now. Chen thought to himself, since he was young, he had read in martial arts novels that if the sword strike is fast enough, the person struck won't even realize they've died. He was gaining the upper hand. Confident, he said to the man, "Are you starting to feel the chill?" The sweat beads rolling down his forehead clearly showed his fear, but he still raised his voice. "What the hell are you talking about?" Chen still held the saber tightly in his hand and spoke. "Next is you." He turned to teach the remaining man a lesson but couldn't see him anywhere. Hey, where did he go? As he was puzzled, suddenly, the man lunged from somewhere, attempting to strike him with a palm. Chen, not feeling afraid, pressed his thumb against the center of the man's palm. At that moment, the man came to his senses and, panicked, asked, "What? What do you want to do?" Chen calmly replied, "As a handsome man with such good qualities, if I take something from someone, of course, I have to return it." At that moment, veins began to appear on the man's hand, turning purple as if poisoned. "Don't!" Without thinking much, he swiftly cut off that arm with a sharp dagger. Chen picked up the man's severed arm and sarcastically said, "What are you doing? The body is a gift from your parents, and yet you chop off your own arm like this. Do your parents know?" Tears streamed down his face as he cried and said, "Chen, how can you be so cruel?" Chen waved his hand dismissively, as if it were nothing. He then turned to the group of people over there. "You guys, seeing that you've done many things against your conscience, I've decided to let it go. Fine, you can all disperse now. Old song, eliminate them." Suddenly, the ground beneath Chen's feet cracked open, and a man with a fierce expression emerged from the. Although they hadn't yet exchanged martial arts, Chen could already feel that the man's strength was considerable. He was not someone to be underestimated. It seemed like he had taken some forbidden medicine. If compared to Chen Long's high strength, this man wouldn't even be a match for his entire family. While he was still pondering, the person suddenly lunged at him with a dagger. He quickly dodged to the side, exclaiming, "How can he be so fast?" Chen was thrown far away, but then he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, you're a dual sword style, right? Well then, let me show you my blade technique." He grabbed his sword and rushed toward him, slashing a few playful strokes.
The person let out a blood-curdling scream, cough. Aha! Seeing that he was near death, Chen delivered the final blow to end it. With that, he aimed his sword at the person and delivered a few fatal cuts. The atmosphere immediately grew eerily silent. Where did he come from? Chen sighed. Boss Chen truly lives up to his reputation. A sword technique like this is something you'd never see even if you searched the entire H nation. It has to be the best. Suddenly, Chen shouted, "Watch out!" and used his sword to block something coming toward him. Thanks to his sword, the object was deflected, and he narrowly escaped the danger. The other man, frightened, pressed himself flat to the ground. Chen saw this and helplessly said, lying flat on the ground, "Do you think the assassin can't see you? Let him see if he can set up the traps again." The man then bent over, picked up the bullet, examined it carefully, and concluded, "This is an SVD sniper rifle round. It has a range of up to 13 meters. And the time from when I heard the muffled gunshot to when you released the bullet shows that the assassin was very far from us." My God! Chen wanted to jump into the river upon hearing what the man said. At that moment, a bullet shot straight toward his head from somewhere. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he managed to dodge it. He glanced toward the direction the bullet had come from, using his eyes of insight to locate the shooter. As he peered deeper into the distant golden building, he spotted the shadow of the person who had attempted to assassinate him. "I found you." He strained his vision a little more, and a familiar face appeared. It was Sutian Ming. "Ji Chang, it really is you." He suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Chen, it was because I was separated from others in the past that I ended up holding a grudge against you. I nearly harmed your friend. I sincerely apologize. Now, you're helping me, yet I truly don't like men." After hearing him, he was furious, nearly boiling with rage, and shouted at him, "Get out of here." Elsewhere, in a luxurious building's room, Zhu Zu was lying on the bed, plucking petals one by one. "Leave or stay, leave or stay, leave or stay, and with the last petal, I have to leave." Thinking she would be gloomy and lie there, no one expected her to throw the branch away and smile brightly, saying, "Just kidding, forget the petals. I'll stay, who's going to die from it? Let's go on singing." Saying that, she turned on her phone and started a live stream. "Hello, everyone, it's been a while. I'm here to say goodbye to all of you." Her fans immediately began flooding the chat, asking why, "Zhu Zu, is something wrong? Don't go, please don't go." She calmly replied to each of their questions, "My life has changed a lot recently. Right now, I don't know what to do. I've thought about it for a long time. I know I can't keep doing live streams forever, so I hope you all can understand my decision. Thank you sincerely for all your support and care." Her eyes began to well up with tears, but she still smiled and said, "In the future, I've decided to work at a company. I heard they're hiring there, and I'm also majoring in management." Meanwhile, on his side, he was focusing his strength on healing his injuries, and the future Chen kindly inquired, "The breathing method improvement seems to have helped you a lot. How's your current strength and physical condition? Are you still able to use it?" He slowly replied, "Mid-third rank. My physical awareness has been greatly enhanced, but my spiritual energy has been increasing very slowly." The future Chen explained, "That's to be expected. Without the boost from the spirit fruit, your cultivation speed would be quite slow." An idea suddenly popped into his head. He said, "Ah, right, we could go to Shinshan to pick some fruit and then come back, right?" He said and ran to meet Mulin Shua, instructing her. The Zhicheng Pharmaceutical Company is under the control of the Song family. It won't cause any trouble for the time being, and as for the poisonous snake, we must definitely find resources to cure it. Mulin Shua gave him a look of annoyance and said, "Boss, what else do you want to do? Or have you fallen for another cute girl again?" Chen hurriedly retorted, "How could I be that kind of person? Don't slander me. I'm handling important business here, I'm not joking around."
By Weii suddenly stormed in and confronted him.
Isn't the main job of Boss Chen just picking flowers and chasing butterflies? If it's not, then dare you tell me where you've been going?
Shannon had no way to argue and reluctantly surrendered to the two ladies.
Alright, I admit defeat.
I wanted to go to Shinshan to pick spirit fruits. As soon as he finished, she immediately jumped at him.
You still want to go to that terrifying place?
BCH was worried, and he gently explained, on one hand, the spirit fruit is very useful for my cultivation. On the other hand, I'm always concerned about the stability of the barrier.
Upon hearing his explanation, she understood the reason. She said firmly, then let me go with you. Shannon, feeling a bit cheeky, replied, well, this time you'll need to wear clothes that won't rip.
Hearing him mention that unpleasant memory, she became enraged and snapped at him, don't you dare say that. Mulin Shua, who had been silent up until now, suddenly spoke up, I want to go too.
Shannon was surprised by her words and asked, huh? Where do you want to go? Mulin Shua bluntly stated, if she's going, then I can go too. She confidently affirmed, I can protect you, you know.
The three of them were now speeding along in the car to begin their journey. Shannon's little heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest.
He slowly spoke, do you two really want to be bodyguards? Mulin Shua firmly replied, I have to make sure the boss doesn't take on any more debts for the company. The company already has so many enemies just from its early days. The driver teased him, boss? You sure are lucky.
Shannon, feeling helpless, said, just focus on driving. The car suddenly slammed on the brakes, and his face hit the back of the seat.
What's going on? What are you doing? The driver's face turned pale. What's happening?
In front of them was a raging fire.
By Weii seemed to realize what was going on. Looks like someone doesn't want us to go up the mountain. Mulin Shua asked, who could it be?
As everyone was unsure of what to do, a group of people suddenly charged toward them.
Shannon spoke, they've arrived, just go ahead and ask them directly.
A rough-looking man from the crowd spoke up and asked,
who are you? What are you doing here?
Mulin Shua and By Weii were about to argue, but Shannon quickly stepped forward to stop them.
Hey, wait, let me handle this.
You two are acting like you're calling me Xiao Baijian.
Ahem, may I ask, respected elders, what exactly happened here? Why are you blocking our way?
At that moment, an elderly man with a face covered in a wild tangle of beard appeared from somewhere, pointing toward the road. This path leads up to the mountain.
Are you planning to go up there? Shannon quickly replied. Yes, we are.
But the old man interrupted.
What are you hoping to find on the mountain? The last time someone went up there, they came back with a monster.
Shannon, filled with curiosity after hearing this, asked.
Old man, what exactly happened? We're here to investigate.
By Weii took out her police badge from her bag and, speaking in a serious tone, said, We're from the government, so please feel free to tell us what happened here.
The old man finally believed them and began recounting the events to the three.
A few days ago, a group of people in black clothes also went up the mountain, and shortly after, there was a loud noise from the mountain.
Then, when the man in black left, a monster appeared.
All the livestock we had been grazing on the mountain are now gone. A woman in the crowd, sobbing uncontrollably, spoke.
My people who went up the mountain, including my father, haven't come back.
By Weii spoke up to reassure everyone.
We will go up the mountain to investigate.
In the meantime, please return to the village and wait for our news.
All three of them were now on the mountain.
Mulin Shua bent down to scoop up a handful of earth, feeling that the soil here was relatively soft.
Do the two of you see the clear marks on the ground? Shannon volunteered, I'll go to a higher point to have a look.
With that, he leaped to the highest point to scout the situation, and saw a huge black hole.
Weii screamed, is that it? She continued with a worried tone, could that be the giant python?
He thought for a moment before drawing a conclusion, in theory, it shouldn't be.
The barrier of the cave shouldn't just disappear. He raised his voice, "Quick, let's go check it out." When they arrived at the enormous hole, he used the eye of clairvoyance to observe what was hidden beneath. After a while, he discovered explosives. Someone was trying to break the barrier. The poison within the barrier had dissipated significantly. In the midst of their confusion, suddenly, a massive figure appeared behind them. By Weii trembled and spoke, "No way." The three of them slowly turned around, and in front of them was an enormous, terrifying creature just as expected. It was the monster of this place, the giant python. The giant python charged straight toward them. Without thinking, Chen rushed to shield Lin Shua. "Be careful." After pushing her to safety, he suddenly realized he had forgotten about Weii. Weii? He grabbed a sword and faced the beast. Weii, who had just fallen, was now slowly getting back up, grumbling a little. "Chen, how could you forget about me?" He quickly tried to explain his mistake. "It's because you're so strong, and Lin Shua, well, her body is kind of weak. No, what I meant was, you're definitely strong." At that, Wei's eyes changed color, and a burst of anger flooded her mind. She hissed, "Try opening your mouth again." She swung her hand carelessly and immediately punched the giant python. The pain shot through her body, and she glared angrily at the three people. Wei only then realized that she had overdone it. Chen spoke up to remind her, "Lin Shua, make sure you hide well." Wei, let's split up and run." As soon as he finished, he charged forward, distracting the giant python to buy time for the two girls to escape in the opposite direction. Those idiots, one person and one beast racing like this for miles. He used his fire ability and hurled flames at the giant python. Its skin seemed as though it were made of steel, and despite the fire hitting it, it remained unharmed. Chen was also taken aback. "The fire from Yuan Mountain can't cause you any damage? Why don't you have even a hint of fear?" He was exhausted from running, but finally, he had to resort to a decisive move. "If that's the case, I'll have to use your own weapon to deal with you." With that, he threw two of the giant python's scales back at it. But it remained completely unfazed, still standing there calmly. Chen had never felt so helpless. "You even know how to level up?" He didn't know what else to do, so he kept throwing more scales at it. The giant python wasn't backing down. Every time he threw one, it dodged with ease, neither side yielding. Chen couldn't help but sigh, "It's really fast." Refusing to give up, he unleashed his final move, secret technique of the Iron Mountain Seal. But as soon as the technique was released, the monster flung him away with great force. He thought to himself, "The strength of this snake has already weakened since leaving the demon realm, and yet even at this moment, I can't defeat it. Damn it." The snake now opened its large mouth full of sharp fangs, ready to swallow him whole, but Wei suddenly charged forward. She repeatedly threw punches at the giant python. Chen worriedly called out, Wei, it's too dangerous." The giant python became more vicious than ever. It fixed its cool red eyes on the two of them. He could feel the anger radiating from the snake. It seemed this snake really hated him. He had to find a way out of here quickly. At that moment, a hand grabbed Chen's. The hand belonged to none other than Lin Shua. Using her vanishing technique, she led him away from the snake. As if sensing that they were trying to escape, the snake flicked its tail and accidentally struck Lin Shua's back. She let out a painful cry. He hurried over to support her. "Is Lin Shua okay?" Despite the pain, she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't stop, I can still move. Let's get out of here quickly." Seeing her so stubborn, he couldn't object any longer. "Don't talk. I'll transfer some spiritual energy to you, so just keep going." Meanwhile, Wei was facing the snake alone when suddenly, a hand grasped her wrist, pulling her out of danger. It was Chen. Lin Shua looked visibly irritated. "You really care about her, huh? Have you even asked for my opinion?" Chen responded awkwardly, "Don't be like that. We're all from the same group."
The giant python, meanwhile, was trying to retreat somewhere.
Chen wondered aloud. Wait, where's it going?
Suddenly, he realized something and shouted, "This is bad." Chen was now closely observing the movements of the giant python. It was moving along the path they had taken up the mountain.
Then, he had a sudden realization and spoke to the two women. Its target is the village at the foot of the mountain. We absolutely cannot let it get down.
Mu Lin Shua responded, "The snake has already changed its target so quickly."
What do you mean?
At this moment, Chen had manifested, shouting loudly to attract its attention. "The large loach fish, your grandfather is here." Hearing the sound from behind, the giant python turned its head to look. He was about to rush forward when Wei Wei stopped him. Seeing that she had broken free from Lin Shua's invisibility power, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How did you?" Wei Wei immediately cut him off, "I'm a government agent. Protecting the workers is my responsibility." Seeing the two of them like this, Mu Lin Shua had no choice but to manifest as well. These two fools. The two beautiful girls were now ready to fight alongside him. Chen, as if energized, smiled widely and said, "Ha, with you two by my side, even if I die, I won't have any regrets." When she felt him put his arm around her shoulder, Wei Wei was a little surprised. Lin Shua, hearing what he said, immediately showed a displeased expression.
What nonsense are you talking about at a time like this?
Just then, he suddenly shoved both of them aside and faced the giant python alone. Lin Shua shouted in worry, "Boss!"
Wei Wei didn't fall behind, shouting as well, "Chen, you bastard!"
While the three of them were unsettled, the snake suddenly stopped.
Chen wondered, why did it stop? He thought to himself, it's staring, could it be that there's an even more terrifying demon beast?
At this moment, a cute little ferret popped out from somewhere. He was confused, wondering why such a small creature would make the giant python look up like that. Suddenly, the ferret's eyes turned sharp and red, gradually transforming into a completely different, massive beast. Chen was completely stunned after witnessing the scene. What kind of joke is this? The beast suddenly charged towards the giant python. The two of them fought so fiercely that they completely forgot about the presence of the three humans. The giant python was completely at a disadvantage against the massive creature. All that could be seen was the beast grabbing it and throwing it high into the air. The giant python landed right where the two women were standing. They screamed in panic.
Ah!
Taking advantage of the situation, the beast lunged forward, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to the snake. In that moment, the snake managed to lift itself up, wrapped its legs around the creature's body, and flung it violently to the ground. Despite its size, the beast was surprisingly weak. It lay motionless after just being tossed. The snake opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow it whole.
Chen suddenly realized the danger. This is bad, the snake is trying to swallow it alive.
He quickly drew his gun and fired 3 shots directly into its open mouth.
The giant python howled in pain from the impact.
However, the 3 bullets did little to stop it, so Chen immediately pulled out a grenade.
"Humph, then take this grenade."
Mu Lin Shua, seeing him holding the grenade, panicked, thinking that he was willing to risk everything to take down the monster.
This is bad, is the boss really trying to take us all down with the monster?
By Weii was equally concerned, shouting,
"Don't!" Ignoring their pleas, he accelerated towards the giant python. But suddenly, why did he fly right over its head?
He was puzzled and turned to look behind him, only to see the beast had woken up and was grabbing the giant python's head, pulling it down, and opening its mouth wide with sharp, foul-smelling teeth, ready to bite down hard on the snake's body. The giant python gradually collapsed, and the 3 of them joyfully shouted, "We've won." When they saw that the giant python had breathed its last breath, Chen stepped forward to examine its flesh. The skin of the giant python was incredibly tough. Wouldn't it be invincible if they harvested it and crafted armor for everyone in the group? Suddenly, the corpse of the giant python shrank, and Chen wondered, why did it suddenly shrink like this? The body of the beast began to contract back into its original form.
Chen couldn't help but question, why are you shrinking as well? He quickly ran over to check on the beast. Fortunately, it seemed like it was just exhausted and fainted. He let out a sigh of relief. Chen placed the beast in his backpack, not forgetting to say, "Hero, please don't let anything happen to you." After finishing, he cheerfully said, "There are so many monsters here, once you recover, I'll take you back." At this moment, Chen was lost in his joy, unaware of the danger approaching from behind. Wei Wei suddenly rushed up and kicked him, angrily saying, "It's fine with it, but what happened to you?" He was taken by surprise by her kick and yelped in pain. At that moment, a handful of dirt flew out of nowhere and hit him in the head. He cried out. It was none other than Mu Lin Shua who threw that. She glared at him and shouted, "If you dare push us away again, I'll kill you, do you understand?" Chen was still reeling from the aftereffects of the pain, and he spoke with a hint of sorrow. "Well, I didn't want you two to die with me." Lin Shua and Wei Wei snapped at him, shouting, "Shut up." Noticing the tense atmosphere, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, when I looked down into the pit earlier, I vaguely saw what seemed like remnants of explosives. I want to go down and investigate." Wei Wei glanced down into the pit and unexpectedly said, "That hole is at least 100 meters deep, and you could see something at the bottom?" Chen proudly responded, It's just a couple 100 meters. My eye of clairvoyance can see thousands of miles away." The two girls scowled, asking him, "What do you mean by that?" "Clairvoyance, what is that?" Realizing he had misspoken, Chen stammered, It's the stone of eye for road mapping." Clairvoyance and the original meaning of the word just happened to be the same pronunciation. "What clairvoyance? Who's clairvoyant?" Seeing his unusual behavior, Wei Wei asked, pressing him, "Is there something wrong?" Chen didn't answer but changed the subject. "There are many dangerous monsters down there. You two stay here." Wei Wei angrily retorted, "Are you planning to leave us behind again?" Mu Lin Shua looked at Wei Wei with displeasure, saying, "You're really useless. How can you not even find the stick?" Wei Wei, feeling criticized, shot back, "And what about you? What do you have that's so great? You're as fragile as paper." Lin Shua's expression changed, and he began to boast, "I can camouflage, don't forget that I just saved you from death 100 times. No one would back down in a battle of words. The two of them stared at each other with eyes that seemed ready to devour one another. Seeing the situation escalating, Chen intervened to defuse the tension. All right, you all have been very helpful, now let's calm down and carefully follow me down." The two women, though still glaring at each other, obeyed and tightly grasped his arms. Chen held both of them and flew down to the cave below. As soon as they touched the ground, he rushed over to the debris, observed it for a while, and then spoke. "There are no traces or markings on these fragments." Mu Lin Shua immediately recognized what was on the ground and quickly said to him, "This is a type of gunpowder specially manufactured by Heizu's 3rd Special Group. It can explode 3 times consecutively, and its explosive power is several times stronger than regular explosives when comparing the same amount." After hearing her, Chen asked in confusion, "So, you're saying that Zhu's people have sabotaged this barrier?" While the three were still unclear, a bomb suddenly fell near them. Wei Wei rushed forward to shield Chen, and he anxiously shouted, "Wei Wei, the impact was too strong." She let out a groan, "Ugh, my strength is nearly depleted," and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Chen growled in anger, and using his eye of clairvoyance, he looked upwards to identify the person responsible for this. The cow exploded 3 times in a row before finally stopping. He didn't pay attention and kept looking up when a familiar figure appeared. He angrily shouted, "So it's you, Zhu. What bad luck to run into these Zhu troublemakers again, just as I thought, they're here to cause trouble." Chen clenched his teeth, his face filled with indignation. "Dare to hurt Wei Wei, you will face the consequences." The explosives from Zhu were still flying rapidly, getting closer and closer to the three of them. This time, things were really serious. The destructive power of these explosives was enough to make even America's B-52 pale in comparison. Realizing the imminent danger approaching, Chen immediately commanded, "Get Wei Wei inside, and make sure not to go too far." This is the classic hero saving the beauty in a romantic tale. Chen spread his arms wide, channeling his energy to shield them, creating an opportunity for Lin Shuo and Wei Wei to move to a safer spot. He also reminded them not to go too far because in this barrier, countless dangers could strike at any moment, and since Wei Wei was injured because of him and had little strength left, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although Lin Shuo was worried about Chen, she couldn't abandon Wei Wei, who was growing weaker by the minute. Besides, she was just a woman with limited strength, unable to help much. So, with a face full of concern and unable to bear not looking back at Chen, she shouted, "You have to be careful too. Go ahead, I'll take care of things here." "Can't deny it, I'm a strong man," he said with confidence. "As for you, and Zhu? You've picked the wrong person to mess with." At this moment, Chen was filled with rage. He harnessed his internal energy, and with a burst of incredible speed, he shot forward like a war god, heading straight towards the bombs that were rapidly flying towards him, preparing to face them head-on and destroy them. But as he got closer, a sense of danger hit him. Something was off. Although the barrier had been destroyed, the restrictions on his abilities were still in place. This was really bad. Chen was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. It was impossible to anticipate everything, no matter how skilled or knowledgeable he was. It took him 4 breaths just to reach the store. But with the intensity of the artillery fire, he had no chance of escaping. Those Zhu guys sure knew how to play dirty. Another bomb exploded. Chen gritted his teeth, covering his face with his hand, struggling to endure and avoid the blast's impact. A voice echoed in his mind. "Boss, you have to hang on. Don't let yourself get blown to bits. I know the odds are slim, but we've come this far, we can't turn back now. All we can do is hold on and pray for help." Meanwhile, Wei Wei's condition was deteriorating rapidly. She was running out of strength, her breathing became erratic, and she writhed in pain. At that moment, Lin Shuo was extremely anxious. He turned around and called out loudly, "Boss, her breathing is getting faster. I don't know if she's sick." Indeed, it's challenging to know who your true friends are. While casual misunderstandings may lead to verbal sparring, it's only in moments like these that we truly understand each other's hearts. Hearing Lin Shuo's words, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of worry, but he didn't know what to do about it. What should I do now? I can't let her stay like this. After all, Wei Wei got hurt because she took the hit for me. Seeing her like this made him feel both guilty and uncomfortable. Lost in thoughts about Wei Wei, Chen suddenly looked up, his expression panicked, as he stared at the newly exploded gunpowder. Have they already finished firing the shells? It turned out to be nothing more than that. He had been expecting something else entirely. Just when he thought he might escape the disaster, something from a distance came hurtling toward him. How dare they come here? Chen embraced himself, preparing to deliver a life-altering strike. What's this? Chen was utterly confused when he saw the strange object no longer flying towards him, but instead diving straight toward the ground. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, unable to believe what he was seeing. What is going on? Is this some kind of human bomb? This is crazy. These Zhu people are just too many. On the ground, 2 soldiers were covered from head to toe in black cloth, each with an arrow piercing their bodies. As he looked at them, a sudden realization struck him. Chen's face lit up with a joyful expression, and he turned around, his eyes sparkling as he smiled brightly, as if he had figured something out. Yes, it's Wang Bao and the beautiful Zhu Zu. They've been standing on the cliff nearby, arriving at just the right moment. Wang Bao wore a cool expression, holding a bow and arrow in his hands. Zhu Zu gently smiled, her eyes filled with pride as she looked at the 2 objects that had just been struck by Wang Bao's arrows. Both she and he were deeply concerned about Chen. I wonder what they threw down there. Are they planning to ambush us? Could Chen and Bro be down there? Maybe they're attacking him.
Just as they were standing there, bewildered, they saw three objects darting toward them.
Wang Bao and Zhu Zu were completely taken aback, utterly surprised and confused. Wang Bao, Zhu Zu, why are you both here?
It turned out to be the three of them Chenin, with one hand supporting Wei Wei and the other firmly holding Lin Shuo. Seeing them, he felt a surge of excitement and happiness. Upon seeing Chenin, the person she had been longing for every night, Zhu Zu couldn't contain her joy.
Her face lit up as she rushed to greet him, asking with enthusiasm, "Chenin bro, are you okay?"
As she spoke, she ran towards him. Chenin looked down at Wei Wei, who was in his arms, sweat pouring down as she was clearly in pain and distress. Seeing this, Zhu Zu slowed down, her expression turning serious. Wang Bao said, "Zhu Zu young lady mentioned she wanted to talk to the boss about the job application, but she found that both you and Miss Mu were not there. Then she heard that you were about to go on an adventure, so worried that something might happen to you, she suggested I contact Meng brother to come find you."
Right, that's it. Wang Bao, your mouth is too sharp.
You haven't even said anything to the young lady yet, but you've already told her everything, leaving her so embarrassed she doesn't know where to hide.
Wang Bao, filled with anger and resentment, recounted his exploits to his boss. We encountered them.
They just opened fire on us without any warning. I couldn't hold back and shot them dead.
Wait, Wang Bao, you're something else. Who warns before setting a trap? What's left to surprise then? Fortunately, you showed up in time. If not, we would have been roasted down there.
Chenin was deeply grateful to Wang Bao for what had just happened, smiling happily in praise.
You saved all three of us. Chenin was worried. However, the barrier has been breached. Stronger mutated creatures will be able to cross it and enter the human world.
What they've done to the villagers at the foot of the mountain is just a matter of time. We need to find a way to repair the barrier.
But right now, I don't know how. This is really concerning.
While lost in thought, something suddenly occurred to Chenin.
Ah, right, wasn't that guy good at making covers?
That's brilliant, even something so tough you figured out, no wonder you're boss Chenin.
An hour later, a fancy helicopter flew towards Chenin and Wang Bao. Sure enough, it was that guy, arriving quickly.
A balding middle-aged man, with half of his head bald, his hair white as snow, and thick glasses, clearly a researcher, was wearing a delighted expression.
Hello, Boss Chen. What can I do for you? Chenin happily asked, Old Song, do you think your big cover can block this hole?
Upon hearing this, Old Song immediately turned to his helicopter and ordered, "People inside, don't start the engine, we're heading back." At this moment, Chenan's face turned as gray as the sky on the day Super Typhoon Y hit, and he was also very angry.
Old Song, is this how you treat your savior? Do you want to get beaten up or something?
This old man is really annoying. Old Song then pulled something pink out of his pocket, wearing a cool expression, and tossed it toward Chenin, saying, "Here, this is for you."
He really is a tyrant, but it's nothing new. Chenin was just someone who liked using force, that's all.
Besides, he had saved the old man's life before.
Chenin hurriedly caught the item with one hand and cheerfully responded, "Thanks."
He thought the old man would run away, but it seemed his actions had some effect. The effort from when he saved him before wasn't in vain.
Chenin placed the pink ball into the barrier hole.
A purple light emanated and enveloped the hole's opening. Chenin let out a sigh of relief, the immediate danger was now resolved. Chenin from the future appeared behind him, praising him as a genius but questioning whether he planned to use such an ordinary item to replace the sealing barrier. If no suitable sealing material could be found, future Chenan's face darkened, and with a worried tone, he continued, "This is the gateway for the demon realm to invade the human world."
Just imagining that is already dangerous. Who knows what will happen that day? Who will help us defeat those evil, monstrous creatures?
Chenan's expression turned serious as he spoke. If this place becomes the gateway to the demon realm, then Yin Chang will be the first to face its calamity.
How can I restore the barrier? Do I need to use spirit power? He asked. The future Chen replied, you want to use a little bit of your spirit power to repair the barrier? That's like trying to buy a Ferrari with 10 yuan. Do you remember the stone pillar of ceiling that you saw at the treasure of the Chen family before?
He paused for a moment and then responded, I remember.
Well, isn't the stone pillar of ceiling the source of the barrier's energy? The future Chen continued to ask.
Yes. But also no, he replied. The future Chen explained, the ceiling object is not just the stone pillar, there are other types as well.
We call them sacred objects.
You must find one of these sacred objects in order to repair the barrier. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, you scared me there.
So, finding a sacred object will solve everything, right?
What you said sounded like the end of the world.
The future Chen spoke again, there are only a few sacred objects.
If you take one to another place, the barrier there will weaken and be destroyed.
Hey, why aren't you worried anymore? He became a bit angry and retorted, I can't even understand your way of speaking.
People who act all mysterious like that are the ones I hate the most.
So what exactly should I do?
The future Chen hesitated before replying, I haven't figured out a solution either. Right now, we can only temporarily borrow the sacred objects from the wilderness.
Once I think about the specific locations of the sacred objects, I will give you a map.
But you must also be ready to lead the people in fighting against the demon race. Having said that, the Chen of the future dissipated, vanishing into the air, leaving him to battle with his doubts. Then, he reminded himself not to scare himself.
Suddenly, it seemed like he remembered something. Oh, right, I forgot.
I just used my backpack to block a lot of missiles with high explosive power.
I wonder how Lingu is doing. Don't tell me he's dead. He walked over to where Lingu was, only to find that his entire body had been battered.
Chen slowly approached and softly called out.
Lingu.
At the sound of the call, Ling Ji's eyes snapped open, sharp and terrifying.
Chen, drenched in sweat, nervously asked. You're not mad at me, right? I didn't do anything to you, it's the curse.
Before he could finish his sentence, Lingu lunged at him, crazed and chasing after him. Chen had no choice but to flee in panic, shouting,
Run fast, Lingu has gone insane.
Lingu then charged toward Mulin Shua, By Weii, and Wang Bao. Mulin Shua, terrified, yelled at him.
What did you do to him? Why is he like this?
By Weii also spoke up, saying, This guy can even kill a giant python, and now we're up against him.
Chen scratched his head and replied, I didn't do anything.
I just used my backpack to block missiles fired by Zhu's group, but I forgot that I was carrying this boss on my back.
Wang Bao, holding his bao, looked at him and praised. Not bad, this badger is huge. Seems like it could feed us for a few days. Hearing Wang Bao's intention to send the weasel away, he couldn't hold back, walked over, and gave him a hit, saying, What are you doing? It's the one that saved my life. After saying that, he turned back to remind her, Huh?
Young lady, be careful, it's dangerous.
At this moment, the weasel had approached Zhu Zu. Its expression looked fierce and frightening. Chen, worried, said, Zhu Zu, don't move, whatever you do, don't move.
By Weii, who was standing beside him, also said, Wait, look at it. The weasel's anger seemed to have softened a little when standing in front of Zhu Zu, and she gently reached out to touch the tip of its nose. Seeing that nothing happened to Zhu Zu, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Zu, holding the weasel in her arms, smiled and said, So you're just a little weasel, how adorable. Seeing that she was fine, Chen breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself that he almost forgot that those demon beasts seemed to really like Zhu Zu.
He then walked over and asked, Zhu Zu, do you want to keep it? She asked back, a bit surprised, Huh? Can I?
He asked while thinking, there are many enemies opposing him right now, and Zhu Zu doesn't have any physical abilities.
he can't always be there to protect her.
If she had this fierce creature as a bodyguard, no one below the third rank would dare to approach her. Then, he answered Zhu Zu's question. I was planning to take it with me, but this monster doesn't just like anyone, it seems to like you. If you take care of it responsibly, this could be your first mission after joining the team. Zhu Zu happily replied, if you say so, then I'll gladly accept this task.
Thank you, Chen bro.
Then, he turned to Wang Bao and asked, Wang Bao, could I take a look at your bow and arrow for a moment?
He picked up the bow and examined it, saying, this must be made from the bones of a mutant beast, right?
Wang Bao chuckled and responded, the last time I went hunting, I encountered an ugly yet powerful blind bear that destroyed my bow and arrow. After killing it, I used its parts to craft a new one, and this bow is much easier to use than the previous one.
Chen asked further, so you shot arrows with this bow, right?
Wang Bao replied, yes, the arrows from those things are really slow, though. Upon hearing this, Chen was shocked and stood there frozen, wondering if he had truly misunderstood everything.
He really was the most powerful long-range assistant I know.
Scene shifts to a modern tall tower building, where a mysterious masked figure approached Sutian Ming and reported, I've uncovered the secret behind Chen's strength.
Sutian Ming's face lit up with excitement as he responded, tell me about it.
The masked figure began, I used to wonder how someone of Chen's age could have cultivated to such a level in such a short time, especially after the mutation happened. So, we had our people keep an eye on his actions. Not long ago, he went to a deep mountain.
Do you know what's there?
Sutian Ming grumbled, stop beating around the bush, just say it already. The masked figure continued, it's a whole spirit fruit forest.
Sutian Ming asked in astonishment, a forest?
He immediately replied, I once asked him what kind of genius he was, and it turns out he's someone with resources. I've gathered all the spirit fruits. Our subordinates, and Zhu, have also increased in strength. This operation has cost us many lives, but it was quite worthwhile.
Sutian Ming continued, why are you erasing the losses in manpower like that? Has Chen set up an ambush?
He responded, my men discovered a strange deep cave outside the spirit fruit forest, and fearing an ambush, one of them threw explosives into the cave first. But unexpectedly, a gigantic snake, the size of a train, charged out. In my opinion, the spirit fruits inside the cave must have matured more to create a monstrous snake like that. Unfortunately, this giant snake was too strong, and our people couldn't harm it, so we couldn't explore the bottom of the cave.
Sutian Ming was a little puzzled and asked, so, are you here to find me for the people or for the resources?
He replied, dealing with Chen isn't a one-sided action from our Heizu, we can't let only us sacrifice.
Isn't that right, Boss Su?
But our Heizu is not a group of pacifists. His expression became serious, and he said, Chen first cornered me, then killed 2 of my generals. This hatred is irreconcilable. I only hope that Boss Su can help me restrain the Song family. I don't want to be at war with both the future corporation and the Song family at the same time.
Sutian Ming asked him, so, how do you plan to deal with that giant python? He let out a loud laugh and said, what does it have to do with me?
It's just that the villages below will face disaster and die like a bunch of ants.
Sutian Ming sighed and gently advised, it's better to respect human life a bit. But isn't Chen always so sure of himself?
He surely won't let those monster beasts grow freely.
If they manage to fight back against Chen, then that's fine too.
The scene shifted, and Wang Bao's bow and arrow shot forward powerfully, piercing through a plastic can.
Chen, impressed, spoke up with admiration, well done, this long-range attack power is at its peak, isn't it?
Wang Bao smiled and replied, it's nothing. But Chen admired him greatly. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification saying that I had drawn a map to help him mark the locations of those sacred artifacts. He glanced at his phone, narrowed his eyes in displeasure, and said, although I draw terribly, why haven't you made any progress over the past 10 years?
Future Chen responded, isn't it because you never bothered to lay a foundation when you were young? And now you're blaming me?
I've looked it over, and that small island in the Pacific Ocean is the most suitable target right now. Even if the sacred artifacts are taken, there's still an ocean in between.
Those demon beasts won't pose a threat to humans anytime soon.
Chen concluded all this and said, I understand now, it looks like I need to form my own suicide squad. He then walked over to the group and announced, all of you here are familiar faces, so I'll be direct. This cave is the gateway to the demon realm.
Here's the translation you requested.
The situation is like this, I need to form a team and go to the island to retrieve the sacred artifacts and rebuild the barrier for the cave. However, this journey will be very dangerous. At this point, Wang Bao spoke up, boss, I want to go. My home is in a village nearby, and if anything happens here, my family will surely be in danger, so I have to go. Chen, trusting Wang Bao, said if you come along, I'll make a more perfect long-range weapon for you in the future. By Weii and Mulin Shua also raised their hands to express, I want to go too. Seeing that the others also wanted to go, the two women exchanged judgmental glances. Chen, observing this, thought for a moment and said, Weii, you're an official. I haven't considered telling the old man about this yet. You'll need to find a reason to explain it to him. He then looked at Mulin Shua and added, as for Lin Shua, you'll be responsible for all matters concerning the future corporation. If you leave. Mulin Shua responded, if all of humanity is in danger, if something happens to you, what's the point of keeping the future corporation? Chen listened, seeing her point, and smiled, replying, you're right, I suppose. Suddenly, Zhu Zu spoke up, I want to go too. Chen immediately stopped her. Zhu Zu, the thing is, we won't be able to protect you. This trip is full of dangers, it's better if you don't go. Don't you want to join the future corporation instead? Isn't it better for you to help me manage the corporation? Zhu Zu countered, did you forget what Miss Mu said? I must go. With her words and the angry expression of the beast on her hand, Zhu Zu, in fear, reluctantly agreed, I forgot about your war beast.
Fine, I'll go then. Chen continued, the skin of the giant python is so tough that ordinary firearms can't harm it. Here's the deal, I'll make each of you a set of armor. With that, he used his energy to create armor for everyone. Seeing his generosity, Wang Bao couldn't help but exclaim, you really are too generous. Noticing that the armor seemed a bit lacking, By Weii raised a concern. Chen, is it really necessary for it to be this revealing? He awkwardly responded, that's because the giant python, after being killed, shrank due to the strike. With that, I could only make armor like this. Seeing By Wei's dissatisfaction, Mulin Shua teased, I'm a capitalist, so I'm not afraid to wear less. If you're concerned, then you don't have to come along. By Weii angrily retorted, what makes you think my figure is worse than yours? Zhu Zu remained silent for a moment before softly replying, if Chen bro likes it, I have no problem with it. He enthusiastically declared, great, then our suicide squad is officially formed. The scene shifted to the busy streets, with vehicles of all sizes driving by. Wang Mang was driving, waiting for Chen to go somewhere. He then grumbled a bit, boss, do you think I'm too weak and that's why you don't want to bring me along? Chen replied, your abilities have only just awakened, and you lack combat experience. This operation may involve dealing with mutated exotic beasts. If your powers aren't usable at the critical moment, it could be dangerous. Plus, I need someone I trust to help keep an eye on things back at the company. Hearing Chen's trust in him, Wang Meng beamed with excitement and said, boss, don't worry, I'm not good at business, but managing things at home is my specialty. Chen was taken to a truly luxurious and modern place. As soon as he got out of the car, he encountered something that made him pause for a moment. He saw Su Yuan waving at him and calling him over. Chen? She cheerfully walked up to him and said, come on over. It's time for you to officially meet the family. This sudden turn of events left Chen a little dumbfounded. He stood there for a moment, then said, This caused Su Dongwang to step forward and say, Chen, my friend, please forgive me. My daughter is spoiled and doesn't know the proper etiquette. He smiled awkwardly and replied, it's fine, really. When Su Yuan saw Mulin Su and By Weii getting out of the car,
she suddenly flustered and said, "Oh, Chen, my father wants to talk to you, we should go quickly."
Sudong Wang and Shannon entered the house to talk.
He made his intentions clear first, saying, "I'm seeking you out this time to hear your views on the future situation. These days, the outside world is always like this, which makes me feel uneasy."
Shannon immediately responded, "I'm afraid, uncle, you've asked the wrong person.
With my limited knowledge and near zero social experience, I'm not in a position to judge the situation carelessly.
However, my perspective is centered on people."
He was a little surprised and replied,
"Centered on people? What do you mean?" Shannon explained, "If cultivation is possible, then why not let everyone cultivate? If there are already cultivation methods, why not let others know about them?
Those who cultivate should not only focus on their own cultivation but also consider how to increase the strength of the subordinates beneath them." He responded with a satisfied look, "Indeed, it's the youth, after all." Then, he reflected, admiring Shannon's broad mind and vision. If he had such a wide perspective when he was young, his achievements wouldn't have stopped there, it was just that talking was easier than doing.
He smiled and replied, "Perhaps." Shannon then thought to himself, anyone who heard this idea would probably find it laughable.
But if humanity could not enhance its power, it would cease to exist once the demon realm invaded.
By then, would martial arts techniques even be useful?
After a while, he and Su Dongwang stepped outside. Su Wushi, who had been waiting outside, was already fuming. She reproached him, "Shannon, you really know how to deceive people."
Surprised by the baseless accusation, he asked, "What did I do?"
She sighed in frustration, saying, "I heard By Weii say you're going on an adventure, and you even prepared combat gear for them."
"I want to go too, I want to join."
Shannon then replied, "This expedition isn't about fighting some gangsters in Yinchang. It's a sea voyage, which means it's extremely difficult. Someone like you, a great celebrity, could never go.
I remember director Zhang Dima was asking you to star in a movie, right?"
She lowered her head sadly and said, "Actually, I don't mind filming or anything.
"I know I'm not of much help." Seeing the awkward situation, he said, "How about this? I won't take you with me on this mission.
Later, I will call you before any future assignments.
As for the combat outfit, if you don't mind."
Saying that, he handed her a set of clothes and continued, "The materials are limited, so this is all I could manage."
She took the outfit, tried it on, and said, "Isn't it just a bit short on material? Wearing it like a movie costume, what's the big deal?"
"At most, I'll have my dedicated costume designer alter it, and next time, I'll wear it to help you fight."
He paused slightly, surprised by Su Wushi's rapid change in attitude. "Am I seeing things? She was just sulking a moment ago."
At that moment, he saw Wang Bao coming out and called out to him.
"Wang Bao, I've created a special weapon for you.
From now on, I'll need you to be the long-range support sniper for our future operations." He handed the item to Wang Bao and continued, "It will save you the trouble of stiffening and setting arrows, while also allowing for a longer shooting range. You should practice with this." Wang Bao took it, his face lighting up with excitement as he said, "This is great.
This is so cool." Mu Lin Shou walked over and asked, "Boss, when are we leaving?"
Shannon replied, "No rush, I still need to settle some things. And Zhu, this time I'll destroy their stronghold in Yinchang." Then, he thought to himself, the Song family can control the pharmaceuticals, but with Zhu involved, the Song family won't have it easy. As for the Sua family, I also don't want Su Wushi to get involved in this trouble. On the government side, they are just watching the drama for now, still relying on ourselves."
She anxiously asked him again, "Do you want to declare war on the entire Zhu and Yinchang?"
"They're not simple at all, you can't compare them to the Chen family. There are 6 main divisions of Zhu and Yinchang, including departments like security, assassination, drugs, public opinion interrogation, and intelligence."
Mu Lin Shou continued, "And Zhu is mostly very well organized, they're not easy to deal with." Shannon replied solemnly, "Do you think that if I don't confront them, they'll just let us go?"
"I don't like being attacked passively, and besides, if I don't eliminate them, I won't be able to rest easy when I go out to sea." While they were talking, someone suddenly interjected from somewhere.
That's right, if you want a fight in Zhu, count me in too. Mulin Shua was surprised and said, Poisonous snake. Poisonous Snake walked over, dropped a heavy wooden plank down, and said, Boss, I'm all healed now. If we're going to fight in Zhu, you've got to count me in.
He responded happily, Alright, with this kind of spirit, let's go together. Mulin Shua sighed and complained, Okay, when it comes to familiarity with Nzu, no one can compare to me in Poisonous Snake. Then she confirmed, I'm the trump card for 5 assassination cases, and Poisonous Snake is the elite of the 3 sought-after medicinal herbs. For this operation, let us take the lead. He nodded in agreement and said, Alright, this operation will be the first time our team works together, and we are preparing for the upcoming battle. The luxury car sped down the road without any intention of stopping. The sunlight hit it, making it gleam. A voice from inside the car spoke up, The Deep Mountain operation team still hasn't been able to establish contact. The man inside, with silver hair and a mask that made it difficult to discern his face, spoke in a panicked tone, Sorry, boss? The voice of the man on the other end of the line came through again, Is there anything I should know, something you need to report to me? Yesterday, the operation team reported seeing some people enter the deep mountains, including the Mulin Shua team. The person suspected to be leading them is Chenin. The silver-haired man became even more panicked, now also furious. His hand clenched tightly around the smartphone, almost as if ready to crush it. The boss shouted, Why didn't you report this to me sooner? The man's voice trembled, I'm really sorry, I was planning to deal with them first, and then report to you. The man seemed speechless, unable to say anything more. You'd better prepare to face the consequences. Afterward, the tense atmosphere was finally relieved. Chenin, it's you again? The road's blocked. These cars are tailing each other, and we have to stop because of the traffic lights. In the nearby red car, a couple was sitting inside. The man wore 2 gold chains around his neck. His girlfriend sitting next to him said, Look at that, the Maybach, it's the car I like the most. The man, with no hesitation, replied, What car? Just look at me. The light turned green. They floored the gas, ready for any playful stunt. The red car quickly sped ahead, leaving the congested road behind. In the black car behind, the people inside began to get frustrated. The silver-haired man in the car shouted out, What the hell are you doing? Sorry, boss, it's that car in front. As the red car overtook, its driver smugly gave a friendly finger gesture to everyone behind. The man in the black car, enraged, commanded, Speed up. The 2 cars continued to compete, trying to outpace each other, making it look like a real street race to onlookers. The 2 warhorses surged forward on the winding roads. The couple in the red car was somewhat surprised by how quickly someone had caught up. How could a young, reckless person stand losing? What's going on? Before he could even finish his sentence, the silver-haired man's car had already passed him. What? The man inside wore a mask, his identity unclear, his murderous aura palpable. He held a pistol, the bullet ready to fly out at any moment, aimed straight at the young man's head. Then, the terrifying car sped past him. The silver-haired man tucked his gun into his jacket, leaned back in his seat, and coldly ordered the driver, Head back to headquarters. The scenery of a countryside village appeared, a small ray of sunshine piercing through the clouds and shining on the vast rice fields. The surrounding trees alleviated the heat, making it seem like an ideal place to rest. At his base, the silver-haired man was speaking with his subordinates. Each member of the group, from second rank and above, received a spirit fruit. The elixir was given to members of the third rank, to enhance the spirit fruit. Immediately make arrangements for me. One of his subordinates replied obediently. Understood, boss. In a dark corner, the man was thinking of something sinister. Chenin said, If you dare go this far, I won't leave you with your life to return. Chenin was standing in a corner, sneezing as if he had sensed something. Someone must be cursing me, Chenin thought to himself. Chenin wiped his nose and asked the girl beside him,
are you sure? Isn't Zhu's headquarters here? The girl replied, yes. They had appeared in a rather remote rural village. It was natural for Chen to feel confused. The ground was covered in mud. Chen accidentally stepped into it, shaking his foot to get rid of the excess. The girl beside him confirmed, that's right, we're standing on Zhu's headquarters now. The houses here were large, and there were even farms, so they were spaced quite far apart. The village was the entrance to the underground levels, forming the area controlled by Zhu. Chen exclaimed, that's really surprising. The man beside him continued, right after, it's definitely Zhu. If they don't know what light is, they'd hide underground like that, boss. They approached the entrance, puzzled. But why is there no one guarding this place? Not even a dog or a cat in sight? Suddenly, a group of people in black cloaks and masks appeared. It was obvious they weren't good people. Those individuals had emerged from the ground. The purple-haired girl beside him sighed, boss, your mouth is really powerful. What should we do now? The people in black cloaks all held large guns, aiming to shoot down the three of them without a moment's hesitation. A silver-haired man somewhere held a microphone and shouted out, Chen and Zhu, we don't want to make enemies with you. Just hand over the two traitors, Mulin Shua and Poisonous Snake, and I will let you go. The man beside Chen spoke with a hint of worry. Boss, Chen, let's think this through. Over 10 people, huh? That's not cheap at all, is it? Chen coldly sneered. And what about the speed of the bullets? Chen shouted. Have you thought this through? There's still time. Then, he raised two fingers, pointing them at the group. Chen, with bare hands against steel, raised three fingers, forming the shape of a gun, and aimed at the mysterious group of black-clad men, who were now stunned. Bang! Unexpectedly, the man he targeted suddenly collapsed, his eyes rolling back, leaving his life in question. The group was thrown into chaos, looking at each other and asking, what just happened? Without keeping them waiting long, Chen fired several more shots, bang, 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 his expression mischievous, without a trace of fear. The more he shot, the fiercer he became, causing the black-clad men to fall one by one, leaving them in complete disarray. What happened? What's wrong with you guys? This is not the time to be sleeping. It turned out that what Chen was shooting were dart-like projectiles laced with sleeping poison, no wonder they all collapsed and slept like the dead. In a different scene, in a picturesque forest somewhere, Wang Ba was looking smug, blowing into his bow and arrow, creating a very serious appearance. Call me the king of archers, he declared. Witnessing that scene, By Weii couldn't help but sneer. The sharpshooter king is really impressive. He suddenly became flustered, trying hard to defend himself and regain his dignity. No, it's just the tone of voice. Seeing this, Zhu Zu said nothing, merely covering her mouth with a smile, standing by to enjoy the drama. Back to Chen, he single-handedly took down the entire group, standing in the middle of the vast grass field. He uttered a proud declaration. Here's my response, is it to your satisfaction? Out of nowhere, a voice suddenly emerged. Chen, are you really not going to show any respect? He didn't let the other man off easily. Frowning, he quickly retorted. Earlier, when Master Yen requested a fight, your group, Zhu, attacked me from behind. Does that count as disrespect? The other man responded. That's the thinking of the experts in the organization. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen cut him off. He shrugged and said, of course, you could argue that it wasn't your direct order. I have no proof. But Chen looked down at the ground, his eyes shining brightly as he smiled. However, when you pulled the trigger and shot at me with a sniper rifle from the tower, would you say that counts as disrespect? He thought to himself, truly unexpected. Then I'll return the favor just as he did. The scene shifted to a dark, mysterious place, filled with trees. Behind everything, a man with white hair appeared, shrouded in mystery, much like the others, except for his aura and the exquisite golden mask that covered half of his face. What's the matter with you? Despite his confusion, Chen smirked, proudly explaining, "You're wondering how I know, right? Why don't you go and investigate the relationship between Director HA and me?
I don't even know your name, but since you like wearing a golden mask, I'll just call you Nana."
Nana, just wait for me down there.
After hearing those arrogant words, the white-haired man couldn't suppress his anger and slammed his hand onto the table. His eyes lit up with an intense gleam, looking truly frightening. It was indeed a bold move to provoke such a high-status individual, something only Chen would dare to do. Leaving the wrath of the mysterious man behind, Chen returned to his usual demeanor, nonchalantly stroking his chin and thinking, "Oh dear, those words were certainly unlucky." In the thatched cottage, the warm sunlight poured in, casting a golden hue over the scene, creating a dreamy atmosphere. However, in contrast to this calm, the atmosphere inside the house was tense.
3 young women were busy preparing for battle. Mulin Shur reminded, "It's time to switch to combat gear, follow me." In the blink of an eye, Wei Wei, Mulin Shua, and Zhu Zu were all suited up. Although their outfits were a bit peculiar and eye-catching, it didn't matter. As long as they liked it, we didn't mind looking at it. The 3 quickly joined Chen, and the group made their way into Nzu's lair. As they entered, Chen, leading the way, couldn't help but comment, "Oh, no one to welcome us?"
Mulin Shua, trailing behind, spoke up to remind them, "The first door is a trap, so of course, no one is here. This place is fraught with danger, if we're not careful, it could all end here." As soon as he finished speaking, without knowing where it came from, the poisonous snake suddenly rushed out.
"Boss, let me lead the way. We'll definitely get through quickly."
Mulin Shua didn't have time to stop him and could only exclaim in panic,
"Wait a minute." But as expected, he stepped on a trap.
The poisonous snake broke into a cold sweat, panicking and shouting,
"Oh no."
Fortunately, Chen reacted quickly, grabbing the back of his collar and pulling him backward, almost choking him in the process. At this moment, they saw the spot that had been stepped on lighting up with numerous rays, capable of taking his life instantly.
The poisonous snake collapsed backward, stammering, "Thank you, boss."
Mulin Shua and Chen bent down to assess the situation.
She anxiously asked, "We betrayed the organization. Do you think He Zhu will still keep the previous methods of breaking the formation?"
He answered seriously,
"The mechanisms only activate when touched." "Then what if we don't touch the ground?"
She looked at the door opposite them and quickly dismissed the idea.
"That won't work. This place is full of invisible rays. You can try it and see."
Upon hearing that, he used his power to create a branch. As soon as he threw it in, the invisible rays cut the branch into dark shadows.
Chen, startled and sweating, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my God."
The poisonous snake beside them also added a few words.
"This mechanism can only be opened from the inside. There's no way to break it from the outside."
Upon hearing that, he abruptly turned his head, grinning slyly.
"Of course, to break the mechanism, we should ask the master of the mechanism, right?" Saying that, Chen dialed Song Zhongji. As soon as he appeared, the old man rushed to ask, "Boss Chen, what do you need this time?" Not forgetting to add, "Oh, what are you all wearing? You look like you're going to a play."
The moment the words were spoken, By Weii was immediately offended.
"Oh no." Chen quickly had to face the consequences.
She threw a punch and followed it up with the words, "This is all because you made these clothes for us." Suppressing the pain, he responded to Song Zhongji, "We are in a mechanism formation."
"Aren't you the master of mechanisms? Please help us figure out how to break this formation."
The old man focused on the phone screen, his face clearly showing worry.
"Don't tell me you're in Nzu's mechanism formation." Chen laughed and said, yes, stop pretending, just tell us how to break the formation." "Break my foot."
The old man suddenly yelled.
"I'm showing you the phone." This is the design from my master, the young master of the field engineering department. His design has no way out, you can't escape. Chen looked at his hand, deep in thought. What kind of monkey business is this? It's all just scaring people. If we can't break the formation, we'll just turn around and leave.
Hearing his harsh words, Song Zhongji quickly rebutted, there's no way out, meaning you can't escape, there's no turning back now. At that moment, Chen realized the seriousness of the situation. He quickly turned around, only to be stunned to realize that the entrance was really gone. The arrogance he had just displayed had completely vanished. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he anxiously asked, what should we do now? Is there really no chance at all? The old man remained unfazed, staring at the phone as he replied, to be honest, the killing formation of the young master is not entirely designed to actively attack people. So you guys just stay there, insisting that nothing will go wrong, but the bad news is, you will either starve to death or suffocate. Those words succeeded in provoking Chen. He imagined grabbing the old man's collar and giving him a good scolding. Do you believe I'll beat you so hard you'll shit yourself? Song Zhongji trembled as he replied. In battle, there is always the battle eye. Chen boss has divine power and command, and if we can locate and destroy the battle eye, we can break the formation. He touches the back of his head, however, the battle eye can be hidden inside the wall, in any corner. If we don't destroy it directly, it will activate the self-destruct system, and by then, all of you will be cooked. Chen's face turned cold as ice, and he ordered. Then what does this battle eye look like? Describe it to me in detail. The old man shouted. The battle eye of the young master's final round has distinctive features. It looks like the top of a spinning top. But what good does it do you? Unless you have eyes that can see through walls. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Chen quickly hung up the phone, not forgetting to leave a resentful remark. Such useless words. Having said that, Chen turned to reassure the others. Don't worry, I will definitely get you all out. Seeing the confused looks of the four people with him, he quickly asked. Hey, did you guys hear what Son Suzy said? Why are you all so quiet? Shu Zhu clenched her fists, her face full of confidence. Because we all trust you. Chen widened his eyes in surprise, his facial muscles instinctively tensing. His eyes sparkled with a mysterious blue light, and he turned around with a smug smile. All right, I won't let you down. As soon as the sentence ended, he used his power to see through the entire structure of the mechanism, repeatedly thinking in his mind, where is the tip of the spinning top? It didn't take long before a bright yellow spinning top appeared before his eyes. Found it. Chen raised his hand, pointing in one direction, then ordered Wang Bao, tell me where the location is, and you aim properly before striking hard. It has to be accurate. Wang Bao was already in position, his face full of determination. Watch me. Holding the crossbow in his hand, he aimed seriously. With a loud explosion, bricks fell down, and dust filled the air. Wang Bao had successfully collapsed a section of the wall. Mu Lin Shua covered his mouth with his hand, puzzled, is this it? Chen's eyes lit up once again, and he smiled in satisfaction. Success. Just as he was about to move forward, all three girls anxiously stopped him. Chen was careful, turning around and calmly reassuring them, it's fine now, the mechanism has been disabled. Hey, why are you guys looking like that? Mu Wei and By Lin Shura hurriedly shielded each other, both blushing. Neither of them dared to finish their sentence. Earlier, Song Zhongji had said, unless you have X-ray vision to see through walls, you won't be able to find the battle eye. Mu Lin Shua continued, so it's hard to believe you really have it. Under the pressure of two pairs of eyes focused on him, along with a string of insults, he could only helplessly respond. Perverted jerk. Chen quickly waved his hands, wait, let me explain. Shu Zhu appeared out of nowhere and asked innocently, what's going on with you guys? The two of them jumped, breaking into a cold sweat. They hurriedly rushed over to shield Zhu Zhu. Without forgetting to give Chen a look of disapproval,
the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward.
Only Zhu Zu was still confused, not understanding anything, while Chen, with 2 streams of tears flowing down weakly, struggled hard to restore his own reputation.
It's really not what you guys think.
A sudden pain hit him, and he thought, oh no, this is bad.
Chen's body seemed to lose all its strength as he collapsed. Seeing this, Wang Bao rushed over and asked, "What's wrong, boss?"
He forced himself to speak, "It's fine, just a bit of exhaustion."
"Let's go."
He silently thought, the overuse of spirit power through the eye technique really drained me.
I hope the next challenge won't be as tough as this one.
Little did he know, the scene that followed was even more spectacular than the previous one. The entire waiting hall was decorated with great grandeur, the kind of display that immediately let you know it was no ordinary place. What was even more surprising, down in the hall, an entire powerful army stood waiting for them. Fully equipped with armor, masks, gloves, and weapons, the group of people stood tall in the middle of the hall, as if they were only waiting for battle.
Mu Lin Shua screamed in astonishment, "What? 6 martial warriors?" Chen turned around in confusion, "What are 6 martial warriors? Why are you so frightened?" Her face grew more serious.
"The 6 martial warriors are the guards of the 5th floor.
Why are they here?" Upon seeing the group, Mu Lin Shua couldn't help but panic. "Why are they here?" Chen asked her, puzzled, "What's wrong? Are they really that powerful?"
"They look like a bunch of young punks messing around with gadgets." His authoritative tone made her unable to hold back, and she replied, "The 6 martial warriors are one of Nzu's hidden trump cards. They are 6 brothers born of the same mother, but they have no father. When she was born, her mother passed away due to complications during childbirth, but the strange events surrounding them began thereafter." She slowly recounted the story, saying that what raised them was a large female gibbon, which is why their limbs were more unusual than ordinary people's, and they were faster as well. Later, they encountered a wise master who taught them martial arts and formation techniques for coordinated strikes. From then on, their martial arts reached great heights. Afterwards, they became mountain bandits, robbing along trade routes, and no one could stop them, which drew the attention of the 4 major clans. The clans formed an alliance, sending top-tier experts to surround them, and only after much effort were they able to subdue them. However, the truth was that the 6 siblings did not die. Instead, the leader of Nzu secretly took them in, constantly administering treatment and enhancing both their defensive and offensive capabilities, even providing them with rare metal attributes to forge body armor. After hearing her recount the story, Poisonous Snake decisively concluded, "To put it simply, they are very strong." Chen, feeling anxious, thought to himself, "Due to the energy consumption of my X-ray vision, I won't be able to use spirit power in the short term. So, the odds of victory are less than 1 in 10. But on our side, Wang Bao hasn't received close combat training. Mu Lin Shua specializes in stealth, not direct assault. Poisonous Snake is severely injured and needs treatment." Lost in his thoughts, a voice from behind snapped him out of his reverie.
"I'm here." Chen turned his head and was surprised to see Wei Wei.
Wei Wei walked over, looked at him, and spoke in a soft, reassuring tone, "It's all right." Chen replied, "You mentioned that we need to form a team, so each person needs to contribute their value.
I don't want you always standing in front of me to protect me. Isn't that right, everyone?"
Hearing her question, I saw the other 3 fall silent, not knowing how to respond. Seeing her confident demeanor, Chen cheerfully said, "All right, don't worry, I'll take care of the strategy while you fight." The 6 warriors were already preparing to fight, and Wei Wei was not far behind. She took the initiative and charged toward them, shouting, "Charge forward." One of the 6 pulled out an iron rod and swung it directly at her. Wei Wei snorted and raised her hand to block it. Taking advantage of the moment when they were unguarded after their strike, she threw a punch straight at them.
"What?"
she exclaimed as she saw one of them seize her wrist. Before she could react, he threw her aside. She cried out in panic, but he didn't stop there. He kicked her in the back.
"Ah!"
she screamed in pain. At that moment, one of them caught Wei Wei and squeezed her neck, pressing her to the ground. Struggling to breathe as her neck was tightly held, she could only make a few choked noises. The other four, 2 holding her arms and 2 holding her legs, stretched her out. Wei Wei, furious, gritted her teeth and said, "Bastards." Mu Lin Sure realized something and quickly warned everyone, "This isn't good, this is their special technique. They're trying to tear By Weii into 4 pieces." Upon hearing Lin Shua, Chen anxiously shouted, "We're in trouble." Just then, an arrow shot out of nowhere and pierced the leg of one of the 6 warriors. It turned out that each of them had been shot by Wang Bao. I didn't recognize him. Wei Wei seized the opportunity to break free from their grip and confidently said, "Thanks, but I can still." She spoke while drawing out a dagger. Wang Bao, fearing she might be in danger, was about to rush over to help her. Seeing this, Chen quickly stopped him. "No need to help, I trust she can handle it." At that moment, Zhu Zu rushed over in a hurry and said, "But they're very skilled." "Wei Wei, can you handle it?" Wang Bao turned to her, giving a loud laugh before responding. "Of course, no problem. How could the boss's woman be weak?" Chen saw this and immediately slapped Wang Bao, shouting, "You're talking too much, focus on me." At that moment, By Weii approached the group facing them. They launched long, sharp chains toward her, aiming to take her down. Though they outnumbered her, the quality of their attacks wasn't guaranteed. By Weii remained highly vigilant. One of them appeared quickly right behind her. Mu Lin Shua, observing this, said, "They're attacking from both above and below, while also blocking escape routes to the left, right, and behind. The only way to avoid it seems to be in the air, but once she loses control of the air, the 4 limbs might get caught." Then, Chen spoke up and said, "The coordinated attack formation is indeed interesting, and we can learn from it, but this method won't work on our Wei Wei. After all, she's..." By Weii quickly charged in with her ultimate move. Chen stood there, praising her, "Bone and muscle strengthening, huh?" By Weii charged forward with a punch in hand, thinking, "Bone and muscle strengthening, so what? Can it really pierce through my special armor?" Suddenly, she attacked her opponent from behind, catching him off guard for a moment. He slowly fell at By Wei's feet. The others, seeing this, quickly moved together, charging straight toward By Wei and shouted, "No." By Wei was bound by chains around her arms, preventing her from taking any initiative. Then, the chains wrapped around her legs. She was pulled and knocked down to the ground by them. Seeing her at a disadvantage, they eagerly rushed towards her, shouting, "Die!" Wang Bao, seeing this, cried out in panic, "Boss, they've taken down your woman." He quickly slapped Wang Bao and said, "Shut up, what nonsense are you talking?" Just as he said, By Weii quickly fought back against her opponents. She grabbed a tool and cut the chains that were binding her. Then, By Weii stood up, arrogantly asking, "Is that all? Or do you want to join your friends down there?" They, unwilling to give up, charged at her again. In no time, the chains had bound her hands and feet again. She was not afraid. Instead, she arrogantly said, "Is this all you know how to do? It's useless against me now." Then she used a move to attack them, sending them flying away, crying out in agony. Her opponents fell to the ground like rain. At this moment, By Weii turned to him with a look that sought praise. She then asked, "Did I disappoint you?" Wang Bao praised her, saying, "Miss Bai, you're really something." She angrily shouted at him, "Who's your Miss Bai? Call me little sister. Not sister, understand?" Chen, full of pride, walked over and said, "I've always believed in you. Let's go, let's move on to the next door." Wang Bao stood with one hand on his waist and the other raised in a triumphant gesture, exuding an air of confidence as he said, "It seems like these 6 people born in the year of the 6 are not that strong after all. My sister can handle them all by herself." Mu Lin Shua shot him a sideways glance. "Isn't it because you have a powerful weapon in hand? If normal weapons can't break the armor of the 6 martial warriors, then how are you going to attack them?" Looking at the dagger in her hand, By Weii smiled and said, "That's right. Of course, I have to thank Chen for giving me this treasured dagger." Mu Lin Shua shot an irritated look at Chen. "Mr. Chen, you should treat everyone equally. Can't you stop being so biased?"
Chen wiped his sweat and replied, if the opportunity arises, if the opportunity arises. The thought made him even more irritated. In a fit of anger, Chen took his frustration out on Wang Bao, punching him on the head. It's all your fault, he complained bitterly. Ha? Why me? I'm just speaking my mind, Wang Bao said innocently. The group walked on while enjoying the scenery around them. Zhu Zu closed her eyes and savored the pleasant fragrance in the air. Wow, it smells so good here. Wang Bao staggered as if walking on clouds, his steps light and carefree. As if still not satisfied, Zhu Zu spun around spontaneously, calling out joyfully, "This feels so great." Xiao Huan, standing beside her, seemed to join in the cheerful atmosphere, holding her head high as if she too wanted to express her emotions. Wang Bao marveled and embraced the loyal dog. "Buddy, the fruit wine smells amazing. Let's drink it later." The dog once again joined the young man, squinting comfortably with its eyes closed, letting out a howl as if in agreement. With a snap, Mulin Shua slammed the whip down onto the table and said to By Weii, "Listen carefully, if you don't take this seriously, I will punish you by making you stay after class so I can teach you a lesson." By Weii was on the verge of tears, quickly trying to explain. "Please, listen to me, everything is not as you think. Just hear me out, please." Mulin Shu shook his head like a drum. I won't listen. It's all just excuses." Chen, standing nearby, seemed dazed from the strange scent in the air, and tried to mediate. "Hey, this isn't good. Let's take it slow, we can talk things out." The group seemed no longer like themselves, sensing something unusual. Poisonous Snake panicked, realizing they had all been poisoned. But then, he remembered something and exclaimed, "This is the poison formation." Amidst the strange pink mist, 3 people suddenly appeared, one of them speaking. "I was wondering who had such strong resistance. Turns out, it's the traitor Poisonous Snake." Poisonous Snake, sweating profusely, anxiously asked, "It's you, then? Why is Sanshur now guarding this formation too? This really is unexpected." As he finished his thought, the 3 people vanished. He frantically searched around, and while looking, a hand suddenly shot out in front of him, making his face lose all color. Under the clear sky, the sunlight blended with a light breeze. Everyone was enjoying the cool, refreshing water. This was paradise, wasn't it? Zhu Zu was leaning on a float, laughing as she reached out to Chen, saying, "Hey, and come here." On the shore, 3 people, 1 man and 2 women were sunbathing. Mulin Shu had his arm around Chen, while By Weii was gently tracing the defined muscles on his abdomen. Chen squinted in pleasure, embarrassed yet clearly enjoying himself. Hee, this isn't really good, ladies. But don't stop. Zhu Zu, still in the water, playfully urged them on. Come on, get in the water and play. It's so refreshing here, everyone is lost in the illusion. Meanwhile, outside, Poisonous Snake was exchanging martial arts moves with the group from Sanshur. 3 against 1 was no easy task. Sure enough, after a while, he took a hit from one of the opponents. The young man staggered back. Chen, standing behind, quickly grabbed his shoulder with a worried look in his eyes, saying, "Be careful, the people from Sanshur are determined to finish us off." The battle raged on, but this time Chen fought back fiercely, catching the opponent off guard. The opponent, surprised by Chen's strength, exclaimed, "What? How could he fall back?" After the danger passed, Chen looked at Poisonous Snake with concern. "You took the heavy blow because you were protecting me. Otherwise, with your skills, you would have been able to dodge." Poisonous Snake leaned tiredly against the wall. "I'm saved now, but if I had been just a little slower, I'd have ended up watching the chickens run around naked." The people from Sanshur sensed the situation was turning unfavorable and signaled to retreat, slowly backing off before hastily pulling away. Chen channeled his spirit power, attempting to extract the poison from Poisonous Snake's wound. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. In a deep voice, he asked, "How are you?"
Ignoring his own serious injury, Poisonous Snake focused on the main matter at hand and said, "This is the poison formation." After speaking, he fell into a deep thought, his gaze fixed on Chenin. "The poison that affected you is from the ghost heartgrass. At first, you will experience hallucinations, and then you will lose all reason and become a soulless corpse." After a brief pause, he seemed to reflect on something and then added with a touch of relief, "Boss, your spirit power is profound, and with the poison already in my blood, it actually helps you detoxify. But if they don't cure the poison within 2 hours, we all know what the consequences will be." Chenin looked at him and asked, "Do you know what kind of poison this is? Do you have an antidote?" Poisonous Snake gazed at Chenin and whispered, "I can make one, but the medicinal herbs I carry are insufficient. I can only craft one pill." "Boss, who do you want to save?" Chenin looked around at the others. There was no choice to be made. His eyes were filled with determination as he addressed his teammates, "No one can be left behind. I'll go find the antidote ingredients here. I'm fast." He then paused for a moment, before handing the single antidote pill to Lin Shua. This pill was for Lin Shua, she was skilled at hiding. If she couldn't fight them off, she could escape. After swallowing the pill, Lin Shua immediately felt drained, as if all her energy had vanished. The refreshing sensation was gone. She dazedly touched her head, feeling confused. "Ah, I feel dizzy. Did I get poisoned?" Mu Lin Shua looked towards Chenin and asked. He gazed at her, conveying the truth, "Lin Shua, everyone has been poisoned. The antidote can only save one person at the moment, and only I can find the antidote herbs in a short time. You and Poisonous Snake need to keep watch here, I'll be back in half an hour, okay?" Mu Lin Shua smiled at Chenin, speaking gently, "This proves that, at a critical moment, I am more reliable than By Weii, right?" Chenin nodded and replied, "I understand, you can rest assured." He patted Mu Lin Shua's head and reassured her, "I have always trusted you, but make sure to protect yourself well." Then he conjured up an hourglass and handed it to Mu Lin Shua, "Give me some time." The sand in the hourglass began to flow. She took it and smiled, responding, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect everyone." Chenin began sitting down, focusing on his cultivation, while others kept watch. Mu Lin Shua ordered Poisonous Snake to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, "Knock out the others first, I'll hide them." Poisonous Snake replied, "Understood." A strange fragrance spread throughout the cellar, causing Zhu Zu to stagger and fall backward. Wang Bao and his pet both sneezed at the same time. "Nice one, my brother, you just threw up on me." By Weii quickly avoided the mist and shouted, "Empress, it wasn't me." Once they were all unconscious, Poisonous Snake brought them inside and asked, "Should we find a secluded corner?" Mu Lin Shua immediately responded with a firm judgment, "Perhaps the most dangerous place is also the safest." She gathered the strength in her hands and created a large shield surrounding them. Earlier, their enemies had already arrived, and it seemed like they no longer sensed the presence of any formidable experts. Could it be that Chenin ran away first? The two masked figures exchanged glances to communicate. The other's presence is still here. While Chenin is not around, let's kill them. But where are they? The one wearing the poison gas mask frowned and ordered his companion. It must be that traitor Mu Lin Shua using an invisibility technique to split up and search every corner. The members of the organization immediately scattered to search every area inside the underground chamber. Poisonous Snake, concealed within the invisibility technique, looked outside and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "You guessed everything correctly." Oh, Mu Lin Shua didn't respond because she was so focused on her magic. Using an invisibility technique over such a large area consumes too much spirit power. "How long can I hold on? If it weren't for Chenin helping me train in the past few days, I might have already." The blood vessels in her body suddenly throbbed, as if they were being squeezed tightly. Mu Lin Shua vomited a mouthful of blood and groaned in pain. Poisonous Snake looked at her, struggling to endure the pain, feeling even more worried about adding pressure to her. "I can't drag her down, can't drag anyone down." Then, he made a decision.
You protect everyone. I'll go buy time for you. Mulin Shua looked over in surprise. Poisonous snake, you.
The one called Poisonous Snake also bravely stepped out of the invisibility, trying to encourage himself.
Hang in there, buddy.
Then he began charging straight into the members of the organization. Those kids with the title, "You're here, so take the lead," and he shouted angrily, causing everyone else to immediately pay attention.
Throwing yourself into certain death.
Poisonous Snake kicked him straight in the stomach, sending the man flying by the force of the blow.
You're the one throwing yourself into certain death.
Then, he leaned down and swept his leg to trip the others, causing them to fall over. He continued to pull out his sharp weapon to face the ones nearby.
Countless members of the organization were defeated and knocked unconscious, falling to the ground. Poisonous Snake mocked them with a sneer. Looks like none of you have improved at all.
But before he could bask in his victory for long, a dart pierced his back.
What?
Ahead of him, another group was surrounding the path.
Poisonous Snake, surrender and die.
The leader held a sharp dart in his hand, threatening him, offering to spare his life out of old affection.
Poisonous Snake was not afraid, responding with disdain, "You guys think you can do anything?"
He disregarded the wound and continued charging at them.
That's not enough. The masked leader was knocked backward by the blow, forced to retreat. Poisonous Snake gripped his knife tightly, gasping for breath. Anyone else?
A mocking round of applause sounded to commend him. The mysterious figure revealed his face and smiled, speaking.
Poisonous Snake, the younger brother, truly deserves to be one of the top 3 experts in Zhu, huh? Looks like you've made quite a bit of progress recently. But is that all you've got?
Poisonous Snake immediately recognized the person in front of him and stammered, "Brother, you." The man immediately delivered a painful punch to Poisonous Snake's stomach, then mercilessly kicked his younger brother's face. With the same disdainful gaze, he raised his eyebrows and said to the reader, "This kind of traitor deserves to be chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs." At this moment, Mulin Shou anxiously looked at the hourglass that was still running. Half of the sand had yet to fall.
The current situation left her extremely confused. What should I do now?
She quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva as she thought about her decision. Mulin Shou rushed directly into the battle, deciding to take the risk, regardless of the consequences. The man wearing the mask intended to raise his weapon and attack, but Mulin Shou easily surpassed him. She glided through the crowd and made the man with the knife stagger. The contemptible senior, upon seeing her, brightened up and exclaimed, "Mu great beauty, finally forced you to show your face, huh?" Then he leaped into the air, throwing countless throwing knives, more than a rainstorm. Lin Shua moved like a phantom, dodging all the knives.
She continued to turn and approach the remaining group from below.
The senior stood there, stunned, staring at her. "Mulin Shua," she only managed to shout this before seeing her fist being raised. She directly struck him with a punch to the face, turning his face bright red. The senior staggered back, clutching his face and howling. Mulin Shua, with blood dripping from his nose onto his arm, made him even angrier.
"How dare you hit my face?" She was out of her mind.
Not giving him a chance to speak further, Mulin Shua punched him again, this time directly in the head. At that moment, she suddenly heard a voice echoing in her head.
"Exchanging 1 for 1 should be fine, right?"
The figure with the concealed face was approaching By Weii, harboring mysterious intentions toward her. Mulin Shua grabbed the senior's collar and coldly said, "If you want to kill, just do it." Meanwhile, Poisonous Snake looked fearfully at the figure with the concealed face. Master, that person's face has a huge scar, which only enhances his formidable presence. I don't dare to challenge the master, but your aura is even more powerful than mine." Poisonous Snake then succumbed to the situation and lay on the ground.
"Stop playing around, you have no chance of winning. This is the boss of Kurong." Mulin Shua didn't listen to Poisonous Snake's warning and charged straight at Kurong. But I'm not convinced, she thought. The master only lightly raised his hand to strike.
Mu Lin Shua was caught in a strong gust of wind, which stalled her movement.
The man stood firmly there, challenging them. You two juniors, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I'll let you go. How about it?
Mu Lin Shua wiped the sweat from her face and swore to him, a word is final. Poisonous Snake, panicking at this decision, spoke out to stop her. If the master uses all his strength, we might not be able to keep a single part of our bodies intact. Mu Lin Shua looked at him with a face soaked in sweat and said, Do you think I don't know that? She then looked down at the clock, which had already passed half its time, but this was the only way to buy more time. She had just finished speaking when Poisonous Snake boldly stepped forward to provoke the enemy.
Master, I'll take the first blow. Boss Ku Rong glared at him. Then I shall make it happen.
His hand enlarged and struck towards Poisonous Snake's face, leaving him stunned.
What?
With just that one strike, he was sent flying backward. Poisonous Snake lay in a heap on the ground, much to Mu Lin Shua's fury. After all, he was a senior figure, yet the attack had come so suddenly. Boss Ku Rong tilted his head in a gesture of confusion.
You say I ambushed you, but do I really need to? Fine. How would you define it if it's not an ambush?
Mu Lin Shua, her heart tense, uttered her proposal. She subtly pushed her cultivation technique, knowing that it could only sustain her for a maximum of 3 minutes. My vital energy is surging, give me 2 minutes to regulate my breathing.
Do you dare? Fortunately, Boss Ku Rong agreed nonchalantly. Fine.
She seized this opportunity to exhale, gradually stabilizing her heartbeat. Then Mu Lin Shua regained her confidence and said,
Come. Boss Ku Rong charged at her with a punch.
She blocked it with both hands, but the force behind it was still overwhelming. Despite her efforts, the difference in strength was too great, and she couldn't avoid coughing up blood. Although her armor absorbed part of the attack, the remaining force was still too much to withstand. The old man stood before her, watching as she struggled to catch her breath.
Your armor isn't bad. After you die, I'll collect it and study it a bit. His face darkened and he asked again, one more strike, who is coming?
Mu Lin Shua struggled to lift her body and replied in a trembling voice,
I'm coming, give me 2 minutes.
Her eyes were full of hope as she looked at the hourglass, which was about to run out.
Boss. She smiled contentedly, thinking about her accomplishment. I've held on. Boss Ku Rong also glanced at the hourglass and suddenly realized.
His expression turned to one of fury as he charged forward, delivering the final blow to the girl. Mu Lin Shua could no longer avoid it, so she had already prepared herself mentally.
Let's stop here. I'm too tired, boss, goodbye.
Suddenly, a familiar breath hovered close to her, and a whisper brushed her ear. Mu Lin Shua threw a punch.
She followed his command and struck back. Boss Ku Rong unexpectedly took the full brunt of the punch and was knocked backward.
Mu Lin Shua's body was tossed, but she was still incredibly happy.
He was finally back.
Chen caught her as she fell and smiled. You've worked hard. He handed her a golden apple to help her recover. Eat this and regulate your breathing well, you'll feel better. Poisonous Snake was also given one and, deeply moved, took it.
Boss,
he said to him. The other man merely waved his hand. Don't worry, eat it, recover a bit of strength.
Chen generously added, though the detox materials are not abundant, I've brought items of spiritual essence, and anything left over will be handed to you.
Poisonous Snake, while weakly raising a finger, was eating a golden apple.
Okay. Now I'm back in the battle, facing that Ku Rong guy. Earlier, you let my subordinate take 3 of your moves, so how are you going to handle 3 of mine?
Poisonous Snake was in a state of great excitement. The boss had made his move, the rice had been turned into flour, and even the old master was no match. Meanwhile, Mu Lin Shua was worried. This isn't good, something's wrong with the master. Look at this, Chen An's arm is trembling uncontrollably.
Ku Rong spoke very politely. Master Chen, you flatter me. With your skill that can easily kill the Chen family's patriarch, I do not have the confidence to face you. But if you want to pass this trial, then I must fight a fair match with Master Chen. Although he was smiling on the outside, Ku Rong was actually panicking on the inside. He had worked hard to gather a bit of spirit power, but he had transferred all of it to Lin Shuo. How could he possibly fight this old man now? What should he do? Future Chenin appeared to deliver some news. The thing Ku Rong is most proud of is his immunity to all poisons. You can't use poison on him. Chenin replied. Do you think I'm a master of deadly poisons? I don't even play with poison.
Thanks to this brief exchange, an idea suddenly occurred to him.
Ah, I get it now. No wonder I'm not as foolish as I thought. Then he spoke up.
I'm someone who enjoys a challenge.
Fighting with you won't be meaningful.
Your strength is far weaker than Chen Longhai's, so I don't want to bully you.
Chenin raised an eyebrow and brought up a matter. You are the best at using poison, aren't you?
At the mention of this, Ku Rong's face clearly showed a smug expression.
Poison, huh? Are you sure? How do you plan to compete, then?
He continued to lay down the rules for the challenge. Each of us will create our own poison, then exchange it with each other, and finally test who can stitch up the fatal wound.
What do you think?
Despite poisonous Snake's attempts to stop him.
Boss, please, you can't. Master has been immune to all poisons for decades.
There's no way you can win in a poison contest against him.
Ku Rong let out a sly laugh and eagerly accepted the challenge with great satisfaction. Poisonous Snake, you're underestimating Boss Chen.
How could someone like him, who is known for keeping his word, back down from your threats?
Am I right, Boss Chen? Let's make a deal. Chenin turned to reassure Poisonous Snake. Don't worry, have I ever let you down? Poisonous Snake, go ahead and treat the wound. Poisonous Snake, feeling somewhat reassured, replied. All right, I can do that.
Mu Lin Shuo, standing behind, just smiled and said.
It's fine, for the boss, this is just like a small performance.
In Ku Rong's hand, there was a pill releasing a toxic, ominous aura.
He confidently introduced it to Chenin. This is the poison pill I've spent my whole life's worth of poison-making skills to create. It's called One Breath to Seize the Seed.
Chenin merely snorted in disdain, while Mu Lin Shuo, alarmed, tried to stop him.
Boss. This poison. Could it possibly be? On Chenin's finger was a viscous, foul-smelling substance.
This was a poison I casually took out, named by Sure.
Poisonous Snake and Mu Lin Shuo gasped in disbelief. Is it really nasal mucus?
Ku Rong held it in his hand, his face turning serious as he asked.
Are you mocking me?
Chenin directly placed the poisonous pill in his mouth and dared him.
If you don't dare, then forget it.
For the sake of his pride, Ku Rong had no choice but to swallow it.
How dare that scoundrel insult him? Well, let's see how I make him die.
After a while, Wang Bao and By Weii finally woke up, clutching their heads.
What happened to me?
It was Mu Lin Shuo, who was nearby, reminding them. Boss and the gatekeeper are competing in a battle of poisons.
Please don't make any noise. Chenin and the old master Ku Rong had both knelt down, enduring the poison inside their bodies.
Chenin suddenly clutched his neck and screamed in panic. Poisonous Snake and Mu Lin Shuo both stared, stunned. It's over, the boss has been poisoned. I don't even know how to cure this poison that the old master used. By Weii directly walked over and kicked Chenin.
Stop acting. Do you think you're an idol? He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly under By Wei's icy glare. How did you know?
She crossed her arms, frowning.
He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly again under By Wei's icy stare. Poisonous Snake let out a light sigh of relief. Boss, you should make your debut as a group member.
While Mu Lin Shua started to feel jealous, she somehow understood him better than he understood himself.
Chen immediately turned to Ku Rong and said, "Hey, looks like I'm fine, how about we just call it a draw?"
But as soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly collapsed to the ground. Everyone was startled to see the man lying motionless.
Huh, so he's dead? How could he die so quickly?
Chen bent down, picked up a branch, and walked over to the man.
He crouched down and poked him with the stick. Hey, are you still okay? Did you really just drop dead?
The man remained motionless, with only drool dripping from his mouth.
Poisonous Snake asked Chen in surprise, "Boss Chen, what did you do? You actually swallowed the poison from the master and didn't get affected?"
This situation was. By Weii folded her arms and smiled, "Chen, I didn't know you were skilled in using poison. According to the government's files, it seems your record has gotten a few more pages." Mu Lin Shua chimed in, "Maybe we should check his nose to figure out how it's so highly poisonous." Chen, unable to argue, felt both annoyed and embarrassed as he said, "I just pretended to swallow it into space, and that mucus is simply a bit of what was in the small gallbladder of that giant snake." But thinking it over, he fell into silence.
Monsters from other worlds really were terrifying.
Even the top poison expert in the human world couldn't resist the poison from a creature from another world.
If these monsters from another world actually invaded, then I'm afraid.
The inner thoughts kept swirling, and the more one thought, the more terrifying it became. It was better to stop thinking and focus on solving the immediate problem as quickly as possible. By Weii crossed her arms and said indifferently, "I originally thought I was smart, but now I see there's no hope left." Mu Lin Shua chimed in, "Not dead from poison, but her brain's been hit with something, totally spaced out."
What a mess. Zhu Zu, hearing the two speak, laughed and said, You two are really straightforward." Wang Bao nodded in agreement, "Yeah, that's right."
Chen looked towards Mu Lin Shua and pondered. With Lin Shua's body having just exploded, her strength would be greatly diminished in the short term, so she needed rest to recover. As for Poisonous Snake, while looking harmless, she had actually sustained severe injuries. The wounds had reached the bones and meridians, and the only thing that could be done was to preserve her life. There were still 2 more doors ahead.
Mu Lin Shua, seeing Chen's blank expression, laughed and asked, "What are you staring off into space for?" "Let's go." Chen looked at the group moving forward, laughing as they went.
He could only shake his head in exasperation.
A bunch of heartless people.
The group gradually approached the 4th door, which led to a place resembling a magnificent palace.
Wang Bao scanned the surroundings cautiously. "No one's here? Could it be that they were scared of us and ran away?"
Chen, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on from his teammates' thoughts. He was worried that the jokes they made might end up freezing them all to death. Suddenly, a strange scent filled the air, and everyone hurriedly covered their noses.
What was that smell? It was so foul. Could it be some kind of toxic substance? Poisonous Snake took a deep breath and carefully pondered.
"No, this does not have any toxicity." Wang Bao also took a careful breath and thought.
"Ha!
This seems to be the smell of wild animal droppings from our mountain region."
Chen and NH seemed to be in deep thought before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, there are mutated creatures here." Sure enough, right after that, a giant tiger appeared. Following it were the appearances of some leopards and wolves.
By Weii looked at Chen with concern. These mutated creatures are even bigger than what we've encountered before.
Could it be that Zhu has given them some kind of powerful potion?
Chen carefully observed the mutated animals and suddenly shouted loudly. The speed and strength of these mutated creatures are truly terrifying. Quickly, gather into a circle and don't act rashly. He anxiously looked around, his thoughts racing in his mind. What should we do? This time, even the gods will have a hard time saving us. I can't use my intelligence to trick these beasts anymore. The group gathered together, carefully observing the mutated creatures. Perhaps we should give it a try.
Zhu Zu suddenly remembered. That's right, how could I forget about Huanzi brother? Zhu Zu looked toward Huanzi brother, hoping for him. Xiao Huan Huan? Xiao Huan Huan raised its head and looked at her, as if in agreement. Xiao Huan Huan gathered momentum and leapt forward, diving from above towards the giant tiger. The giant tiger, taken by surprise, roared in pain, its sharp teeth seeming ready to bite off Xiao Huan Huan's head. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Huan Huan continued to attack the giant tiger. However, contrary to expectations, it was thrown backward. It turned out that it had been ambushed from behind. A black leopard had bitten its hind leg. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, it let out a painful growl. Furious, it spun around and threw the leopard far away. The leopard was knocked back but quickly regained its balance and landed. It quickly gathered momentum and pounced again. Xiao Huan Huan and the black leopard resumed their battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Taking advantage of the struggle between the two, the giant tiger watched closely from behind. Seizing the moment, the giant tiger lunged at Xiao Huan Huan, baring its sharp teeth. Just as the giant tiger attacked, Chen shouted a signal to Wang Bao. As soon as Chen finished speaking, Wang Bao pulled out his bow and shot an arrow at the giant tiger. The arrow distracted the giant tiger, and it angrily looked towards the direction the arrow had come from, right where Wang Bao was. The giant tiger became even more enraged when it saw Wang Bao mocking it. Chen gave Wang Bao a thumbs up, well done. Seizing the opportunity, Huanzi lunged at the giant tiger, delivering a lightning-fast strike to its spine, causing it to let out a shriek. Taking advantage of the moment, it climbed onto the giant tiger and fiercely retaliated for the blows it had endured earlier. Chen, sweating profusely, gently ran his hand through his hair. Everyone, don't worry, I think Huanzi might have hesitated for a moment, he continued, perhaps it's time for everyone to buy tickets. Look, how could they not buy tickets when Huanzi is fighting so hard? Meanwhile, some people are standing, others sitting, watching as if it were a movie, and Poisonous Snake, I don't even know where they got it from, is handing out snacks for everyone to share. On the other side, Huanzi, along with the giant tiger, was still locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, from behind the columns, a pack of tigers began to emerge one after another, each one massive and ferocious in appearance. Wang Bao, seeing this, cried out in alarm, "Oh my god, is this Ushan? Why are there so many of them?" Chen, also furious, grumbled, "What's wrong with that damn Zhu? Can't he be human for once?" Seeing so many giant tigers appearing, Huanzi hesitated slightly. Chen noticed the situation wasn't looking favorable for it and anxiously said, "Huanzi brother seems a bit hesitant, and his voice has also dropped quite a bit." However, By Weii disagreed, he managed to eliminate a legendary beast like the giant python. Surely the giant python is more terrifying than the giant tiger, right? Wang Bao, upon hearing this, turned around to retort, Huanzi brother is a natural nemesis of snakes, his bloodline naturally suppresses them, so he won't lose to them. But tigers are fundamentally a kingly species. Huanzi brother doesn't have the advantage of his race. Chen, realizing the situation was dire, thought to himself that the spirit power he had accumulated was originally meant for dealing with the fifth gate, which had the highest difficulty. If he acted now, he would surely not have enough strength left. What should he do? Though he thought this, he still focused his spirit power in the palm of his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a singing voice rang out from around them, coming from Zhu Zu. Listening carefully, it seemed like the song contained some kind of spirit power response. On the other side, a change also occurred with Huanzi. It seemed that Huanzi had regained some stability. First, it began to raise its fur. The others exchanged surprised looks. Good heavens, is this adding a buff? Huanzi extended its sharp claws and lunged at the giant tiger like an arrow in flight. As it raised its hand, the giant tiger charged forward, sinking its jaws into Huanzi's arm. Pain surged through its body. Huanzi raised its other hand, claws gleaming in the air. With all its strength, Huanzi drove its claws deep into the giant tiger's neck. The giant tiger bared its teeth and snarled in agony.
It struggled, trying to break free, but Huanzi forcefully threw it away. Meanwhile, Chen and Wang Bao were crouching down, discussing things quietly.
Everything's fine, everything's fine. It seems like Huanzi is having a burst of power.
The strange beasts around are also showing some caution.
Zhu Zu continued singing.
Her melodious voice seemed to further fuel Huanzi's frenzy.
Huanzi appeared to be in the midst of a violent storm, attacking the creatures closest to it with reckless abandon.
On the spectator side, Wang Bao appeared to enjoy the chaos, cheering wildly. I can translate for Huanzi, it says it can take on 10 more of these. As if hearing Wang Bao's voice, Huanzi turned to him with a deadly stare and said, "What did you say?" The audience seemed to sense Huanzi's gaze and muttered in small voices, complaining.
It's freezing, what are you translating nonsense for?
Finally, the situation seemed to stabilize. Zhu Zu let out a sigh of relief, but shortly after, she felt an itch in her throat and broke into a fit of coughs. Over on the other side, Huanzi was still locked in a fierce battle with the giant tiger, neither side gaining an upper hand. Xiao Huanzi continuously let out high-pitched shi sounds before charging at the mighty tiger again. Suddenly, Zhu Zu's voice filled the air, a gentle and soothing melody that alternated between low and high notes.
Chen, taken by surprise, expressed his concern.
You. Although Zhu Zu did not know how her abilities had been awakened, her strength was still only at the beginner level.
If she continued to use spirit power, it would damage her vitality.
He quickly approached her, focused his spirit power into his hand, and then transferred it to her back. She was surprised when she felt the stream of spirit power gradually pouring into her body.
Chen, what are you doing? She asked. Don't drain too much spirit power on me. The journey is long and full of difficulties.
Chen interrupted her thoughts, cutting her off as he focused his energy and then stepped aside to regulate his breathing.
Zhu Zu blushed and nodded.
On the other side, Lin Shua and By Weii whispered to each other, Chen is taking action again. Wang Bao, sitting nearby, laughed heartily, you guys, and just cares about everyone equally. What's there to be jealous about? He was about to say more when he suddenly heard rustling sounds. Turning around, he gasped in surprise. The enormous brown bear had suddenly stood up. Its massive form was imposing, and what was even more alarming was that one of its eyes was injured, glowing with a terrifying red light. Seeing this, Wang Bao immediately gathered his strength and lunged forward to attack the giant bear. As he attacked, he shouted loudly for everyone to hear, "There's a blind bear. Run!" But he forgot who he was and who the bear was. His action was like a grasshopper trying to move a cart, and when he struck, he was forcefully pushed back by the bear's resistance. His blow didn't affect the bear at all, instead, it made it even angrier. Its eyes seemed to glow even more fiercely, bloodshot and full of rage. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth as if it wanted to devour everyone there. By Weii, Mu Lin Shua, and Poisonous Snake were extremely worried when they witnessed this scene, hurriedly asking,
Wang Bao, are you okay? Wang Bao responded to everyone. I'm fine.
At this moment, the bear stood up on its 2 legs, opened its mouth, and angrily raised its sharp claws. Wang Bao, however, was not frightened by this and continued to attack the massive bear. The bear looked at him as though he were an ant, sneering disdainfully.
Wang Bao was surprised by its attitude.
Wait a minute, there's something strange in its gaze that made his head tingle. Then, the bear extended its claw-filled hand toward him, pushing him with immense force, causing him to utter a quick ouch. By Weii, holding a dagger, fixed a sharp gaze on the bear before turning to warn. Everyone, quickly get out of here. Saying that, she stomped her foot, gathering momentum as she leaped toward the bear. The dagger was ready to strike. The bear wasn't going to let this slide. It opened its mouth and growled, raising its sharp claws to attack her, just like it had with Wang Bao. Then, it took slow steps toward them, staring fixedly at Lin Shua and Poisonous Snake, as though waiting to pounce. The two of them, terrified, began to slowly retreat. Seeing the current situation, Chen was deeply anxious.
Damn it, this big bear is too strong. He was in a predicament with no way out. His hands were still focused on channeling spirit power to transfer it to Zhu Zu. But if he pulled back now, Zhu Zu would definitely get hurt even more. Thanks to your spirit power, Zhu Zu is trying to control the strange sound-emitting ability. She keeps glancing from one side to the other, unsure of what to do. But if I don't take action, what will happen to Lin Shuo? Noticing Chen An's worry, Poisonous Snake also tries to reduce the bear's attacks. Boss, don't worry, watch how Poisonous Snake handles this. The giant bear, seemingly understanding Poisonous Snake's intention, sneered at the sky and emitted a mocking laughter-like sound. Contrary to everyone's expectation, it turned around and flexed its body to attack in another direction, catching Poisonous Snake off guard, who exclaimed, "Hey!" It turned out that the bear was aiming its sharp claws at Mu Lin Shuo. The girl panicked, thinking, am I really going to die under this giant beast's claws? Seeing the critical situation, By Weii gathered all her strength, launching a powerful attack towards the giant bear. As she attacked, she yelled at Lin Shuo, "Quick, get out of the way!" The force of the attack drained By Wei's energy. A sudden, sweet, metallic taste surged in her throat, and she weakly spat out a mouthful of red blood. But her efforts weren't in vain. The bear's massive body staggered, and it angrily looked around. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Bao jumped onto its head. Everyone always said that the eyes were the weak spot of bears, so he aimed to attack its eyes. While hitting it, he shouted, "I'll kill you, you blind bear!" The bear seemed to go even more insane. It raised its claws and grabbed Wang Bao, lifting him up like a little chick. It raised the bare paw in front of its face, swinging it around while opening its mouth wide, as if it could swallow him whole at any moment. Wang Bao was furious. This is really unlucky, damn it, am I really going to lose my life to a blind bear? Is this how my manhood ends? Seeing this, Zhu Zu screamed in desperation, "No, don't!" On the other side, Wang Bao performed a circus act, jumping from the bear's head down to the ground, shouting as he did, "Be good, be good." Saying that, he pushed the bear's paw away. The bear ignored Wang Bao's antics, lunging forward, attempting to move toward Zhu Zu. Chen stepped forward, blocking its path, desperately protecting her. He couldn't understand what this creature was trying to do. Suddenly, the bear stood up, looking confused as it gazed at Chen and Zhu Zu, their eyes locking. Chen seemed to recall something. He shouted, "Wait a minute, you're the big bear, the one from Yuan Mountain that kidnapped Zhu Zu, right?" Now, it didn't look anything like the fierce bear from before. Its demeanor had changed, its mouth seemingly smiling, its eyes narrowing as it tucked its claws in, resembling something more like Hello Kitty. Zhu Zu looked up at it. "Ah, it's you? The big bear?" "Ha!" It nodded, eyes sparkling, sticking out its tongue like a puppy greeting its owner. It stretched its massive arms, which were several meters long, as if wanting to hug Zhu Zu, completely forgetting who it was or where it was. With such a huge body, hugging someone would surely suffocate them. Zhu Zu hurriedly waved her hand, "Ah, don't come here." Seeing the scene in front of him, Chen could no longer suppress his anger. He rushed forward, kicked the giant bear in the face, and shouted, "Don't come any closer, she's mine." Dream on, darling. Returning to the main matter at hand, Zhu Zu couldn't overlook the sudden appearance of this unexpected ally. She called out, "Big bear, come help me." What could he possibly refuse? How could he deny Zhu Zu's request? He stood up, pounding his chest like an ape. In no time, he pulled the gray wolf away from Huanzi's body and knocked the gray wolf out cold, like adding fuel to the fire. Huanzi sprang up and charged toward the giant tiger, its claws seeming ready to tear the giant tiger's mouth apart. With the help of an ally, Huanzi became even fiercer, launching more intense attacks. On this side, the big bear was ready. With his twin swords working in perfect harmony, he delivered the final blow to the giant tiger. The giant tiger's body crashed heavily onto the floor, and the ground shattered beneath it. The gray wolves trembled at the sight. If a mighty beast like the giant tiger could be so battered, what chance did they mere pups have?
They lowered their tails like dogs mourning a death, shivering in fear. With the battle over, the Big Bear and Huanzi swaggered, flexing their muscles and grinning triumphantly. But just a moment later, they revealed their true nature as big, clumsy children, rushing toward Zhu Zu in hopes of praise. But before they could reach her, they seemed to realize something and stopped to look at each other.
Hey, who's this kid? Trying to compete for Zhu Zu's favor with me? Thinking like that, they rushed into the fight, and the battle raged in the sky. Everyone could only shake their heads in dismay at the two reckless kids. Chen turned to ask Zhu Zu, when did you awaken? She was surprised and asked back, huh? Awakened? She briefly recalled, I don't know either. I think it was because of the fruit jam that Wang Bao gave me before. After eating that, I felt really comfortable, and I even wanted to sing. That's when I realized that when I sing, Huan gets really excited. Saying this, she looked at Chen in amazement. Chen? Is this what awakening is? Does that mean I'm the same as those people now? Chen happily patted her head. That's right, now you're qualified to become a female warrior, and even a support type one at that. Hearing Chen say that, she happily thought, if that's the case, then I'm the same as Chen now. There's no difference between us anymore. Chen turned to Wang Bao and asked, so what's the deal with the fruit jam? Hearing this, Wang Bao pulled out a bag of multicolored fruits that made one's mouth water. He took out a red piece and asked Chen, do you want some, boss? I made this from fruit I picked on the mountain. There's still quite a bit left. Chen looked at the bag of fruits, then at Wang Bao, who was talking non-stop, giving him a headache. This kid really turned the spirit fruit into jam. It seems men have a lot of secrets. Thinking that, he reached out to take the bag and turned to the group, saying, everyone, thank Young Master Wang Bao for the spirit fruit jam. After eating it, you'll be able to regain your strength. Wang Bao, hearing this, suddenly jumped up. Ha! This is spirit fruit? Everyone was surprised to hear that, but after a moment of shock, they happily shared the fruit jam among themselves, continuing to walk forward. As they walked and ate, Wang Bao, walking behind them, shouted, hey, save some for me before you finish it all. In the dim space, everyone continued to move forward. What they didn't know was that all their actions were being closely monitored by someone else. A man with white hair, wearing a black cloak and a mask, was observing their movements through a camera screen. Ah, Chen, I never expected you all would make it this far. But this is exactly when my secret weapon will come in handy. Meanwhile, the group kept moving forward. Wang Bao looked around and then said, the poison traps have all been used up, and even the beasts have been sent out. What do you think the final level will be like? Upon hearing Wang Bao's words, the big bear grew angry, his face darkening. He gave Wang Bao a slap on the head, fuming, you're the beast here. Hearing the commotion from behind, Chen turned around and confidently laughed, saying, no matter what it is, it won't be of any use. Just as he finished speaking, applause echoed from the end of the corridor. In the midst of such a quiet space, the sound of clapping suddenly emerged, making everyone feel strange. Chen looked toward the end of the corridor where the clapping came from, wondering, there shouldn't be any clapping here, right? For some reason, the more he tried to focus on the clapping, the stranger he felt. He thought to himself, why does this make me feel so lost? Suddenly, a voice rang out, Chen, do you still remember me? Chen tried to recall, the voice sounded so familiar. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor, walking toward him, making a chilling sound with each step. Return my life to me. But wait, calling this person a human wouldn't be right, because this person was already dead. Chen suddenly shouted, is that you, Chen Longhai? How is that possible? He firmly said, fake gods and ghosts, if you want my life, then come and take it. Before he could finish his words, Chen Longhai lunged at him. He thought, why is his power so strong? While thinking, he also focused on defending himself. Suddenly, Chen Longhai's hand passed right through his. He couldn't help but exclaim, what? How did he hit me?
Yen Master descended from above, shouting, "Chenin, return my life."
Chenin suddenly looked up and cried out, "Yen Master, you're still alive?" He raised his hand to punch him, but it passed right through him. He suddenly realized he couldn't touch him. Yen Master swung a punch into his face, causing Chenin to cry out in pain. He was confused and thought, but how could his punch hit me? Chen Longhai and Yen Master, their features dark and grim, charged forward, shouting, "Chenin, come down to the bottom with us." He clutched his head in agony, crying out, "No!" By Weii and Poisonous Snake stood and watched him, asking, "What's wrong with Chenin?" "It seems he's been poisoned," Poisonous Snake lamented. "Impossible. The boss is immune to all poisons. What's going on here?" By Weii turned to Mulin Shua and asked, "And Zhu still has what kind of masters? Who's guarding this pass?" By Weii continued. Mulin Shua replied, "There are 3 third-rank or higher protectors in Zhu, but their strength is similar to Chen Longhai's. Given the boss's ability to kill Chen Longhai in an instant, it shouldn't be difficult to overcome them." "That's not the problem." "I don't think we need to worry about the boss," a voice suddenly rang out. "Indeed, there's no need to worry about Chenin. You should be more concerned about yourselves." By Weii, hearing this, turned and yelled, "Who's there?" Poisonous Snake charged forward, standing in front of her and shouting, "Be careful, he's going to be thrown into the snake pit." The 3 figures stepped forward and spoke. "Our 3 old men might not be able to deal with Chenin, but dealing with you lot is certainly not impossible." Mulin Shua exclaimed in shock. 3 elder protectors? How are you here? Inside there?" Chenin was still flailing about, battling the poisonous air. The blindfolded man spoke. "Inside, there's a secret weapon that the leader invited to deal with Chenin." "And you?" Before the traitor could finish speaking, he rushed toward Mulin Shua, shouting, "Die!" An arrow shot towards them, but the blindfolded man caught it. "You're daring to ambush me?" Wang Bao shouted from behind, holding a bow and arrow. "You old fool, you're taking advantage of Mu's sister looking at the boss to sneak attack, huh? You're such a shameless scoundrel." The blindfolded man shot the arrow back, shouting, "Your filthy mouth deserves to die." By Weii rushed forward and deflected the arrow with her arm guard. Seeing this, the blindfolded man praised her, "This girl's armor isn't bad at all. Once I kill you, I'll take that armor off of you." By Weii sprinted forward and yelled, "That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." Mulin Shua rushed forward with concern, asking, "Reader, are you seriously injured?" Poisonous Snake struggled to speak. "Luckily, the boss just fed me Wang Bao brother's spirit fruit, so my strength has broken through." He gave a cold smile and added, "Otherwise, I probably would have already fallen here." He sighed, "But right now, I feel like we're still not strong enough." Mulin Shua replied, "I also want to see how strong we are now under the boss's guidance." She turned and looked at the old woman, saying, "It's just the right time to use these 3 elders to train." The woman pulled out a whip in response. "You don't know your limits? Then come and try." A knife dropped to the ground. Over at Zhu Zu, she was facing one of the 3 elders. The armored man spoke up. "I don't want others saying that I'm bullying little girls. If you want to keep your body intact, you'd better do it yourself." He coldly asked, "Do you have any last words?" Suddenly, Huanzi rushed forward, catching the man off guard, causing him to exclaim, "A strange beast?" He laughed loudly and responded, "I never expected that you, little sister, would have a battle beast. I've underestimated you." He withdrew his staff and assumed a fighting stance, continuing, "It's just that I haven't used a club to beat a dog in a long time, so watch closely." He swung the club, and Huanzi immediately jumped up to dodge. It swung its paw to strike, but unexpectedly, he appeared in front of her and said, "To deal with a battle beast, all you need to do is defeat its master." He went on, "Little sister, you might want to be careful, there's a hand coming for you from behind." The grizzly bear swiped its paw and sent him flying. The two battle beasts stood protectively in front of Zhu Zu.
She began to sing, sending her energy to strengthen them. The battle beasts gradually began to feel the powerful surge of energy. By Weii also tapped into the power to guide them. Mu Lin Shua quietly chuckled as he heard it and shifted the focus to Chenin.
He panted, slowly struggling to stand up. You guys won't even let me die in peace, huh? Fine.
Chen Longhai and Yen Master remained standing.
He drew a knife, pointing it at his chest. I'll return your lives to you.
Seeing this, Zhu Zu screamed, "No!"
Mu Lin Shua, hearing her scream, turned and asked, Zhu Zu? By Weii also turned to ask, what's going on? Taking advantage of the distraction, the old woman charged in, daring to be distracted in the midst of battle. The blindfolded man also seized this opportunity to attack By Weii. All three rushed to call Chenin.
However, Chang Xian, seeing this, excitedly shouted, "Good! Chenin, your third rank strength is still under my control."
It seems like spending half of Nzuing Chang's fortune to invite these experts was worth it.
The sound of footsteps grew louder, and a red-haired girl stepped out of the space. She leaned on her hand and kicked him, speaking condescendingly.
With this kind of strength, you want me to make a move? Ridiculous.
Suddenly, Chenin stood up, startling her.
What is this?
He made a grimace and growled each word.
Are you going to give me back my life?
He shined his flashlight on her face, continuing to intimidate.
I died unjustly. Give me back my life.
Wang Bao, with tears in his eyes, spoke in despair. It's over, the boss has turned into a vengeful spirit. He gestured toward By Weii from afar. She saw it, sneered, and quietly thought, this damned guy. She kicked at the blindfolded man. He, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh.
What is this? Isn't her fighting spirit supposed to have shattered by now?
By Weii turned around and spoke.
My turn now. The blindfolded man repeatedly used magic to attack Weii.
She bit her lip, enduring the pain from the strikes while advancing toward him. Weii tightened her right fist and hit him directly, causing his eyes to widen, and his foot on her eye gradually retreated.
Wang Bao, witnessing this, cheered enthusiastically, shouting, Sister Weii, you're amazing.
Lin Shua was struggling with the elderly woman with silver hair. She glanced at Weii, who seemed to have the upper hand, and thought to herself, I can't let her win.
I want to avenge the boss.
A surge of magic emanated from her body, gradually directing itself toward the old man's position. The old man, however, showed no fear.
Standing within his magical circle, he provocatively taunted, What can you do to me?
Weii stretched out both her arms, tossing Lin Shua a small knife before speaking, Next, cut her.
Lin Shua looked in surprise at the knife in her hand.
She gripped it tightly, then charged forward, attacking with each strike at the old man's whip.
His whip was severed into pieces by Lin Shua's precise cuts.
The old man, filled with fury, trembled and shouted, No! My celestial artifact, you destroyed my celestial artifact, I want you to pay with your life. She threw the knife back to Weii, speaking politely, Wait for me to avenge the boss, and I'll thank you afterward.
Weii frowned, looking at Lin Shua before replying, Avenge a ghost? He's fine, we're just racing.
The red-haired girl collapsed onto the ground, backing away.
She looked at Chenin in panic and asked, Are you a good person?
He shone his flashlight directly at his face, smirking, Did I scare you? Listen to your father, people who scare others tend to get beaten. Her face darkened as she froze, stammering, No way, no one can escape my illusion, how did you do that? Chenin narrowed his eyes, then calmly spoke, You're strong, but I don't fight alone. Each person appeared before him as he sat slumped. They screamed, Give us our lives back, give us our lives back.
Chenin raised his hand to cast magic.
He nonchalantly said, Forget it. The red-haired girl screamed in panic, Hey, what are you going to do to my body? He held a sharp knife towards himself. I am haunted by a ghost, it terrifies me, I can't even strike back, it hurts and is annoying, I can't stand it.
The future Chen grabbed the hand holding the knife, pulling it away, and angrily said, "What are you talking about? You're fine, aren't you?" Chen pointed ahead and asked, "Can't you see?"
The ghost of Chen Long Hai and Master Yen. Future Chen turned his head, gritting his teeth, "I don't see anything, I only see this pervert trying to harm my body." He suddenly became serious, "You've been hit by an illusion, now close your eyes, don't pay attention to any sounds." Chen tightly shut his eyes, thinking to himself, since seeing them doesn't help, I might as well trust myself. His whole body seemed to float in midair, a magical barrier surrounding him, and the attacks from outside stopped. This was the combination of top-level illusion and mental manipulation, something he had heard of in the future from masters like this.
Chen wondered, what should I do with this opponent? I'm afraid that if I open my eyes again, I'll be controlled by another illusion, I won't even know where the enemy is, how should I counterattack? Future Chen laughed heartily and then offered a solution, "You said this guy is just a fake ghost trying to scare you. You don't mind pretending to be dead and scaring him back. As soon as he reveals himself, the illusion will end. Take the chance to flatter him." The red-haired girl widened her eyes in disbelief and shouted, "No way, I don't understand, I am invincible." He raised his hand and struck her several times on the face, causing her to cry out in pain repeatedly. "I made a promise to myself that I would strike you. Are you trying to scare me?" Chen's voice turned cold as he stood with his arms crossed in front of her. "I won't kill you, but don't think about taking revenge on me. Your magic is useless against me, and you're not invincible. Leave." The red-haired girl trembled, clutching her face with one hand as she glared at him resentfully. "I won't let this go, remember this, sooner or later, you will die by my hand." Chen turned his gaze elsewhere as she ran off, shouting back, "You will die by my hand." On the other side, Bai was struggling to block each deadly blow with magic. Lin Shua, meanwhile, was attacking the old white-haired man alongside Poisonous Snake. Big Bear was also occupied, wrestling with the man who had tied a lock of hair up. Chen summoned a sword from within himself, and with it, he struck at the air. The sound of shattering echoed as the sword hit something in the air. Chen smiled widely, resting the sword on his shoulder as he glanced at them and spoke. "How dare you bully my family, are you tired of living?" The man with the lock of hair on his head looked ahead and called out loudly, "Chen, you're still not dead?" Huanzi, from behind, extended his sharp claws and pounced. Chen glanced at him, then coldly said, "Trying to sneak attack, huh?" The man landed a powerful punch directly into his stomach, sending him flying. "Just a little beast and yet you dare." The big bear had appeared behind him without him noticing and attacked, making him cry out in pain. After dealing with him, it turned and gave a thumbs up in front of Zhu Zu. Chen stood above Bai and Lin Shua, asking and then pointing, "Are you all okay? Each of you has an old man to deal with, so go ahead and charge together." Wei Wei and Lin Shua whispered behind him. Wei Wei asked, "Is something talking?" "I hear a voice, but I don't see anyone." Lin Shua answered, "The one speaking is dead, so naturally, you can't see him." Chen looked dejected, "Sisters, I really had no other choice." Wei Wei crossed her arms and glared at him, but it seemed like he was pretending to be dead just to meet a beautiful girl. Lin Shua was no less imposing, coldly saying, "Besides, in the end, you couldn't bear to kill that young girl." He helplessly clasped his hands in front of the two of them. "Ladies, I was wrong." Zhu Zu wiped the corners of her eyes, which were filled with tears. The two men behind her were also happy and moved. "This is great, boss." The guy wearing glasses shouted angrily, "A bunch of shameless people. Flirting right in front of us, huh? Do you even care about your lives?" Chen looked at him. "I've been annoyed by you since I first saw you. You should die first." Wei Wei stepped forward. With one hand on her hip, she decisively said, "No need for you, this third-rank elder isn't much to worry about. Leave him to me." Lin Shu also glanced at him, her voice mocking, "I can do it myself to avoid having someone pretend next time."
Chen created two streams of confused magic with his hands, suggesting, "Then let me handle this for both of you." Without saying a word, Wei Wei immediately rushed towards the man with the blindfold, conjuring numerous streams of magic from his hands, and spoke boldly, "Little girl, you're quite bold, huh? Well, I'll start by killing you as an appetizer, and next will be Chenin." Wei Wei raised her hand to block each strike from the man. "Damn it!" Suddenly, Chenin spoke, "What are you afraid of?" She turned back to look at him, and he explained, "It's just the force of the wind, it can't hurt you. With the serpent needle dagger, why would you be afraid that the force can't be broken?" Hearing this, Wei Wei smirked and drew out her dagger. The man with the blindfold looked somewhat panicked as Wei Wei charged at him with the blade. "You!" She stabbed his hand, making him scream out in pain. Wei Wei then raised her foot and kicked him in the face, sending him stumbling backward. "Die." Chenin looked at her with admiration. "Not bad." Meanwhile, Lin Shuo was struggling against the old man with white hair, who wielded a whip arrogantly. "This blonde girl, you better not get too cocky," the old man sneered. He looked at Lin Shuo and then sent his thoughts to her. "Lin Shuo, your invisibility ability is quite good under normal circumstances, even I can't detect you, so fighting head-on isn't your strong suit. Conceal your movements and wait for the right moment to strike and finish off your opponent." Hearing Chen An's voice in his mind, Lin Shuo forced himself to stand up, and his voice came through again. "Remember to suppress your aura, only then will no one be able to detect you." Chen An turned around and asked the reader, "Do you know how to sing?" He was startled and asked in return, "Me?" Chen An spoke, evaluating Lin Shuo's fight and considering how to shape her character. After all, Lin Shuo couldn't fight for long, even when she had suppressed her aura, her breath was still unstable. A top-tier expert could judge her position based on their hearing. "Sing to disrupt the enemy's hearing." Poisonous Snake awkwardly said. "But I'm not very good at singing." Chen An helplessly placed his hands on his hips and looked at him. "It's not like you're debuting in a talent show, just sing loudly and that's enough." He took a deep breath, Poisonous Snake clenched his fists, and began to sing. His singing voice startled Chen An, who quickly covered his ears and thought, "No way, he calls this not good singing?" Wang Bao Wei Wei and Big Bear both turned pale, clutching their ears. The old man with white hair angrily yelled, "Shut up!" With a snap of his fingers, just at that moment, Lin Shuo appeared behind him like lightning, startling the old man. The old man with white hair was struck down to the ground by her, and Chen An glowed with satisfaction, speaking, "These are excellent resources, I'm quite pleased." Wei Wei and Lin Shuo's terrifying faces turned to look at him, and they both threatened in unison. "We'll deal with you later." Chen An retreated a little. "I was wrong." He glanced towards the other direction, where a mysterious figure standing in the doorway caught his attention. Chen An muttered to himself, "The deepest door has opened." The man with white hair and a mask exuded an ominous aura, his eyes shifting towards them. Mu Lin Shuo and Poisonous Snake observed seriously, their expressions tense. She thought he was the king of the dark organization. Chen An's face remained expressionless, his mind deep in thought. Indeed, he was the leader of the dark organization, his strength formidable. Song Chengxian used his power to conjure a fierce, golden-furred beast. It bared its teeth and lunged straight at Chen An. A flash of light appeared as Chen An crossed his arms, attempting to block the attack. Smoke slowly dissipated, and Chen An successfully deflected the strike. He said proudly, "You're really strange. You're such a large presence, but instead of speaking a few words, you dive straight into a fight?" Song Chengxian remained calm, his emotions hidden behind the golden mask. He said, "Villains die because they talk too much. I'm a villain, and I don't want to die. Besides, if I speak malicious words, will you be scared? If I beg for mercy, will you accept? What's there to say?" Chen An covered his mouth, his eyes sparkling like a young girl just coming of age. "He's so handsome." Mu Lin Shuo and Poisonous Snake, standing behind, were momentarily stunned. "Well, go on then."
You make sense. Then I'll leave you with a chance to say your final words.
As the confrontation intensified, a giant appeared from behind Song Changxian, its 8-pack abs gleaming, radiating an intense, blinding golden glow.
Chen did not stand idle either.
He lowered his body into a ready fighting stance, flashing his usual confident smile. One couldn't deny, his fighting style was strikingly beautiful. That massive force he unleashed, swinging a fist many times larger than Chen himself, was met head-on by him, completely unarmed.
After the devastating blow, Chen emerged from the smoke without a scratch.
He smiled and said, "The power is truly incredible."
Mu Lin Shuo was just observing, while Poisonous Snake was momentarily taken aback.
However, Song Changxian continued his assault. He clenched both fists, creating a powerful aura with the familiar golden glow. Chen beamed with joy, innocently spreading his 5 fingers out in front of him.
"I'll take it on."
He was pushed back a little by the force, but he sat down, supporting himself with his hands, yet his smile never faded.
"Oh, we're probably almost there." Seeing the situation wasn't good, Poisonous Snake tilted his head and asked, "Wait a second, if the boss can't handle it, should we join in?"
By Weii smiled and responded, "Don't worry, he's fine."
He's probably about to counterattack.
Chen, feeling slightly disgruntled, looked at By Weii with a bored expression.
"Don't spoil the plot."
She didn't reply, just sticking out her tongue playfully before turning her head elsewhere.
Song Changxian was somewhat surprised.
He leaned slightly forward to observe.
What's going through his mind? Even while clashing with me, he still has the energy to notice the changes around him?
And with that, he continued his barrage of attacks.
Countless punches were thrown towards Chen.
His expression changed at that moment, and he curved his lips into a sinister smile. "It's now," he said, then summoned another giant. This one was not only bigger than Song Changxian's but also emitted a purple-blue light, radiating an imposing aura and a powerful presence.
Song Changxian's mouth hung open as he took several steps back. "How do you know my Mao Hu Quan technique, the Ma-Ching Tiger Fist?"
Chen exuded a mysterious aura, his body glowing with a dark energy resembling a purple light.
"Didn't I just learn it from you?" He thought to himself, "If not, do you think I let you hit me before for no reason? I've been absorbing your energy."
Without hesitation, Chen launched a powerful purple attack, creating a massive violet-blue energy sphere around him. Song Changxian quickly covered his face with his hand, sweat pouring down, his eyes rolling back in shock.
Humph.
The golden mask he loved so much shattered into pieces. He helplessly watched the fragments fall to the ground while Chen and By Weii stood there, merely observing. By Weii suddenly gasped, covering her mouth.
You are Song Changxian." At this moment, Song Changxian's face was completely exposed.
After the look of frustration and helplessness passed, what stood out most was his handsomeness.
Chen seemed a bit confused, his face blank. "Song Changxian, are you acting?"
By Weii furrowed her brows and responded seriously, "He is the younger brother of the Song family's head, Song Changxian.
He's also considered one of the previous masters of Song Zhongji."
He laughed helplessly, supporting himself with one hand.
"I really can't beat you. Alright, I'll stop."
"Little girl, you really have seen and known a lot, even I'm familiar with you." By Weii grew even angrier, replying, "The government has information on you, but how did you end up becoming a member of the Dark Organization?"
"Is the Song family behind the Dark Organization?"
Mu Lin Shuo widened his eyes in astonishment. "Impossible. The Dark Organization has only been cooperating with Shi Chang Pharmaceuticals, intentionally creating turmoil between the Song family and us."
"If the Song family is behind it, then why would they go to such lengths?"
He faced the two women directly and responded, "No wonder you're a talent nurtured by the Dark Organization.
You really have more brains than some people in the government."
By Weii clenched her fist, furious.
Song Changxian smiled with satisfaction, looking quite smug. "Song Changxian, does he still have any of that royal arrogance left?"
He wiped the smile from his face, his expression darkened, and his eyes sharp.
A family led by a useless person is truly just a family of useless people.
Chen rubbed his chin, focusing on the distance.
I understand now. So, you didn't want the Song family to destroy us, you wanted us to destroy them, right?
Song Changxian shrugged, smiling. Song Changzong used a despicable trick to poison me and seized the position of family head.
Is it wrong for me to want revenge on him?
The Weili Chen group, you guys are strong, capable, and united. During this break, the four great families combined probably still can't match what you've achieved.
Chen didn't say anything, merely furrowing his brows and staring at him seriously.
Song Changxian's eyes gleamed as he flashed a cunning smile, then pressed a red button on the wall. But unfortunately, everyone has to die here.
But if I die with you, it wouldn't really be unfair, would it?
Chen rushed forward, his eyes wide in surprise, anger burning in him as he charged ahead. What do you want to do? Changxian, after pressing the red button that concealed a hidden mechanism, leisurely explained to Chen as he walked, there is a small nuclear bomb in the Zhu underground palace. I simply pressed the button to give it a chance to reveal itself. Finishing his words, he calmly offered a rather unfriendly reminder, you have 5 minutes to say your last words. His expression was mocking as he added, oh, and by the way, the underground palace is sealed off. Lin Shua, you should know that no one can enter or exit the palace. With that, he sat down in an armchair, speaking casually, as if nothing unusual was happening. Enjoy your last 5 minutes. Upon hearing him, Chen understood that there was a bomb here.
He furrowed his brow and glanced at Lin Shua, asking, do you know where the nuclear bomb is placed?
She, hearing his question, could only honestly reply, I didn't even know there was a nuclear bomb here.
He remained calm, saying nothing more, but activated his clairvoyant eyes, searching for the bomb while analyzing. Lead us into the next room. The nuclear weapon should be nearby.
After searching the area for a while, he finally discovered the bomb hidden inside an iron armor not far from him. Indeed, he walked over, found the bomb, and dismantled it, holding it in his hand. Seeing that he had found the bomb, Changxian didn't show any urgency, but instead spoke with great interest, sharing his thoughts. Earlier, I had suspected how you were able to see through the first mechanism's door. Finishing his words, he quickly concluded, you really do have eyes of clairvoyance. By Weii crossed her arms in front of her chest upon hearing him, appearing angry, cursing at Chen for being a thug, and exposing the fact that she had such abilities. He broke into a cold sweat and spoke loudly toward her, don't take this opportunity to scold me. At that moment, he had lost all patience, furrowing his brows and asking, aren't you all afraid of dying? He further explained that the timer on the nuclear bomb couldn't be disarmed. Hearing his words, she was truly confused, turning her head to ask him, are you really willing to die like this? He held the bomb with one arm, while the other pretended to show sympathy, but his words were filled with mockery towards him. Immediately used as a tool by others, yet still willing to perish alongside the enemy. You're really such a devoted son. He was furious, say that again. Without fear of death, he turned around and made a foolish face, sticking his tongue out to tease him. In response, he helplessly scoffed and asked, so you're saying Sutian Ming betrayed me, right? So what if I know? He continued casually, you all attacked, and if I can't beat you in the end, do you expect me to beg you for mercy? Would you spare me? He pointed at him, with a hint of playfulness, why don't you try begging a little? Hearing this, he didn't get angry, instead, he laughed, holding his belly. You're actually quite boring but interesting. Chen squatted down near the bomb and said, if we have a common enemy, even though we're not friends, that doesn't mean we must be enemies to the death, right? After finishing his words, he smiled and asked, if given the chance to choose again, would you want to take revenge on Sutian Ming? Song Changxian's face darkened, and he spoke with a murderous tone, I will kill him. He flashed a dangerous smile and continued, but now, whatever is said is too late, the countdown is almost over. Upon hearing his question, the man put on a dumbfounded expression and tapped his head, I forgot to check the time just now, my brain. His face broke into a smile, full of smugness, I accidentally disarmed the whole device. He might as well take a guess, holding up the bomb in his hand, pretending to ask with satisfaction, so, this thing won't explode, right? When he saw the disarmed bomb in his hand, Song Changxian was greatly surprised. He stood up in disbelief, shouting loudly, "How? How did you do that?" The man smiled proudly and played with the bomb in his hand, honestly saying, "Before becoming a boss, my dream was to become an excellent mage." On the surface, he smiled, but deep inside, he felt immense regret. Damn it, if I had known, I could have directly swallowed the timer device. Last time, I had to swallow a 4th level bomb just to blow up my spirit fruit? Next time, I should vent my anger by beating up Song Zhongji. He sat down on the chair, chuckling softly, praising, "I admire you." But his words only carried helplessness. "I just want to die at the hands of a strong person, you go ahead and do it yourself." Hearing his implied praise, the man smiled without acknowledging it. Boss Song was exaggerating. "I hope Boss Song can help with one thing." He knew exactly what the man meant, and smiled confidently, saying, "Don't worry, if I don't die today, I will definitely spare no effort in taking revenge on Sutian Ming." Hearing that, he finally felt at ease and smiled happily. "Then thank you, Boss Song." Cheng Xian stood up, walked towards him, and added his intention. "However, I hope that news of Chen will immediately be handled by the secret team to prevent any leaks." He turned and asked him in confusion, "Why is that?" As he left, he smiled helplessly and spoke the truth. After this battle, Zhu's vitality has been greatly damaged. He has no chance of confronting Ji Cheng's pharmaceuticals directly. Zhu should retreat to the shadows and become an assassin in the dark. He looked in the direction where he was leaving and bid him farewell. Boss Song Bao Zhong. Escaping the dangerous battle and returning to a peaceful atmosphere with clear skies and calm sounds, Chen stretched his shoulders and sighed. "I need to go home and sleep." 3 days later, By Weii swiftly ran up from behind, grabbed his shirt, yanked it hard, and angrily interrogated him. "First, let's talk about the issue of the eyes of clairvoyance." He was startled and quickly explained. "That's not it." Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted him, and he seized the opportunity to answer the call. "Benefactor, it's you." The person on the other end, not understanding what was going on, angrily asked, "Kid, what are you talking about? I am your second uncle." Finally, he answered the call. It turned out to be his second uncle calling. He recognized the caller and, feeling a little worried, asked, "Second uncle, why are you calling me?" The person on the other end explained the reason. "I'm an Chang with Wenjing, and your father said he's coming to visit you." After finishing, he hurriedly continued, but suddenly, the call was intercepted by someone else. The person on the other end of the line changed, and a new voice spoke. "Kid, you haven't been home for so long, and now you've got some prospects. Even your father doesn't recognize you. It turns out it's your father." Hearing his father's voice, he quickly replied to comfort him, "How could that be, Dad?" His emotions were a bit stirred. After carefully thinking, since his awakening, he had been troubled endlessly and didn't know how to explain things to his family. Now, his family was coming to find him. His father informed him of his location, intending for him to meet up with everyone. "We are about to reach Yincheng Station, someone will come to pick us up." Suddenly, his father on the other end of the phone unexpectedly shouted, "What do you want to do?" He was startled and asked again, but received no response. "What's going on?" Something happened. Everything was happening so suddenly, just after the fierce battle. Now this situation was making him extremely confused. "Ha!" His hand trembled as he held the phone, unable to understand what was going on. "What's going on?" Mu Lin Shua approached from behind, hesitating to ask. "What's happening?" His hand was nervously gripping the phone, unable to believe what had just occurred. "It might be that something has happened to my family at the train station. I have to go check it out." Hearing this, she was also worried and wanted to go with him. "I'll go with you." Suddenly, she received a call. After listening, her brow furrowed slightly with a serious expression. "I understand."
After finishing the call, she said somewhat helplessly to him, "Boss, I need to go back to the company to handle a few things, so I can't go with you." He understood there was nothing she could do, so he placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "You go ahead, I'll be fine." By Weii, seeing this, spoke up, wanting to go with him. "Then I'll go with you." He immediately declined. "It's okay, Wei, you go report to the military. I'll go by myself, I'll be faster that way." After speaking, he immediately jumped high into the sky and left, leaving her behind in a haze of dust and smoke. The scene shifted to the train station, where a voice filled with anger loudly echoed. "You damn old man." The voice was full of rage, questioning loudly. "First, you accuse me of stealing your phone, then you say I'm fooling around with your granddaughter. Do you want to die or something?" Shannan's father, lying on the ground, quickly grabbed the man's leg and firmly stated, "My phone is ringing in your pocket, and I saw you with my own eyes, Xu Wenjing." After finishing his words, he loudly cursed, "You're a damn scoundrel." The man, a blonde thug with a strong and muscular build, was enraged by this accusation. He swore and shouted back, "Get the hell out of here. Damn it, are you tired of living? You dare call me a scoundrel? I'll show you what being a scoundrel really is." Shannan's father was unable to defend himself against the beatings, only able to let out painful cries. Seeing his father getting repeatedly beaten, the second uncle stepped in, lowering his voice in an attempt to mediate. "Hey, we won't take the phone anymore, can you tell them to stop beating him?" The bald man, with a large, beer belly, heard this and lewdly laughed. "It's not that simple. Tell your little sister to spend a few days with us." His lascivious gaze turned toward Wenjing, making her feel anxious and terrified. Understanding his boss's intent, one of the henchmen grabbed her waist from behind, making her scream in shock. "What are you doing? Let go of me." The second uncle, seeing them touch his daughter, was furious and charged forward, his hands reaching for the boss, shouting loudly, "You dare to bully my daughter? I'll fight you to the death." The bald man only needed to throw a light punch, and the old man was knocked down instantly, all because these people didn't know their place. He was so angry that he called the old man a nuisance and ordered his subordinates to beat the old man up again before throwing him onto the road. "I'll take care of this old man myself." Hearing this, the blonde subordinate immediately obeyed, holding a garbage can, intending to use it to attack Shannan's father, replying, "Yes, boss." When Shannan's father saw him approach, he was terrified, but he could only watch as the man slowly came closer. Unexpectedly, his collar was grabbed from behind, and he anxiously asked, Who are you?" His face turned pale as he begged the man to let him go. "Let me go." Hearing his question, the man's face darkened. "Me?" he said coldly, then immediately threatened him, "I'm here to take your worthless life." Without hesitation, he slammed the man's head onto the ground, incapacitating him instantly. After dealing with the blonde man, he rushed back to his father, squatting down beside him and anxiously asking, "Father, how are you?" Seeing his son, Shannan's father immediately became frantic, urging him to save someone. "Go save second uncle." Meanwhile, second uncle was being strangled by the ringleader, raising his hand to strike the old man. Wenjing was horrified, constantly shouting in panic for his father. "Don't, Dad." Just as the large hand was about to strike his father's cheek, it was firmly grabbed by the man. The ringleader suddenly felt a powerful force grip his hand and screamed in pain. Seeing him scream in agony, the man remained unflinching, coldly saying to him, "Does it hurt?" "It won't hurt in a moment." After finishing his words, he didn't forget to remind the fragile beauty. Wenjing closed her eyes, unwilling to look. She was so obedient to him, decisively shutting her eyes. "Yes." He acted swiftly, tearing off the man's arm before he could even react. The mastermind's face turned pale, and he could only scream in pain. "My hand!" The remaining thug, seeing this, was terrified. He collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his mouth stuttering, unable to say a single word clearly.
When Jing took the opportunity to run towards second uncle and anxiously called out, "Dad, please comfort her, Dad is fine." After dealing with the boss, Chen saw his father arrive and asked about the situation.
"Dad, what's going on?" Father Chen bluntly pointed at the group of thugs and recounted everything.
"These people stole your phone on the train," he said, detailing all the vile things they had done to them. When Jing called her father's number, and the phone rang in their bag, they denied it, even trying to lay hands on Wen Jing. The remaining thug still hadn't recovered from his fear. He was shaking, staring at his boss's arm, and couldn't form a complete sentence.
Shannon was very calm.
After hearing the story, he turned to ask her, clearly wanting to seek justice for her.
"Wen Jing, which ones touched you earlier?"
She decisively pointed at the one who had grabbed her and wouldn't let go.
It was him.
The man, who was about to flee, was pointed out by her.
He was terrified and immediately knelt down, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry.
Saying this, he reached for a brick nearby, intending to deal with it himself.
"Let me do it."
He let out a loud shout to gather his courage, then used the brick to smash it straight into the hand he had just used to touch her. When Jing, frightened, closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene, and pleaded with him to stop.
All right, forget it."
He finished dealing with everything, and as the three of them were about to leave, the boss called him back.
"Are you brave enough to leave them, Tay?"
He threatened him angrily, unwilling to accept the situation.
"We are people from the underworld," he said.
He clutched his shoulder, bleeding incessantly, glaring at him with hatred as he spoke.
"You dare to offend us? You won't get away with it."
Upon hearing this, he didn't show any fear or hesitation. Instead, he remained incredibly calm and stated his information.
Shannon, Future Corporation.
He mocked him with disdain, provoking him further. "Tell that ridiculous emperor of yours from the Di Huang Hotel to come find me. I'll be waiting respectfully at any time." The bald man, struggling to form a complete sentence, repeated what he had just heard with difficulty.
Fu Future Corporation.
It seemed like he had found Shannon's weakness, and with a fearless tone, he revealed shocking information.
"Your boss, Lu Tingji, from Future Corporation, is the Emperor's lackey."
After saying this, he didn't forget to threaten him fiercely.
"You can just wait for it." Hearing what the bald man said, he was utterly shocked, unable to believe what he had just heard. "What did you say?"
At that moment, the chubby bald man, seemingly having found Shannon's weakness, clutched his injured shoulder while loudly taunting him.
"You little brat, you want to scare me with Future Corporation? Don't you know who your boss is working for?"
He heard the name and felt a bit of familiarity, thinking to himself that Lu Tingji must be a minor manager in some department. If it weren't for his distinctive name, he wouldn't have remembered him at all. Holding the phone in his hand, he wanted to call the company, wondering when that name had come to be associated with the owner of the corporation.
But how did he become the owner?
He tried calling Mu Lin Shua, but she didn't pick up.
"Sorry, the user you are trying to reach is unavailable."
Unable to reach her, a sense of suspicion started to rise in him. Lin Shua had never turned off her phone before.
What could be going on?
He wondered if something had happened at the company, making him anxious to return quickly. He needed to get back and see what was happening. The bald man, seeing him fall silent for a while, assumed that his threats had had some effect.
"Are you scared?"
He raised a finger to point at his face and grinned smugly.
"I'll give you a chance, kneel down and bow to me now."
Unable to tolerate the constant nagging, he kicked him away with one swift motion. After dealing with him, he turned to his father and said, his voice full of discomfort.
"Father, the company has run into some issues. Could you please arrange for your friend to stay here for now?"
His father understood the situation and, though reluctant, smiled and told him to go ahead and handle the main business first. As he pondered, he picked up the phone to call the authorities to resolve the issue as soon as possible. The government should be able to help with this, but when he called, he still received the same notification. "Sorry, the user you are trying to reach is unavailable." Twice in a row, he received no response from the other end of the line. At that moment, he was genuinely confused.
What on earth had happened?
Second uncle and Wen Jing, standing behind him, called out to him.
Shaoan, how about we go find a hotel first?
He could only point at the group of thugs he had beaten senseless and explain. Second uncle, I don't know what this trash is, but I need to find someone to arrange things for everyone first.
Finally, he decided to call Su Yuan.
This time, the phone on the other end finally rang. After picking up, she greeted him with a bright smile.
Mr. Chen, what made you have time to call me? Are you trying to flatter me?
Hearing her voice, he immediately got straight to the point.
Here's the thing, my family.
He was a little embarrassed and awkward asking her for a favor.
Could you help look after them for a while?
I need to go back and take care of some things first.
To his surprise, she wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, she was delighted and even teased him.
Sure, just in time, my dad's here too. I didn't expect us to meet our parents so soon. Her words directly made his face flush red, and he broke into a sweat, stumbling over his words in denial.
Why you? Don't say nonsense.
Chenan's father, standing beside him, had perked up his ears, eavesdropping on his son's situation. Shaoan was in trouble. About 10 minutes later, a luxurious white car pulled up in front of the train station.
Su Yuan waved enthusiastically when she saw him. Shannon! Shannon!
He and the three others walked out of the station, and upon seeing her, he waved his hand in greeting. To his surprise, as he got closer, she immediately embraced him.
You could think of asking me for help, I'd be really happy to do so.
Wen Jing, who had been behind, was taken aback upon seeing her. It seemed like she had recognized her identity.
Aren't you the great celebrity Suwa?
Not wanting her to reveal her identity, Su Yuan quickly placed her finger on her lips, signaling her to keep the secret. She, however, acted naturally, as if they were family, and affectionately called out, "Dad, second uncle, little sister, hurry up and get in the car, let's go home." Chenin, her father, was somewhat confused and stood frozen for a moment, before responding, "All right." Her way of addressing him made him feel embarrassed, his face turning red. Su Yuan, as if it was nothing, reminded him to go ahead with his important task.
Hurry up and do your thing. I guarantee no one will dare to harm your family.
After watching the three of them get in the car, Su Yuan left, confident they were safe and sound. Only then did he take out his phone and dial Wang Bao's number. On the other end, as soon as the call was picked up, he immediately asked, "Bao, what happened to Lin Shua?" Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Wang Bao's frantic voice.
"Boss, Menggu is about to."
Hearing that Wang Meng was in trouble, he panicked a little.
"What's going on?"
Wang Bao quickly instructed him to go to the hospital first, not giving any details about what had happened to Wang Meng.
"Boss, just head to the first hospital. The doctors said Menggu is not going to make it."
After the call ended, he immediately jumped straight into the air, using his own legs to launch himself towards the hospital. Cut to the number 1 hospital, where the surroundings appeared eerily quiet, with no sign of anyone walking around the hospital grounds. As soon as Wang Bao saw him, he exclaimed, "Boss, this is a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect you to get here so fast. How did you manage to come so quickly?" It was obvious from his appearance that he had just gone through a fight, with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth and head, yet he was still worried about his brother.
"I'm fine."
"But Menggu, Chenin has waves of powerful energy coming from his hands," he spoke, immediately trying to reassure him.
"I won't let anything happen to Meng Zi."
He hurriedly asked for a clear account of everything, his mind racing to figure out what had happened.
"Just tell me briefly what happened."
As for Lin Shua, Wang Bao anxiously recounted the entire story. "When we got back to the hotel, I was eating across the street because I was hungry, so Manager Mu went in first," he continued. "Then, I saw a few men dressed in black chasing after Menggu, who was already badly injured.
After that, I fought with them, managed to snatch Mango back, and ran off. He glanced towards the operating room and said anxiously, "The doctor said the situation isn't looking good, and I wasn't allowed into the operating room." He pinpointed the location of the operating room where Wang Meng was, then used his powers to peer inside. To his surprise, instead of treating him, the doctors were arguing about something. At that moment, he opened the door wide from the outside and angrily shouted at them, "Damn it, why aren't you saving the person and still arguing?" The surgeon standing next to him was so frightened by his outburst that he exclaimed, "Hey, who are you?" In the end, he couldn't stop him from entering, so he could only grab a corner of his shirt and pull, trying to drag him out. "You can't go in." The other surgeons were taken aback by his sudden appearance. One of them, wanting to prevent him from getting closer to Wang Meng, spoke up to push him away. "Who allowed you to come in here? Get out now." He briefly introduced his identity and then directly threw a cold splash of water in their faces with his words, "I'm his boss, you can't treat this wound." Wang Meng was unconscious, wearing an oxygen mask and lying on the operating table, with his heart surrounded by a strange purple energy. One of the doctors in the room, hearing what he said, was somewhat unconvinced and frowned, saying, "The young man sure has some bold words." He raised his voice to order him out. "Which doctor are you interning for? Get out of here now." Chen indirectly ignored his words and placed his hand on Wang Meng's chest, intending to treat him himself. The doctor, seeing that Chen was not paying attention to what he said and was even touching his patient's body, became angry. He grabbed Chen's hand and shouted, "Hey, kid, are you deliberately causing trouble? This is not a place for you to play around." Blocked by him, Chen immediately darkened his expression, cold and stern, and ordered, "Get out." The doctor, frightened by his threat, stumbled backward and sat down on the ground. As Chen placed his hand on Wang Meng's chest, the sounds of medical machinery notifications immediately rang out, startling the doctors. The various indicators for the patient began to stabilize. The surgeons, itching with disbelief, struggled to comprehend what was happening. What? How could it be? While treating Wang Meng's injuries, Chen was secretly surprised. He didn't understand why his heart injury was so unusual. The other injuries were not dangerous, but what was happening with the energy surrounding his heart? If he rushed to break it, could it harm Meng Zi's heart? However, the heart meridian was severely injured, and if it was delayed any longer, it would be beyond saving. What should he do now? Suddenly, he remembered that there was a spirit lake in his space, filled with spirit power, and he thought, every time I soak in the spirit lake, it enhances my spirit power. I should give it a try. Without hesitation, he took an adequate amount of water from the spirit lake, filled it into a large bottle, and urgently asked the doctor to immediately help Meng Zi. "The patient needs to drink this bottle of water as soon as possible." The doctor, suddenly pulled by his shirt, found it a bit hard to breathe but still agreed, all right. He held a bottle of water from Spirit Lake in one hand, and in the other, he held a syringe, signaling the doctors behind him. "Quickly prepare for an intravenous infusion." The doctor who had been scared by him earlier was still brave enough to stand up and criticize him. "This is chaos. This patient clearly has a tumor in his body and needs surgery." Without saying a word, he directly unleashed his spirit power to heal Wang Meng. The doctors present were immediately stirred by this display. Is this magic? After using a large amount of energy, he felt weak, swaying unsteadily before nearly falling backward. Fortunately, another doctor caught him in time. "All right." The doctor immediately called for an ultrasound. Perform the ultrasound procedure. Hearing this, another doctor rushed to prepare the equipment. After the ultrasound, the results were unexpectedly astonishing, shaking everyone to the core. The tumor had disappeared. A few doctors were so excited they couldn't contain themselves. This was a medical miracle. At that moment, Wang Meng slowly regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and called out to him. "Boss?" Seeing that he had regained his senses, he quickly approached to ask about what had happened. "Meng Zi, what exactly happened?" He was extremely weak, but he managed to gather the strength to explain everything to him. The company. The company had someone from the inside send someone outside.
That person lightly patted my suit, and I felt like my chest was tightening.
It felt like falling into a black hole.
At first, one could still sense some activity outside, but it was impossible to wake up. After saying this, he continued, "I'm sorry for not being able to fulfill my responsibilities," and then lost consciousness entirely.
"I'm sorry, boss, I didn't take good care of him."
After hearing him clearly recount the whole situation, he comforted him, "It's okay, leave it to me.
You just rest for now." He then asked him, "Can you feel the movement outside? What about Lin Shua? And Poisonous Snake and Zhu Zu, what about them?"
Wang Meng struggled to say everything he knew. Manager Mu came alone, and then he was kidnapped by a skilled person.
As for the others, I didn't see them.
Hearing this, he silently felt something was wrong, something didn't add up.
He thought so, but he didn't voice it.
Instead, he told him to continue resting to regain his strength. "Meng Zi, take good care of yourself.
I'll handle everything else." After leaving the hospital, he kept thinking about the inconsistencies in this story.
Meng Zi said that after being attacked, he fell into a vegetative state and couldn't move.
So how could Wang Bao have seen him being chased?
But Wang Bao couldn't be lying to himself. Wang Bao saw him come out and loudly called to him, "Boss." He saw him approach and asked about Wang Meng's condition, but after squatting for too long, his legs were sore, so he couldn't stand steadily.
"Boss, how is Mango?"
He explained the situation of Wang Meng to comfort him.
Meng Zi was fine now.
After saying that, he seriously requested him to clarify, "Wang Bao, please tell me in detail how you saved Meng Zi." Wang Bao directly recounted everything from beginning to end that he had witnessed. "At that time, I heard the sounds of killing and saw many people chasing someone. That person seemed to be injured, and their body appeared to be on fire." After finishing, he seriously continued, "When I rushed over, I took down a few of the guards and saw Mengu unconscious, alone, behind the guard post." After listening to him, he silently made a conclusion, "It seems someone helped us, so Mengu must have been saved by this person."
But who could it be?
There are too many details that remain unclear, making him lost in a series of thoughts.
Moreover, the person who attacked Meng Zi could have killed him immediately.
Why did he spare his life? Or was he just trying to intimidate or test his strength? Lin Shua had reached third-rank strength after the battle in the tunnel. So which master could have captured her?
Among Yin Cheng's opponents, only Ji Cheng's pharmaceutical experts could have such strength. He continued to ask Wang Bao about Zhu Zu and Poisonous Snake, "So, what about Zhu Zu and Poisonous Snake?"
He honestly responded, "Miss Shua was on a call at that time, and it seemed like something very important. Afterward, she took Zhu Zu shopping and to relax first, then returned to the hotel.
Poisonous Snake CA was the one guarding Miss Shua outside."
At this point, he drew a final conclusion. Lin Shua must have known something was happening within the company, so she went alone to avoid putting the others in danger.
Hopefully, Poisonous Snake can find Lin Shua's location.
Saying that, he took out his phone, silently deciding that he had to ask Old Song about what was happening with Ji Cheng Pharmaceuticals lately. The person on the other end immediately answered the call.
"Mr. Chen?" Hearing the unusual tone in his voice, he asked, "Old Song, is something wrong with you?"
The old man furrowed his brows, not sure how to tell him what had happened. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Chen, but the Song family can no longer manufacture Ji Cheng's pharmaceuticals."
"I'm truly sorry." Upon hearing this, he was immediately taken aback and asked, "What happened?"
The old man sighed and had no choice but to explain everything.
"I can't tell anyone about this, but since it's you, Mr. Chen, I have to tell you the truth."
After a pause, he continued, "The head of the family has ordered that we are not to become enemies of Ji Cheng Pharmaceuticals anymore.
In fact, we are now required to support their operations to the fullest." He was taken aback by this turn of events and directly asked, "So, the Song family and Ji Cheng Pharmaceuticals are now in the same boat? Does that mean we now have another enemy?"
Song Zhongji was silent for a moment after hearing his question, then, after a while, he said sincerely, The Song family originally decided to do business with Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals after we found out that Zhu had colluded with them.
But the night before last, an uninvited guest showed up. He hesitated a bit before continuing. No one in the Song family was able to stop him.
But he did not harm anyone in the Song family. Instead, he went directly to meet the head of the household. After that, the head of the household issued an order, saying that because of my relationship with Mr. Chen, I now have to sit idle. After saying everything, the old man advised him, Mr. Chen, this person's strength may not be any less than yours, so be cautious. Then, the old man continued to explain, but even if Song really goes to war with Mr. Chen, I will retire early and not get involved anymore. After hearing every word clearly, he understood the old man's situation and simply thanked him.
Thank you, sir. Old Song. After ending the call with Song Zhongji, he silently analyzed everything.
The person who attacked Meng Zi used his hands to transmit energy directly into his vital points, something he himself couldn't do. He pondered deeply about the true strength of that mysterious person, and felt a little frightened. If this person was the same mysterious one who had once infiltrated the Song family's residence, then the strength of the Zhicheng Pharmaceutical Company was indeed terrifying.
After some thought, Chen decided to leave.
Before he went, he instructed Wang Bao, take good care of Meng Zi here.
This is spirit water.
If his wounds flare up again, let him drink a sip.
Meng Zi should also drink more to restore his vital energy.
He received a large bottle of spirit water from him and replied, thank you, boss.
Where will you go then?
I'll come find you once Mengu is discharged from the hospital.
His face darkened, his eyes sharp and piercing as he said coldly, me?
Of course, I want to return the favor to that person 10 times over. After leaving the hospital, he immediately took out his phone and intended to call Poisonous Snake, hoping to get some information from him. He hoped that Poisonous Snake could track down some clues.
As soon as the phone was picked up, he spoke, Poisonous Snake?
It's you on the other end, but it's not him answering the call.
A strange, mocking voice came through, Poisonous Snake? A lowly name like that? How laughable. Hearing that mysterious voice, he became very alert and asked, who are you? Where is Poisonous Snake? The person on the other end didn't hurry to answer and instead responded calmly, Mr. Chen, we've never met before.
After finishing his sentence, he continued with a threat, the girl and Poisonous Snake are in my hands. I want something that Mr. Chen can provide in exchange for them.
He carefully asked, what do you want?
The person on the other end chuckled and stated his demand, what I want won't be of any use to Mr. Chen.
It's a stone pillar with inscriptions on it.
I heard it used to be kept in the Chen family's house.
Surely Mr. Chen has seen it before?
The thing he wanted was something that he was familiar with, but he couldn't understand why this person was asking for it.
He silently wondered, is it the ceiling stone pillar he's after? Who exactly is this person? Ending his thoughts, he directly asked, where are you? Where should I bring it to meet you?
The person replied calmly, don't rush, Mr. Chen.
I will notify you myself.
After the transaction was completed, he immediately inquired about the safety of Poisonous Snake and Lin Muqiu.
I want to know if they are okay now?
He said, then made his request.
We want a video call. Show us them, this is a prerequisite for the transaction.
The other party seemed to not understand his demand, mocking him and telling him to wait.
What is a sealed stone pillar?
Boss Chen, stop talking so much, just wait for my notification. After a brief silence, the other party continued. However, I've used a venomous creature to control their heart meridians. The mysterious man, his figure shrouded in darkness, his appearance impossible to discern, spoke with words that were exceptionally cruel and ruthless. Boss Chen must be familiar with this method, so it should be fine.
Don't delay any longer.
Upon hearing this, he felt a bit uneasy and raised his voice to say something more.
Wait, they.
But before he could finish, the other party abruptly hung up the call. After ending the conversation, he felt very confused and couldn't make sense of the situation.
What's going on? The tone of the person was so strange, and they didn't even know how to make a video call. He seriously doubted whether it was an act. When he returned to the place where the sealed stone pillar was stored, he examined the pillar while pondering. Why would they want this sealed stone pillar? Could there be something hidden inside? Saying that, he activated the Eye of Clairvoyance, intending to probe into the stone pillar. Unexpectedly, before he could investigate, the stone pillar struck back, causing him excruciating pain as he cried out and covered his eyes. Chen struggled to lift his eyelids, letting out a deep sigh. It really is a divine artifact. It must have a restriction on it that suppresses psychic powers. That being said, he quietly pondered over an issue. There had been talk of how, once the seal on the stone pillar was lifted, places where they shouldn't appear would emerge, such as Spirit Lake. Could they be trying to break the seal? The thought left him deeply confused, uncertain about what this thing truly was. What exactly was the stone pillar seal? It had been a long time since he had last contacted the future. Had something happened? Chen helplessly scratched his head, walking in circles. According to what the future had revealed, if the seal was broken, the world would undoubtedly descend into chaos, even posing a danger to all of humanity. However, if he didn't give it to them, Lin Shua and Poisonous Snake would never get it. Faced with this dilemma, he could only vent his frustration by punching the wall to calm himself. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, his phone beeped with a notification of a message from an anonymous source, possibly related to Poisonous Snake and Lin Muqiu. It instructed him to quickly head to the stone pavilion at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. With the last thread of hope, he had no choice but to take a gamble on this mysterious message. I've got no choice, I'll trust you this once, he thought, before finally heading to the stone pavilion at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. He immediately spoke up, "Who is it?" The shadowy figure, hiding behind a pillar, was about to step forward. "It's me, Mr. Chen, is it?" I never expected that the anonymous message sender would be Su Yuan. Chen was extremely surprised and asked him, "Su Yuan, why are you the one?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately suspected that Su Yuan was the mastermind behind everything. His face darkened, and with a cold and grim expression, he moved forward like a god of death, demanding, "Do you know the whereabouts of Mulin and Poisonous Snake? Could it be you?" Seeing that he had misunderstood, Su Yuan hurriedly explained, "Boss, don't misunderstand. I know where they are because I've been secretly following them." At that moment, Chen remembered something. Wang Bao had mentioned that the group was chasing after a man who was burned and injured. He then voiced his speculation, "Are you the one who rescued Meng Zi and led the pursuers at the Emperor Hotel? And how did you end up here?" Su Yuan carefully explained everything that had happened. "On that day when we left, I originally wanted to return to Wenzhou, but because of the betrayal by Lin Muqiu and Poisonous Snake, they thought I was also a traitor and launched several manhunts. However, I always managed to escape." He scratched his face, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and said, "Since then, I've completely lost all trust in Wenzhou." Finishing his words, he continued, "Poisonous Snake had once told me about the attention you, Boss Chen, showed to him, so I initially wanted to come and join you, but I just didn't have the courage to show up." He then laid out his thoughts and everything that had happened. "I wanted to go to the Emperor Hotel to discuss things with Mulin Shua, but an internal uprising broke out. I vaguely guessed that the unconscious man was definitely one of your employees, so I dragged him out." Chen listened to him very seriously as he recounted the events. Su Yuan continued, "Then I saw Poisonous Snake following a group of people, so I secretly trailed them. By the time we reached the foot of the mountain, Poisonous Snake was discovered by someone. He hurriedly explained why he hadn't saved Poisonous Snake. That person knocked Poisonous Snake down with just one move. I knew I wasn't a match, so the first thing I did was inform Boss Chen." Listening to his honest account, Boss Chen felt grateful. "Thank you. Meng Zi is fine, all thanks to you." Hearing this, Su Yuan seized the opportunity to smile sincerely and speak, "Boss Chen, can I follow you?" He smiled lightly after hearing this and agreed, "Once we rescue Mulin and Poisonous Snake, we'll all have a drink together." Su Yuan, who had been listening from behind, showed an expression of delight and joy.
After speaking, he gave him a warning with a stern tone, but your killing intent is too strong.
If you're going to follow me, don't slaughter innocent people. Hearing this, Su Yuan not only didn't show any sign of dissatisfaction but was rather happy to agree with him. Understood, Boss Chen. He looked up at the sky, checked the time, and made a plan. We'll enter when it gets dark.
As the sun fully set, making way for the moon, and darkness replaced the last rays of dusk, Chen and Su Yuan appeared outside the enemy's base, moving with the intention of sneaking in. He still had spirit chi in his hand, taking out 2 arrows and shooting them directly into the back of the necks of the 2 guards, killing them instantly before they could say anything, except for a few cries of pain. As he activated the Eye of Clairvoyance, he instructed Su Yuan, see where the person on guard is. Just after walking a little, he suddenly lost control and collapsed. Chen didn't know what had happened, but suddenly he covered his eyes and staggered backwards. Fortunately, Su Yuan stepped forward from behind and caught him. He was extremely panicked and anxiously asked, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" He was very surprised and thought to himself, there are also restrictions here, preventing the awakening of supernatural abilities, just like the ceiling stone pillars. Who exactly is this person? After regaining his composure, he responded, "It's fine, I just need to rest for a moment." Saying that, he immediately sat down and began to use his spirit chi to stabilize his body. After getting back to normal, he shared his thoughts with Su Yuan. The person inside is probably not ordinary. If anything happens later, you take Lin Shua and the Viper and run first. I'll hold off the enemy. Su Yuan was somewhat shaken upon hearing this. Boss, you. He thought to himself in disbelief. Back in the secret organization, when faced with danger, lower-ranked members were always used as shields for the higher-ups. But now, the boss was thinking of our safety first. He immediately turned to him, interrupting him, and asked, as if it were obvious, "What do you mean by I? Can you stop the enemy if I don't?" He lightly punched his chest, signaling him to hurry and go in. As they went deeper into the pavilion, a figure appeared, with long hair and wearing traditional robes. In front of this person, 2 large bells were placed on either side. Chen and Su Yuan hid behind the bushes, observing. He said, "They're in the pen, their energy is still there." He slowly voiced his doubts, could this person be the one who captured Lin Shua? Why does their strength only seem to be at the 2nd rank? Hearing this, Su Yuan was surprised at first but then spoke with certainty, only 2nd rank? Looks like Poisonous Snake must have already followed through with his plan. The man with long hair heard the noise and sharply turned toward the bush where the 2 were hiding, asking, "Who's there?" To his surprise, Su Yuan directly stepped out and provocatively said, "It's your grandfather." Angered by the insult, the man immediately activated the spirit chi around him, preparing to attack. "You little brat, daring to speak to me like that." Su Yuan, undaunted, quickly activated his own spirit power throughout his body, entering a battle-ready stance. The key was that he knew how to fight fire with fire. A smug smile spread across his face as he rushed forward. One of his hands channeled spirit power, forming a red ball of energy, which he hurled toward the long-haired man. However, as soon as he launched the attack, the man easily dodged it. This only infuriated Su Yuan further. How dare he underestimate me? His eyes were filled with rage as he glared at the man and shouted, looking for death. To his surprise, the man didn't respond but simply waved his hand, sending Su Yuan flying a great distance. He only managed to let out a few pained cries before crashing into the wall. The impact was so strong that the wall behind him cracked significantly. Su Yuan was struck by a powerful palm, leaving him stunned and utterly surprised, unable to believe the strength of that person. The power was truly terrifying. Chen, who witnessed this, was immediately shocked, his nerves tense as he thought, "You are not normal." The person looked at him as he stepped out of the bushes and asked, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this question, Chen felt something was off and replied, "You don't know who I am?" The person disregarded his question entirely and bluntly responded, "A dead man." After saying that, he gathered spirit power with 2 fingers and launched a direct attack towards him. Chen raised his fist, which was charged with his own powerful energy, intending to shatter the opponent's attack with a single punch.
Miraculously, this move actually worked.
The two streams of powerful spirit energy collided, causing an explosion that created an energy shockwave, pushing both of them back. The long-haired man was pleased by this and smiled.
Interesting.
Chen, though astonished, remained certain that the true strength of this person was definitely not at the third rank. With this in mind, he speculated that the power didn't seem to belong to him.
What is this? Could it be forbidden drugs?
Before he could rest for a moment, the person rushed at him again. Without hesitation, Chen pulled out a spiked mace from his space and swung it at him.
The person suddenly spoke up, asking, "Spatial ability?"
Holding the mace, which was studded with sharp spikes, Chen showed no signs of backing down and smiled, praising him.
"You've got some skills." The person, seemingly not too surprised by Chen's ability, sneered and said, "Just because you have spatial abilities, you think you can conquer the world?"
Saying that, he also drew a long sword from his own space. Chen was immediately startled by this scene, stunned and overwhelmed.
You also have spatial abilities?"
He did not answer Chen's question, instead directly launching his attack. This technique was a combination of man and sword, and was named Man-Sword Unity. Chen was immediately knocked back by the force of the attack, his weapon flying out of his hand as he struggled to resist.
The power was immense.
Without hesitation, he also drew a long sword of his own from his space, a purple one, to block the incoming strike. The man truly wanted to finish him off. Both the expression on his face and the force of his blow were utterly vicious. The sword in Chen's hand was directly struck, causing cracks to appear on it.
At that moment, Chen realized something was off. Something's not right.
The long-haired man, floating mid-air, calmly looked down at him as though he were a tiny insect. It was then that Chen voiced his guess.
"You are not from this world."
The long-haired man soared into the air, surrounded by swirling flames that engulfed him.
He couldn't help but ask in confusion,
"Why do you say that?" Chen glanced at him, his impatience evident as he responded. "You woke up in this world, and at most, you should be a third rank. But your current strength has already surpassed even third rank, middle realm, and moreover, you haven't used any prohibited powers.
Based on your reaction, I suspect."
Before Chen could finish his sentence, the long-haired man furiously charged at him, swinging his sword in an attack while shouting loudly, "You've learned too much." The sudden strike caught Chen off guard, and he was unable to avoid it, taking the full blow from the man. Chen painfully hugged his injured arm, limping back a few steps, and asked in confusion,
"So, the one who pressured the Song family is you, isn't it?"
At this moment, the man with brown hair landed on the ground, sheathing his sword, and casually admitted his guilt.
"Yes, it's me. That ragtag bunch, they're not even worth mentioning. You're tough, aren't you? Looks like I have to get serious now."
Hearing this, Chen pondered for a moment, then countered. "I don't understand, with your strength, why has your family become Sutian Ming's lackeys?" The long-haired man disdainfully denied it.
"Who is Sutian Ming?"
"He's just our servant." Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had realized something, and his face changed.
He shouted at Chen, "Who exactly are you? How do you know about Sutian Ming?"
At this point, Chen had picked up his sword from a distance, unfazed, and retorted,
"You don't even know who I am, yet you kidnapped my people?"
He then sneered, goading him.
"Could it be that Sutian Ming has used you? Now he's finally realizing who he's facing?"
He asked with a hint of curiosity.
"You're Chen?"
Immediately after, he hurriedly asked about the whereabouts of the ceiling pillar.
"Where is the ceiling pillar?"
Chen then made a condition with him.
"I'm not your match, but I'll give you the ceiling pillar. I hope you keep your promise and let my people go." With that, he couldn't help but ask, "But I want to know, what do you need the pillar for?"
The long-haired man stepped closer to him, speaking arrogantly. I'll tell you, so you don't have to be a confused ghost. He leaned in close to Chen An's ear, revealing a sinister expression as he said, "We are the true masters of this world, and you are nothing but a group of outsiders." Upon hearing this, Chen An's face changed, his mind racing in shock as he wondered, could it be that the primordial world is actually what the stone pillar seal is holding back? Chen An began to mentally connect the events that had occurred, pieces of memory surfacing in his mind. The process of restoring spirit chi began with an earthquake, which must have been the cause of the seal being broken. That would explain why spirit chi from the primordial world had overflowed into this world, awakening people in the process. If beings from the primordial world had combat power like his, how could this world possibly resist their forces? And how many of them had already entered this world? With these thoughts, Chen An spoke up to the long-haired man, "How many of you have entered this world?" Hearing Chen An's question, the long-haired man responded eagerly, without a hint of hesitation, "Though it's just me for now, once the seal is broken, the world will be ours once again." With that, he pressed the tip of his sword to Chen An's throat and made an offer, "Hand over the stone pillar, and I'll spare your life." Hearing this, Chen An was unfazed. He brushed the sword aside with a swift motion and responded mockingly, "Is it just you? Well, I'm absolutely terrified, you chicken." Chen An's words successfully angered the long-haired man. His face turned red with fury as he snarled, "You." Chen An didn't pay any attention to the man's reaction. He rubbed his neck and smirked coldly, taunting, "Looks like I've learned a fair bit already. Now, let's start round 2. With long hair, a face full of murderous intent, and a gruff tone, he said, "Then I'll watch you turn to ash." He raised his hand, summoning fire arrows surrounded by flaming rings, launching them to attack Chen An. But with just a simple wave of his hand, Chen An effortlessly shattered the attack. Seeing this, the long-haired man was deeply shocked. He stood, staring at the smoke and dust in front of him, astonished, and exclaimed, "What?" Before the long-haired man could react, Chen An suddenly appeared right behind him, having no idea when he had moved, smugly asking, "Looking for me?" At this, the man spun around, stunned, raising his fiery fist, shouting in confusion, "Since when?" Chen An, unfazed, wore a triumphant expression as he casually blocked the punch with his bare hand, taunting, "Is this all the power someone from the primordial world has? You might as well just cremate yourself." The long-haired man suddenly felt an overwhelming fear and cried out. But before he could say anything else, Chen An used the fire of the Wan Yuan mountain to generate an intense burst of heat, incinerating the man instantly. Su Yuan, witnessing this, couldn't help but gasp in amazement, muttering with wide eyes, "Boss is so strong." In the blink of an eye, the long-haired man had been burned alive to ash. Chen An stood, gazing at the pile of charred remains before him, silently marveling, this man was incredibly strong. There was probably no one in the entire Yinchang who could match him. So, were people from that world all like this? And with the demon beasts from other realms, what would happen to this world if the seals were broken? Suddenly, 2 bells rang continuously. Hearing the noise, Chen An and Su Yuan hurriedly rushed over. He shouted, ordering Su Yuan to save the people. "Su Yuan, save them!" Su Yuan responded clearly. Chen An used his hands to perform several healing techniques to treat Lin Shua and Poisonous Snake, who had just been trapped in the bell. After receiving treatment from Chen An, Lin Shua slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Seeing that the two had woken up, Chen An sat up beside them, supporting himself with his hands, and reassured them. "It's fine now." Mu Lin Shua, feeling embarrassed as he sat up and saw Chen An, called out, "Boss." Poisonous Snake on the other side also slowly sat up, rubbing his head and calling out, "Boss." At that moment, Chen An suddenly spoke, "You guys," but before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted him. Chen An picked up the phone and answered, confused, calling out, "Zhu Zu?" From the phone, Zhu Zu's voice kept screaming for help. Chen An, big brother, save me." Hearing this, Chen An and Mu Lin Shua immediately grew worried. Chen An quickly asked, "Zhu Zu, where are you? What happened?" At Zhu Zu's side, she was curled up in fear, her voice trembling as she responded,
I'm at the Emperor Hotel.
At this moment, she was sitting by the door, shivering uncontrollably, her eyes filled with tears, pleading for help through the phone.
She couldn't help but tremble from the loud banging on the door, accompanied by mocking shouts. Open the door for the masters to come in. I've never slept with a celebrity before.
Upon hearing this, she stuttered and spoke into the phone. A few hours ago, at Zhu Zu's house, outside, Zhu Zu's pets were staring at something, looking completely fascinated. Inside the room, Zhu Zu was lost in her bath, humming a song as she bathed. After finishing her bath, Zhu Zu wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out, only to be startled when she saw her pets sneaking around the door, screaming in shock. "You guys!" Then she questioned the pets, scolding them shamelessly. After that, she changed her clothes to prepare to go out. Before leaving, she instructed her pets, "Let me go buy some clothes first, you two stay home and look after the house." Upon hearing this, they all put on a miserable, sad face. Seeing this, she explained, "I can't take you with me, it would scare people. I'll sing for you when I get back, okay?" Then Zhu Zu happily went out. As she walked, she eagerly thought to herself that she must buy some nice clothes to look beautiful in front of Chen and Bro. After shopping to her heart's content, Zhu Zu took a taxi to the Imperial Hotel, where her friend worked. She got out of the taxi, full of excitement, thinking that she had bought quite a lot already, and first she should bring some cosmetics to give to manager Jiao Jiao. Zhu Zu strode down the hotel hallway, when suddenly she heard shouting coming from one of the rooms. Curiously, she followed the sound, and the argument grew louder as she approached.
"I don't want to. I'm not going anywhere. What are you doing? Don't touch me."
Then came the voice of a man, "I've already given you face, don't act ungrateful." Zhu Zu stepped forward, opened the door of the room where the noise was coming from. She was stunned and screamed when she saw the scene in front of her.
"What are you doing?"
In front of her, a woman was struggling, being restrained by two men, and she cried out to Zhu Zu for help, "Help me." The blonde man saw Zhu Zu enter and immediately threatened her. "Our hotel is deploying manpower as usual, don't interfere with other people's business." Zhu Zu, with a stern expression, pointed at them and argued.
"What kind of manpower arrangement is this, treating a woman so violently?
If you don't let go, I'll have Mr. Chen fire all of you." The black-haired man stepped closer to her.
"Mr. Chen, are you talking about the former boss who went missing? The current boss of the company is Mr. Lu now." The other man chimed in, amused. "It seems like you're an employee of the company. In that case, let's go together." Zhu Zu was stunned and asked, "What? The boss has changed? No way."
Manager Mu, from behind, suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around her, gruffly saying, "You're quite a fiery little beauty, how about having some fun with me?" This startled her, and she screamed. She struggled, refusing him with all her might. Zhu Zu stomped hard on his foot, causing him to curse in pain.
"Damn it!"
Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zu threw the pile of items she had bought at him, thinking she needed to find Mr. Meng and Ms. Lin Shua for help. The three men saw this and, with malicious intent, whispered to each other. "This one's more tempting, forget about the other one, grab her." Zhu Zu quickly ran away, but the three men had no intention of letting her go and kept chasing after her, shouting, "Don't run, you can't escape." She reached the hotel hallway and shouted loudly, "Miss Shua, Mr. Meng." At that moment, a woman in a green dress stood outside in the hallway, accompanied by a group of bodyguards. Hearing Zhu Zu's shout, she glanced at her and then asked, "Are you from Chen An's company?" Seeing her, Zhu Zu couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Who are you?" In response, the woman smirked wickedly and then ordered the bodyguards surrounding them to capture Zhu Zu. At this moment, she was cornered, with the group splitting into two factions, creating a pincer move around her. On one side were the bodyguards, and on the other were the three men from earlier, all of whom wanted to catch her. Filled with fear, Zhu Zu didn't know what to do. "What should I do?" Suddenly, the door in front of her opened, and a girl stood behind the door, softly calling, "Sister Zhu Zu, over here." That was like the last straw for Zhu Zu. Instinctively, she rushed toward the door. Once inside the room, Zhu Zu immediately locked the door and carefully placed a chair to block it. Then, she took her phone and tearfully called Chen for help. "Chen, help me." Outside, the group continued to bang on the door and shout, "Hurry up and open the door, let the rich men have a look." I've never slept with a celebrity before. The woman in the green dress stood outside the door, angrily directing the bodyguards, "Cut the signal here, don't let her call anyone. As for you, go find a chainsaw. Set up some guards outside and don't let them escape through the door." Receiving the order, the bodyguards responded firmly, "Understood." At that moment, inside the room, Zhu Zu's phone suddenly lost signal. She was horrified to realize that they had cut the signal. The girl next to her, seeing this, anxiously asked, "Sister Zhu Zu, will Mr. Chen come to save us?" Seeing the fear in the girl's eyes, Zhu Zu grabbed her hand and reassured her, "Chen will definitely come to rescue us, we just need to hang on a little longer." Outside, the group of men were determined not to spare Zhu Zu, using a chainsaw to violently break down the door. Seeing this, Zhu Zu quickly pushed the table with the girl beside her to block the door. "Quick, use the table to block the door." The two girls pushed the table with all their strength, knowing that if they did nothing, they would surely die at the hands of these men. After a while, both girls were exhausted and stopped to rest. Zhu Zu panted heavily, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she tried to comfort the girl. "Just a few more minutes, Chen will be here soon." A man's voice responded. "Few minutes? Is that enough? Are you trying to play a fast game?" Upon hearing the noise, Zhu Zu turned around and saw two men who, she didn't know when, had climbed onto the ceiling. They arrogantly said, "I'm famous for being flexible." At that moment, the door was finally cut down, and the men rushed in, scaring both girls. After finishing their sentence, they lunged at Zhu Zu violently, causing her to scream in panic. "Let go of me, don't touch me." The men sneered mockingly. "Little sister, stop causing trouble." Then they began to touch her inappropriately. "The more you resist, the more interested I get." With each passing moment, her fear grew, and she screamed louder. "Please, no." Suddenly, a fiery blaze erupted from nowhere, engulfing the men. Surprised, they asked, "What's going on?" At that moment, Chen burst in from outside. Upon seeing Zhu Zu being attacked, his face darkened, and he glared at them in fury, unable to contain his anger. They were terrified and screamed loudly, "Monster! Monster!" Zhu Zu lay on the floor and, seeing Chen's figure appear, felt a surge of joy. "Chen bro, you're here." Chen was furious beyond measure. He rushed forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you want to die?" The man stammered, I. He panicked, struggled for a moment, then shouted angrily, "Damn it!" But Chen wasn't about to let him go so easily. He grabbed his head and swung a fiery blow, burning him alive, which made the other man, witnessing it, scream in terror. Not long after, he too met the same fate as the first one. The bodyguards outside saw the fire inside and dared not rush in. Chen quickly ran over, embraced Zhu Zu, and comforted her. "It's all right, no one will bully you anymore. I've already killed them." She sobbed. "I knew you'd come. When I was in danger, I knew you'd come." The woman standing outside was stunned by his presence. "Mr. Chen, why did you come back like this?" She anxiously took out her phone and called for reinforcements, saying, "Call the masters to the second floor, or we're all going to die." After putting a coat on Zhu Zu, he looked up and asked the woman, "What has happened in the company these past few days?" She felt aggrieved, tears welling up as she recounted. "Mr. Chen, while everyone was away, Mr. Liu and Vice President Liu brought a group of masters from outside to kill all the people in the group, and then force us to serve as female attendants for the customers.
Zhu Zu heard this and immediately asked, "So where is manager Jiao Jiao?" The girl hesitated and replied, "Sister was taken away." Chen quickly said, "Take me to find Lu Jin. You bring them out, and I'll go ahead to protect them from the people in front."
The woman, together with a group of large thugs, each holding weapons in their hands, blocked their way. She pointed and issued a bounty, offering a reward for killing them, each one to be paid for. Before she finished speaking, she collapsed, shocking everyone around her. They looked at him, noticing his hand was smoking, and curiously asked, "What's happening? Is that invisible sword energy?" Chen exuded killing intent, warning them, "If you leave now, you can still live." In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared without a trace. He looked around and said, "None of them know how to fight." The three of them walked down another corridor inside, to a room where loud curses could be heard. "You filthy beast, even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. I will kill you myself." Inside, Jiao Jiao was sitting in a corner, hugging herself, while the old man mocked her. "Become a ghost? Wait until I've had my fun, then you can become a ghost." Zhu Zu entered and called out loudly, "Sister Jiao Jiao." Chen asked the girl, "Is this the deputy general manager Lu something?" She pointed and said loudly, "That's him." The old man suddenly became panicked. "You, Mr. Chen, you're not dead?" He stepped in front of the man, pressing him and asking, "Where are the other girls?" The man, in fear, offered a deal. "Mr. Chen, spare my life, and I'll tell you everything." He smirked in disdain, "You want to discuss terms with me?" The old man slyly raised his hand and sighed dramatically. "In any case, the worst-case scenario is death. If Mr. Chen doesn't agree with me, then you wouldn't feel heartbroken if the other girls are buried with me, would you?" Chen immediately responded, "Fine, I won't kill you. Speak." The old man quickly changed his attitude, laughing happily. Mr. Chen is a man of his word. He confessed that they were taken by Mr. Lu Tingji to the fortified camp, saying it was to host the Underground Emperor. The Underground Emperor, huh? Seems like I have to check who this guy really is. Jiao Jiao, standing beside him, shouted in excitement, "I have to kill him." The old man confidently replied, "Mr. Chen has promised not to kill me." "What can you do about it?" Jiao Jiao was stunned. "What?" She trembled as she called out to him several times. "Mr. Chen." Instantly, he threw several throwing darts at the old man, causing him to scream in pain. "Chenin, you broke your word. You said you wouldn't kill me." He threw another dart into the air, responding indifferently, "Kill you? I'm just cutting off your limbs." The old man trembled, stammering, "Why you?" Chenin then handed the throwing dart to Jiao Jiao, giving her full authority to deal with him. "Do as you wish." She, moved, thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." He stood at the top, looking down, deep in thought. Fortified camp, huh? Looking at the bustling city at night, he had an idea. It seemed he would have to stir things up there. Chenin arrived at the lobby and was standing outside, making a call, knowing that understanding both the enemy and oneself is key. The government must have some information on this underground emperor, he thought. The phone buzzed, signaling that the person on the other end had turned their phone off. He rubbed his chin, speaking seriously, turned off the phone, huh? Could it be that the government has another secret mission? Is there anyone at the bank who might know about the fortified camp? Ah, there is. Somewhere, a phone on a table suddenly rang. Dong Wang, on the other end, picked up with a cheerful voice, "Mr. Chen, what a surprise. What brings you to call me today?" Chenin, awkward and flustered, replied, "Su uncle, how could I dare to be your elder brother? That would make it seem like Wu Shi and I have different statuses. You can still call me little brother. I wanted to ask if you could find out about someone for me." Dong Wan laughed heartily, "Huh, that's true. We can't just mix up ranks. So, who do you want information on?" On the other end, Chen said, it's about the underground emperor of the fortified camp.
Do you know him, Su uncle? Dong Wang was taken aback, sweating profusely. Why do you need information on him? He reminded Chen that person is not simple.
Chen stood with his hands on his hips, not looking too serious. It's nothing much.
There's a kid here who's been misbehaving. I think he's been getting involved with this person recently. I just want to know who this guy is.
Dong Wang's face grew serious. I can provide you with information about the one known as the underground emperor of fortified camp. His real name is Gu Chung Huang. He's been famous for a long time. Whether he's a street vendor or a beggar, anyone who is destitute can ask him for a meal. According to what he knew, he had a very strong influence. Later, he established a fortified camp to serve as a shelter for the lower class people. Over time, most of the lower class citizens in Yincheng followed him and revered him as the underground emperor.
Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, is his power really that great? Doesn't the government manage him, uncle? Dong Wang replied, the underground emperor controls a region, and for decades, there has been no trouble at all.
Therefore, the government turns a blind eye to the existence of the fortified camp. He seriously reminded, you don't know what the issue is between you and the underground emperor, but I advise you not to provoke him.
Trust me, you won't be able to handle it. Chen politely responded, thank you, Su uncle. He looked up at the sky, deep in thought. Based on what Su uncle said, this underground emperor could be considered a righteous person. But then, how could he force girls into prostitution? He had to see it for himself. With that thought, Chen waved his hand to hail a taxi. He got into the car, and as he sat down, the driver spoke up, sorry, sir, I'm in a hurry to switch shifts, so I can only head toward the fortified camp. Please don't think poorly of me. I won't take you anywhere else.
Chen understood and changed his destination. In that case, take me to the fortified camp.
The driver smiled with relief, really? That's great. He happily drove, reflecting on his day.
Today had been lucky for him. He almost ran late, and if he had, he would have been beaten by the people from the fortified camp.
Chen was a bit puzzled.
He had heard that the underground emperor kept a strict watch over the lower class people.
He was just late, why would he get beaten?
The driver sighed and recounted some of the rumors circulating about that person recently. In the past, when the underground emperor was here, there was no problem. About 6 months ago, there were rumors that the underground emperor had fallen ill, and the person in charge was replaced by the emperor's servant. The one who was dubbed the one righteous king head butler. However, after Jiang Wei took power, the people in the fortified camp became especially brutal.
Don't say I told you this. I don't dare to offend them. Chen glanced at him to absorb the information, thinking it over. So that's how it is. Looks like someone else is causing trouble. Well, this will be easy to handle.
The scene shifted to a glamorous modern city as night fell. Chen stepped out of the car. As the taxi drove off, he could hear someone shouting angrily.
Go, get out of here. If you don't have money, get away.
A blonde woman, holding her child, was standing by the corner of the wall.
Isn't the fortified camp supposed to take in the people? I can sew and do housework.
I just want to find a place for us to stay and something for us to eat.
My son is about to starve to death.
A red-headed man stood in front of her, threatening.
Damn it, everyone comes here to eat and drink. How the hell would there be enough space for you to stay?
He growled, if you want to come in, fine, but pay up. The woman cried and pleaded.
I really don't have any money, please, I beg you.
He, displeased, raised his hand to physically move her away.
If you had some charm, I might tolerate it a bit.
But look at yourself. An elderly woman from a distance saw the scene and felt deep sympathy.
Girl, why don't you come to my place and take something? The boy can't be left to starve.
The red-haired guy angrily turned around and shouted, are you trying to pick a fight with me, old woman?
I said no entry, and I mean it. She glared at him with disdain inside.
She threw the green bag she had just bought near the girl. The girl extended her hand in gratitude.
Thank you, ma'am.
Suddenly, someone's foot stepped on the bag.
Is this old woman serious? If she feeds this girl, won't all the beggars come here? Who's going to take care of them?
The rude man shoved the old lady aside.
Are you trying to interfere with my work? Well, don't expect to live comfortably if you do.
Just then, Chen appeared at the perfect moment and helped her.
Be careful. Let me help you sit down. Rest here for a bit.
The red-haired guy, lacking any intelligence, didn't know who was who and how to handle the situation.
He arrogantly stepped forward and shouted, "Who the hell are you?"
Before he could finish his sentence, Chen struck him with one blow. The red-haired guy, furious and not backing down, called for his lackeys.
You dare hit me?
Guys, come over here and strip him down for me.
Chen exuded an overwhelming aura. Let me see who dares.
The others, seeing this, trembled in fear, their legs giving out as they collapsed to the ground.
You just wait, I'm going to call. Chen, appearing out of nowhere behind him, wrapped an arm around his neck. No need to call anyone.
I'll go with you to find your leader. The scene shifted to a crowded restaurant. Lu Tingji was there, wearing a sly smile, his arm around Xiaoji's shoulder, asking, "Xiaoji, why are there so few girls this time?"
Xiaoji clenched his fists, sitting hunched.
Ah, Mr. Yen, I had to clean up a group of stupid girls, so they ended up all bruised. I felt embarrassed and didn't dare bring them to serve you guys. But Junlin, despite his playful tone, didn't know what cherishing flowers and pitying jade meant at all.
If they didn't obey, just give them a little more money, why hit them?
He turned to pinch the face of the girl sitting next to him and asked, "Is that right?"
Little beauty. The girl trembled and answered, "The Yen family is absolutely right."
Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and several people outside were thrown away. Junlin and Ding Ji inside were startled, both shouting loudly, "Damn it, what's going on?"
Who did this? Chen kicked the door open from outside with force, "Your grandfather's here." The employees inside, frightened, cried for help, "Mr. Chen, please save us." Ding Ji broke out in cold sweat, panic-stricken. "Ch. Chen, you're still not dead? How can this be?" Chen smiled mockingly at him, "Is it you? The new boss of the future Lu Tingji group? Shouldn't I call you Wei Xiaobao instead?" Ding Ji turned around, ordering the bodyguards, "You guys, all of you go up and deal with him."
In less than 3 seconds, they were all knocked out and thrown outside.
Ding Ji hid behind Junlin and shouted, "Don't come over here."
Chen stood in front of the employees working at the shop, spreading his arms to protect them. "Ladies, go ahead. Let me see who dares to stop you." The sound of a loud bang echoed as Junlin, annoyed, frowned and shouted, "On my turf, you have no right to speak." Chen immediately yelled back at him, "Then today, I'll take this land from you." Unexpectedly, a metal rod flew towards him, heading straight for Chen. He swiftly dodged. The rod was incredibly powerful. If it had hit, he would definitely have been severely injured.
Sweating, he thought, "There's another expert here?"
From afar, a shadow lunged straight toward Chen, unleashing its power.
"Take a punch from me." Yui easily lowered his head to dodge. "He even tore a large corner of your coat."
Chen tossed the coat aside, slightly surprised, complimenting.
"Nice moves." Yui pointed behind, warning. "Be careful, don't touch him. It's not worth it."
Junlin laughed loudly, confident and arrogant, saying,
"Kill him for me." Yui's expression darkened, glancing back and giving him a fierce look. "I don't kill people."
Chen smirked, thinking to himself,
"This person is quite interesting." He confidently replied, "It's fine, you can't kill me. Keep fighting." The iron rod was drawn, and Yui gripped it, ready. 5 wolves 8 trigrams staff. Chen also drew his weapon, and with a challenge in his voice, he said, "Then let me use the breaking void sword technique to face your 5 wolves 8 trigram staff." He struck first, jumping high, heading straight toward the enemy. Yui, undaunted, stood his ground and raised the iron rod to counter. He easily knocked Chen's sword away, but it didn't matter. Chen swung his sword with a forceful move, aiming straight for Yui. He too easily leapt to dodge. Both landed at the same time. Chen swung his sword, chuckling, but suddenly, he felt something was wrong. His face darkened, astonished, frozen. Chen fell backward, landing behind Yui. Junlin held a gun, aimed straight ahead. He asked in shock, "What are you doing?" He was ruthless. "Do you think I have nothing better to do than watch you two perform? If you won't kill him, I will." Yui turned his face away with a dark expression. "You have a gun, no need for protection." "Well then, I'll be going." Junlin saw no further use for him and ordered him to leave without hesitation. "Go ahead." Suddenly, Chen stepped out of the shadows. "You want to kill me? Is that all you've got?" Junlin's face darkened, sweat pouring down, panicked. He fired continuously at him. Why isn't he dead? He missed every shot, alarmed. "Did I miss?" From behind, Chen appeared, ready to strike. Junlin turned around in shock. "What's this?" Was someone really blocking his attack? Chen widened his eyes in surprise. "Eternal Spring?" Yui blocked his hand. "I told you." He glared in anger. "Kill him." "No," Chen said, amused. He had heard of him for a long time, but now he was witnessing it firsthand. It was said that Eternal Spring used softness to defeat strength, and it was true to its reputation. If he didn't use spirit power of the 3rd rank, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. He froze, the 2 gun barrels right in front of him. Junlin grinned triumphantly, not wasting a moment to fire. "I think your head's a bit too tough." Chen used his abilities to block the trajectory of several bullets. Some of the bullets flew toward Yui, hitting him in the arm. Chen broke into a sweat and turned to ask the trembling Yui beside him, "Are you okay?" He shot him a glance, composed. "I won't die." Junlin, seeing this, grew afraid, gritting his teeth as he stepped back. "Damn it, I couldn't even kill him. What kind of monster is this?" The sound of something falling to the ground came from outside. Yui's mother, worried and flustered, entered. "Yui, you're hurt," she called out frantically. "Yui, please reassure me." "I'm fine, Mom," he said. She glared at Chen, confused about why she had been struck so suddenly. Yui's mother, crying with anger, said, "I thought you were a good person, how could you hurt my son?" Yui sat beside her and raised his hand to stop her. "Mom, it's not him." She paused and looked at her son. Then she approached him, concerned. Chen stood behind them, silently watching. He opened his space, pulling out a bottle of medicine. "Drink this, it will help with the injury." He quickly added, "Take him to the hospital." Yui refused, declining to accept it. His mother did the same, not daring to take it. "Thank you, but we can't take it." Chen grimaced, looking at Junlin. "Afraid of him?" "It's fine, I'll kill him right now." Yui's face darkened, visibly agitated. "Don't kill him." He was struck hard on the neck. Chen acted swiftly, and his mother screamed anxiously. "Yui!" He bent down to comfort her. "Aunt, don't worry. I just made him faint for a moment. If he got stuck in between, he would only be more severely injured." Chen turned to Junlin, ready to settle the score. "As for you, you bastard." He stepped back and laughed confidently. "When I was young, my damn father taught me that those with weak hearts can never accomplish great things. You can't kill me, because this is fortified camp." Chen's face turned cold, What you mean is that you rely on the number of people on your turf, right? Do you think those rotten fish and shrimp can stop me?
Junlin looked outside and shouted loudly, "Someone come into fortified camp and kill this man, do you all agree?" Everyone working outside, from the young to the old, focused their attention on the shout. Whether they were doing manual labor or any other job, they all wore the same displeased expression. They gathered in a rush in front of the general store, all simultaneously protesting and disagreeing.
We don't agree, we don't agree. Chen widened his eyes in surprise, thinking to himself. These are just ordinary people, and most of them are women and the elderly. What am I going to do now? The people outside kept protesting vehemently. Not allowed, not allowed, not allowed. Junlin smugly pointed at him. What are you going to do about it? You think you can fight?
A boy standing by the wall chimed in, eager to join in.
That's right, Chen, in fortified camp, you want to kill someone? Hurry up and get out of here.
Junlin, relying on the crowd's numbers, confidently gave the order.
Everyone, charge. Beat this outsider out. Chen turned around and saw only old people with trembling hands and unsteady footing.
He frowned, deep in thought. They were all frail, sick, or disabled.
How could they possibly fight? Chen's face darkened with anger. I will come to collect this debt.
He immediately rushed off.
Ding Ji felt worried and fearful.
With Chen's strength, and the presence of people like Zhu Lin Muqiu on the outside, what if he sneaked in the middle of the night? Junlin laughed confidently, already plotting in his mind.
It's better if he comes. Otherwise, my performance won't succeed.
Junlin turned to Yui, his voice low and harsh.
I told you to kill him. Why didn't you do it? Do you dare defy me?
Yui, clutching his injured shoulder, spoke firmly, I don't kill people. Hearing this, the man lifted his foot and stomped on Yui's wound.
So you don't kill people, huh? What am I keeping you around for then?
He continued to kick, adding, you can fight but you don't. You useless bastard.
Well, I'll make it easier for you.
Yui remained silent, his hand moving to hold his head. Yui's mother, seeing this, rushed forward with tears streaming down her face, but she was quickly stopped by Yan Junlin's subordinates. She could only scream in despair, don't hit my son. Please, Yan Junlin said coldly, pulling out a surgical knife, his face grim. He stepped closer, his voice low as he held Yui in place. Before he could finish, his subordinates rushed to restrain Yui's hands. I'll take this arm as payment for the food your mother and you have owed me over the years. With that, he swung the knife. When Yui's mother saw this, she immediately rushed towards him, catching one of his subordinates off guard. She threw herself at Yan Junlin, screaming, please don't. Even if you chop off my arm or kill me, I don't care. Just don't hurt my son. He angrily raised his foot to kick her, get out. Yui, seeing this, immediately shouted, how dare you hit my mother? Before he could finish his words, one of Yan Junlin's subordinates swung a chair and struck him hard on the head. The subordinate, with a smug expression, said, who do you think you're going to hit? The residents of the fortified camp, seeing the mother and son in such a pitiable state, stepped forward to beg. Ha, let them go. They're pitiful, the two of them. But Junlin, seeing their plea, didn't feel the need to intervene. He waved his hand and ordered, forget it, throw the mother and son into the pigsty. Elsewhere, Chen shouted in anger, that bastard, he actually dares to use an old woman as a shield. Mu Lin Shua stood nearby with her arms crossed, speaking up, why has the fortified camp become a place where no one dares to control? It's not because their power is terrifying, but because there are so many people there, and they are united. No one dares to lay a hand on so many civilians. If Lu Tingji has hidden himself in the fortified camp, then I'm afraid there's really nothing we can do about it. One of Yan Junlin's victims spoke up, screaming, that beast, not only did he harm us, but he also forced us to entertain guests. She clutched her head, trembling as she continued, and he humiliated some of the other women, refusing to obey until death.
Their bodies were thrown into the disposal room to be eaten by dogs.
Shu Shu hurriedly embraced her, comforting her. Sister Jiao Jiao, don't say any more. Chenin spoke up, Jiao Jiao, don't worry, I will definitely get justice for everyone. Mu Lin Shua continued analyzing. Although Emperor Gu Chenghuan was once a dominant figure, he was also regarded as a chivalrous person. Therefore, the fortified camp had never done anything unjust in the past.
The opposing forces basically wanted to annex them.
Based on Gu Chenghuang's character, it would be impossible for him to tolerate trash like Lu Tingji. The shield protecting Lu Tingji is the one righteous king.
If we remove him, we can capture Lu Tingji.
So, the core of the problem still lies with Gu Chenghuang. We must make Gu Chenghuang aware of how ruthless Junlin is. After hearing this, Chenin immediately said, Lin Shua, come with me to the fortified camp to meet Gu Chenghuang. The two of them went together to the fortified camp. Mu Lin Shua used an illusion technique to hide their presence, holding Chenan's hand as she led him. As they walked, she sighed, there really is no protection here. Chenin, still furious, continued to curse, to think they would use ordinary people as cannon fodder, he really has no shame. The scene shifted to a woman with brown blonde hair standing in the kitchen. She sighed, the Yui family is truly pitiful. A pigsty could never be a place for humans to live, and they even have injuries on their bodies. If it gets infected, how can they survive? The man standing next to her quickly stopped her, whispering, who would dare defy Xia Zhangwang now? She refused to back down, turning to scold him, but we can't use people's lives as a joke. I'm going to bring them some food. If you're scared, don't follow me. Chenin overheard their conversation and immediately told Lin Shua beside him, let's follow them. This Yui person isn't bad, he has some strength. It wasn't long before she arrived at the pigsty. Yui's mother, upon seeing her, called out hurriedly. She gestured for her to speak quietly. Upon seeing the tragic state of Yui and his mother, Chenin couldn't hold back and continued to scold, Yan Junlin is a beast. The woman with brownish blonde hair handed Yui's mother a baozi basket. She said sympathetically, I can't do much to help you too. Please eat this, and when I get back, I'll go find some medicine for you. Moved, Yui's mother immediately reached out both hands to accept it, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you. General Eng, witnessing this scene, quickly let go of Mu Lin's hand and the spell faded, his figure gradually disappearing. Lin Shua, not reacting in time, quickly said, hey, he's coming towards us cheerfully. Aunt, do you still recognize me? Yui's mother was startled, is it you? How did you? She hastily clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, tears streaming down her face. Can you save my son? Chenin immediately took out a small green bottle and handed it to her. First, let Yui drink this. After I finish what I need to do, I'll save both of you. Aunt, can you tell me where Gu Chenghuang is? She pointed helplessly, saying, the emperor should be in the recovery center in the middle of the fortified camp. If you go into the center, you'll see a huge banyan tree. It's right above that. You all need to be careful. The emperor is a good man, don't harm him. Chenin felt the gravity of her words and reassured her, Aunt, don't worry. As he grasped Lin Shua's hand and was about to leave, a voice came from behind, hey, bro, you just mentioned that person. He just left Yui's place. That man, taking advantage of the situation, begged, can our rent for this month be lowered a bit? Thanks, bro. Mu Lin Shua held Chenan's hand as they ran inside, looked around, and said, it should be over here. In the distance, a little girl was trying to climb up a massive old tree. Halfway up, she hurriedly stretched out her tiny hand towards the trembling cat perched high on the tree and called, come here. Just as the girl was about to reach the cat, she suddenly slipped and fell. The cat nearby was also startled and frightened. Chenin quickly ran over. This is bad, he managed to catch the little girl in time and comforted her. It's okay, don't be scared. A man holding a lantern rushed over, shouting, who's there? He shined the lantern at Chen, who was holding the girl, and shouted, "Hey, you there!"
Suddenly, the two of them disappeared, leaving the man confused and wondering, what just happened?
Mu Lin Shua had positioned himself in front of them, using a concealment technique to make the man think he was seeing things.
Am I seeing things?
The man didn't bother anymore and quickly hurried away with his dog, muttering, "Hi bro, I told you to watch out for any unusual movements, but how are you supposed to notice someone using stealth?"
The little girl quickly ran over and called out, "Dad, Dad, it's me." When the man saw his daughter, he jumped in surprise and asked, "What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Come back inside with me."
He took the girl into the house, scolding as they went, "Damn it, you nearly scared the hell out of me.
Go to bed now."
The little girl turned her head and waved, smiling at the two of them.
Chen forced a smile and waved back, panting and sighing, "We're lucky you reacted quickly, otherwise, we would have been discovered."
Mu Lin Shu also sighed in relief and said, Boss, if I had stayed by your side any longer, my heart would have turned into a pile of muscles." In an old house, Chen led Lin Shua as they groped their way forward.
Seeing the skeptical expression on Chen's face, she quickly asked, "Boss, is something wrong?"
He explained, "Gu Chung Huang is the ruler of this area.
Even though he's recovering from an injury, how could it be that there's not even a single guard around?"
Lin Shua quickly responded, "Although Gu Chung Huang is known as the underground emperor, he dislikes large battles, usually maintaining a humble demeanor, and mostly uses public transportation when going out.
So this isn't surprising. However, we should still be cautious." Chen agreed with her reasoning. That made sense.
The two of them reached a door.
Chen activated his eye of clairvoyance. His eyes glowed a bright blue, and through his vision, he saw that the only person in the room was a white-haired man lying on the bed. He turned to Lin Shua and said, "It seems there's no one else inside but Gu Chung Huang. Let's go in." As they approached the room, he suddenly spoke, "Wait, how strong is Gu Chung Huang exactly?" Lin Shua replied, "I've heard before that Gu Chung Huang was at least third rank in strength. He should be just as strong as Chen Long Hai." Chen quickly said, "Then this isn't Gu Chung Huang. This person's strength hasn't even reached the first rank." Lin Shua turned around in panic. Could it be that they knew we were coming and set a trap here? He remained silent. Chen continued to expand his eye of clairvoyance to cover a larger area. After a moment, he concluded, "There are no ambushes within several miles, so this doesn't look like a trap. But if Gu Chung Huang is seriously ill, why would he need a substitute?" Lin Shua heard this and immediately charged forward, "Then all we need to do is ask for this name." She stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the person lying on the bed, growling, "Sit up." The person on the bed was frightened and quickly asked, Who are you?" Before he could finish speaking, Lin Shua pressed a knife against his throat to threaten him. "Try shouting, and you'll regret it. Answer my question." The person couldn't resist and could only speak. Chen stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Gu Chung Huang?" Hearing this, he quickly responded, "My name is Ji Wujin. The Yen family asked me to pretend to be the emperor." He continued asking, "Then why did you have to pretend? Where is the real Gu Chung Huang?" He obediently answered, "The Yen family said the emperor wanted to secretly cultivate, but where exactly, I don't know." A rough man barged in, speaking as he walked, "Damn old man, pay attention for the next 2 days. The Yen family said, that kid might come to inquire about Gu Chung Huang today." The two of them disappeared in an instant, and Ji Wujin quickly replied, "All right, I understand." The two men noticed the worry on his face. The man named Hybro walked up and asked, "What are you so worried about?" Ji Wujin hurriedly responded, I'm fine." Ji Wujin seemed guilty and trembled slightly. Hybro sensed something was off and ordered his men to close the door. Seeing that something was wrong, Ji Wujin asked, "Hybro, what do you want to do?" Hybro smiled, holding a red spray can in his hand. "I heard that someone next to that kid knows how to hide in zoo, but I have a way to make that invisible person appear."
Two guys sprayed a red liquid from that flask and shouted, "Appear!" Lin Shuo felt uneasy and quickly nudged Ji Wujin. At that moment, Ji Wujin started to shiver. He quickly yelled out. The two guys paused and turned to ask, "What are you shouting for?" He hastily covered up, "I think I just saw something flash under the door. I'm not sure if someone is outside." The two guys motioned to their subordinates, "Go check." One of the subordinates peeked out and called back, "There's no one outside." Seeing this, the two guys turned to Ji Wujin and asked, "You're acting strange today. Could it be that you're hiding something from me?" He quickly waved his hand, "Of course not, I would never dare to." Still skeptical, the two guys sprayed the liquid again to test. At this moment, Lin Shuo and Chenin were hiding under the bed. The two guys saw nothing and said, "Looks like they're not here. Let's go." Before leaving, the two guys turned around and instructed, "Shut off, old man. If there's any movement, call me as soon as possible." Ji Wujin trembled and replied, I understand." Under the bed, Lin Shuo shyly said, "Boss, you're touching me." Chenin, who was lying on her chest, turned red and immediately sat up, hurriedly explaining, "What? No. That's not it." Ji Wujin interrupted their conversation, "You saw for yourselves. How could I discuss something important with you? You might as well follow them." Chenin, hearing this, replied, "He's got a point." Before leaving, Lin Shuo knocked him out. "Then we're off." The two people following them overheard a conversation. The two bros asked their underling, young lady Gu Qian, "Has there been any commotion recently?" The underling replied, "No." The two bros continued, "Miss Gu still goes to church during the day and to the nightclub at night. She probably doesn't know that Emperor Gu Chenghuang is actually under house arrest." Hearing the words house arrest, the two bros angrily shouted at their underling, "Shut up, you can't just blurt things out like that. We're outside right now. Watch your mouth." The underling, frightened, quickly responded, "Yes, sir." The two bros kept walking and muttered, "I don't know what the Yen family is planning with Gu Chenghuang, locking him up in the boxing gym like that, preventing the brothers from boxing too. I'm getting antsy. Let's go. We should check on young lady Gu Qian first." Lin Shuo, overhearing their conversation, analyzed, "Gu Qian is the only daughter of Emperor Gu Chenghuang, but there's very little news about her. All I know is that she's quite rebellious." As the two bros were walking down the street, they encountered some thugs. One of them said, "Don't act so cocky. The emperor is seriously ill now, who would still flirt with you?" Another one added, "That's right, stop meddling in other people's business." The two bros sneered in disdain and said, "More trash from the outside. They think they're all high and mighty just because they have a bit of business with the Yen family. Just wait, we'll deal with them." The underling beside them asked, "Do you need help, sir?" The thug who had been teasing the girl was kicked away. The two bros saw this and casually said, "You think we need help?" As soon as he finished speaking, the thug who had been kicked was sent flying toward them. A beautiful girl, sucking on a lollipop, approached. She turned around, glanced at the girl who had just been teased, and said, "If you can't protect yourself, then why come to such a chaotic place? Hurry up and go home." The girl, frightened, quickly began to cry. "I'm sorry." The two guys waved at the girl with the lollipop, calling out, "Eldest young lady." Suddenly, she turned around, looking directly at where Chenin and Lin Shuo were standing. Chenin hurriedly pulled Lin Shuo into the corner by the wall and sighed, "The senses of this eldest young lady seem different from the average person, right? Looks like she's also an awakened master." At that moment, one of the guys asked her, "What's going on?" She calmly replied, "Nothing." Lin Shuo, who had been addressed by the lady, muttered under her breath, "Another beautiful awakened master." Hearing Lin Shuo say this, he quickly spoke up, "Now that we know Gu Chenghuang is being confined by Yen Junlin in the boxing gym, we should go directly to the gym to find him. We can grab a henchman to question."
Seeing Chen and dodge Lin Shua's displeasure, the two of them headed towards a shabby, dilapidated house. Lin Shua looked up. This must be the place. Chen agreed, sensing the energy of a master inside. Although weak, it was definitely above third rank. Lin Shua hesitated, looking at the thick iron lock on the door. To enter, they'd have to break the lock. She turned to tell him, but then realized if they did, someone would definitely know that someone had broken in. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen had already half climbed through the window. He calmly responded, I had already anticipated this. Lin Shua climbed in, then turned around to tease Chen. The boss is simply a genius at flower-picking banditry. Chen was closing the window as he turned around and said, Lin Shua, I really have no idea how to deal with you. At that moment, suddenly the lights came on, and a voice rang out, startling both of them. Who are you? Are you here to kill me? A man was chained to the stands, his arms and legs bound with thick and thin chains. Lin Shua saw this and immediately screamed. This person is probably Gu Chenghuang, the real deal. The hidden emperor. Although the man named Gu Chenghuang was shackled all over, he still exuded an air of majesty and stared intensely at the two of them. The scene shifted to Yan Junlin, who was smoking a cigarette. One of his subordinates reported. The Yen family, Chen has reached fortified camp. Old Song and the others went to meet Weii, but then disappeared without a trace. Should we? He held a cigar in his hand, exhaled smoke, and said calmly. Isn't this right under my nose? The subordinate was confused and didn't understand his meaning, so he asked. What does that mean? This is on the display screen. Chen is face to face with Gu Chenghuang. The night was quiet, the moon was brightly shining. Gu Chenghuang looked down at the two of them with disdain and said, Kid, Yan Junlin, you don't have the courage to kill me yourself, do you? You sent these two nameless kids to deal with me instead? He remained arrogant despite being chained in the middle of the arena. Did you not just enter fortified camp? Chen stepped onto the stand, curious, and asked. Oh, fortified camp has thousands of people. Do you really remember all of them? He straightened his face. Everyone who enters fortified camp is my family. Can't you recognize your own family? Hearing this, Chen knelt down, clasped his hands together, and respectfully said, Senior, I am Chen, the current leader of the future group. I have come here today to ask for your assistance with a matter. Gu Chenghuang relaxed his facial muscles and countered. Chen, I have never heard of the future group. It seems I have been imprisoned for so long that I no longer recognize the new generation. Right now, I am merely a prisoner. What is it that I can help you with? Chen spoke seriously. I do not wish to hide anything from you, Senior. There is a vile person in the future group who is forcing others to commit evil deeds. I basically want to kill him, but he is hiding in the fortified camp. And moreover, one righteous king has used the people in the fortified camp as human shields. Therefore, I wish to ask if Senior could persuade the people not to be exploited by Yan Junlin any longer. Grinding his teeth after hearing Chen's words, Gu Chenghuang was filled with raging fury. His power surged as he spoke each word with anger. Yan Junlin, that beast, how dare he exploit innocent people? I will kill you. Lin Shua, seeing this, stepped forward and asked. Senior Gu is so powerful. Theoretically, even if Yan Junlin were to cultivate for another 30 years, he would still not be able to harm you. How could you be imprisoned here? Gu Chenghuang calmed down, his expression darkened as he answered her question. You're right. If it were just Yan Junlin, even with all his followers, they would not be able to harm me. But he has found a strong ally. Back to that fateful time, Yan Junlin arrogantly crossed his arms and asked him. Your Majesty, perhaps it is time for you to consider abdicating? Gu Chenghuang remained calm and sternly spoke to Yan Junlin. I have told you countless times, there are some business matters you cannot interfere with. This is the rule of fortified camp. Do you think you can touch me with these lackeys of yours? In front of him stood a masked man, preparing for battle. Surrounding them were a group of Westerners armed with weapons. Yen Junlin pointed toward his subordinates. The masked man charged alone, knocking away more than a dozen of Yen Junlin's men. He realized the situation was bad and quickly turned to flee. The masked man chased after him and shouted, "Don't even think about running." Suddenly, Gu Chenghuang's face turned pale, and he lunged forward, grabbing the masked man in his arms and cried out, "What? Guisi, are you okay?" Guisi's mask was shattered, and one of his arms was severed. He coughed up blood, clutching his injured arm, and tried to speak to Gu Chenghuang. "Your Majesty, go quickly." A long-haired man dressed in Taoist robes stepped forward and asked, "Leave? Leave for where?" Seeing the man approach, Guisi rushed toward him. Gu Chenghuang sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Guisi, don't go." The Taoist man raised his hand, and a flame appeared. He waved his hand. "The flame will burn Guisi alive." Seeing this, Gu Chenghuang screamed in agony, "Guisi!" In his fury, he charged forward, and a tiger materialized from his hand. Gu Chenghuang roared, "I will kill you." The Taoist calmly extended his hand, facing two equal forces. This stunned Gu Chenghuang, leaving him unable to believe it. Suddenly, the Taoist's power surged onto his arm, but Yen Junlin, with a triumphant air, stepped forward and ordered, "Thanks for your hard work, Venerable. Where is the Emperor? Take him away." At the end of the reminiscence, Gu Chenghuang's face turned dark as he said, "I couldn't even withstand a single move from him." Upon hearing this, Chen shrugged and said, "That guy is already dead, there's nothing left of him, not even ashes." Gu Chenghuang was stunned. "You killed him?" Chen replied nonchalantly as if it were nothing. "Yes, he was burned to ashes." He screamed angrily, "Why did you want to kill him? Why?" Lin Shua, seeing this, quickly stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with you? You couldn't fight him, but the boss avenged you. So why are you angry with him?" Gu Chenghuang, in distress, collapsed onto the ground, his face grim. "Because he hurt Anna, my wife. I've never seen such a method that could damage the heart veins like that. If he's dead, then no one in this world will be able to save Anna." Upon hearing this, Chen quickly pointed to himself with his finger. Gu Chenghuang looked at him in astonishment and asked, "Are you saying you can?" Chen scratched his ear and naively said, "If I could kill him, then breaking his technique is nothing difficult. It's just a method that surrounds the heart veins with energy, leaving only a trace of life. What's so hard about that? I can solve it. First, let's save the old senior and get out of here." Gu Chenghuang declined his offer, resignedly saying, "I'm not leaving. Anna is in Yen Junlin's hands. If I leave, he will definitely kill Anna, unless you can bring Anna back to me." Hearing this, Chen replied calmly, "You're quite the romantic, huh?" "I agree." Lin Shua heard him say that and quickly waved her hand, "But how are we supposed to know where Yen Junlin would hide anyone?" "Let's go search." Chen curiously asked, "Right, is Zhu Qian the daughter of the senior? Why does she seem to know nothing about what happened?" Gu Chenghuang awkwardly explained, "It's all part of Yen Junlin's scheme. He lied, saying that it was my cultivation that caused an explosion and severely injured her mother before disappearing. Since childhood, Tian Ni has had a good relationship with Anna, but now, she must hate me to the core." Chen sympathized with him, thinking about how evil it was to manipulate human nature. "Senior, please leave it to me." The conversation between Chen and Gu Chenghuang was secretly recorded. Back at the base, Chen said to his subordinates, "Here's the situation, but Junlin may have hidden Gu Chenghuang's wife somewhere. Outside the fortified camp, go check it out." One of the subordinates happily responded, "Got it, boss." Suddenly, the shouts of "Pay back, pay back!" rang out, startling Chen. He went over, pulled the curtain aside, and looked down in surprise. Why were so many people gathering in front of the hotel? Lin Shuo hurriedly ran inside. Boss, something's happened. Chen asked her, Lin Shuo, what's going on? Who are these people? She replied breathlessly, these are all the residents of fortified camp. Chen descended the stairs and heard Wang Mang report, Boss, it seems like someone died at fortified camp last night. Now they're surrounding the hotel, demanding an explanation. Chen asked in surprise, someone died? He hurriedly said, let me go check. Seeing this, Lin Shuo quickly stopped him, Boss, don't go just yet. She made a decision, let me go out and assess the situation, this still seems like it can be resolved peacefully. Hearing Lin Shuo's words, he agreed. Then be careful. Lin Shuo peeked through the door crack and heard the people outside shouting. An eye for an eye, a life for a life, an eye for an eye, a life for a life, an eye for an eye. Chen thought for a moment. Although someone had died at the fortified camp last night, why had they come here? And who exactly was the dead person? Could it be Yue? Lin Shuo anxiously muttered, this is bad, this is really bad. Chen hurried over and asked, who exactly is it? Lin Shuo stood stunned and replied, the underground emperor, Gu Chang, is dead. Upon hearing this, Chen froze in disbelief. It can't be. The two of them rushed outside. When the crowd saw them, they immediately shouted. The doors open. It's him, he's coming out. The leader of the chaotic crowd was Yan Junlin. He shouted. Chen, the emperor had no enmity with you. Why did you kill him? I was the one who had a conflict with you yesterday, if there's a problem, you should come to me. Why did you kill the emperor? The people hearing this were moved to tears, throwing rotten eggs and vegetables at the two of them while shouting. Pay with your life, pay with your life, pay with your life. Wang Mang rushed forward to shield him. Boss, be careful. Chen was still trying to figure out where this had come from. He pushed Wang Mang aside, I'm fine. Then he turned and confronted. But Junlin, what makes you think I killed Gu Sr.? But Junlin was not at a disadvantage. He retorted, didn't you sneak into the fortified camp last night to meet the emperor? Chen was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Junlin charged forward and demanded, dare you answer me? Do you really think you could sneak into the fortified camp without anyone noticing? Saying that, he pressed the button on the device held by his subordinate, trying to appear righteous. But the net of heaven is vast and wide, let everyone see for themselves. On the screen was a video that had been edited, showing the newcomer with courage. The two of you came out here, a scene previously unseen, having just arrived at the fortified camp. Chen was taken aback. What? But Junlin leaned in and whispered in his ear, didn't expect that, did you? You truly are an excellent supporting actor, playing a wonderful part in this drama with me. Then, he turned to the crowd and shouted. The emperor accidentally injured his wife while training. Fearing he might hurt someone else, he asked me to lock him up in the boxing room. You, a wicked and sinister person, took advantage of the emperor's limited mobility to carry out an assassination. You're no better than a dog or pig. Chen, enraged, shouted, You dare slander me. Suddenly, Gu Qian rushed forward. Lin Shuo jumped out, pushing him away and yelling, Be careful. Lin Shuo turned around and confronted him. Are you out of your mind? It's not even clear yet, and you already want to kill someone? Gu Qian's eyes were cold as she responded, The witnesses and evidence are all here, what else is there to say? Hearing this, Lin Shuo screamed. Did you see the boss meet the emperor? Did you see the boss kill anyone? Gu Qian remained silent. But Junlin continued to shout, Earlier, he had a conflict with us, so he snuck into the fortified camp at night. He didn't come to kill anyone, did he? Was he there to apologize? The emperor was assassinated as soon as you arrived, so who else could it have been if not you? Lin Shua warned, stay out of this.
Lin Shua stood in front, and Chen said, as long as I'm here, don't even think about touching the boss. Gu Qian's face turned cold. She put on a strange device and approached, saying, fine, then you have a part in this. You go die first. Gu Qian charged forward swiftly, swinging her hand. Lin Shua quickly dodged. Lin Shua used an invisibility technique to rush from behind, thinking to himself, it's just like this, but I didn't expect Gu Qian to dodge so easily.
Lin Shua was stunned. What? How did she know where I was? Gu Qian sneered and explained, so what if you're invisible?
If I don't use my vision, my speed is even faster than yours. Lin Shua continued to rush forward, shouting nonsense.
Gu Qian lunged forward and struck Lin Shua hard in the stomach. Chen quickly stepped in to support and asked, Lin Shua, are you okay?
Lin Shua wiped the blood from her mouth and challenged, nothing's wrong, keep going. Lin Shua moved quickly, creating an illusion of herself.
Gu Qian continued to close her eyes, sensing the movement.
She lifted her leg to kick, but Lin Shua swiftly dodged. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Shua pushed off the ground, flipped her body over, and tried to kick Gu Qian, but Gu Qian caught her.
She smirked proudly and said, got you.
Lin Shua's leg was twisted, and she felt excruciating pain.
Chen screamed out in worry.
Lin Shua and Gu Qian remained cold-faced. Lin Shua cracked her knuckles and stepped forward, saying to Chen, it's your turn now.
I'm going to kill you.